Go downstairs. Good morning. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Education. At this time, we ask that you silence all cell phones and electronic devices to minimize disruptions throughout the hearing. If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so via email at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. If you require translation services, they are available outside in the rotunda. At any time throughout the hearing, please do not approach the dais, so we thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning and welcome to the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Education. My name is Rita Joseph and I'm the chair of the Education Committee. This morning we will be discussing the department's $31.5 billion fiscal 2025 as presented in the preliminary financial plan. This afternoon we will be discussing DOE's capital plan with School Construction Authority. Thank you to everyone present here and to those of you who are testifying remotely. New York City Public School has the largest budget among city agencies at $31.5 billion, or 29% of city's overall budget of $109.4 billion for fiscal 2025. It also has the largest budgeted headcount among city agencies at 138,016. In the preliminary budget 2025, and as the chair of this committee, I continue to push hard for accountability and accuracy to ensure that the budget for the largest city agency actually reflects the needs and interests of its residents. The 2025 preliminary budget is $24.5 million less than the fiscal 2024 adopted budget. This seemingly small gap fails to capture an important story that is the heart of the need for our hearing today. While the department's budget has grown over the past few years, it did so with expiring stimulus dollars that were intended to be used for short-term programs aimed at COVID recovery, reopening schools. However, New York City Public Schools use these time-limited federal dollars to fund both long-standing and underfunded programs. The short-term programs to prevent learning loss, provide mental health support services were crucial. And so, the questions now remain if we believe the need still exists for investment in these programs. The answer is a resounding yes. While the fiscal 2025 see the expiration of $1.9 billion in stimulus funds, the plight that the budget has also been cut deeply by PEGs, drastically jeopardizing the department's budget to think funding education of students in New York City is not an essential service that should not be immune to PEGs placed citywide is preposterous. Altogether, the department's current and out-year budget was cut by $3 billion over the last two fiscal plans this fiscal year. The impact is felt with school year where food items started disappearing from menus. Community schools were scrambling to determine what service could be sustained and what couldn't. School began restricting after-school service as per diem and per session reductions were placed. It was reported that several District 75 schools serving students with special needs were digging deep for supplies to serve their students. The fact that our school system is in the position today is absolutely unacceptable to me. In the meantime, the department failures to provide obligated services has been inflating budget, yet New York City Public School is still struggling to provide these mandated service to students. Between the last two financial plans, funding for Carter cases has increased almost $500 million, with costs associated with lawsuits against the New York City Public Schools for expediting impartial hearing has further enlarged the expense. This is all happening while the underspending in District 75 schools even taking a peg on less anticipated spending. The District 75 in November plan, the department had also cut back on the expansion of early childhood to a total of $170 million. Over the last two financial plans, it has been the administration trend of cutting funds since last fiscal year on the plan expansion of 3K program, which doubled in enrollment when more seats became available, with investment of stimulus dollars in 2021 to 2022 school years. And although the program has been seeing increased enrollment in the past 2 years, this administration still contends that vacancies exist. But the report that the city has touted as necessary to see where the seat can be utilized is still not here, even as a cut to 3K and other early childhood programs are being made. The fiscal budget is reduced by 1.8 in stimulus dollars from adopted budget, additions to the cut the administration placed on DOE through the PEGs. This set of cuts in city funds impact programs serviced by approximately $708 million. These reductions impact services such as early childhood, community schools, preschool special education, summer rising, restorative justice, mental health for all, arts instruction, public school athletic leagues, bilingual education, academic recovery supports. I cannot emphasize how pivotal these critical programs for the well-being of our students. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. It is essential that the budget we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of that process, and I expect the DOE to be responsive to questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure that the fiscal 2025 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I would also like to acknowledge my cousins, my colleagues that are here, that are present today. My cousins, I'll take y'all. I will take y'all. Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Dinowitz, Councilmember Shulman, Councilmember Gutierrez, Councilmember Ressler, and Councilmember Lee. I would like to, now I'd like to turn to our first witness panel. I will turn to Committee Counsel Nadia Jean-Francois to administer the oath. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will now hear from the administration. Before we begin, I will administer the affirmation. Panelists, please raise your right hand. I will read the affirmation once and then call on each of you individually to respond. And all the people here for question and answering with DOE can also raise their right hand, please. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Chancellor David Banks? Dan Weisberg? Emma Vadera? Sarita Scott? Kara Ahmed? Flavia Perdomo? Carolyn Quintana? Paul Thompson? Chris Chicario? Robin Daveson? Gina Romeo? Amy Litchenfield? Tamara Mayer? Jay Finlay. Thank you so much. You may begin your testimony.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Joseph and members of the Council Committee on Education for inviting me to testify today about the fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget. I'm joined by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg, Deputy Chancellor of Operations and Finance Emma Vadera, and Chief Financial Officer Sarita Scott. It has been a productive, transformative year. And since I last addressed you, we launched New York City's Public Schools Signature Initiative, our top priority, to build bright starts for our students, NYC Reads. NYC Reads is a comprehensive approach to literacy with district-wide adoption of unified curriculum aligned to the science of reading, intensive professional development, and continuing coaching on the curriculum, academic screening, and intervention and supports for students at risk of dyslexia. This is the right approach and long overdue, reflected in the fact that we are making this transformational change in deep partnership and with the full support of our educators and their representatives, the United Federation of Teachers. We're equally grateful to have the commitment and collaboration of the Council of School Supervisors and Administrators and of our school leaders, who are essential levers in this system-wide shift. Phase 1 of NYC Reads launched this school year across over 90% of our early childhood portfolio and in grades K-5 across nearly half of our community school districts. Phase 2 will begin in September, by which point NYC Reads will be active in all early childhood and K-5 classrooms across the entire city. When our kids read well, it sets them up for success in school, work, and life. And when NYC makes big moves on literacy, the impact reaches far beyond our 5 boroughs. We inspire cities and states across the country to follow suit. Once students have a bright start, we must put them on the path to a bold future. We do that through our college and career pathways work, which we've expanded in groundbreaking ways that reimagine the middle and high school experience. Next year, we will expand the reach of our signature Future Ready NYC program, where students prepare for high-demand jobs in healthcare, education, business, and technology, with more industry-focused areas on the way. We've also doubled the number of students in multi-year employer-paid apprenticeships in partnership with New York Jobs CEO Council. We are bringing new, accelerated high school programs to our families in historically underserved communities, including barred early college high schools in both Brooklyn and the Bronx, Motion Picture Tech High School in Long Island City, and a new healthcare high school in 2025 in deep partnership with Northwell Health, and with a nearly $25 million investment from Bloomberg Philanthropies. And building these bold futures is not reserved for high school. Our Save for College program with NYC Kids Rise has expanded citywide to provide savings accounts for college and career education to over 200,000 students, starting in kindergarten. Of course, our children cannot benefit from a bright start nor prepare for a bold future if they do not feel healthy, safe, and valued. This is especially true for our most vulnerable students, including the approximately 36,000 migrant students we've enrolled through Project Open Arms. In partnership with DHS, DOHMH, and others, we've supported students' academic transition, social and emotional well-being, language access, physical health, and much more. Our schools have done a phenomenal job welcoming these students into our classrooms and caring for all involved. As I've visited schools across the city, it's been deeply uplifting to see the ways that teachers, school leaders, parent coordinators, and all of our school-based staff have truly opened their arms, as have their peers. These individuals are the real heroes of this story, and they represent New York City public schools at our best. And these students are getting extra support thanks to our revised Fair Student Funding Formula, which has added $100 million to support students in temporary housing and schools serving high concentrations of students with needs. In 2023, the PEP voted on a new formula, the first time in 7 years that we substantially revised it. And we did so in close collaboration with parents, advocates, PEP members, and other stakeholders. We've also addressed safety and belonging in a number of other ways. In January, I announced our comprehensive plan to meet the moment and ensure every student and staff member feels safe and supported in NYC public schools, especially in light of rising anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We took a critical step in that professional learning work just last week with citywide training for principals on how to lead conversations on difficult subjects and how to apply our discipline code in fair and effective ways. We're also ensuring all of our students feel seen and heard in our school's curricula. And just recently, we launched Volume 1 of our newest Hidden Voices series, the stories of the global African diaspora. To support our students' mental health, we have added daily mindful breathing, additional school-based mental health clinics, and Teen Space, an innovative new telehealth therapy program with the city's health department. And we've also expanded Project Pivot, which has brought in trusted community-based organizations to support violence prevention and social-emotional learning at 257 schools. To continue this learning year-round, we've offered full-day summer programming 2 years in a row to an unprecedented 110,000 K-8 students in our wildly popular Summer Rising program. And we've already opened enrollment for summer 2024, more than a month earlier than last year. And importantly, all this work has been grounded in deep family and community engagement. Consider our support for students with disabilities. Last year, we formed an advisory council to reimagine special education, which recently delivered its recommendations, including more specialized programs closer to home. In parallel, we expanded our incredibly in-demand and highly effective AIMS, NEST, and Horizon programming for students with autism. Our efforts have produced results. Our 2023 test scores grew 12 percentage points in math and nearly 3 percentage points in ELA, outpacing gains in the rest of the state and reducing gaps between Black and Hispanic students and their peers. We also saw our first enrollment increase in 8 years. New York City public school students and families are feeling the positive momentum. We are absolutely headed in the right direction. Now let me speak about our finances. Our fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget totals approximately $39 billion, which includes $31.5 billion in operating resources and another $7.5 billion for education-related pension and debt service funds. We are grateful for the recent good news that there will be no further pegs this budget cycle. But I want to be very transparent. We have already faced a series of previous pegs, and we face challenges ahead. First, we are still working to implement the significant budget reductions from the November and January plans. In addition, we have our stimulus cliff. Almost $1 billion of stimulus funding currently supports an array of essential programming, including social workers, community schools, pre-K special education, 3K, arts programs, students and temporary housing coordinators, pathways programming, bilingual education programs, and much more. These are hugely popular and successful programs, and our students and families will feel the impact if they are discontinued. And lastly, as you know from our recent hearing with the Education Committee, we have the challenge of implementing the class size legislation. At full implementation, we estimate $1.4 to $1.9 billion in additional teacher costs alone, and that's on top of what we already spend in our schools. And the Independent Budget Office estimates $1.6 to $1.9 billion annually. Compliance will also incur tens of billions in additional capital costs. We recently received recommendations from our class size working group on how to best implement the law, but no matter how you slice it, there will be serious trade-offs. City tax levy money is our largest source of revenue. In FY25, projected to be at 58%. So to that end, I want to recognize the Council's critical role in our city's budget process, as well as your advocacy at the state level on behalf of our schools. We welcome your continued advocacy for additional resources from city, state, and federal sources. We will also need your engagement, along with the engagement of all of our community stakeholders, on how to allocate our finite resources. We want and we need to hear from you. What are your programmatic priorities? Just as importantly, what do you believe we should stop supporting at the current levels if we do not get the additional funding? This notion that we can maintain all of these excellent programs without any trade-offs is, in my judgment, unrealistic. It's a math that I'm really not familiar with. I believe in being very transparent with our school communities, and I'm very open to your suggestions on how we should navigate the impact of our multiple compounding budget challenges. We all must grapple with these tough choices if we're going to continue to advance our mission for students and families. So in closing, please know, my administration's open door policy is not just a slogan. We value your ongoing partnership and participation in providing the students of New York City the high-quality education they deserve. We all are champions for our children, and we must work together. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor Bank. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Shaker. So my first series of questions is going to start around early childhood, right? So first, I know, before I begin my line of questioning, I always also want to acknowledge on the early childhood budget matter, I want to acknowledge the fact that today we're not sitting here worried about payments. So thank you. That was passed over to Deputy Chancellor Ahmed, and we have not been hearing as much as we've been hearing about payments. So that's a good thing. That's a positive. Thank you. This question is for Deputy Chancellor Emma. I have a question. Do you believe in the value of impact of early childhood education, particularly for working families?
I do.
According to the reports, right, New York City Public Schools will be insinuating a $170 million cut in early education spending. Is that correct?
The impact of the January and November plan pegs was $170 million, yes.
Who decided that early childhood education needed to be cut by $170 million?
Those were pegs that came to us from OMB. As you know, all of the peg process is a constant back and forth across it, but that's where they came from.
Can you produce a report from my committee on evidence that your office submitted new needs requests to OMB to reverse the $170 million cut? If not, why didn't your office submit a new need request to OMB?
We are in a constant series of conversations with OMB about all of our budget needs for this year and next year throughout the process, which we've been going through and are continuing to go through. As you know, for next year, we do not have a budget yet. We look forward to getting our budget from the city and the state in terms of overall funding, and are very eager to get as many of our pegs as well as our stimulus programs funded through that process.
Thank you.
Let me say, Chair, before, if I can, also, the cuts that are being affected in early childhood are extremely hurtful to the entire enterprise of early childhood. And I want you to know that we share the concerns of anyone around early childhood. This is a major priority for us. I have personally been in deep conversation with the mayor and the mayor's office around early childhood. And maybe this will prevent a whole series of questions that will remain. But I am fighting like heck to make sure that those cuts are restored, and I have great confidence that in the coming weeks, we will have really good news around early childhood. The mayor's office, City Hall, feels the same way. And this notion that we are going to have these cuts remain in place to the detriment of our community and our parents who need it so desperately, this is a priority for me. And so while I cannot tell you definitively today, we're still waiting for the Accenture report, which we expect the first week of April. From there, that will provide a lot more clarity around the seats. The Deputy Chancellor Ahmed can speak to that part of it if there are any questions around that. But at the end of the day, parents of New York City are waiting to see if these cuts are going to be restored. I'm fighting for that to happen, and I believe that is exactly what is going to happen in the coming weeks. So I can't say much more than that right now, but I'm very confident that we're going to resolve that issue.
But Chancellor, I have another question for you.
Sure.
If data is supposed to inform decision, you still don't have the Accenture report. How could you go ahead and make such decision to cut early childhood when you're waiting for the very report to make that decision?
No,
make that make sense for me.
Right. Yeah. No. It's been a very tough process, as you know, with the Accenture report. Where we stood with the Accenture report, we had hoped to be able to have that process move along, but we were informed by OMB that we had to affect these pegs that were sent to us, and I think that has been a challenge. It's been a challenge, and it's been our best ability to try to determine numbers without having all of the data. So it is what it is, but we are now waiting now to have much more clarity, which we expect to have over the next couple of weeks. So we can argue about what happened in the past. I'm telling you, I'm very focused on what's coming over the next couple of weeks. It will be much clearer where we stand, and I expect for early childhood to be able to stand strong when this process is over.
I understand that, but several times the administration testified before me, and it was always about we have too many seats, we miss allocation seats. That was usually the case, not let's cut it, I don't have data to cut it. But it was always about misallocation. So can you guys, is that correct? That's what you told me on several occasions, that it was misallocation of seats versus cutting it is two different things.
It is a complex issue in terms of that. We believe that it has in fact been a mass misallocation of seats. So we still stand very firmly by that. And when the report from Accenture comes out, we'll have a much greater degree of clarity around that. But nonetheless, we were informed by OMB that we had to place these pegs in order, and that's where it came from.
But you have a history of shifting seats versus cutting. See, shifting seats, the seats would still exist, but just somewhere else. Cutting them is meaning that they no longer exist for the families that need the seats. That's what I'm alluding to. So there's a difference in shifting seats, and then there's a difference in cutting seats.
I understand, absolutely. And so I think, Deputy Chancellor, you want to speak to that at all in terms of what our position has been with respect to the shifting of the seats, number one, and then I'll speak to the cutting.
Absolutely, and good morning. Good morning, Chair Joseph. Yes, that has been our position, and that's what we've been doing. And so nobody's wanted data more than myself to make these decisions, and we've been looking forward to that, but we haven't waited. So our team has used any piece of data that we've had and really drawing on the voice of our program and our program leaders and our school leaders to make incredible shifts so that families have seats in the immediate. Through that work, we've been able to reduce the oversaturation, right, the misallocation of seats by over 8,000 and shift 7,000 seats within that so that families benefit, whether that be converting unused pre-K seats to toddler seats or unused toddler seats to 3K seats based on what the needs are of the community. And that work absolutely has to continue.
And that was all, you did that based on waiting for the data in order to move these seats around. Okay. First Deputy Chancellor, I have a quick question for you. Does the Office of Student Enrollment report to you?
Yes, they do.
You previously stated in a hearing before me that every child needs a 3K seat can get a seat. Is that correct?
I don't know if that was exactly my testimony. What I have said and what we continue to hold to is every child, what we are trying to do is make sure that there are seats for every child who needs one. As you know, particularly when you're talking about early childhood, location matters a lot. So you may, as a parent, want a particular program that may be filled up. You may not be able to get that program, which is a half a block away, but we will always endeavor to give you a placement as close as possible. So I want to be clear, doesn't mean that every parent who applies gets their top choice, but our goal is always to make sure that we provide a choice to every family.
So why does the enrollment office, which reports to you, caution parents during the enrollment process that they may not receive an offer to a program due to limited availability of a seat, which result in them being placed on a wait list? Does being on a wait list guarantee you a placement into the program?
Being on a wait list does not guarantee you what we're trying to make
But
sure
in your testimony,
parents
you've
know.
always said 3K, if you apply for a seat, you'll get a seat.
If you apply for a seat, you will get a seat. You may
just
not
said-
get the seat in the program. I was a trial lawyer for a long time. I can do a lot of cross-examination, Chair. We are letting our parents know that they may not get a seat in the program that's their top choice. That's responsible to let parents. We don't want parents thinking you apply to one program, you're definitely going to get that particular placement, although many times they do, but we will get you a placement as close as possible.
So last summer, when offer letters were sent to families, there was a wait list for 3K pre-K families. If yes, what were those numbers?
I don't have in front of me, but we'll get you numbers for wait lists. To be clear, you asked about misallocation of seats. There were wait lists in some places, in some zip codes. In other zip codes, there were empty seats, unused seats. That's what Dr. Ahmed is talking about, shifting that.
But how do you know how many seats there is if they're being waitlisted?
Well, we know how many seats are available in a particular
I just
zip
asked
code.
you. You said you'll get back to me.
You asked me about the number of people
Yeah, how many?
on a
Yes.
wait list.
Correct.
That's different than the number of seats,
No.
right? It's not?
So I asked you how many parents, if you can tell me how many, there was a wait list for 3K and pre-K, right? So what were those numbers? How can you cut or put people on wait lists if you don't know how many seats you have?
Not only do we know how many seats we have,
Yeah.
we supplied that
You said
to
you'll
you.
get back to me on that.
No. Let me be very clear. I guess I'm not expressing myself well. You asked for the total number of people on a wait list.
Total
That
number
I
of
don't
wait
have
lists
in
and how
front of
many
me.
seats you have
The
available.
total number of seats we have supplied to you by zip code, by seat type, repeatedly.
And how many seats do we have available?
how many seats do we have available in what seat?
3K and pre-K.
Take a look. I don't know if we have those numbers.
Roughly 23,000 seats combined.
Combined. They're available. Who's the next person? Councilmember Shulman?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this great hearing. Chancellor, good morning.
Good morning.
It's always good to see you, and I just want to say that, I want to thank you and your staff for a lot of the things that you've been doing. I also want to say our kids only get one chance at a good education, so I have a couple of questions. One, I want to talk about the Carter cases. Give me a second. So what is I understand that the budget amount for the Carter cases has gone up substantially, so it's over $1 billion now. Can you talk about the details of that?
Yep, Dan, you must pick that.
Yeah, good morning, Councilmember.
And please just offer some clarification, because we've been hearing people have been using different numbers. So let's offer some real clarification on the distinction in those numbers.
Maybe Chancellor, we'll have Deputy Chancellor Verdera start with the numbers, and I can talk about the drivers.
So the number for what we call Carter cases, special education cases, is almost 1.2 billion for this year, and that's the number we'll be talking about. Go ahead, Dan.
And so, council members, you know, we say Carter cases, we use that as kind of shorthand.
Right.
They're really two big categories of cases, two big categories of cases that are filed, due process cases that are filed. On the one hand, you have cases where parents are saying they can't get an adequate placement in a New York City public school. They are sending their child to a private independent school and are seeking reimbursement for tuition. That number has increased, but relatively modestly. Then you have the second category of cases, which is a child who is in a parochial or independent school who is not seeking tuition, but is seeking services. For example, SETS services, special education teacher services. Those cases, council member, have exploded. So we have gone from several years ago having about 5,000 and change due process cases. This year, we received 23,000 of these cases. Again, the driver has been that second category of cases where you have parents who are seeking services for their children who are in parochial or other schools. And that is what we've been seeking to address, because that has spiked tremendously and has driven those cost increases you're talking about.
So that everybody knows, we're talking about kids with special needs. Chancellor, last year you had a Zoom call with members of the council about trying to lower the cost because we could use that money for other things, and it's very important. So for example, in my district, which is District 29 in Queens, the Mel School. I mean, there are places that have amazing classes for D75 students. So what are we doing to replicate that? What are we doing to try and drive down the cost of these cases? Because every year they go up.
Yeah, ultimately, to drive down the cost, we've got to expand on the wonderful programs that you're talking about. We've begun that process. We've got a long way to go if we want to see significant reductions in that. Christina Folty, who's on our team, heads our special education work, and speak a little bit more clearly to where we are with it.
Of course, we're committed to replicating our high-quality programs and are well on our way. The Chancellor in his testimony mentioned our work around reimagining special education and the Advisory Council report. One of the major findings of the report was that we needed to replicate these high-quality programs, just as you're saying. We are starting with 3 pilots where we're going to be providing every kindergartner with autism, and autism being our fastest growing and largest growing education classification, with high-quality specialized programs. We have not been able to to do that in the past, and so this is very exciting. We have wait lists, as you know, on these programs, particularly our AIMS program, which is our demand is growing the fastest in that program. And so for every family that comes into those districts, we are going to be offering them one of these high quality programs so that they do not have to seek private school options.
So can you get us a list of where those pilots are and what the plans are moving
course.
forward? That would be great.
Of course, and I can tell you quickly it's districts 5, 12, and 14, and I'm happy to provide more detail.
And so D75 schools are not funded through fair student funding, and their school budgets are not as transparent as other school districts. D75 parents are concerned they are not able to look up their school budgets online and are not able to plan in the same way as general education parents. So can you explain why D75 school budgets are not available to the public? Chair, thank you for allowing me to. Okay.
Really appreciate the question. One of the recommendations that came out of the Fair Student Funding Group last year was to figure out actually how to make all school budgets transparent, which we deeply agree with. I appreciate the D1 through D32 information is online, but it's still not really accessible to most people. So coming out of that, we're doing a lot of works to make D1 through 32 school budgets more accessible, which we'll be rolling out this spring, and then we'll be turning to D75 to do a version of the same. It's a little complicated, so we're doing it in phases, but we will be doing the same thing. And we think it's really critical information for the community, frankly.
If you could give a timeline, like a year from now, 7 months from now, 6 months from now, whatever it is, that would be helpful so that we can tell folks in our districts. Chair, can I just ask one other question? So as the health chair and Chancellor, you mentioned health is really important to our kids. Can you tell me how many full-time, does every school have a full-time nurse?
All of our schools have full-time nurses. We're meeting all our mandated nursing one-to-one needs, and that is one of the critical investments we made with stimulus dollars. Those costs are continuing to grow. We're continuing to work with OMB to meet them.
No, thank you. And we just passed a legislation to codify Healthy NYC, and we're looking forward to working with the schools on expanding that too into the school system and taking care of our kids. Thank you very much, Chair, for your accommodation.
Of course. Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, New York City Public Schools. It's like half the staff right here. A lot of you.
Big
Chancellor, I appreciate your comments about meeting the moment, making sure our students are supported. I want to ask a few questions about those. The citywide PD on difficult conversations for principals, that was a mandatory PD?
Yes, it was.
And did that extend to the teachers as well?
No, we did that for the principals to start with the school.
Okay,
with
so
the principals, and then they will, in fact, turnkey to their teachers in their schools.
we hope. But
That's
did
what we
those
expect.
difficult that's a very generic thing, and we know since October 7th, there certainly has been an increase in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Did those trainings specifically talk about the Middle East? Did it specifically talk about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and how to have conversations around that?
So it's a great. So they touched on it, but these conversations, you're exactly right, Council Member. These were the front end training. We want to make sure everybody is comfortable dealing with any manner of difficult conversation. But what we absolutely expect is at the school level, we are providing additional resources, content, and we will provide additional training services as well, specifically geared to Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. We're looking at some of the providers that do a great kind of objective job of digging into those areas specifically. So the idea is this is the first thing that the Chancellor says for the principal has to be comfortable dealing with controversial issues. That's what this training was about. Next step is at the school level, providing a greater level of depth around Islamophobia.
Hope they're comfortable. It's,
What's that?
I said I hope the principal will be comfortable in their discomfort. Of course, I would think that the trainings for difficult conversations would have happened in their initial training on becoming a principal, perhaps when they were pedagogues. I would think at this point, months later, after October 7th, the need for conversation specifically dealing with the rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia we are seeing in our city and across the world would be specifically addressed.
Councilmember,
I do want to ask one question about it. You have a quality review rubric, you have a Danielson rubric, you have lots of rubrics used to measure student, teacher, principal, school performance. Do you have a rubric to assess the success of these particular trainings and programs, specifically as it relates to discrimination, acts of bias?
I can't say we have a rubric, but certainly we are going to do an evaluation of the impact of the training at every level.
Right. So the assessment criteria would be a critical component to know if these trainings are impactful or, in worst case scenario, are in fact maybe perpetuating bad stereotypes. How many reported incidents of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in schools that include student to student, staff to staff, student to staff have been reported since October 7th?
Let me get you.
Yeah, we'd have to get back to you, because, and we can get those specifics to you. We have issues of a wide range of bad behavior that goes beyond Islamophobia, beyond anti-Semitism. It includes homophobia, it includes racism. There's a wide range of issues of adults very often behaving badly, and it's not just limited to those two, but we will get you the numbers in terms of what we have.
No, and I don't mean to downplay any others, but I think a lot of us can agree that statistically, and this is why the data is important, I don't want to downplay any sort of hate at all.
Please.
But statistically, I think there's a consensus that the forms of hate that I am referencing have seen a stark increase since October 7th. And that's why the data is important. As the chair mentions, data-driven conversations, data-driven instruction is what we do in our schools. We expect it here in the council as well. These trainings that you provide to the principals, I will note that we did get a commitment, I believe last October, that these trainings would be shared with us. To date, they have not been, whether that's Respect for All trainings, DEI trainings, they've not been shared with us. But is there a Title VI coordinator at the Department of Education handling both the training and the reporting of these incidents?
There is absolutely a Title VI coordinator who is definitely receiving the data. That's not the same person who's organizing the trainings.
Okay.
Yeah, the trainings are essentially organized by our Deputy Chancellor for Leadership, Danica Rux. But any of the other information, we'd have to get back to them.
But we're happy to share the content. I mean, we're happy to share the content of the training with you, for sure.
Is that what you're asking for when you say sharing the trainings with you?
We got a commitment that you would share it. It's just that it hasn't been done, despite asking a number of times. And part of the purpose of this, you were on that meeting. Part of the purpose of it is to ensure that it is reflecting the reality that we are in now, to make it as robust as possible and supportive for our teachers, principals, and students as possible. Have these trainings been updated, and have the Chancellor's regulations been updated since October 7th or since the Biden-Harris administration announced their updates to Title VI protections?
The Chancellor's regulations have not been updated. Our office of our Chief Diversity Officer is reviewing all trainings. There's no mandatory implicit bias training at this point, but we are absolutely reviewing the content for the optional trainings that exist. And then, as I say, we are looking into specific training content relating to Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. But we haven't finalized yet.
All right,
and just to be clear,
please.
We also, and I believe we've shared this with council, we have updated the resources that we are providing to schools specific to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We continue to do that. We continue to want to work with you and others to find really good, high quality, objective, accurate content that we can provide to schools. Many of them are using it. I don't want to leave the impression that we don't have principals and teachers and guidance counselors who aren't doing amazing work in this area, specifically on anti-Semitism. That is happening in part because we are providing this content, but we're looking into is actual structured training around it.
I'm sure there are many schools, individual schools, that are doing a wonderful job building community. And as we've seen in the papers, as I've seen on WhatsApp, there are a lot of schools that are failing to meet this moment. And at the top is the New York City Public School, the deputy chancellors and the chancellors. And I cannot stress enough the importance of this moment and how it feels that the urgency is not felt. The statements are wonderful. I feel that this is a value that you share, but the work is not getting down to the schools. And as a result, more and more students and more teachers are suffering.
Well, I would say this. I would probably push back a little when we say that lots of schools are not. Any school that has demonstrated any level of anti-Semitism is too much, or Islamophobia, or any other form of hate is too much. This is a very, very large system. We have 1,600 schools. And so when we see a percentage of schools that are appearing in the newspaper or we've got reports about, we are dealing with that and we are responding. But I would not somehow take that to suggest that there are a majority of our schools where there is just rampant anti-Semitism or anything along those lines. I think our school principals and our superintendents and our teachers, quite frankly, are doing a great job, during a very difficult moment where they are, in fact, affected by what is happening all across this country. So it is not an easy time. We're working. We continue to work. We've met with lots of different organizations who've offered up a wide range of supports, and we're looking at all of it, but we have to do it in a way that's reasonable and responsible, and it doesn't just happen overnight. So we're working to get it right.
To a trial lawyer, I do want to clarify, by no means said majority of schools. But it is important to clarify that it is a difficult moment, and our kids and our teachers are counting on all of you. They're counting on you to provide the support they need, the structure, the clear guidelines at this moment, and everything from chancellor's regulations to support for Title VI coordinators to support for this DEI training, and bringing in the affected communities in a more robust way and with more urgency is what is needed at this moment. And I know I have made clear for many months now that I'm here as a partner, and we cannot be partners if the information that we've requested is not shared, if the data that is public data, by the way, that should be public data, is not shared. And with that, I want to thank you, the chair, for the extra time on the clock.
Yeah, and I want to follow up with you as well, because it is unacceptable to me that information that you're requesting is not shared, and I want to make sure that we do immediate follow-up on that with my team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Brewer, Sanchez, and Rivera. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. I'm on this side, sorry, switching it up. I had questions on 3 different topics, and so I'll just ask them all at once, and you guys can answer accordingly. So I know my colleagues, some of them also will be asking about school foods and meals and everything, but I wanted to focus specifically my question on the contracting process, because I remember in previous hearings I had asked questions about how many contractors there are for school foods. I believe there was mention of 3 for all of our students. And then I remember when I asked what the timeline is for the RFPs, I believe it's 5 years or 3, I can't remember, renewals for the contractors for the school foods. And so I guess my question is around the contracting, because is there an opportunity to open it up to more different types of food contractors, especially the ones that have transitioned from Get Food NYC to be able to be competitive? And also with competitiveness comes perhaps more diversity regarding the types of food that's served, as well as different costs that perhaps other meal providers can do it at a lower cost. And just because when I look at school foods across the U.S. as well as different countries across the world, the quality in the food and nutrition that other students are getting seem to be much better than what we're offering in New York City. And I know we're following the DOH guidelines about school nutrition and all of that, but even with that, I feel like we could be doing better as New York City. So that's my first sort of topic. And the second one is mental health continuum, $5 million. we're good, right? Is that in the executive budget? That's my question, because of course I'm always thinking about mental health services in schools. And I know traditionally on the council, we've put in that $5 million, and just want to see if that could be added to the executive budget. And then finally, my last question is around D75 schools. Just wondering about the budget transparency and if there's a way to have that be more transparent. Is it, because my also thinking is that if we don't make sure that we're using the D75 schools wisely in terms of their budget, as well as putting more resources in versus cutting it, it could also potentially add to more costs with Carter cases and other things. So they're all tied together. And so my question is, wouldn't it be better to invest upfront, make sure that our D75 students are getting the help they need in order to avoid other costs later down the line? So if you could speak to that as well.
So, on D75, so answered this a bit before, we are looking at how we can increase transparency around D75 budgets. We think it's really important. We're starting with D1 through D32, but we will move on to D75. Absolutely agree that it's a critical investment. Our D75 budget has been growing generally, but agree there is a, which is reflected in the budget, but agree there's a lack of transparency that we can continue to work on. On food, I'm gonna toss to Chris over there. I will say, just as a point of clarification, and Chris can talk about this more because it's something he works very hard on every day. I think what you're talking about is the distribution contracts, which is different from where those distributors actually get the food from, where we've been working hard to continue to diversify those. So I think he can speak about that process and some of the checks on it, and then happy to take follow-ups.
Yeah, so if you could actually speak to both, because I'm curious to know about where the food is coming from as well as the distribution of it, if you could speak to that.
Good morning, and great question, council member. Thank you. And Emma, thank you. So we do have 3 main distributors that actually deliver our food, store our food, and buy a good portion of our food. We also have several other manufacturers that we have contract direct relationships with, that we send that food to the distributors for them to store and deliver to all of the schools that we service, not just the New York City public schools, but also the charter and non-public schools that we service.
And how many are those? Sorry.
How many?
And are they subcontractors, or you said it's contracted directly,
so
right?
those are our contractors. We have direct contracts with them. The food that the food distributors buy, we have subcontractors that work for the food distributors that we purchase the food from.
Okay, and is there a way to get a list of those?
100%.
Okay.
I can provide that list to the council.
And just roughly how many?
More than 30.
More than 30, okay.
And I would just say, and so for example, that's where we've also tried to increase MWBE spend and diversity that comes from those subcontractors of the distributors in a lot of ways, as well as some of the direct contracts. On mental health continuum, not reflected in the preliminary budget. Very much hope it's reflected in the executive budget, which I believe is the same process and timeline as last year.
Or adopted budget.
Or the adopted budget.
Okay, and with my last 17 seconds, sorry, just clarification on the social workers as well in the schools. I've been hearing mixed things from my principals in different schools. Like, I know some of them have shared social workers across multiple schools, but you know, how possible is it to ensure that we're having mental health providers in each of the 1,800 schools across New York City?
So at this point, we have students in all of our schools have access to some set of mental health supports. That might mean a social worker, that might mean a guidance counselor, that might be a school-based mental health clinic, that might be a CBO partner. And students in all of our schools have access to one of those, but not necessarily all of those.
Basically just some form. So in other words,
yes,
we have some
sorry,
access.
yes. So
okay.
Students in all our schools have access to some form of mental health supports through one of those ways. There's different ways that they're getting that access, yeah. And
But
we're
also-
continually, oh, sorry.
Yeah, but through the stimulus funding that is running out has been used to support how many of those?
440 of the social workers, not the others.
So that's a challenge there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Just want to pivot off of that real quick. Preschool special education, we understand there's currently hundreds of children waiting for seats in their legally mandated preschool special education programs. With the numbers continuing to rise, provide these classes is not optional. Yet the city has not committed even to extending the $96 million average and annual investment made over the past 2 years. What is the current number of children waiting for seats in preschool special education class today?
Approximately 600 students are waiting for seats, Chair. However, we're doing everything we can to arrange for services while they await their seats, and understand that all students need their placement.
What's the timeline to get these students in school? There was an announcement that was made in 2023 along with the Chancellor and the Mayor guaranteeing every child in 2023 will have a seat.
Yeah. So we've seen some progress via the contract enhancement. The enrollment, as you know.
Sorry, I need to swear you in first.
Yes, I'm sorry. I forgot to remind you of that.
No problem. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. And so I will defer to my colleagues on timeline specifically, but I can tell you that we are doing all that we can on a rolling basis to provide supports in the interim.
And going forward, these students will have a guaranteed seat.
She's asking if there's going forward.
For preschool with special education, that's our Carter cases that we just talked about. That's ballooned at $2.2 billion right now.
I'm sorry, Chair. So the question is, going forward, we have a guarantee that we'll have...
For our
placement
preschool
for
with special education.
I mean, I believe, Chancellor will jump in on this, but we certainly hope so. That's the goal. That's the step that the mayor took at that announcement in 2023. I think that is ultimately a budget question. But yes, that's certainly the goal we're driving towards.
And this is a year later. What was the hope? Go ahead.
Well, I think at that time that announcement was made, we had a handle on what some of those numbers were. Those numbers have gone up since the time that announcement was made, and I think that's been part of the challenge that we had. I think the mayor said that. We said it very confidently at that time. But as you remember, we've brought in thousands and thousands of new students in a very short time period, which has caused some of these numbers to go up, which has made it more challenging for us to be able to meet that number. The number that we were focused on at that time was one that we thought we were reasonably going to be able to make. But it has gone up dramatically with the influx of the migrant students, which has made it, that's part of what this challenge has been.
But that was prior to the numbers of migrant students was coming in. This was in the spring of 2023. We're going into the spring of 2024. This is 1 year later. We still have students at home. And this is the very thing we talked about. These are the cases that will turn into Carter cases because a lot of the students did not get mandated services. Where are we on mandated services? Are they getting them on a regular basis since they're not in schools?
Well, in terms of mandated services, our last report indicated that 63% of students in preschool were getting services. On our school age front, we hit a record high. We're at 90%.
The majority of the $96 million went to contract enhancement to allow CBOs to pay for their preschool special education teachers the same amount as the teachers in pre-K general education classes. Given that vacancy rate already high among these positions, how will New York City Public School ensure that it will meet its legal obligation to provide special education services if these teachers lose their enhancement and see a salary decrease? That's where we talk about our 4410. We made a big announcement around 4410.
Well, we were able to fund 500 DOE-operated special class seats, which has helped. That is outside of the contract enhancement. That is what the New York City Public Schools have added. As you know, we've also been able to add some administrators who do the preschool special education process, which has also helped, Chair.
Where do we stand on the 4410? It was a one-time enhancement.
That is part of the stimulus money that is running out at the end of this year, and that will expire. And to your earlier questions that the Chancellor responded to, we absolutely met the goal of which we set out to do back in 2022, which was to ensure that we had 800 seats based on the projected need at that time. We exceeded that and helped to stabilize over 6,500 seats, support pay parity, salary increases. But absolutely, that is funding that will run out. And those supports will look very different.
Chancellor, you started talking to City Hall and OMB about the 4410 enhancements?
Absolutely. It's all part of the equation.
And you have a timeline on when you might have an answer?
No timeline on it just yet. Just know that these conversations are happening behind the scenes on a regular basis, and all of these things are very important to us. But as you know, ultimately the budget that we are dealing with here is it's a little, it involves City Hall as well, so it's not just the budget that I'm working with. They recognize the needs that we're talking about, and so working behind the scenes to try to get it done.
We want to make sure we maintain that work sector. Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph, and thank you, Chancellor Banks and Deputy Chancellor Weisberg and the whole DOE team. My mother told me to always start with a compliment, so I want to thank DOE leadership for partnering with me and my office on a bunch of great initiatives. When the Arabic language arts and cultural program was under attack at PS 261, the leadership at Tweed absolutely had the schools back, and I appreciate it. You found a new home for MS 915, one of the best middle schools in District 13. The DSF team has done a great job and is doing a great cafeteria upgrade at PS 34. You've partnered with my office to fund a Safe Passage program in downtown Brooklyn to keep high school students safe, and you're working with us in District 14 on a new anti-hate and anti-Semitism curriculum that we're rolling out in a few middle schools later this spring. So thank you on each of those fronts.
That.
And many other good things that you've been working with us on.
We can leave it at that right there,
Sure.
Councilman, if you want.
Done. No, I'm just kidding. Now we're going to get started.
Now we get started.
So I'm happy to hear, Chancellor, that you're on our side and advocating for a restoration in funds for early childhood education. But I'll tell you, after we've already experienced $1 billion cut to early childhood in last year's budget and another $170 million cut mid-year budget for the out years, I'm deeply concerned about the future of early childhood education in New York City. On the pre-K side, we've seen enrollment is down 20% since pre-pandemic for pre-K. There's still 70,000 first graders that are going to school every year in New York City, but we no longer have 70,000 kids in pre-K. That's down to 58,000 kids. And 3K enrollment is half as many first graders are in 3K as in first grade. About 36,000 in 3K, about 70,000 in first grade. So we have a ton of work to do to actually get kids into the seats. But when you look at the data, the problem is, despite what the administration has said, that there's going to be a seat for every kid and family who wants one, in 19 of 32 school districts in New York City, we had more applicants for 3K than kids enrolled. Is that correct, Deputy Chancellor? In 19 of 32 districts in New York City, we had more kids apply than were actually enrolled in 3K seats.
I don't have application data. I don't know, Dan, if you have.
Well, you sent it to us on Friday, so we looked through it. I can tell you that it's accurate. So,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ressler. So First Deputy Chancellor oversees the Office of Student Enrollment. That's why I deferred to him to see if
Please.
we have the application data.
I apologize. Go ahead.
I did not, but we could definitely check on that.
Deputy Chancellor, you want to confirm that one for me?
I trust that I don't have it broken down by district, but that may well be.
So a healthy majority of districts in New York City, more families are applying for 3K than actually enrolling because we do not have the seats. So in those 19 districts, where in a district like District 11 or District 12 in the Bronx, where 130% as many kids are applying as actually enrolling, or 150% in District 12 are actually applying as enrolling, 3 kids applying for every 2 kids actually enrolling. What are we doing to expand seats? Isn't the mid-year cut that you all just announced going to mean that there's more districts next year that have more kids applying than enrolling, that we have less of an ability to meet demand as a result of these cuts? And is anything being done to address the existing gaps where we're clearly not meeting demand?
Yeah, sure. I continue to say, and I will continue to say, as I've shared with you previously and I just shared with the council this morning, our team has continued to do the work to shift unused seats. There was a misallocation of seats. That's what we inherited, and we've been shifting them for about a year and a half.
I appreciate that, Deputy Chancellor, but that wasn't my question.
Well, so to answer your question of getting it to where there's unmet need, that has absolutely been the goal. There are completely an oversaturation of seat in certain areas, and there's unmet need in other areas. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You do agree that there's a significant unmet need in many neighborhoods and communities around New York City?
In various areas there are, and of different age groups.
Well, I do really appreciate you acknowledging that, and it just makes it further. It just further undermines why the mayor's argument that we could afford another $170 million in cuts after already cutting $1 billion to early childhood education programs. This is literally pushing working families out of New York City, where they are paying more in childcare than rent because they cannot find 3K seats in their community. And the mayor's happy to come to Greenpoint and meet with my families who can't find seats in our community. This has to be addressed.
I agree.
I will give you some credit. You've improved significantly on the enrollment rates for the school-based and the center-based seats. That's a good thing. Where we are doing abysmally bad are on the extended day, extended year seats. And as every family in New York City knows, working class family in New York City knows you cannot work if you don't have a full day seat to take your kid to. And so we're looking at 40% of seats, extended day, extended year seats, are getting filled. What are we doing? So can I just ask a couple technical questions on this? Current timeline for families to be deemed eligible, are you able to provide us with a timeline on that? Is it are all families deemed eligible within 30 days as is required?
It is required by the state for families to be deemed eligible within 30 days. Our office actually reduced a 3-month wait time when we got here down to 2 weeks on average. So that is not the barrier. We're lifting
barriers. Can you tell us the percent of families that are deemed eligible?
It varies. I mean, it varies by, time frames. It varies by peak seasons. But the issue, again, with EDY seats, and I've shared this before again, they need to be in the right space. And so I want to say thank you to Chair Joseph and to the council for the $15 million that was provided to extend hours before and after care of school day, school year seats. But where there are not EDY seats in this moment, where there is not year-round programming, I couldn't agree more.
But
Families don't stop working
with all due respect, there are 13% of seats are getting filled in District 16, one of the poorest districts in Brooklyn and Ocean Hill-Brownsville. We're looking at, there isn't a district in New York City where you are filling 80% of the extended day, extended year seats. In most districts, it's under 50%. So we are doing a terrible job at actually reaching out to families and helping them through the eligibility process and connecting them to full day, free childcare and educational opportunity that they desperately need, right? Only 40% of the seats are getting filled, and we are under-enrolling in every single district in New York City. So to tell me that it's a question of where seats are is not the problem. The problem is we're not working with families to effectively make it through the process.
Yeah, I would disagree with that, simply because we've seen such an increase and such a change in the application process and the turnaround time and the removal of the long delays. So we are going to continue at that work. We're going to continue to move seats where they're needed. We're seeing a difference already with the over 270 children benefiting from having the EDY, or the extension, I should say, of year-round or extended day hours from the council's money in different districts where there was not a need.
I have to tell you, with all due respect, truly, Deputy Chancellor, I can hear that there are some areas of improvement, such as the wait time. But every single district in New York City, we're looking at significant numbers. In most districts, a majority of extended day seats are not being filled. So to say that we're doing well is just not right. What I would ask is you work with us. We're putting a lot of vouchers out into the world for exactly the same population. Can we do more to enroll those kids into extended day, extended year seats? We're doing a much better job with the family child care programs for the extended day, extended year seats of filling those seats. We need to be doing it across the system. This is a critical resource that we really deeply believe in the council. That's why we put funding into this year's budget. Yep. But the numbers are still showing that we are doing an abysmal job. And so I'd ask that you partner with us to help work together so that we can address these, because this is a crisis situation that we have huge unmet demand for these seats, and the seats are going unfilled. So I'd love to work with you and your team to understand where in what the eligibility data actually is and how we can do more to handhold our families to get them into these seats, because the demand is so overwhelming and the seats are going unfilled. That doesn't work.
Let's do it. We pledge to work with you, and immediately after this hearing, we'll reach out.
All right, I'm sending an email right now.
With you right away.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Deputy Chancellor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Ressler. Councilmember Shaker.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair Joseph, and good morning to everyone here. Good morning, Chancellor. Nice to see you, too. And thank you for your testimony. I would summarize it like this. I know my colleagues have hit different points. I think, I would say, first of all, I appreciate you all, Chancellor, you at the top, and everyone on your team have been very responsive and communicative on different issues that I've reached out about, that our colleagues have reached out about, so I appreciate that very much. I think the bigger frustration I have overall, and I know, Chancellor, you mentioned you've had conversations with City Hall and the mayor, is City Hall's really lack of commitment and support for working families in this city. And one of the best ways to show that is through our education system. And the cuts that we're seeing and the different programs that are being affected are things that in a $110 billion budget, of which education is a third of that, at roughly 30 billion, 35 billion, these are programs that you could easily find the money for if the will is there. And I'm going to go through some of them, but the biggest problem and frustration I see is just we're cutting from all the different institutions and pillars that support working families. Early childhood education being the most fundamental. We know how crucial it is. It's an investment for the future. And the fact that City Hall and the mayor can't see that and they're chipping away at this is really shocking. And so I know the conversations are happening and I appreciate that. But on that note, I'm going to go through a few different things and programs that are facing cuts, that the dollar amount is not significant in the grand scheme of things, but the investment is significant. So I just want to say, that's putting aside the whole 3K piece, because I think that is the most glaring, from a value standpoint, from a financial standpoint, glaring cut in this budget, and there are many for when it comes to education. So putting that aside, because that's being addressed as the number one, the most glaring issue. First, let's start with school lunches. So I raised this. I know Chair Joseph raised it too at our OMB hearing. The cuts to school lunches, first of all, on one note, just seem completely silly. And I saw it from looking at my school's lunch menu. But not only are they silly, we're talking about how serious they are. This is a time when the New York Times reported child poverty rate is the highest it has been in a decade. 1 out of 4 children is living in poverty. And at the OMB budget hearing, the response to that my questions was, and Chair Joseph's questions was that kids are eating more. That's why they're eating more, because our child poverty rate is so high. Now, I appreciate there's been a restoration of school lunches, mostly, but there's still more to go. And so from an administration that prides itself on healthy eating, healthy living, what is the commitment, what are the conversations with City Hall to restore school lunches that should never have been cut in the first place?
Yeah, no, listen, I agree. This issue became like Foodgate, which was it didn't need to happen as far as I'm concerned. Okay, and I'm glad that it was just a temporary respite. What's interesting about it, though, Council Member, I don't think it affected the ability for kids to eat. All kids were still going to get a full meal. We were talking about some very specific menu items, which initially, when we put them on, I see a lot of pushback from parents saying, my child doesn't want these bean burritos. You're going to make my child starve by putting stuff like this on the menu. And then after a while, everybody got used to it. And as soon as it came off the menu temporarily, we started hearing like, oh my God, how could you take away the bean burritos and some of these other choices? We were able to close the gap on that. We're still working on it. But I don't want that to somehow suggest that there's a child in our school system that's going to go hungry, because I think there were about 3 menu items that were taken off for a couple of weeks. We are fine. We've restored most of them, and I think in the long haul, it'll be just fine. I think it speaks to a larger issue, though, around what you're saying. I'm interested in hearing the other things that you do, in fact, have on the list. But the good thing for me was we heard from the kids themselves across the city. And I will tell you, our process that we engage with our office, really, that is led by Christian Cherico, you heard a moment ago, all the selections that we make on our menu are driven by students. So we listen to the students. This is not just a bunch of adults who determine what's going on the menu. But I don't know that we spoke to the students as we removed some options from the menu. And the kids let their voices be heard very clearly, and we responded, and we're back on track.
Well, I hope to see, and I agree, the loudest constituents you're going to be hearing from, holding you guys accountable, are going to be all the children of our New York City Public Schools, as they did before. I heard it in my home too. But I think part of it is we're getting there. We're not fully restored, but I think it's not just the availability of food; it's that they won't eat it if it's not the variety. I'm a vegetarian, my kids are vegetarian, we saw cuts there too. And so I think if we want to be teaching our children about healthy eating and healthy living, these initiatives have to continue, and I hope to see the full restoration. But let me run through, sorry Chair, if I can, just a few other cuts as well. We talked about obviously 3K, but I know Chair Joseph talked about preschool special education. So that's a $96 million cut. These are our most vulnerable. If we're talking about early education, our vulnerable students, and of that, a subpopulation that is even more vulnerable. So what have your conversations been in talking with the mayor and City Hall about 3K and early childhood education, about specifically as part of that, restoring the preschool special education cuts. Is that on the table too in these conversations?
Yeah, it's on the table. It's all part of the same broad conversations that we're having, that these are our most vulnerable populations. This is where we're hearing the most from around this entire city. So not just from the council, but we're hearing it as well. And I'm making sure that City Hall is hearing it just as clearly. They're also hearing it directly. So that's why in my conversations with them, I cannot tell you definitively, but I would tell you I feel very confident that a lot of these issues are going to be solved for as they work together with the council to make sure that we solve. The issue around 3K should not continue to be a problem for this city in the wake of some of these cuts that we have had, and I expect that some of that will be solved for in the coming weeks.
Okay, to be continued. Next one is on bilingual education, $10 million cut there. You know, my district, I'm always a big vocal champion of bilingual education, but now it's even more crucial with so many asylum seekers, students, and families coming here too. And the mayor at the same time is blaming asylum seekers while cutting all these social services, including bilingual education. So what is the plan? Will that be restored in the executive budget? Why was that cut in the first place? And frankly, we need a lot more than $10 million for bilingual staff and education in our schools.
So bilingual education along with special education pre-K were both stimulus-funded programs. The $10 million you're talking about, there's other money that goes into bilingual education, but those are both stimulus-funded programs. So it's not that they were cut, it's that they're part of our ongoing conversations to try and restore funding for all of those as we move forward. I would just note, really proud actually of the work our schools have done to welcome our asylum-seeking students, and there's other pieces of that stimulus list that are also really critical to support those students, like our coordinators for students in temporary housing, which are also supporting those students and which are also on that stimulus list.
And I know there's a lot more about those issues as well, but I would just say, you know, it's not enough, and we can't be in a world where we're throwing our hands up in the air saying federal stimulus dollars are running out, and that's that, right? These are real investments that we should be making, and so bilingual is a good example of we can't say there's no federal dollars, we can't do it. This should be something we're prioritizing, even before the increase in asylum seekers coming here. Always it should be prioritized in our schools, bilingual education, biliteracy, but now it's even more crucial. So I want to flag that as that's a really important one for an administration committed supposedly to these values. That's a really important one to be, especially if we're placing asylum seekers front and center, as the mayor is doing, and blaming them. This is an investment to actually support asylum seekers and families among all New York City students.
You know, Councilman, the only challenge that I do have here, and I agree with you, I've got a list here, as you all have as well, around all of these programs that have been funded by stimulus dollars, and figuring out now how do you put them into a space where they're supported by sustainable dollars is not an easy deal. But it's a full list, including community schools, STH coordinators, school nurses. I mean, it's a full list. Every one of them deserves to be supported. Right. But you're talking about a tune of billions of dollars that I'm not sure, unless we're getting more help from the state, where it's going to come from. If we had the dollars, I'm not trying to cut any of these programs.
And look, I generally know that, and I believe that, but I think that is what we need to see, and there's a role for every level of government to play in this, no doubt, but that's the conversation with the mayor and with City Hall to have, is exactly, I do believe with the numbers we're talking about, the programs and the budget of the education department, that if the mayor has the will to invest in these programs, City Hall can do it. And I think that is the conversation what you all are having with City Hall, but need to continue. These are things where if the intention is there, they could be funded. I'm short on time, just want to go through it. Sorry, okay. It's just my last two final things is Operation Backpack is a program that provides backpack and supplies for students in temporary housing. I believe, I could be wrong on this number, I think it was like a $250,000 contribution from DOE, but that was also cut. And so what is the intention to restore that? Why was it cut? Is there a discussion to put that money back in to provide backpacks and supplies to students?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. The backpack program, I'm not exactly sure where that is, but we can look into that and get back to you on that. But Flavia, are you familiar with the backpack?
Good morning, council member and chair. What I can say that I believe that the specific programs that you're flagging was funded through the Department of Homeless Services. However, we have continued to work with providing school supplies, backpack. Even as of recently, through the Students in Temporary Housing team, we deployed school supplies across multiple districts. So happy to talk to you more, but know that these resources are still coming and are being provided through the DOE fund and through also stimulus funding at this point.
And thank you for that information, although I wish that program hadn't been cut. I would just say, looking at all of these, backpack school supply program, bilingual education, preschool education, school lunches, right? We're talking about all of these safety net supports for families, for immigrant families, for working families in our education system that are being cut or under attack. And so, again, it goes back to what I said at the beginning. It raises some very serious questions about this administration and this City Hall's commitment on these issues. The last thing I just mentioned is the Urban Advantage program that has not been cut, but I want to flag it as something that DOE should continue to support. It provides science training education. STEM is so important. Teacher certification and training. I add that to say it's not being cut, but these are all things that we'd like to see restored, continued, and supported, because you're fundamentally supporting working families in doing so.
I would just say, just to wrap up, and I know the chair's getting ready to shift to someone else, I would simply say this. The mayor is not Mr. Mean. He's not here just like, I want to just randomly cut programs. What he is working with the reality of the dollars that he has to work with, and so am I. And so at the end of the day, what I do welcome the most is, as I've heard Chair Joseph say many times, us working together to encourage the state and the federal government to continue to, provide additional dollars, because you can pick any program and say it's only $250,000, it's only $3 million. How big could, how effective is that when you talk about the whole budget? But at some point, that $3 million means something. When you start to put all these programs together, you're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars that effectively we do not have. And they were funded by the stimulus dollars, which were always temporary dollars. And the notion that somehow or another those billions of dollars will go away and we shouldn't have to make any adjustments, we should still just be able to make it happen because he's the mayor, it's just not realistic. We need to fight for more dollars. That's the bottom line as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. On the state funding, the governor's budget provides $250 million additional for school aid. The Senate and Assembly, one house supports providing $130 million more. What are your plans for that additional dollars?
How you doing? Once the adopted budget happens, we'll actually be able to make a set of decisions about how the funding is going to be used. But until then, until the enacted, we don't know how much is actually going to come to New York City. So we just have to wait for the enacted budget.
Have you been working with the state to help fill in the gaps that the federal dollars will be leaving behind?
We've been having conversations with the state as well in terms of the federal stimulus dollars that are leaving our budget.
I would just note, as you know, the amount of increase they're talking about is nowhere close to the amount of the stimulus cliff we actually face for next year. We're glad to see that it looks like the inflation adjustment that the governor proposed does not appear to be what the legislature is moving forward on, which would be an additional $130 million for New York City public schools kids, but it still gets nowhere close to the size of the stimulus cliff.
Keep lobbying. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Chancellor, and your dream team.
It's good to see you as well, and I appreciate your leadership on what's happening in Haiti right now. I've been seeing you out there, and those students in our schools matter deeply to us as well. Yes. And I salute you and what you've been doing to call the attention to that part of the world, which has not gotten nearly enough attention.
Right.
And I very much appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you for that. I look forward to your continued partnership with that. As well as me and Chair Joseph trying our best to support Haiti. All right, I'm gonna ask questions about school lunch. I'm just preparing you and your team for the questions. School lunch in Central Brooklyn, initiatives on student retention, and school psychologists and family workers. And the last one will be on restorative justice. So the first one is in regards to the admin's response to an incident in my district and in neighboring areas regarding spoiled, moldy food that was served to students. I wanted to know what steps were taken to address the negligence to protect scholars that participate in the school food program. How has the admin communicated with parents on how has the admin communicated with parents, and what will the communication and messaging be moving forward to gain back the trust of parents who have children in schools, and this is particularly high schools, that participate in the school food program? And did the November PEG impact the school food budgets and the quality of food that's served to students? This next question is about school psychologists. What is the budget for school psychologists and family workers in FY24? And how does that compare to FY25? And how much stimulus funding is there remaining in FY24 for these particular positions? And this question came from a principal that is watching right now and taunting me on this. Migrant children are allowed to register in city schools, but when they leave the city, they are not leaving contact information so that we can discharge children from schools, which affects attendance rates. How can we assure that we can do right by our migrant children by making sure they are safe in new cities and discharge them appropriately so that it doesn't impact their attendance rates for the schools? So that's from a principal in the district. And can you provide an update on efforts to improve school safety and security measures across the district? That is because we don't have crossing guards at 3 schools in our district, and we have had children who were hurt or died fatally from car crashing into them. And the last one is, can the admin elaborate on recent initiatives on programs aimed at reducing dropout rates for high school students? Sorry for the barrage of questions.
No, that's okay. You know how to get them all in. Right, so the issue of the spoiled food, Chris, you want to speak about what happened there?
Thank you for the question, council member. We serve over 900,000 meals a day. If there are any incidents or situations with food, we investigate immediately and remediate immediately. The situation in Brooklyn, we were there days after we found out about the incident, but the staff on site who is trained in food safety reported back to us that there were no reported incidents at those schools, even though there were press-related incidents that came out. I visited all of the schools actually last week to inspect every single site, and every single site visited did not have any issues with DOH violations or any reports of DOH violations for the past couple of years that inspections did happen. The staff that we have, over 8,000 of them, are trained in food safety and are responsible for making sure students at every single school get nutritious and delicious meals daily. It's really important that we communicate with school communities, which we do. We do that through the principals at every single school. We make sure that every single meal is looked at, every date is checked on our products, and we're cooking at the right temperatures. I would love to say that we are trying to be perfect every day. We are, but when incidents happen, we will make sure we take care of it. But I want to just make sure the communities of those schools and all schools understand that we take food safety at the most important part of our job every single day, doing that to make sure kids are getting the right nutrition. As far as what was in the press, I cannot answer to that, but I can tell you that the staff at all of those schools made sure that kids were getting the right nutrition, the right food, and looking at the menu to make sure kids were being engaged about the food that they were being given.
So I appreciate the response. It's not a good enough response. We have pictures of moldy food that kids ate already, and no one from the DOE ever followed up with these parents. I did a walkthrough at the school last year, November. The same issue happened at that time. While we appreciate the change in menu and diversity for food options, parents were not followed up with after this incident. And we have asked for that. No one ever followed up. So we have to create some type of system that, one, where we could communicate with parents to address the issue and create trust. So we have to figure that out right away. This happened 2 weeks ago.
I would personally follow up with those parents. When we reached out to all of those schools, we did not get any information about those incidents or...
I have the pictures, so I can share.
So we'll work with the council member right away to do an immediate follow-up on that for sure. On the school psychologist question?
Yes. So on school psychologists, the specific breakdown for psychologists we're going to need to come back to you about. The stimulus money, just to say it is supporting almost 100 psychologists. That money, you said, is that available this year? That money will be available throughout the rest of this year, but is again on the list of stimulus cliffs for next year.
And
we'll get the breakdown for psychologists.
the extra 100 psychologists, that is the expansion that DOE was able to implement about a year and a half ago?
Is that what we got?
No worries.
One more time. Pre-COVID, we were able to add a cohort of additional psychologists and itinerant psychologists, which is, I think, the cohort you're thinking about.
Yes.
The stimulus-funded psychologists are our most recent addition, and that Emma was just speaking.
That 100?
Yes.
And will that be consistent for FY25?
It's on the list of stimulus-funded programs that we're continuing to advocate for funding for.
Okay, we'll support it.
The question you had about the migrants and the
Yes.
discharges, Flavia.
So I think I first will say that it will be great to exchange information of the school specifically. So for that principal who's watching, so that she knows that she has a team here and at the district level that can support. So the reality is, provided that a student remains in a school register, that is going to impact attendance and it's going to impact the rate of the school. But in addition to that, to discharge students, we have to adhere to both chancellor regulation and state regulations. So ensuring that we first and foremost have a school where that student has enrolled, if they have decided to move out of the state, is one of the provisions that we have to do to ensure that that student is accounted for. After a certain period of time, if we're able to track contact of the students, the school can certainly go back, and in some instances, you can apply the discharge retroactively so that it has less of an impact on the attendance. So I think if you are able to share the DVN, I can connect with you at the end so we can work specifically with that principal in partnership with the superintendent to ensure that we're clear. But in terms of locating those students, if they're concerned, we certainly have attendance teachers. We also have the Students in Temporary Housing team who works with the shelter. And then one of the things that we have done fairly recently with support of the administration is we have created a new MOU with Health and Hospital and HMH and some of the places who are supporting the HERCs, which allow us to more easily exchange information. So we should, by all means, if a student was in a school and is no longer here, be able to work with our partners to figure out where that student is at this time.
So I'll connect with you. I think the issue, I think you just raised it, is the attendance teachers. They're having complications with that transaction. So I think that's where we need to kind of fit in and see how we could be supportive to the attendance teachers to grab that data.
Yeah, absolutely, and let us know. But the attendance teachers in-house is not always the person who's doing the discharge. But happy to talk about each of those and partner and continue to create clarity.
And Flavia, the dropout question as well.
The programs that are being implemented to address
dropout prevention
rates so that there's more retention instead of reduction?
So what I can say in terms of dropout at the high school level, I know that a lot of the work that we're doing, both in terms of providing virtual school, also looking at alternatives for our students, whether it is maximizing opportunities such as our transfer schools who focus on overage, undercredited. So I don't think it's a single strategy, but it's really looking at that individual student and what their needs are. But ultimately, in addition to that, there's that intersections between finding the appropriate program for students and also working with our attendance teachers to ensure that if we do have a student who ultimately decided that there's a true forward pathway for that student, so that at the end they have an alternative for their education.
And on the question around the school crossing guards, school crossing guards, a lot of people think work for us. They work for the NYPD.
Right, we're aware.
Okay.
But
so
we need support from DOE regarding.
Absolutely. So if you just, let's follow up on that. You'll let us know exactly what you're talking about. And we have some influence there in terms of making sure that need gets met.
All right, thank you.
All right, but
Thank
we'll
you, Madam
certainly
Chair.
follow up. Thank you.
But every time NYPD come here, they say there's a shortage. So
yeah, it is.
There's a shortage in school crossing guards because of salary. And the majority of the workforce is women of color. So maybe we need to start talking about contract and pay raises for crossing guards in order to obtain them. Retention is very important.
That's right.
I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Stevens and Gennaro. On school nurses, how many do you have that are full-time?
Do you mean full-time or staff as opposed to contract?
Full-time. The contract question is coming.
Give me a second to find it. Hold on a second. I need a second. You want to go next?
You want to go to the next question, or you want to wait until she finds it?
How many are contracted nurses?
I'm getting both.
It's a series of questions, Chancellor. You want me to jump around while she looks for it?
No. You want to?
I'll call on Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. Start with arts education. How many schools lack an arts instructor certified? And what is this as a percentage? How many students are not meeting their state mandated level of arts? Obviously, we'd like to have a report. I just remember years ago, I think the Bloomberg administration actually had reports on a regular basis about this issue, and how much stimulus funding is expiring on arts education. That's question number one. On the school food, Chris does a great job. I was at a high school yesterday for one of their wonderful musical programs, and all they do is talk about school food. The kids don't like it, no matter what we do. And so my question is, does it need more money? Does it need a variety? Does it need what Councilmember Lee suggested, different subs? And how many vacancies are in the school food office? That's a question about school food. I'm also want to know about school buses. The cost and percentage of on time. I know you're working with VIA. Hopefully that's helping, but I don't know. I also want to understand the charter schools. I'm not a big charter supporter, I'll be honest with you. Everybody knows that. And I don't understand why we have to pay them so much money. How much are we paying them? Is there anything we can do about that cost? And then just finally, groups like YAI are owed like $12 million. So just generally, how are we addressing some of the issues regarding the nonprofits that still need to be paid? I know you're working on it, but $12 million is owed to YAI. Thank you.
Paul Thompson, who has our arts office, did you get the questions up front on the arts?
Yes. Good afternoon, Speaker Joseph and council members. The answer to your question is that there are 307 schools without certified arts teachers.
307?
307.
Okay.
Yes. Now, that should also be understood in the context of, based on the 2022-23 Arts in the School report, that 99% of principals in elementary schools 1 through 5, 99% of principals in middle schools, that would be 6 through 8, and 100% of high school principals 9 through 12 reported that they were teaching at least one arts subject in their building. So while there is a shortage of the 307 teachers, that's not to say that there are no arts in those schools.
So that would mean they have to have an outside organization working with them. Is that what you're telling me?
That's exactly right. So we have a long-standing collaborative relationship to the cultural arts partners and organizations in New York City.
I know every last one of them.
Yeah, they're amazing, and really the experiment of arts in New York City public schools would not happen without them.
Okay, I'm just saying, I appreciate this information. I think that one group working with, 200 to 800 students is just not enough. So all I'm saying is, what would be your cut to the feds in terms of dollars? What is that number, if there is one? And what else are you suggesting that we do for the arts? Because whatever you're saying is just not enough. I see the schools, they need more.
Well, I will go to my colleagues when it comes to budget in relationship to the arts, but what I would say is that it is our position, yes, absolutely, it would be ideal to have a certified arts teacher in every single one of our schools.
So what are we doing to do that? Is it a shortage of teachers, or is it budget, or is it both?
It's both. I mean, one of the things that we're doing within the arts office to help support our schools is really help to support principals in a way that we have not before. So principals have an incredible amount of discretion. They do the hiring. They're also responsible for the tenure process along with superintendents with principals. So our office has set out with new programs to work with specifically with principals so that we can best advise them on how they're using the arts to embed it in their school's instructional philosophy, just into the bedrock of what they do, so that they're thinking about the arts when they're hiring. We're also working with principals to make sure that they understand how to work and coach with teachers while they're going through their probationary period working toward tenure. And so for the arts office, that's where we have the most window into helping support teacher retention.
Okay, does anybody know, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so on the food, I'm going to suggest we do a road trip with you, with Chris Cherico, because
We're gonna go eat.
Yeah, let's go eat. Yeah, let's go visit some schools. Let's
But
go
we
eat.
have to do it with students.
No, absolutely with students. There are lots of schools where I would go that I've gone, and kids absolutely love the food. So I don't know, it's just one way. They all love it, they don't love it. But where we find that kids are not satisfied and not getting what they really think they need, let's follow. But we'd love to follow, because I know you brought this up several times. I'd love to get out there. Talking about your question on the buses, Emma, real quick.
Buses.
So before we get to buses, there's about $41 million in federal stimulus funding for arts this year. We're spending about $500 million total, and about $41 million is the federal money. $25 million of that is going out to schools for schools to spend on arts, and the rest is some restorations. The previous administration replaced some previously existing programs supported by tax levy with stimulus dollars, and so there's another $16 million of that.
So that
on busing.
That could be cut, then is what you're saying, or?
But that whole, I mean,
The whole-
again, we are advocating for none of this to be cut, but the full amount is that 40 million, and yes, it's all federal dollars.
And
It's
that's
federal expiring dollars.
expiring dollars.
And then on busing,
Yeah.
so VIA's great. We're really proud of the work we've done to roll out VIA this year. It is now citywide. We have families downloading the app and using it every day. In the future, VIA will allow us to look at on-time arrival. Honestly, the first thing we prioritized was families knowing where their kids were. And so that's phase one, and that's what we're doing. We're going to sort of move through the next round of information for families, sort of push notification for families about their bus coming, and then it will comprehensively give us on-time information after that. So it's down the road, but it's not available now. We do get information from bus companies when buses are late, but frankly, it's self-reported and not very reliable, so we don't really rely on it.
So when do you think the on-time?
I need to double check on the latest implementation plan, and we'll get back. It's not for this fall.
So it could be 25.
Yeah. I'll double check though. And the total spend there is roughly in the $1.7 billion amount for our transportation.
The charter schools question.
Charter school, yeah.
Yes, council members, so there's about $3.2 billion.
$3.2 billion.
Where we're essentially to pass through. That's the, per pupil essentially that goes to charters. Then there's about $235 million that is the rent assistance for charters. That's about $235 million.
And that number's up from past, is that correct?
That number is up. Again,
How much?
as you know,
Is that how much is it up?
year over year, I don't know, Emma may have that. She'll pull it.
So what are we doing about it? We just have to do it, or is there something we could do to say to the state that this is not acceptable?
It's a mandate. It's a state mandate, and the law basically provides, we either provide.
But we don't say anything to the state like this isn't right?
I'm sorry,
Do we say anything to the state like this is not appropriate? Do we fight this?
Well,
It's in the law. It's in the law, and that's been the challenge. We are basically a pass-through. The state says, these students who attend these schools are students who deserve support just like everybody else. And as part of the reason why we also try to keep the charter schools in our traditional public schools when we have space, because if we don't, we've got to spend even more money to put them in their own space.
That's a whole other topic,
That's
Tim.
a whole nother map.
That's a whole other topic.
You mentioned something about the nonprofits.
Yeah, YAI is old, and there may be others. I just didn't know how you were addressing some of the back owed dollars to some of these nonprofits. YA is 12 million owed.
I'm not familiar with that particular nonprofit. Council member. Is
Are they
this
special? That's a special education, right?
Special
Yeah,
ed.
so we've gotten a number of inquiries. That, these typically are providers I talked about in response to Councilmember Schulman,
Yeah.
who are providing services to students who are in independent parochial schools. Those are driven by these due process cases. Just to say, this is not as simple as we've got an invoice from one of our contracts we pay. As we heard about in early childhood, we've smoothed out a lot of that. This is, we actually have to track it from the judge essentially ordering particular services. So just, we'll look at this particular one
Okay.
for sure and get back to you.
Why is a little bit different, but you can definitely look at it. And I do want to say thank you for briefing Chancellor with elected officials on a regular basis. Much appreciated. And as I say at every hearing, DOE is doing a phenomenal job with the migrant families, phenomenal. And obviously, I go to all the open arms meetings, but I want to say congratulations to the parent coordinators, teachers. Those students, we want to keep them in the schools.
Yes.
They are making a huge difference. There was one yesterday I saw that had written a composition for an amazing musical right there on stage,
Wow.
just done recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, you want to give the chair?
Thank you, Councilmember. You have my answers on the nurses.
So the number of DOE staff nurses is 684, DOHMH is 1,071, and contract nurses is 1,523. And the spends behind that in New York City Public Schools, we're spending about $225 million, DOHMH 42. And obviously those bounce around.
Thank you. Let's go back to transportation a little bit. How much of the students impacted by the 60-day shelter had to move to different parts of the city, opted to stay in schools they were originally enrolled in? How many have chosen to enroll in schools closer to the shelter? How is DOE helping students transport from shelter to school? Is rideshare still in use?
So in terms of the number of students directly impacted by the 60-day rule, we'll have the best data on that once we fully operationalize the MOU that was previously mentioned, because then we can ensure we can share data about individual students between New York City Public Schools, the HERCs, NYSEM, et cetera. What we are seeing so far, based on our estimates, is that it's a fairly low number of students who are moving shelters and schools. There's students moving schools, and there's students leaving the system, but the actual percentage of students moving shelters and schools is fairly low so far, from our estimates. We don't have the actual data yet.
And you'll be able to get me some concrete data, right?
Once we've fully operationalized the data sharing is when we'll really know who's received the 60-day notice and ensure we can tell where they're going, yes.
It's reported that Head Start staff who work at CBOs and are part of DC 37, DC 1707, Local 95 had lost their health insurance. The city is part of that collective bargaining agreement.
Who's that? I'm not sure.
I guess you'll get back to me on that.
Yeah, give us that one more time. Just want to make sure we got that real clear.
The question is, it's been reported that Head Start staff who work at CBOs and are part of DC 37, DC 1707, Local 95 have lost their health insurance. The city is part of that collective bargaining agreement.
Do we know that? Do we have that?
While we're not the employer of those staff members, we certainly can look into that.
So what is the city going to do to reinstate the health insurance of these staffs immediately?
That way, again, those would be questions, I think, outside of New York City Public Schools, but we can certainly look into what information the Office of Labor Relations and others have regarding the collective bargaining agreement.
You'll make sure you keep the council in the loop as this happens. We understand that negotiations between the city, DC 37, DC 1707, Local 205, and the Daycare Council for CBO teachers and staff working in early childhood education programs are ongoing. Does New York City schools support pay salary parity for this workforce to match the deal that the city and UFT struck in June of 2023?
Yeah, it's right. Right. Yes, we are supportive of that. So we will keep the council abreast of how this plays out, this process. But we absolutely want to see the pay parity. But we're working together with the city around that issue. It's all connected to this whole early childhood paradigm.
Absolutely, that workforce will be gone.
No, we get it.
We'll be right back at square one.
I get it.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, Chancellor and Deputy Chancellors. First, I wanted to just take a moment to echo each and every one of my colleagues who has talked about their concerns with cuts to 3K and pre-K. It's really nerve-wracking as the mom of an 18-year-old, hearing parents and 18-year-old, yeah, minus a lot of years because he's 18 months. Me and you, girl, the three of us. It's just very concerning to hear the parents in my district with their concerns. So the first question that I wanted to ask is a clarifying question. You mentioned earlier in response to one of Councilmember Rita Joseph's questions that there were 23,000 seats combined. Are those waitlisted? Are those 3K, pre-K waitlist numbers?
No, that was in response to how many seats are currently available for families. There's 23,000.
Okay, thank you. And could you provide the council a breakdown of the location of those seats?
Absolutely, yes, we have and we will continue to do so.
Great. Thank you so much. And I also want to follow up on Councilmember Ressler's line of questioning regarding districts where demand outstrips capacity, and on the flip side, districts that have excess capacity. And I just, you know, I don't know this stuff as well as some of my colleagues, and I'm having a lot of trouble understanding that discrepancy between 3K pre-K enrollment numbers in the school year category versus extended day, just because it would seem that most people, like, you know, most working parents would need the extended day. So can you re-explain why that is? What is the discrepancy from DOE's understanding?
Sure. So with the extended day, extended year seats, we also have to understand that they come with a large application process and federal regulations, which also includes citizenship status, to be clear. So not every family is eligible for those seats. And so when we look at our Head Start seats, those are year-round programming, and those are extended day, and those do not have a citizenship status. So a lot of the work that we've continued to do is to make sure that we can get the seats in the right place. So it's not to say, I would never disagree, and I've said here publicly a number of times, that families are in need of extended days and extended year programming for their children, especially working families. But not everyone will be eligible for the existing EDY seats. There are other types of programming, there are other types of options that we're looking to put into place, and also to shift those seats to spaces where they're actually needed and where they can be used. So there are nuances there, but that is the work.
Thank you. And with respect to just the hours, what exactly is the difference between the hours in a school day, school year, and an extended day, extended year?
Sure. So many of our extended day, extended year sites may open at 7 and close at 5:30 or 6 o'clock, right? Compared to a very traditional school day, school year seat that may be somewhere between 8:50 to 2:50, 3:30.
Got it. Thank you.
And 10-month programming, I should say, versus extended year, which would be 12-month programming because families don't stop working on June 30th.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and is there, in the conversations and considering eligibility with federal funding sources, I imagine, is part of right-sizing the DOE rededicating funds to extended day, extended year, funds that don't have the same kind of restrictions?
So adding funds to increase that is something that actually the council has done through the $15 million that they've provided. Taking school day, school year seats and adding on hours and putting these seats in places where there are no extended day, extended year seats and or limited ones or limited year-round programming through Head Start. And as I said, we've already seen the difference there where there is no application or eligibility status, but it already is supporting the families that are living in those districts.
Thank you so much. And my next question is a follow-up to Councilmember Krishnan, who was asking about bilingual education, and we talked about the $10 million that we're losing due to federal stimulus funds, or that we're not, the administration, the mayor has not proposed replacing. I want to highlight that only 46% of these English language learner students graduate from high school in 4 years, even before the pandemic. So just for the record, can you share how this funding, the $10 million that we're slated to lose in the mayor's preliminary budget, how has that funding been used and what impact has it had?
the
No, miss.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I need to be sworn in.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do. Thank you. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry, can you just state your name for the record?
Mirza Sanchez Medina.
Thank you.
Yeah, with respect to $10 million that are being cut to bilingual education programs due to expiring stimulus funds, how had that funding been used and what impact did it have?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So during the pandemic, we know that there were a lot of needs and challenges. We used funding to ensure that we provided resources for families and units for students in the classroom. But in addition to that, because social emotional learning is so important when supporting multilingual learners, we worked on developing programs like Dream Squad, where schools learn how to work with multilingual learners and build teams and build programs. And the chair has been and I will visit some of our programs. We also build programs like the Immigrant Ambassador Program to support in collaboration with CUNY to ensure that, again, schools know how to work with the increased number of migrants, especially to schools that did not have that experience. And we've also provided professional learning through the districts directly to schools. We were able to, in addition to that, open 66 new bilingual programs. So we're working on what we call the bilingual revitalization, which means that we are working to strengthen those existing programs, but in addition to that, work with schools that never had bilingual programs on a 3-year continuum. First year, we're learning together. Second year, you open your program, we build that continuity, because we want to ensure that these schools continue the programs after we have the funding. And in addition to that, we provided funding to schools to have libraries, culturally and linguistically responsive libraries. Earlier, there was a question about older multilingual learners. We worked with the Superintendent Sullivan of the transfer schools, and we opened 6 new programs within those existing transfer schools to ensure that staff knew how to work with multilingual learners, that they did a whole plan to work with the families, and in addition to that, we brought in professional learning to ensure that they continue. We have other partners that work with them. The International Networks continues to work with them when we couldn't continue the funding, but part of the work that we're doing is to how to ensure it's not just to build a program, but also build the foundation for the program to continue in the absence of funding.
Thank you. And just to clarify, everything that you've just described, all of these supports, that is slated to be cut in the mayor's preliminary proposed budget.
So what is slated to be cut is the additional funding that we sent to schools to support, but the Division of Multilingual Learners is set to continue the work moving forward.
Very, very problematic. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gutierrez? No, Rivera. Councilmember Rivera.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, I'm Councilmember Rivera. How you doing? So thank you for everything that you do. Thank you especially. I want to echo a lot of my colleagues who mentioned your work also with families seeking asylum and their presence in our school system. I especially see that in districts 1 and 2 in Manhattan. I know we're all experiencing this. A couple of follow-up questions to what my colleagues asked. Let me start with my brilliant colleague to my right. You mentioned the $10 million in expiring stimulus funding for dual language. Are you all talking to OMB and City Hall about possibly baselining that funding, that $10 million?
All of these things are on the list of programs we're talking to OMB and City Hall about in terms of the expiring stimulus dollars and our desire to continue these programs.
Yeah, so it's not just that. It's a wide range. You've got people here who are going to be testifying today whose work is on this same list. And they all do critical work, every single one of them. So we're not just talking about one specific thing. It's a wide range. And City Hall and OMB would love to do all of them.
All right,
but the reality is just where the funding is going to come from to do them all.
Well, Spanish-English dual language programs are really important for ensuring that students can learn in their own language while gaining fluency in English. School District 1 has a few elementary school dual language programs, but no middle school programs. And given the influx of immigrants of every age who could benefit from dual language programs, have you considered opening a citywide middle school for English language learning?
That's a great idea.
I have a great location for you too.
Yeah, okay.
School District 1 is ideal. We actually are looking at a space in what we call Junior High School 56 on Montgomery Street. And we're working with Superintendent of District 1, Carrie Chen, who's been incredibly dedicated to this work.
We are actually in conversation with her and her team about opening programs. I will tell you, as a former principal of all bilingual programs and having students coming from all over the city, it's extremely important to have these programs. Part of the work that we're doing with bilingual revitalization is precisely that. We mapped out the city and we looked at where are the opportunities, and we've had conversations with superintendents, with principals. That's why I'm saying I smile, because I know we're having a conversation with Superintendent Chan about opening bilingual programs and working with her district and her team as well.
Yeah,
Great
we're
idea.
very excited. The location might technically be Henry Street, but you know, LES, Lower East Side. So we're very excited about that possibility.
Yeah,
I'd love
let's
to
sit down and work. Let's sit and talk and follow up on that.
Okay, so while we're in the Lower East Side, last August, the Chancellor joined me at PS 188 to see a program with the Literacy Academy Collective.
Yes.
Which it was a summer rising site. It was a new program in which DOE teachers were trained by a teacher from Windward, which is one of these premier schools that really it focuses on children living with dyslexia and other language-based learning disabilities. I guess premier is a way of saying private. Okay. That was
We have some premier schools. in our
that's why
public schools that
I
are
don't
not
want to
private.
get the words mixed up here. We have a fantastic school system
Yes.
that we need to invest in, and it's the public school system. But these Windward teachers came in. They had the Preventing Academic Failure. It was a structured literacy reading programs, and you seem to really enjoy the program and see the benefits. In fact, it's being expanded this summer, but because of funds from Trinity Wall Street. And so I wonder, are there any plans to expand and address the disparities covered in this curriculum, specifically what the administration is doing to support students living with dyslexia?
So we have, that was a great school visit. There was a parent that there last year that almost had everybody in tears, and she talked about her son and just how disconnected he was from school until he got that level of exposure and support. It was amazing. We have met with members of the Literacy Academy Collective and about very specifically expanding and scaling their work. So these conversations are happening now, and I'm very hopeful that we're going to be able to do something.
And generally, just with students living with dyslexia, what is the administration doing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, yeah. You want to just talk a little bit more? Just the broad work, because this has been a priority area for us around students with dyslexia.
Thank you, Kara. The move, as you know, Councilmember Rivera, the move from K to K-2 phonics and mandating that has been a huge asset for our kids with dyslexia, because they too have universal access to a curriculum that teaches them phonics that they can actually learn from. And so that is like our number one universal safeguard for kids with dyslexia, is making sure that in kindergarten to second grade, no matter where they are, no matter what school they attend, they're going to be in a classroom that's going to be using an Orton Gillingham based, which is an evidence-based program that is shown to work for students with dyslexia. So that's the number one. Number two, we've been really happy that there are AIS, that's academic intervention coordinators at the district level, that are working with schools across their districts to ensure that when that curriculum, or if that curriculum or whatever ELA curriculum isn't working, that schools have a set of tools to use for interventions, and that has been another successful initiative. On the special education side, we've been training our school psychologists on how to assess through educational assessments for where kids might have delays that are associated with print-based disability. So while school psychologists can't diagnose for dyslexia, we can certainly identify where those gaps are and then match up instructional strategies that will address those gaps.
Just one other note, council member, appreciate your interest and support for LAC. We're very grateful to them. They're a really important partner. And one of the exciting things that has come out of that partnership is the South Bronx Literacy Academy. So I understand it's not Lower Manhattan, but we're so pleased that we're able to offer to the families in the South Bronx the same sort of structured literacy program that is so effective for students with dyslexia and other print-based disabilities. So we're learning a lot from that new school and hope that we're going to be able to expand on that.
Thank you. And the families of the South Bronx are certainly deserving of that investment, so I appreciated wherever it landed, and I just want to echo all the support for arts and education and ensuring that we get that curriculum implemented more broadly. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Council Member. Quick question for you. Could you please provide the committee with an update on dyslexia screening pilot program at East River Academy, which was supposed to have begun in January? Where are we on that?
All right, we'll have to get back to you on that, and hopefully we can get that before this session is over here today.
Have teachers needed for this program been hired and trained for dyslexia screenings?
I'm not sure right now. As soon as let's get a download, so we'll come back to you on it. Yeah.
So I'll pivot back to that
Yeah, we'll come
question while you look for the answer. I have a quick question for you on pay parity. The Comptroller's Office of Budget estimate that of January 2024, the city would need to provide $41.6 million annually to bring the salary of CBO teachers up to par with their DOE counterparts.
Karen, you got?
That's a budget question. Can I get someone on the budget team to answer that, please?
So we don't have an estimate on the pay parity for CBOs. DC Ahmed, I don't know if you have anything in your world, but from the budget standpoint, we don't. We work in partnership with OMB and their labor team on those issues, particular issues.
And you'll get that to us, the council, once that's done?
Yes.
So of your full-time lead teacher with early childhood, how many are employed by DOE and how many are lead teachers in CBOs? And Chancellor's not gonna like what I'm gonna say. You didn't do your homework.
I'm sorry, Chair. What was the last? I'm working on, Christina Foti is going to give the answer on River Academy.
So what efforts are being made to make the CBO salary par with New York City public school counterparts? What are we doing?
I mean,
We're gonna lose that sector.
As we said, this is a budget issue. It is going to require a funding stream which hasn't existed up till now. Pay parity, it's not like pay parity used to exist and now it doesn't exist. It never has existed. We agree. It's a huge problem. The administration, including the mayor, has made clear this is a big priority. This is clearly a dollar and cents issue. We can find the funding. We would love to have broad universal pay parity and have that baseline, but it is right now, it has to be a new funding stream that's identified.
41.6 million annually. So get that report to me, please. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Chair, did you want to hear from Chief Foti about River Academy?
Yes,
and the
please. Thank you.
dyslexia program? Thank you.
And Chair, we're doing our homework every day, I promise you. This is a passion for all of us. So in terms of dyslexia programs in East River, I'm going to refer to my paper because I'm not the person who's been working on this, but this program has been living in teaching and learning under Deputy Chancellor Quintana's leadership, and I know this is something that is incredibly important to her. So far, the dyslexia screener has been provided. inmates aged 18 to 21 identified as being at risk are referred to New York City Public Schools for additional screening. The screeners, and to avoid any eduspeak, are the same screeners that we're using in our school psychologists are using, and our teachers in New York City Public Schools are using, which we know are the most effective.
How many students are you serving?
I don't have that here, Chair, but we'll certainly be happy to get you a full update.
So that whole section of the questioning will have to be answered, because there's more question. If you don't have any answers, there's no need for me to go forward. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see everyone, and thank you, Chancellor and Deputy Chancellors. Many questions have already been raised, so I will limit the repetition of questions. But I also just want to start with a compliment and just give you all your flowers for NYC Reads. I've heard really, really positive feedback from parents, from schools, and from kids themselves. So that's really, really incredible, and happy to see it fully expanded in the next coming school year. I wanted to ask about, in a previous Education Committee hearing regarding class size reduction, something kind of peaked in one of the testimonies regarding the realities of looking for class space and potentially utilizing 3K space in these school buildings. Can you all share if there's been any more update or any more information since that hearing about kind of how you're all thinking about creating space in schools that need it? Essentially, the trade-off being 3K, which obviously we go really hard for here.
So there's actually a lot of trade-offs in terms of the space in buildings, and the class size working group, which is the group that recommended we look at 3K space, actually also asked us to ask principals to look at other space in buildings that is not being used for classroom space. So they made both of those recommendations. Since we were here a couple of weeks ago, that continues to be one of the recommendations from the working group. It's certainly not something we want to be doing, right? One of the things we pointed out in that hearing is it's not just 3K space, there's arts classrooms, there's CBO space, there's a lot of spaces in our buildings that are not going to class size reduction now that we believe are serving an important purpose and that we don't want to be repurposing for class size reduction. That's one of the reasons, I know capital hearing's next, but that's one of the reasons there's a capital cost.
I would just say this to you, Councilmember, it's a really critical question that you're asking. And it is one of the challenges that we now face. There are lots of issues that you all fight for as city council members that are based upon the way we have to implement the class size law is going to put a lot of other issues in danger. And 3K and 3K seats in our public schools is one of them. So if we've got a law that's been mandated by the state that says you've got to lower that class size, and if the only way we can lower the class size is to remove the 3K programs out of that school to free up the space to do it, what am I supposed to do? I've been mandated by the law, by the state, to do that. And there are a number of other things that are going to have to take place in order for us to be fully compliant with the law. It's not a law that you passed, but it's a law that was passed through the state legislature.
A law that I support. And just to clarify, though, do charter schools have the same mandate of class size reduction?
The law does not apply to charter schools and doesn't apply anywhere else in the state besides New York City.
Fantastic. And so we've already emphasized the problem that it is for public school advocates, many of whom are on the council, for the amount of money that is being budgeted to cover rent in private spaces while we're having this conversation in 2024, the realities of class size reduction and having to trade off 3K spaces. I don't have a lot of time left, so I just want to go through my next two questions, but thank you. On the childcare providers pay parity for CBO staff, I want to compliment you, Dr. Ahmed. I think you've come to council many times and testified on how much better you're doing, on how the unit is doing on reimbursing these providers. Can you speak to a little bit more where we are, and just wanted to uplift in the instances in schools in my district, you've been super helpful as you have in other council districts. But I do think that piece is crucial to how we talk about funding our child care providers when we're not even paying the existing contracted ones on time or at all. And that to me does go hand in hand with pay parity. So can you speak to a little bit if there's any more improvement that you can share with how that's gone?
Absolutely, and thanks so much for your feedback. That always means a lot, and it's much appreciated. There's been incredible improvements in the system. There were many processes and internal, external processes that were eliminated to really improve the efficiency of the system and to streamline it even more than we did within our first year of this administration. And I think it's really, really important to note that just from July to December, right, in this fiscal year, we saw an increase by over 130% during the same time period last year in invoice submission.
Of invoice submission, okay.
Right, which is huge. From July to December, we saw over a 244% increase in vendor invoice payment compared to last year. So there have been several systems put into place to support providers in submitting invoices. There have been several supports put into place to refine and improve the actual system and eliminate any burdensome requirements to ensure absolutely timely payment and supports for all of our providers.
Thank you. Chair, can I ask one more? I am encouraged, Chancellor, by one of your first answers to Chair Joseph about the realities of 3K and how hard you're fighting. I don't think any of us want to walk into our communities and say that 3K is cut. Can you, and I know that you're limited on how much you can share, but what is the budget amount, if you can, that you are all fighting for in restoring some of these cuts? Because there were multiple pegs in November and in January, and obviously we're talking about federal dollars upwards of like 460. So just curious on what that amount is, as much as you can share.
Right. Very specifically, we're talking about the 170 and then the 92, which is part of the stimulus cliff as well, which is also going to have an impact.
Okay.
As well as the special education pre-K seats that were mentioned earlier, which is also part of the stimulus cliff, and that's also about 90 million. So all of those.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may I get
You're
back
welcome. Councilmember Stevens.
Well, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How you guys doing? I know you had a long day. You guys have been doing great. Just a couple things even before I start my questions and thinking about, obviously with class sizes, I think this is something that we all could agree on. However, understanding that the state also needs to do their part. So I want to continue to uplift and say, let's work together to figure what that looks like, because I think that it was a mandate that was done with good intentions, but also not thinking about how they have not invested in funding in DOE for a number of years and have now placed this in the lap of by saying, we fully funded you guys. And I don't, that really grinds my gears. I don't like things that don't make sense. And even with the 3K, I think, we have to come to a place where it's like, we got to figure out how to fix the system, because that's part of the issue. And I know you guys have been literally trying to put gauze on a wound that's been bleeding for a number of years. And so although you've made progress, it doesn't necessarily feel that way because it's still hemorrhaging. And so thinking about how do we pause to figure out how to really fix this. And I've spoken to you guys a number of times of thinking about how to make sure that we're your thought partners in this process as we're continuing to fix and change it, because everyone wants it and we want it to work, but if it's not working and we don't fix the systemic issues, it's going to continue to have vacancies. So definitely want to continue to work with you guys on that. I have 3 buckets. It's going to be summarizing, obviously. I was looking at a report today around the new arrivals and young people, and then the last one is just LTW. So I'll start with summarizing. Everyone knows I have some issues with summarizing, because the model in theory makes sense, but it's struggling, especially when young people want to be out exploring the city, and because of the way it's set up, kids can't really do that. But I know a lot of the pushback is this is to help and support academics. Has there been any academics assessments done for us to see the progress that's been being done? And if so, could you share that information?
Do we have any?
We are just looking at the data from last summer, so we can certainly share that with you. Yes.
I would not to just hear about last summer. I mean, this we're going into our 3rd summer, so I would love to see how we have been progressing, and also understanding and taking into account of COVID. But I think that it's important because it's being touted that the reason we keep going to summarizing is because it's around the academics, and we know that summer camp also produces the same type of help with summer learning loss. And so when we're thinking about fiscal times, an additional $80 million was given because of the sunset with the federal stimulus to DOE to do this program, and thinking about, well, we probably could have used that somewhere else, and thinking about, does this this relationship in this way continues to make sense with federal money being a main culprit of summarizing, and how do we kind of start thinking, adjusting other ways. So I would definitely love to see those numbers around academics. And then the other thing, even around summarizing, I know we have been doing great efforts. I just had a call with DOE and DYCD around the efforts that we're making around collaborations, but still talking to providers, they still do not feel like it is an equal partnership. They still feel like they are being told things by DOE, and DOE is the lead, and they are kind of like working to meet your goals. And so can you talk about how can we make this summer feel much more collaborative and not so DOE heavy, and making sure that providers are feeling just as respected in these conversations as DOE staff?
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly open to that level of collaboration, and would love to even follow with you. Maybe we can together work to convene a group of our CBOs from around the city who are part of this, work with us, and figure out how we can, in fact, work together. Because we certainly don't want the model to be just a whole range of just academic supports, which our kids do need.
Agreed.
But I'm a big believer also that education happens outside of the four walls of the school.
Agreed.
And creating these other opportunities where kids do get a chance to experience the city as part of their learning process. It is part of the design. But if folks are feeling as though they're not getting, CBOs are not feeling like they're really playing a significant role here, and they're kind of second-class citizens to what we're saying. Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
I
we
would love
definitely have to address that, because I think it feels that way often, because it's like, oh, we're not in the classroom, kids are not learning, and we all know that is just not the case.
That's not the case.
And that's not true. And I've given pushback, probably more with DRCD, around thinking about, and the model, I think even with you guys around the structure, because if it is so structured that between 8 and 12 you have to be in a classroom, every kid in the city or in the program can't go on a trip at 12. And then, my last point is middle school. We don't have Fridays anymore. We are failing our middle school young people, right? We are cutting their programs extensively. Now they're only gonna be there Monday through Thursday, and Friday was the day that they did trips, or they had additional supports and did their groups and all these things, and now that's the day that's being cut. I'm very concerned about this, while at the same time we have our juvenile justice centers increasing in numbers. And so what are we doing about this? And I know that you guys have very limited ability to push back, but it just does not make sense to me.
So I will just say we share your concerns fully, and appreciate you continuing to advocate for that funding. Obviously, as folks know, that was a peg that was a reduction to DYCD's summer rising budget that particularly impact middle school students, 4 to 6 on Fridays. We completely agree. That's why we're investing so much in summer rising broadly, that it's a critical program for our kids, including our middle school kids, and would very much hope to see that restored.
Yeah, it's really, it's one of the things that's keeping me up at night right now with our young people, and especially our middle school students. Because as these numbers rise at Horizons and our juvenile justice facilities, it makes sense, because we're cutting the programs that are keeping them out of those places. And Chair, I just have 2 more questions. I just read an article around how new arrivals are having challenges with enrolling in schools, and are being encouraged to go to GED programs and on long wait lists to be enrolled in school. Can you guys talk a little bit about this issue? It was just, I can tell you where I read this at too.
Yeah, where did you see that article?
Yeah,
thank you, Council Member. Yeah, and I think this is referring to our older students.
Yes, it's the older students, guys.
Yeah,
but
older
they're students too.
Obviously, these are all our kids, and we care a lot about them. And the adult education programs that they are trying to get into, the issue is largely about geography, and that's not their fault. It's our fault. Having space in the program in the borough where they're living. And so we're looking to address that right now. It's not that we're casting them aside, it's that they are saying, rightly so, I'm staying in Queens, I'd like to go to the adult ed program in Queens, and you're telling me there's no space, particularly in the middle of the year. So we're looking into what we can do to accommodate that demand, again, by geography, because it's not so helpful to that young person. We say, oh, but we might have a space for you in Brooklyn or the Bronx.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's we should be talking about it, and I think sometimes, especially with the older population of the new arrivals, they're kind of getting lost in the shuffle, and this is one of the places that I don't want them to get lost in. So let's definitely continue to have a conversation what that looks like, and also thinking about, like, we have a lot of international high schools that are doing amazing work and have been doing amazing work for a number of years, just thinking about how are we using them as a model to support some of these other schools with these high influxes, and I'm sure those principals might have some ideas and some suggestions. I know I was working with the Speaker's Office to do a roundtable with some international schools for us to think about it. So maybe that's something we can collaborate on so that they can be helpful in as we're like our new normal, because that's what it is. It's going to be our new normal for a while. And so thinking about how do we put things in place to make sure that they're getting the services and things that they need as well.
We couldn't agree more. And one of the places you hear us constantly giving our gratitude to our educators in the field. International high schools are doing an amazing job. They always do an amazing job.
They've been doing great work silently for a number of years,
What's
too.
that?
Like, really quietly. They've been, like,
quietly
doing...
for a number of years, and particularly with this influx of newcomer New Yorkers, they are doing just incredible work. And so where we can enroll young people, teenagers, in a Claremont in the Bronx or, you know, another great international school, we're doing that. Some of our older young people, they're looking for something a little different.
We should definitely just think about how to use them as a spotlight. And I'm sure they have a number of like ideas because this is what they've been doing, like I said, quietly for so many years, and no one kind of talk about it. So we'd love to continue to collaborate with you guys on that. And just the last thing, it's not necessarily a question but a comment. Learn to work programs, LTWs. I started out working in LTW programs, as an LTW coordinator at Smith High School for a number of years, and this is one of the programs that I feel like does not get enough attention and support, and these programs have been being cut quietly over the years. And when I am thinking about reimagining the workforce for young people, this is one of the places I think we should be investing in. When we're talking about young people working and having academics, this is a model that we have that knows works, and I am not understanding like how are we not investing in it, and what does it look like? So I would just love to hear, what are you guys doing to make sure that we're continuing to uplift LTW program and making this like a true pathway into careers and exposing young people to the different things that we need? Because I'm like, love community schools and love them for what they do, but they're not LTW programs, and it's not the same thing, and I feel like they often are getting conflated. So I want to know, what are you doing around LTWs, and how can I work with you guys to continue to uplift this work, continue to make sure this becomes a priority again in the city, because we really have to think about how are we creating real pathways for young people into careers, and I believe this is one of the places that we should be investing in, but we keep missing the mark. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And we're doing a lot of work around career pathways work. You and I think, are overdue for a real sit-down, right? So this has to be one of the immediate things that comes, because I would love to delve very deeply with you into each one of these issues that you raised. I'm in full agreement with everything that you said. Please know that. And let's just continue to fight. You guys are the ones that have to negotiate this next budget with the mayor. And so these are all the issues that have got to be on the front burner. I deal with the budget that I'm given, not the one that I wish that I had.
No, I agree. I
agree.
agree.
You're the negotiating partners in this work, so you got to fight to keep the things in that you think are critically important, and then, you know, it's my job to implement them as they come out. That's why you have all these people here ready to testify, because they're also going to advocate for the things that they think are critically important, and I'm not in disagreement with anybody that's here, but at the end of the day, I'm given a finite pot.
Yes.
And then I've got to just work with what I've got. Not, you know, there's a lot of other stuff that I wish that I had. This question now is going to be about who makes it into the pot.
Yeah, but I definitely just want us to make sure that we're uplifting it, because I've been here for 2 years and I rarely hear anyone talk about LTW programs. And like I said, I worked in the LTW program for a number of years, and I know that it works. Like, I know that it works, and you can look at the data and the evidence from years that it works, and this is what young people needed, and it supported families and young people, and it gave them a chance to have internships and be in careers in places that they would have never been without those opportunities. So I want to make sure that we continue to uplift that, and I'm definitely ready to take it on as a fight. So
I'm coming to meet with you within the next 2 weeks.
You got my number. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens, and that's why when we were in your district last week, we made sure we let the participants of LTW tell their stories, and they were very impactful stories. If you watched, I did stream it live. I had a question for Summer Rising. We know this year we put in $80 million. FY25, I'm seeing zero. Where is the money coming from to continue to fund this?
At this point, the city's just funded it for this summer. We'll continue to advocate to continue the program after this year.
Because the families will not be happy not to have their summer rising.
And one quick correction, in FY25, that is actually where this summer funding sits. So that 80 million is in FY25 for this summer, in the out years it's zero.
In the upcoming summer. Thank you. Community schools. Since 2014, community schools have worked alongside schools in meeting the needs of the whole child. They support both families and students. They prevent dropouts, improve attendance, facilitating engaged program in arts, robotics, and more. New York City Public Schools utilized stimulus funds to restore previous cuts and to expand programs. Funding levels for the initiative are currently at their historical highs, but with the expiration of federal stimulus dollars and pegs imposed on the program, these services are in flux for the next year. So what is the budget for community school for fiscal 2024?
Roughly 125 million, of which roughly 50 to 55 million is stimulus.
How much of it is funded with stimulus dollars?
50 to 55.
What is the budget for community schools in the fiscal 2025?
It is currently, like all the other stimulus programs we've been talking about today, it's currently that amount minus the stimulus. We expect the rest of the funding to continue.
And you'll get an exact figure to me, right? How many additional community schools were added since the infusion of stimulus funds into the program?
About 100?
Roughly 113 are funded by stimulus dollars.
What is the total number of community schools now?
421, roughly.
How many community schools will remain after these funds expire? And what do we do to maintain community schools?
So as I said, the funding for the community schools, besides the 113, we expect to continue into next year. It's from other funding sources that are baseline from the state that we can continue to rely on. The funding for the 113 stimulus-funded community schools, just like every other stimulus program we are talking about, will depend on our final budget and how many of those programs we can continue to support.
How much is the budget for community schools reduced to the PEG in fiscal 2025 and out years?
8 million in 2025 and out years.
Considering the important support community schools provide to students and families during and since the pandemic, why was it decided that this program would be part of the PEGs? Who decided that this should be part of the PEGs, and why?
So it was just one of the many things that we had our back and forth conversations with OMB as we were working towards meeting the target that was provided to us.
So you provided the cuts to the community schools as?
We provided a list, and again, having some back and forth with OMB about what are going to be the more viable options.
And community schools was one of them?
Community schools ended up making the list.
And what else was provided to OMB? Should be on the chopping block.
There were a wide ranging of back and forth, again, with OMB. We kind of just had conversations about our entire budget and looking within every corner and crevice that we could, with the eye on ensuring that we did not cut any of the schools.
Because community schools were scrambling with the first round of PEGs, the $10 million. Every community school was scrambling to decide which program should we keep, which program should we cut.
Yes, and then it was ultimately restored in the preliminary plan, the $10 million for fiscal year '24.
So, okay, I'll come back to you. I want to talk about Carter cases and Connor cases. How many Connor cases do we have?
23,000.
How much?
23,000 this year.
Connor cases or Carter cases, or are they combined? You have Carter cases and you have Connor cases.
Combined. This is all due process cases.
Mm-hmm. You have 23,000 altogether?
Correct.
So in 2019, you spent $499 million on Carter and Connor cases. In 2023, you spent $1.1 billion. A 114% increase in just 5 years. So in fiscal 2024, you budgeted $1.2 billion on Carter cases, with the budget expected to further increase. Why the increase in Carter cases in such recent years?
It's, Chair, it's driven by the due process cases that are about services. That's really driving the lion's share of it. So when you see over the last 8 or so years, more than quadrupling the number of cases, that's being driven by cases brought by families that have kids in parochial and independent schools who are seeking services, largely set services. That's what's driving it. You're right. It's been a huge spike, a huge recent spike. You're 100% correct about that. When we analyze it, that's what it has. That's what's driven that spike.
Do you agree with me that the preschool special education children will, down the road, somehow become our CARTA cases as well?
They certainly could. They certainly could, Chair. And just to say, to add to what you heard from Christina Foti and from Dr. Ahmed, it's not just District 75. Certainly we want to make sure that we are maintaining and in some cases expanding our quality District 75 programming. But a lot of the great programming that we're putting in place, like for our kids who are on the autism spectrum, is not District 75. This is inclusive programming in our D1 through 32 schools, and we're very excited about that. We also, with you, we believe that the more quality programs we can provide in D1 through 32 and in 75 are going to cut down the number of CARTA cases. The other steps that we are taking, Chair, and this is something to be clear, we're not just sitting back passively just on the legal mechanics side. So we moved all of these cases from independent hearing officers who, to make a long story short, could take as much time as they felt like to resolve cases, to our oath office, our Office of Administrative Trials and Hearings. These are full-time hearing officers. They have moved the cases much more quickly. That's been very helpful. We've also put in place some recommendations regarding the per hour rates that are being paid for services, because in some cases they were $300 an hour and places like that without really a justification for that. So we are trying to bend that curve in various ways. You're right, the long-term answer for the CARTA cases is to make sure those children are being enrolled in our schools in quality programs.
Why there's never differentiation between CARTA and CONA cases anytime you come here? Because when I ask the separate data on the CONA cases, no one can tell me versus the CARTA cases. We know they're two different things, so I would love to have some data on those separate.
Happy to separate that data. We can absolutely do that for you.
Is it something that New York City Public Schools consider changing? Why are they currently, I just asked that, where's DOE's short-term and long-term plan to deal with escalating costs of CARTA and CONA cases?
Yeah, that's largely what we're talking about. The long-term is to expand our high-quality programs for students with disabilities in our schools, and particularly in our D1 through 32. The short-term is to put some cost controls in place and make sure that the cases are done quickly. Parents deserve that too. They shouldn't have to wait a long time for these things to be resolved, and we are making good progress on that. But I will say we're still seeing this avalanche of cases. It's not sustainable for it to continue to rise at the same level.
According to a report from IBO, the majority of CARTA cases is cutting from special education classrooms, where you cut $100 million in fiscal 2025 and $200 million in 2026. Why are you cutting special education classrooms to fund CARTA cases?
Yes, so we're not cutting special education classes to support CARTA cases. That was surplus funding that OMB shifted from one area to the next, but it did not have any impact on services provided for special education students.
And the students not having any seat at all, especially for our pre-K schools with disabilities, you said how many of the services are they receiving? They're mandated to receive how many services, Chancellor Foti?
All of their services, they're mandated to receive 100%.
They're receiving, how many are they supposed to?
In preschool or school age?
Preschool.
63%.
63%? And when do you plan on bringing that up a little? That's still a little low.
Needs to be 100%, Chair.
Yes, because that's why our cases are so high. So in the last year, in average actual budget over the last 3 fiscal years, $1 billion, why are you budgeting only half of that for 2025 in your CARTA cases?
So it's typically we've been dealing with it 1 year at a time, and so throughout the year we'll work with OMB in terms of what the projected estimate is, and then they will actually put the money up in the budget. So the drop just reflects us having to continue to talk with OMB to ensure that we are fully budgeted for those expenses.
And you said on the record there are no cuts impacting special education classrooms, as I see that you're shifting money around with the special education.
The shift was not intended to impact any special education classes, no.
I was told the same thing in November, and that's not what I got in return. So I want to make sure you're saying it on the record. When we talk about the Accenture report, right? OMB director testified the Accenture report was completed for their report on 3K and pre-K seats, right? And the city contracted Accenture to provide the report over a year ago, and the council have not heard or seen this report. When do we expect to get that report? It's been a year. And all my educators know data drive our instruction. Data is supposed to also inform your decisions as well.
You know?
Hi, Chair Joseph. There is a report that's underway now that will be expected in April.
Because on the onset of early childhood, right, there was this robust outreach. I saw early childhood every single place that I turned. What happened? What made it different? Recently, it was Councilmember Stevens who was outside campaigning to make sure that folks knew about this program. What went wrong here?
Yeah, so you should have seen some of the social media ads, you should have seen some of the bus ads, some of the...
Where were they?
MTA, where were they?
Yeah, I saw one on a bus one time.
All over the city.
No, I didn't, yeah.
I've
saw one.
I've seen them a bunch. I've seen them in those
On the
digital
number 7
kiosks.
train.
I've seen them on buses. I've seen them on the subway, down in those digital. They're in those digital.
You got to take
windows.
pictures and send it so I can have
I will.
evidence, because I never
do
saw
that,
them.
Chair.
I saw one, and that was on the number 7.
Okay. We'll check on that.
So we got to do better. Outreach, we have to do better. The council is out in the streets. So 2 weeks ago, Councilmember Stevens led a delegation of colleagues to go to do outreach on 3K. Chancellor, you were going to say something?
No, I think that's great.
We outside. The council was outside.
It's outside, we outside. Listen, let's continue
We were
to do that.
outside.
Because the reality is that we should all be a part of this process of spreading the word. Every one of you are the leaders in your districts, everybody on the council, and whatever supports they need from us to help to get the word out. But we've got them out in taxis and buses, on subways, and in fact, we've got some data, right, that we should be sharing, if Chair does not already have that, in terms of some of the outreach that we have done. The outreach has not been less than it's been in the past. And so it may not feel that way in certain places, I'm not sure, but let's share what we've got. I had a whole briefing on this about a week ago.
Well, Chancellor, that should be the thing, right? There should be a connection where we're not reaching. There's communities hard to reach. What are we doing to reach those communities? And we've been working hand in hand with you. We ask you to come to our events. We support your events. We put it out on our newsletters. We send it out to families. Whenever the flyers come out, Deputy Chancellor Ahmed sends it to us. We share it within our networks. We share it with families. We translate them. We send them out to all of the communities. So we've been working with you hand in hand.
That's my point.
So what's going on?
You are helping to promote it, right?
We've been
Already.
promoting it.
That's right.
I just wanted to add that it was a great event, but we did do that with Dave Care Council, and so I do want to think about how do we also partner with DOE, because you guys, I keep telling y'all we here, and I know I speak to y'all, but I don't know if that sentiment is necessarily felt. So we should do another one, right? And we should all do it in partnership with the nonprofit agencies and DOE and City Council, because I think that piece was missing. So let's think about doing another day, and I will lead it, and we'll make sure that we get some more people, and we'll be back outside.
Let's do it.
I have a question about portals. How does New York City Public School notify schools of all developing technology tools available to their administrators?
When we develop the tools, like our grading and messaging app, so we do first of all, when we develop those tools, we engage our school principals or teachers in the process of developing those tools, as well as in continuing to update them. When we push out information, it depends a bit on what the information is. So every time we update our grading and messaging app, we actually send an email out to principals, but we also work through our SPOCs, through our borough technology directors, depending on what it is.
And those messages will stand out in the languages that the families do speak, right? Or is it just mainly in English?
I apologize. I was speaking about the ways we are communicating with our school staff. The messaging for families where schools choose to use our messaging app is something that can be translated, yes.
Yeah, okay. How are schools able to provide feedback on the usage of DOE tech tools? Let's say I use one of your tech tools and I want to give feedback. How do I do that?
Sure. So happy to have a more extensive conversation about this if you want. But our technology team, working with our borough technology directors, our SPOCs, are in basically a constant set of conversations with schools about the tools we've developed ourselves. So again, as I said, sort of our grading, attendance, and messaging app, which we rolled out last year, we've made a series of updates to that over the course of the past year and a half, pretty much all of which were based on input from school administrators or teachers as a piece of that, and that's a constant ongoing conversation.
Do you publish data on technology tools available to New York City schools? Is it something you make public or no?
The tools we've developed, or the tools that obviously schools can purchase their own tools as well?
No, the tools you put out.
I don't know that we publish specific data on it. I think it's publicly available information on our website and other places.
Okay, it's on the website, okay. So in the district this year, there are 19 schools who regularly rely on New Vision portal to plan for students and keep track of their progress. Will New York City Public School make sure the tool will continue to be available to them?
Do you want to?
Here you go.
So the New Visions data portal, as well as the affinity contracts for New Visions and a set of other affinity organizations, are all things that were existed prior to the stimulus dollars. The previous administration took out the tax levy, put in stimulus dollars, so those are also on the stimulus cliff list.
So they're also on the list. Okay.
Yep, that's what I mean. Another great program.
I saw you making lists, Chancellor Banks. You got to share that list with me.
No, just the list that we've shared. No. I'm just writing down some other notes.
Okay.
But I just want to say publicly also, New Visions, the affinity groups are the work that they do is an example of some of the best work in the city. And it's what makes this so challenging, that there's so many great things that are on this list that have been funded by stimulus dollars. So we're going to continue to look at
you
this.
have proposed cuts to affinity schools in partnership. What impact do you think these programming will have on our schools if we don't have them?
I think it will have significant impact. You know, listen, I come from the Affinity Network. I was one of the New Visions schools. I was a New Visions principal 2 times with the Bronx School for Law, Government, Justice, and Eagle Academy. I've been around, and as I've watched their work grow and expand, I was one of the early principals in their work. So nobody has to convince me just how critically important what they do is, and they're serving hundreds of schools. We want to see it continue. We got to fight to get more dollars, because right behind them are community schools. Right behind them are people who are fighting to keep the arts going. The list is
LTW, you
filled.
heard Councilmember Stephen,
Right.
LTW.
They're all amazing programs. So we're not trying to pit anybody against each other, but I think what all of this really suggests is we've got to fight as hard as heck with the state to get more dollars. We need more dollars to keep all of these great programs alive. And that's really what it kind of comes down
We
to.
can't go backward. Have you, when you decide to make cuts, do you engage the larger community, parents, administrators, students about the cuts that are coming? Or is just a big surprise?
No, I mean, you know, we talk to a wide range of folks, and we certainly talk to many of our school principals as well. And we try to get input from them. We get input from parents. We get input from a wide range of partners. So, this is an administration that does, in fact, try to engage. We listen, we try to be responsive. I think there are very few places that you would go where people say they don't even engage with us, or we're not listening. We do listen, and we do engage, and we have an open and we're as transparent as we can possibly be, that's who I am, personally. That's what I believe in. But it is tough when you sit in a seat.
It's hot, right?
Yeah, well, it's not even just hot. It's a tough seat because you recognize that, that there's great programs and that there's not necessarily enough dollars to support everybody's program, and that's a real challenge.
So in terms of engagement, like you said, so when you were thinking about community schools, who did we engage in that conversation around that when we decided to cut $10 million? Was there any conversation with administrators, providers, students?
Well, I don't know that we looked at it so much as just community schools per se, but we talked to superintendents, we talked to principals, and I know the work of the community schools. So I don't need to be engaged to kind of figure out, is this a good program, is it a worthwhile program? It is more than a worthwhile program. The challenge is that we've got over 300 schools that are already baseline. They got sustainable funding. They're fine. But a little more than 100 schools were supported by stimulus funding prior to this administration, and so yeah. So when we're told by OMB and City Hall like we've got to make cuts, there are no places that we're cutting that feel good. There really aren't. And we've reduced our head count. Dan, what was the number on our reduction on our own head count?
What areas did you do your head counts? What areas did you do reductions?
In virtually every central office, but totaling over 600 vacancies. These are obviously not with people occupying them, but over 600 positions were eliminated in order to protect schools as much as possible.
Yeah. It's important to note, Chair, that we've not cut any school budgets. I've heard people say that from time to time. But we've increased school budgets this year. So there have been no cuts. There's no principal in New York that can point and say, my budget was cut programmatically. We've worked really hard to make sure that schools were safe, and we tried to get to as many of these other areas before we got anywhere close to schools. And that's a commitment that we're still trying to make.
How many teacher vacancies do you currently have?
It's at about 1% is our vacancy rate currently.
How many teacher vacancies do you have that are special education and bilingual teachers?
That's at about 1.4%, Chair.
And of the number, how many are vacancies for ESL teachers? And are we meeting all of the ESL mandated services?
That one I don't have on hand. I'll have to get you for ESL.
And of course, we're going to talk about what's the current implementation of class size law, how many additional teachers in each of these shortage areas do you anticipate we'll need in the next 2 to 3 years?
Do we have a breakdown in the specific areas, specific shortage areas?
We do. So we do for special ed teachers in particular, who are going to be a disproportionate amount of the total, and of course are a shortage area already. So of the 10 to 12,000, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000, we expect to be special education teachers.
How about bilingual teachers?
That breakdown I don't have in front of me and is a little more complicated, but we can see what data we can crunch to share that.
And then you have enough ENL coordinators as well? And that's a historically shortage area as well.
It's always been a shortage area, yep.
And what are we doing to recruit and retain teachers?
Well, a number of things. Probably the most important is the contract that we were able to reach with UFT, which provided significant increases to our teachers. Obviously, nobody goes into teaching to get wealthy, but you do need to pay the rent. And we're very happy and proud that we've been able to work with UFT so that now an eighth year teacher is able to make $100,000 or more. So, that's very, very important. The other thing that we're doing, Chair, that we're very excited about, that's happening in real time, is offering hybrid work to teachers. And people don't think of it. A lot of white-collar professionals able to work at home for some period of time, which can be a big benefit for people. And they don't think about teachers and other pedagogues. So we are, because we're putting in place our virtual programming, one of the upsides of that is that you can create teacher programs just like you're creating student programs, which include virtual coursework, off hours, which is great for students who work or have other obligations. They can take the course, high school, I'm talking about high school students, in the evenings and on the weekends. The same is true for teachers. So you might have a teacher who's able, who's coming in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, their normal hours in person, but Monday and Friday, they're doing the evenings from home. So we think that's going to be not just a retention tool to kind of help lower the job stress some, but a recruitment tool. We're hoping that we're able to recruit from our outlying suburbs shortage area teachers, just the ones you're talking about, because they can't work hybrid in their districts, but they can in New York City. So we're very excited about that. In addition to the pay increases for our teachers who really, really deserve it.
In your ESL shortage area, how are we doing with recruiting ESL coordinators, ESL teachers?
It is, as Chancellor just said, it's a chronic shortage area, so we don't get as many applications per vacancy as we get, for example, for common branches for elementary. But we're not seeing a huge vacancy rate. We're able to fill most of those areas. So I do have a little bit of data, just in answer, Chair, to your earlier question. For bilingual common branches, we have 11 vacancies currently, and bilingual special education, we have 8 current vacancies. So we don't want to see any vacancies, but right now it's a relatively small number. We have about 2,000 active bilingual education teachers.
And we should encourage our common branch educators to get extensions in ESL.
100%, 100%. Couldn't agree more.
I have a question from one of my student groups. They wanted to know, last year the budget included terms and conditions requiring reports on restorative justice spending. The report tells us that FY23, $3.87 million went unspent. Could you tell me why?
On the RJ? Who's that? Do we have? Robin, you think you can answer that? Yeah. Well, unspent dollars on RJ? Why don't you start?
Introduce yourself.
Hi, could you state your name, please, first?
Robin Davison.
Okay. I've sworn you in, right?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. So as testified last time during council, the unspent funds was because of some funds that we received a little late in the year and we weren't able to spend it.
What happened to those funds when they were not spent? They moved them around, or you kept them in the same pot?
So the funds that we did have, we spent on the programs, and the balance of the funds, they go back into the budget.
They go back into the budget. Okay. So between NYPD and New York City Public Schools, we have allocated $400 million to the budget to have NYPD personnel in schools. We have the largest school police force in the country with an authorized headcount of 4,126. This is more than all social workers, counselors, restorative justice practitioners at a time when education budget is facing massive cuts to those positions. This is my group's. Would you consider eliminating the current 492 vacant police positions so that you can instead fund staff for children, like social workers, guidance counselors, restorative justice positions?
Every time I visit a school, I hear from students and staff the importance of those personnel in the buildings as well. So they play, to me, just as important a role in keeping our kids safe. While I've been sitting here today having this hearing, we had 3 students who were slashed at Port Richmond High School. And I'm trying to get regular updates on how those kids are doing, including one who was just rushed to the hospital. So I tread very lightly when we start talking about removing school safety agents from our schools. We're not even at the number that we were pre-pandemic, although the numbers have gone up since we've been here. I think they all are important, including the social workers and the counselors, school safety. So I don't want to pit one against the other. They're all important, and we're looking at each one of them. All of it is on the table for us to review.
It's for our students. Go ahead. Somebody else was going to say something else now. So metal detectors, the mayor shared in a press conference last week that you, Chancellor Bank, are using a version of a new technology that's easier to use than traditional large scanners that are really intrusive. Could you elaborate on that, and what would be the cost of that?
Who's going to? Okay, good.
Did you sign them?
Have we sworn Jay in? Our person who's the director is Mark Rampersan, who's out, not feeling well today.
Okay.
But Jay, have they sworn
Jay
you in already?
Findling, I was sworn in earlier.
Okay.
So I can't speak to the budgetary portion. We'll get that information to you. But what I can speak to is the type of devices that are being used. And these are devices that are smaller, more compact, but just as effective with regards to detecting the trace amounts of metal. We had piloted them in a number of schools. We have begun rolling them out with the NYPD so that all of our schools that are full-time and random scanning will in fact get these units. They're very similar to devices that we see now at arenas, 2 separate poles, about 6 feet in height, so schools can brand them, so they're a little bit more welcoming. They don't feel as if they're so intrusive.
What's the cost you said, and how many?
I don't have info on
We
the
need
cost. We'll have
numbers.
to get that to you.
Yeah, they need the numbers, so we've got to,
Absolutely.
we should be able to get that today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I need numbers. Thank you. The council worked to ensure funding for new positions, including social workers, guidance counselors, psychologists. How did the cuts to the school budget's hiring freeze impact schools' ability to keep a counselor, social worker, staff?
So there were not cuts to school budgets, as the chancellor said. There have been a number of increases to school budgets over the course of this year. The hiring freeze did not impact school-based staff. It was about central staff.
Did you add any
Did we add any?
school-based staff?
So our,
You
I'm not
you
trying to, I
secured
mean,
funding
yes,
for new
right, sorry. So let me try this again. Schools received additional funding this year. As you know, schools have a lot of flexibility over how they use that funding. They may have used it to hire additional teachers. They may have used it to hire social workers, arts programs. They might have used it for after-school programming. And so across the system, schools use those additional dollars in different ways. We maintained our central commitment to the social workers that were funded by stimulus for this year.
And what's the plan for the social workers funded under stimulus? There's quite a few of them.
There are 440, as I said a little while ago, and as with the rest of the stimulus programs, they are on the list of potential cliffs that we are hoping for money to fund.
See, we got to talk to the state to do more. How is the New York City Public School how do you track access to support staff? How do you know how many schools have how do you track that? How many support staff at one given school?
Well, I mean, we obviously see the numbers of support staff by title. We can see it by school. Luckily, parents can see it by school as well on the website. So this is not, we don't have a goal or a metric for particular support staff typically, but our superintendents are certainly looking at that, how principals are spending their money to see whether there's adequate support staff and whether there's the right balance between pedagogical staff and support staff. So it's something we monitor. We don't have a particular metric that we look at on that.
Thank you. What is the budget impact on restorative justice after stimulus funds expire?
So this year, there's about $5.5 million in tax levy going into restorative justice and another $8 million in stimulus funding going into restorative justice.
What is Project Pivot's budget for 2025?
Project Pivot is also currently stimulus funded. The $15 million are going to Project Pivot this year, and it's also on the stimulus list.
It's on the chopping block. Councilmember Stevens? I got you all the time. How many nurses were funded with stimulus funding?
I don't have the number with stimulus funds, I'll get that, but it's 65 million in stimulus funds this year. Out of the number I said earlier.
And what's the current budget for nurses in 2025?
Let us check that. We should have this year. Nurses, as you probably know, are another place where our budget in the out years does not reflect our needs in the current year. So in addition to the stimulus money, OMB also moved in 87 million in the last plan to nurses, and we'll continue to work with them on that full funding for the out years to maintain that.
How many nurses does that support?
I'll check on that number.
In 2024, Mayor's report shows that the average just 53% of early learn seats were utilized in FY23, down from 76% 5 years ago. These seats are largely state-funded via the state portion of the Child Care and Development Block Grant. How can you explain the sharp drop in utilization, especially when the same time frame New York State increased income limits for the program, thus making it more family eligible? More families are eligible.
I think this chair goes back to some of the things we've mentioned already here today, which is around the fact that while we can't deny that families do need extended day and extended year programming, the eligibility process for extended day, extended year, and the location of many of those seats doesn't meet the needs of all the families that actually could be eligible for such.
And why we're not drawing down on those dollars?
So in fact, our team has done incredible work to actually draw down on the dollars in more years than in the past, in the present. So we've done incredible work in collaboration with ACS to really claim on those dollars and to actually make sure that those children that are actually eligible for those seats, that we're claiming for those seats. Lots of work that had to be done to transform the system yet again, technical system and programmatic system.
I hope we get it right. Remote learning, what is being done to ensure that students in temporary housing have Wi-Fi enabled devices for remote learning, since the contract to provide this has now expired?
So we are continuing to work with OTI to make sure the shelters have Wi-Fi access and Wi-Fi access that is working, and we're upgrading our planning with them as we move forward. I think we're actually getting a briefing from them this week on what they're seeing in terms of access in shelters. In terms of LTE service, that is something that was funded via expiring federal funds, not actually the stimulus funds we've been talking about, an entire separate set of federal funds that are now gone, the Emergency Connectivity Fund. We are looking at ways to ensure schools can still access LTE service for individual devices now that those central dollars are gone, but really working with OTI on the shelter piece is a big part of it.
Because we will have more remote days, I just want us to make sure that we are prepared for remote. Has there been any further conversation about possible changes to the contract with IBM? When we had IBM here, they said the contract has to be changed in order to meet the needs of New York City students.
We are in ongoing conversations with IBM about both the ability of their system to fully serve our students on a remote day, as well as the contract to support that. So yes, those conversations are both moving
And I'll
along.
be meeting shortly with the CEO of IBM, so we're going to have some very direct conversations around how we're going to support one another, so to make sure that when this happens again, we're fully ready.
Does the city have an estimated IBM, what the cost would increase if we were to increase the contract? What are the changes to the contract?
So there's different ways we're looking at changing the contract, as we discussed on that day. One would be about increasing the TPS that are available to us regularly. One would be about an auto-scale solution. Those would have different costs associated with them, and we're working with IBM on which of those make sense and which will better support our kids.
You will make sure you tell the council when you do that, right? We would love to hear that, how the implementation for remote learning is looking with the contract. We would love the council to be involved in that. So let's do this one. Class size. I know that you believe you'll be in compliance for 2024 and 2025. How does 2025 and 2026 will be the first year in school with fall short of class size requirements? Is that correct?
So we do believe we will be in compliance next year. As we discussed at the recent class size hearing, we are expecting to put in place some policy changes to make sure that it's true in terms of flexibility of principals over their budget and uses of space. But yes, we do believe with those changes we'll be in compliance next year. We intend to remain in compliance after next year as well, but we do expect there to be more substantial shifts. We are looking at the recommendations of the class size working group, and we talked through a number of the challenges at that hearing, of course, in terms of trade-offs around budget, space, and enrollment.
That's your favorite word, trade-off. If so, in what plan and what fiscal year does New York City Public School intend to budget this headcount for teachers? What year?
Could you say that again? What's the question?
What's the budget for teachers? How are you going to implement that in the budget as you need to hire teachers for class size? Chancellor, face is priceless right now.
Listen, we've got to hire, as we said, on our estimates, anywhere from 10 to 12,000 teachers. We do about 4,000 teachers a year. This is, again, it's going to be another major challenge, not only financially, but from a substance standpoint. We're in the middle of a national teacher shortage. And we basically have to triple the amount of teachers that we are hiring in order to meet this law. So no easy answers to it. We're going to work with our partners, UFT and others, to figure out how do you do that without lowering the standards. Parents want smaller class sizes, but they also don't want us to just grab a warm body off the street to say this is now your new teacher.
That's right.
So if you're saying if the point is to maintain high quality teachers, and we struggle every year to meet the 4,000, and now we got to go up to 12,000. We got some real challenges in front of us that I don't have all the answers for that right now. So this is the work that behind the scenes we're still grappling with and trying to figure out.
To do teacher recruitment, First Deputy Chancellor said he has a plan to recruit teachers.
Well, we've got a plan. There are a number of things that we are looking at in terms of teacher recruitment, and much of it also involves, recruiting teachers from somebody else's backyard, from other districts, even outside of New York City, to entice them to come to New York City to work, to live. And then there are folks who are international that we're going to be looking at as well. So it's all part of an overarching plan that we're looking at. I'm just saying that in spite of it all, it will be a challenge to meet these numbers. They are very significant numbers. This is not a small bump in teachers. It's a major transformational set of hiring that has to happen if this law is in full compliance. And that is just to suppose that we've got all of the space to hire all to place all the teachers with new classrooms that are going to be needed. So this law with a 5-year timeline on it is it's very ambitious.
Do you believe in there'll be increase in capital funding to allocate creation of new classrooms?
Do I believe there will be?
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to lean in and make sure that there is. But, there are lots of other things that parents and families also want with the school construction capital plan. And so, listen, this has been something that's been prioritized that we're going to have to lean into. But our estimate is that it's going to cost over $20 billion. And we're already in a 5-year capital plan now, right, where there's a small percentage of that that's going to class size. So this is going to take some time. And Chair, I would tell you also, when we think about not just the capital plan, if you even had the money, you will need the physical space for some of this as well. I can give you a high school and tell you it's overcrowded and say that school needs the equivalent of almost another school building in order to meet the compliance of the law. And yet there's no space around the school to place it. Where would you even place it, even if you had the dollars to build it? It's not like in New York City, we've just got a ton of space right next to every school to go up or out. So each one of these presents its own unique set of challenges. I think the schools in New York City that are struggling the most with class size are the ones that I think a lot about, who really need the most help, and how do we get to them first and foremost. But there are lots of other schools also which don't have as significant a challenge around class size. But yet they also find themselves within the law, and we have to be responsive to them as well. And so it's a challenge. It's a challenge that awaits us, and we got to figure out how to get it done.
We're here for that. Chancellor, you described the success of NYC Read. What is the budget for program for fiscal 2025 for early childhood and K-5?
$55 million is the K to 5.
And what about early childhood? Is that under the same budget or that's a different budget?
We'll get back to you on that.
What is the budget for Future Read NYC for the next fiscal year? Is it-
Future Ready?
We are continuing to work on the budget for that, given it is largely stimulus funded and caught up in the rest of the stimulus programs.
I asked this earlier, but I'm going to ask it again. How many schools are impacted by the loss of federal stimulus funding for nurses, psychologists, school workers? Can you provide us a list of school and the amount each school stands to lose in each of those areas?
Yes, don't have that here, but we can provide that. We have it broken down by school.
I think that's it for me. If there's anything, I'll send it over. Thank you for your...
One thing, Chair, I'm sorry, but just on East River Academy, you asked how many students they serve. We were able
Yes.
to get that. It's 262.
262. When did the screening start?
So screening started this year. I don't have the exact date, but the teachers were all trained in the screener. The students who are identified as being at risk, so they're scoring the lowest on the initial screener, are getting the specific dyslexia screen. 2 of the teachers have been trained specifically in an Orton-Gillingham method to make sure they can provide support. So training has happened. We do have 2 teachers who can do the interventions that are necessary for the students who are identified. And we've identified over 100 of those 262, Chair, who are at least at risk. So but we're happy to have Superintendent Esperance and D79 come in and do a full briefing. But that work is in motion and it's benefiting kids already.
Is there a plan to expand dyslexia to reach more students? Is there a plan to expand dyslexia?
Are you talking about system-wide?
System-wide.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, we are doing the initial screen for all students. I think you heard from Christina Foti before. We've got academic intervention specialists in each district, so it's not just identifying kids who are at risk, obviously, but being able to provide effective interventions. So as we are learning from that, as we're looking at data from that, absolutely, we want to not just expand, but deepen that work. So every child who is at risk or has a print-based disability is getting the specific evidence-based interventions they need.
Is any of that funding overlap with NYC Reads?
I thought you said you were done already.
No, you came back.
That was my
You had to answer my questions that you didn't answer. It's your first
Mayor
time.
Maximo Culpa.
Yes.
I wanted to.
Do they overlap, dyslexia and NYC Read? Do they overlap? I know that's your baby, Chancellor Banks.
Yes.
We want to make sure that your NYC Read priorities also reach our students with disabilities.
Absolutely.
They cannot be left out.
And we will
Our multi-language learners, they must have these screenings as well. We can't
right.
leave anyone out.
That's right, absolutely.
We've done that now, and we're going to try to do better with our aid, make sure our 600 students find a seat. We promised them a seat, and we have to deliver.
We agree with you, absolutely.
Well,
Thank
I-
you for this inquiry today, and thank you to Councilmember Lewis for hanging in to the end as well. Appreciate you too. We're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So you want to go straight to SEA? Do you want to take a break? What do you?
Let's take a break.
5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we continue with testimony from the School Construction Authority, SCA.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We ask that you please find your seats. Please find your seats. Make sure all cell phones and electronic devices are placed on silent or vibrate. Once again, please find your seats. We are getting ready to resume. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the Education Committee hearing on School Construction Authority's fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital plan and fiscal 2025 preliminary capital budget and commitment plan for the Department of Education. Today's hearing will primarily focus on the $17 billion proposed February amendment to the fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital plan. I want to begin today's hearing by welcoming Nina Cabuto, the President and CEO of New York City School Construction Authority, as well as Cora Liu, the Vice President for Capital Plan Management. I also want to welcome back First Deputy Chancellor Dan Weisberg and Chief Operating Officer Deputy Chancellor for Operations and Finance, Emma Vadera, who each testified earlier in regards to New York City Public Schools Education fiscal 2025 preliminary budget. SCA's proposed $17 billion fiscal 2025-2029 capital plan includes important funding in a number of key areas, but still falls short of what is needed at this time. Crucial programs like class size reduction and accessibility compliance remains below the funding level needed to carry out legally required and mandated work. For class size, SCA has testified previously that they would need $22 to $25 billion to fund 85,000 new seats in order to be in compliance with the state class size law. The plan currently includes $4.1 billion that funds roughly 23,000 new seats, both well short of SCA's stated targets. Furthermore, many of the new seats in the plan are not designated by district and currently lacks the detail necessary to analyze SCA's fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital plan capacity planning, both for demographic needs and class size reduction compliance. For accessibility, we understand that the city is still 20 years away from reaching full ADA compliance at every public school. And although funding is up slightly from the fiscal 2020 to 2024 plan, it is still below what is needed to move quickly to bring our school to be fully accessible. We look forward to hearing about SCA's work with New York City Public Schools and City Halls on these important issues, as we want to confirm that they are getting the necessary resources they need to do this important work. We also look forward to getting updates on important capital improvement projects like internet speed upgrades, facility enhancement, and the status of removal of temporary classroom units and the status of new construction on many new schools across the city. All of this work will require significant increase to the funding levels in current SCA fiscal 2025 to 2029 capital plan, and we would like to explore the outlook for funding from both city and state today as we continue the budgeting process. We will cover these issues and others and hope to get some additional transparency and guidance on how to best support SCA in their work. I would like to thank and recognize my colleagues who have joined us, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Lewis, would love to once again thank Nina Cabuto, Cora Liu, Dan Weisberg, and Emma Vadera for coming to testify before the committee today. We will hear their testimony after the council swears them in. Thank you.
Hello again to some of you. Panelists, please raise your right hand. I will read the affirmation once and then call on each of you individually to respond. And those here for a Q&A, if you could please raise your right hand as well. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Dan Weisberg, Thomas Taratko, Cora Liu, Nina Cabuto, Kevin Moran, Scott Strickland, John Shea, Emma Vadera. Thank you so much. You may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and members of the City Council Education Committee. My name is Nina Cabuto, and I am President and CEO of the New York City School Construction Authority. I'm joined by First Deputy Chancellor Daniel Weisberg and Emma Vadera, COO and Deputy Chancellor of Operations and Finance from the New York City Public Schools, and by Cora Liu, Vice President of Capital Plan Management for this SCA. We are pleased to be here today to discuss the proposed New York City Public Schools and SEA's FY 25 to 29 five-year capital plan, which currently totals $17 billion. Starting on July 1st, we will be entering our 8th capital plan. Each plan that has been developed, adopted, and implemented has contained key focal programs in order to best respond to the needs of our students, as well as our building portfolio. We are so proud of the advancements we made through our current capital plan, increasing our building accessibility, making our buildings watertight, addressing overcrowding across the city, and funding important school amenities. Next slide. Such as the state-of-the-art athletic field at August Martin High School, which we were honored to have Speaker Adams join us for the groundbreaking earlier this month. But that's not all. The prior plan saw signature initiatives that built 21 standalone gym annexes, provided the necessary electrical infrastructure at 750 buildings to allow for the installation of 15,000 air conditioning units, and created over 6,000 early education seats citywide. Huge investments were also made in the removal of transportable classroom units. We are incredibly proud of the work we have done to remove these outdated facilities from our school grounds, and we currently only have 24 TCUs remaining at 6 sites. This September will be a historic year for us. We will be opening 24 new school buildings in 2024, one of the biggest in our history. I would like to take a moment to share a preview of what some of our beautiful new buildings will look like. Next slide. In Manhattan, we will be opening PSIS at 3761 10th Avenue. Next slide. In the Bronx, we will be opening 8 schools in total, including a PS at 639 St. Anne's Avenue. Next slide. A PS at 1302 Edward L. Grant Highway. A PS at 2075 Webster Avenue. A PS at 2347 Morris Avenue, and an addition at PS 87. In Brooklyn, we're opening 9 schools, which included PSHS at 485 State Street, a PS at 280 Senator Street, an intermediate school at 650 86th Street, a PS at 6312 13th Avenue, and in Queens, we're opening 6 new schools, including an addition at 32, an addition at PS 169, an addition at PS 41, an addition at PS 96, an addition at PS 174, and an annex at PS 85. In the past, our capital plans have been broken out into 3 sections: capacity, capital investments, and mandated. This proposed FY 25 to 29 capital plan continues the work we have done to provide new facilities, improve our existing infrastructure, and meet code-required mandates, but now contains an added Healthy Schools category, which highlights our focus on creating sustainable teaching and learning environments. We're making significant investments in greening our schools as part of the mayor's Leading the Charge commitment, and the funding in this category supports our ongoing sustainability efforts. I will now briefly discuss each of the categories in the proposed plan. In prior capital plans, we focused primarily on building new seats where we had identified a need for new capacity. Since that time, several things have changed, which necessitated a shift in the way we address seat need. First, the city has experienced a multi-year decline in enrollment, along with a declining birth rate for over a decade. Secondly, the passing of the class size law now requires us to examine space needs at an individual school level. These 2 occurrences led us to think strategically and restructure the plan to address the need for capacity in different and creative ways in order to solve for these complex challenges. In this proposed plan, we have combined the successful new capacity program with the class size reduction program from prior plans to create a re-envisioned new capacity program. This reimagined new capacity program will equip us with more flexibility to promptly respond and provide support tailored to the specific needs of school communities throughout the city. Additionally, we will continue expanding successful key programs such as facility replacement, capacities to support the removal of temporary structures, as well as the Early Learn program. By generating new capacity through all 4 programs, we will further increase equity throughout the system. The proposed FY25 to 29 plan contains the following funding to support capacity totaling almost $5 billion. $4.13 billion in new capacity, $250 million to remove temporary structures, $400 million for facility replacement, $200 million for early education. The $4.13 billion allocated for new capacity is the funding that will be used to continued compliance with the class size law. As I testified at the class size hearing on February 29th, we have 4 capital strategies that will be implemented to assist with compliance. One of which, thanks to the investment made through the FY20 to 24 plan, is already underway, as we are in process of bringing roughly 27,000 seats online to help with school overcrowding. We fully recognize that the current funding level of new capacity is short of our current $22 to $27 billion capital estimate for class size compliance, but we cannot, nor do we intend to, rely solely on new construction. Capital construction is just one piece in solving for class size compliance. It must be coupled with other strategies to maximize its effect. The health and well-being of New Yorkers has been front and center in the Adams administration, and that extends to our younger New Yorkers as well. In the FY25 to 29 capital plan, we created the new Healthy Schools category that reflects the priorities of this administration, with dedicated funding to work towards the goals of sustainable schools and an increased focus on the health and well-being of our students. A majority of this funding, $1.4 billion, will go towards our efforts to electrify our existing building portfolio. Additionally, there's $350 million allocated to upgrade our heating plants. Both efforts will make huge strides in eliminating our reliance on polluting fossil fuels and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. $325 million is allocated to projects that will upgrade physical education facilities, including athletic fields, pools, and playgrounds. The National Institute of Health, as well as many other notable health institutions, assert that there is strong evidence supporting the link between physical activity and fitness levels and cognitive performance and overall academic performance. We recognize that these facilities are critical components to our students and their instruction, and we remain dedicated to providing state-of-the-art facilities to encourage active participation in sports and physical activities. The administration recognized these spaces as vital resources to the school community, and thanks to Mayor Adams, we have been able to increase the investment in improving physical education spaces. The last program in this category provides $180 million for health and nutrition projects. 150 of the $180 million of this funding will continue the successful implementation of the Cafeteria Enhancement Experience Initiative started in the prior plan that transforms cafeterias into comfortable and attractive dining environments. $30 million is set aside for the creation of unique educational spaces such as learning gardens and hydroponic labs that have a unique emphasis on health and nutrition teaching and learning. Next slide. This builds upon the unique opportunity we had in Bergen Beach in District 22, where we were able to take a 2.2-acre abandoned lot and turn it into a garden, complete with a learning kitchen, composting area, greenhouse with a weather station, pollinator garden, and a fruit orchard. Thanks to the overwhelming support by the council, in particular Council Member Narcisse and former Council Member Mizell, we will be opening this incredible project in September, along with the other 24 buildings I previously mentioned. The capital investment portion of the plan includes 2 main categories: the Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, which totals $3.33 billion, and the School Enhancements Projects, totaling $2.88 billion. In many ways, we've been able to increase investments in enhancing and modernizing school facilities such as bathrooms, science labs, libraries, and room conversions to advance equity and excellence throughout the city. CIP includes exterior and interior building upgrades, and other necessary capital repairs to our buildings. These include the life safety and security systems, as well as critical components of a building's infrastructure, such as roof, parapets, and windows. This work is vital so that we maintain the highest standards of safety at our school facilities for all students. In the current plan to date, we have awarded over 300 exterior modernization projects totaling $2.9 billion. School enhancement projects strengthen educational opportunities for our students. This category funds technology enhancements, realignment of existing facilities to better suit instructional needs, bathroom upgrades, science labs, accessibility, the Innovative, Diverse, Equitable, Accessible Spaces program, and the Career and Technical Education program, and other necessary improvements. A very popular program, the Bathroom Upgrade Program, falls under school enhancement, and it has funded over 400 bathroom renovations in our current plan. We know how important these upgrades are to our school communities, and we are happy to continue this program in the next plan with allocated funding of $60 million. In this plan, there's an increase in funding for accessibility, which demonstrates the administration's continued commitment to expand the accessibility of our school facilities. This plan allocates $800 million towards making our buildings accessible to school communities, an increase of $50 million from the FY20 to 24 capital plan. The current 5-year capital plan funded 56 accessibility projects in historically underserved districts. I am happy to report that we have achieved our goal, and a third of all school buildings are fully programmatically accessible, and 50% of all elementary school buildings are partially or fully programmatically accessible. In the proposed FY25 to 29 plan, we will build upon the successes with a continued focus on citywide equity. Working with our advocate partners and other stakeholders, we will target buildings offering specialized programming, D75, career pathways, bilingual, and gifted and talented programming will be considered in our project selection criteria. We are extremely grateful for the support and advocacy we have received to facilitate this important work for the benefit of all students. We are grateful for the Council's longstanding and continuous investment in technology for our schools. The FY20 to 24 5-year plan funded a wide range of programs to increase the technology capacity of New York City public schools, including bandwidth increases in all schools, procurement of student mobile devices, the creation of a disaster recovery data center, and the replacement of several legacy application systems. This proposed 25 to 29 capital plan builds on the technology capacity created in the previous plan. With $1.25 billion, an increase in technology funding from our current plan, dedicated to ensuring our infrastructure is keeping pace with modern technology development. This plan funds continued data network improvement and bandwidth capacity increases in our schools. It includes funding to replace outdated phone systems in schools. It also funds upgrading New York City Public Schools data security tools, the replacement of additional legacy application systems, and funding for a small number of student mobile devices for high priority needs. In the upcoming plan, $3.4 billion has been allocated to allow us to meet code, agency, remediation, and insurance requirements. Also through the mandated program is the funding that allows us to complete projects that began in the current FY20 to 24 capital plan. The SCA is dedicated to increasing the participation of MWBEs on SCA projects. In the current 5-year plan, through January 2024, we obligated over $3.2 billion, which is over 30% of our total, to prime contracts to MWBEs, with over $485 million through our mentor programs. In the same period, MWBEs have been awarded roughly $1.4 billion, or 35%, in subcontracts on SCA work, of which over $400 million, 32%, has been for emergency work. In FY24 alone, 2,540 jobs were created through mentor projects, and 46.2% of the jobs created went to Black and Hispanic workers. But we do not plan to stop there, or even stop with our focus on construction firms. While the SCA is known for our nationally recognized Construction Mentor Program, we are now expanding opportunities to MWBE design consultants wishing to pursue business with the SCA, and have launched a mentor program for our A&E consultants to mimic the one we have for our construction firms. This program will help minority and women-owned businesses grow their companies by working on SCA projects while providing them with the necessary training, technical assistance, support, and business guidance to navigate the SCA design standards, submission guidelines, and contractual requirements. Program participants will have access to a team of seasoned SCA technical and business employees dedicated to the oversight and training of their firms. The SCA team will help create opportunities for participating firms by providing them with selected contracting opportunities that best reflect their experience and training. The investment we're talking about today are a down payment on our children's future. We're making sure our schools have the infrastructure they need for our scholars to learn and grow in. As has happened in our current plan and as our economic climate improves, we continue to update this plan and our investment in our schools. We understand how important our schools are to the council, and we appreciate your steadfast advocacy and look forward to our continued partnership to ensure a strong foundation as we build toward the successful implementation of our 8th capital plan. I thank you again for allowing me to testify before you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Our first question is going to be the largest issue in terms of both cost and importance currently facing SCA's class size, right? At the class size hearing on February 29th, New York City Public Schools testified that it would cost between $22 to $25 billion to build enough schools to comply with the state law. Previous class size reduction plan quoted SCA estimate from 30 to 35 billion. What led to the decrease in your cost estimate? And can you share how you arrived at the new figure, including the calculations what is it based on?
So our initial estimate of 30 to 35 billion was very preliminary and developed at the beginning of our joint effort in developing a comprehensive class size implementation plan. At the time, the class size working group was still meeting and working on their final proposal. Conversations with other stakeholders were still ongoing, and the estimate represented the most conservative assumption when it came to capital. Essentially, the analysis assumed predominant reliance on constructing new facilities, like big facilities, for compliance with class size mandates. Since then, working with our partners at the New York City Public Schools, we've been able to refine our assumptions and update our estimate. The SCA and New York City Public Schools have put together a cross-departmental team to develop a range of capital strategies that target schools based on each school's level of need. This team includes representatives from Deputy Chancellor of Operations, Office of District Planning, Office of Space Planning, Office of Student Enrollment, and the capacity and real estate units at the SCA. We meet regularly to review data, discuss potential options, and identify appropriate strategies for individual schools. So this includes evaluating prospective sites for new construction. And through this team and the work over many months, we've developed 4 main strategies, which I talked about at the class size hearing, and I'm happy to go through those again if you wish. But essentially, there are 4 strategies, one of which we've already started working on, and that is on room conversions. So where there's an agreement, and as you may remember at that hearing, a survey was sent out to all the principals. So when there was agreement on, is there room in your school to accommodate the additional classrooms, meaning is there potentially an unused office that could be converted, where there was agreement from the central data and from the principal, we've started looking for those couple dozen or so schools that we can do a quicker, cheaper room conversion project that will accommodate the necessary classrooms. The second strategy, which has been underway for some time because it includes funding from the current capital plan. We have 27,000 seats that are coming online in the next few years that we are working with this cross-departmental team to see how those 27,000 seats could accommodate schools that have are projected not to be in compliance. And the fourth strategy, which we really is the biggest cost here, is creating either annexes or new schools to accommodate class size compliance. That is the biggest part of the costs associated with class size compliance. So those are the third strategy is also investing in our existing facilities. But those four strategies together, I think we were then able to refine our estimate, and it's still an estimate, to the 22 to 27 rather than the 30 to 35.
When I looked over the proposed five-year capital plan, about $4 billion is invested in new capacity, which is only about half of the amount that was originally included in the 2020 to 2024 capital plan. Why is that?
We do recognize that there was a decrease to new capacity. Not sure of the exact figures, but again, we have $17 billion in this capital plan. We know that we are going to be short for new capacity, and as we refine our plan to address it, we have already been in communication with OMB that we will come back to them for additional funding. But right now, the amount that's been allocated, the total of $17 billion, as you would imagine, with competing priorities, we have allocated as much as we can towards new capacity.
If we were to add in funding for new seats is added to the SCA 2025 and 2029 capital plan, would those seats be ready by September of 2028 to meet the deadline?
So I think we do have some sites that are already underway. We have as I mentioned before, we have 27,000 seats that are in process right now. But if we were given funding for additional funding above that, if we started right now, it would be very close to 2028.
So we would not be in compliance. So the most recent estimate of number of new seats for class size compliance is 85,000 at 540 schools. Can you explain how this number was determined? How did you determine that was the number we needed?
So I think 540 schools, again, all of this to be verified, but needed over 3,400 classrooms in total. So we took the highest number of seats because if we do 20, 23, or 25, so we did 3,400 classrooms times 25 seats, and that came to 85,000 total seats.
Earlier, you talked about exploring the possibility of underutilization of spaces in existing schools. Is that still?
That is correct. That's the sort of, I think I testified it as the low-hanging fruit. So we have already started that work.
And how many seats do you see you can produce after you surveyed the spaces?
Well, we're still in the middle of surveying them, and I think right now it's probably only about 25 to 30 school buildings, maybe a classroom or so in each building. So it's not a lot of that. And those are the really sort of low-hanging fruit, because that's ones where we need maybe 1 to 2 classrooms. There are schools that we believe we can accommodate multiple 8, 10 classrooms. So that's sort of second part of that first strategy. So not a lot of schools, but the easiest, I think, to accomplish.
Do you believe you're in compliance with Local Law 167 of 2018, given that there's less information about where the seats are placed in the new plan?
So, Corey.
That was the biggest mystery. Where's the seats going to be?
Thank you, Chair Joseph. We do believe we're in compliance with NOCLA 167. All the information that is required by the legislation are currently posted and updated on our website. We have to readjust our methodology in terms of implementing the new capacity program in response to the class size. That's why we no longer identify C-need by district and sub-district.
How would the school districts know what you're building if you have no information?
We do, we perform the same analysis. As Nina explained in her testimony, the New York City public school system has experienced, or the New York City has experienced over 15 years of declining birth and many years of declining enrollment. So as a result of that, we no longer see C-need essentially in the city, but our challenge now is to help the New York public school system to achieve class size compliance.
I'll come back. Councilmember Stevens.
Well, hello. How are you guys doing? I just have I have two quick questions. One is just around like processes and things that I just sometimes don't feel like make sense. And we are in a budget season, and this is my third budget cycle. And one of the things that are probably has been the bane of my existence is a school requests RESO funding. I'll allocate it. Then you come back to me and say you need more money. I don't like this. Why is this process still here? How do we fix it? And this is like a redundant of time, especially when I know that a lot of times that you guys don't give real estimates in the first round. It's a guesstimate, and no one goes out until after, and then it's this weird thing that I keep hearing is like, we don't have the manpower to go out to do estimates at the start of it, but that makes no sense because you are literally costing us money because at the end of the budget cycle, it's the end of the school year. So now we have to wait a whole full year and you're coming back to me for money. And so I do not want to get to a place where I'm not funding my schools because I'm annoyed that this keeps happening, and this keeps happening. And so until we fix it, like I need it to be fixed. Like this does not make sense. So could we talk about how we need to change it and then talk about how you're going to change it, because I can't do this anymore.
So thank you, Councilmember. I actually very much share your frustration. I actually think that the timeline is also very long. For example, you're looking at allocating funding, call it January through March. We actually don't get the lists till later, and then also we don't get out to the schools till November, December, so it's
none
not
of the
just
issues that my school are asking for funding for are new issues. So I don't understand why, one, you don't have people already doing these estimates, and so by the time they come to us, we don't have guesstimates. So I hear you if this was like new, right? But it's not. So none of these schools have new issues. These are things that we know that are happening. So why are you not consistently having people out to have these estimates ready so that when you guys come to us, we can fund it and fully fund it, and it doesn't take us 10 years or my whole goddamn time I'm here to fund one project. I can't do it anymore. I cannot do it anymore. It is so frustrating because our schools are hemorrhaging and this is a clog in the system. So I need to know, what are the steps you guys are taking to fix this, because this is not okay. Like I can't do it anymore. And I've only been here 3 years, so can't do it.
Again, I do recognize your frustration. We too are frustrated, but we cannot create estimates for a school-specific project without having the capital funding already there.
Exactly. So you already have a policy that says if it's not fully funded, you can't start. It's y'all. It's not me, because I ain't my policy, because I think it's crazy. Because you already have a policy saying it has to be fully funded, so you can't start, right? And so I want to fully fund the project. I want to make sure it's fully funded so we can get it done. But you give me a guesstimate at the start of it. So my principals are literally giving me guesstimates. And every year they're like, well, you're $250,000 short. I'm like, well, why didn't you ask for that? I'd have got that. I'd have allocated it. Would have been done. This does not make sense. This has to change. Like, this doesn't feel like partnership. I saw somebody just gave y'all notes, so you want to read the note?
I just want to be
I thought
clear.
they was giving answers, so.
So again, it's not our policy. Unfortunately, the scoping is not capitally eligible, so we cannot start a project without having that. And there are school-specific. We come to you and say an auditorium upgrade will cost, I don't know, $1.2 to $2 million. Then we get out there and we find that there are either things that were unforeseen, whether it's asbestos or things like that, that would drive up the costs. But unfortunately,
But if you went out there before,
yes, I agree. But
we wouldn't be there. So you got to figure it out. Because that's what I'm telling you. That, like, you're literally explaining the process that I know, and I'm telling you that is the problem. It does not work. It does not make sense. I do not like things that don't make sense, and this is something that does not make sense. And I do not want to be forced to be at a place where I'm not funding my schools because you guys are doing something that does not work. And that's not fair. It's not fair to any of us up here who are literally putting money into these schools, but like every year, I've been here 3 years, not one of my projects have been able to be completed because you come back to me and say, I need $250 more, I need $1 million more, when I could have funded it at the offset and the project could have gotten started. So it's taking 4 or 5 years for projects to get started because you can't start until you get all the money. So we are in a cycle, so it does not work. So I need you guys to come back with some solutions because it's not working. Like, it's not. Like, it can't just be like, well, we know, and we don't like it either. I need solutions, and that's what we should be. Look at us as thought partners. Well, I'm happy to meet with you guys, happy to sit down, do roundtables, whatever we need to get done, but it is not working, and I don't understand, like, how could we just let this just continue? So I'll get off my high horse because I'm just very frustrated about that, as you guys can see. I turned into Lincoln now. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I turned into Lincoln. I'm always yelling at him for, like, not behaving. Chair, I just have...
We will certainly, just to close that off, Councilmember, hear your frustration. This is not something we've had a chance to discuss, but we absolutely will sit down with you and any other council members who are interested to figure out if there's something we could do to short circuit the process.
All right, I'm gonna be calling y'all. We gotta have a meeting because I can't.
We'll schedule that right away.
Yeah, it can't. And then I have a school in my district, PS 11. They have an annex, and they don't have a PA system. And is this not a safety issue? And I was told that they brought in a box and it worked for a couple of days and now it doesn't. And it's been a number of years. I tried to allocate money to it, but then I realized, like, why am I paying for this? This is a safety thing. Y'all need to pay for this.
I'm going to ask Kevin Moran to come up. I believe he's familiar with that situation.
Great.
Councilmember.
Hello.
How are you? I was
doing
sworn
well.
in, so Kevin Moran, Chief of School-Based Operations. If PS 11 has a malfunctioning PA system, we'll send
Oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't. So they didn't have it. Never existed. And so I was going to allocate money, and then I was like, "This is a safety issue. I don't think this is me." Then you guys said, "You're right. We're supposed to make sure this happened." And then they came in. She literally said, "Well, it's a new principal," and so she didn't even realize that this happened before. They had gave them like a box that was supposed to work, but she's like, "Yeah, it doesn't work," and so it does not exist. They don't have a PA system between the two schools, and I see this as a safety issue and a safety concern. So please note it. Please, it has to be addressed. Absolutely. I think that, and it's not close, so it's a couple of blocks down. So that is a real safety issue that the principal cannot communicate between the two schools.
Absolutely. We'll be there tomorrow and share a report with you.
Absolutely.
Soon after.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Madam President, and the whole team. DOE's back with you. All right. And thank you for the update on the 2.2-acre greenhouse at Bergen Beach. I love that project. It's opening in September, as you stated. Would love to see if we could identify other areas where we could replicate this project, particularly in Brooklyn, but anywhere else. 2 quick questions. The first one is on the bathroom upgrade program. So I wanted to know, how do you determine and identify the bathrooms that need the most priorities for upgrades? Reason being, I did a walkthrough of all the schools in my district in 2022, 2023. A lot of those bathrooms have not been upgraded. Sometimes teachers have to go use the restroom outside of the schools because the schools are so old that they don't have restrooms that would fit for an adult. So that's question number 1 regarding the bathroom upgrades. And the second question is in regards to MWBEs. Thank you for the highlight on the MWBE Design Consultant Program. But I wanted to know, what's the criteria for SCA to put in place for participants to qualify? And if they don't qualify for the MWBE Mentor Program under the MWBE Design Consultant option, what are the provisions that are put in place to motivate them and encourage them to continue to engage with SCA? Those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So just regarding the bathrooms for a moment, We do an annual building condition assessment survey through BCAS, where we have architects and engineers walk the building once a year. Unfortunately, it doesn't identify, if things are broken, obviously it identifies it, but if it's just kind of old, things of that nature, it doesn't highlight it as a deficiency. So we, a number of years ago, worked with our DSF partners to help us kind of rate our bathrooms and help us to get projects into the pipeline. The best way that we've been able to identify bathrooms coming into the program is through our City Council and Community Education Council request, which I know we have a spreadsheet sent out, so that we need to hear from the schools, from you all, to say, hey, take a look at this bathroom. It works technically, but it's just old and it could use a sprucing up, which is really what this program is designed to do. The 400 bathrooms that we mentioned, I have to say a majority of them are student bathrooms. The funding is still limited in this category, and we have been prioritizing student bathrooms. But if there is a situation where there's an adult bathroom, that they should not be going outside of the school to use a facility. So please let us know that that particular school.
It's more than one, but I will
yeah,
send it.
please.
I'll send it over. And some of even the students' bathrooms are down in the district, so they have to pivot. And regarding the MWBEs, if you guys can answer that question. And I also wanted to know the MWBE design consultants, will they be utilized in order to deal with the complex challenges of creating class size?
They will be used. Our goal, similar to our mentor construction program, is to grow them, to grow any firm, whether it's construction or in the architecture and engineering world, to compete in sort of the open market. So right now, in the construction mentor program, we have them bidding against other MWBE firms. With the A&E mentor program, though, we have projects set aside so that they can start to learn the process of both sort of SCA specific, but this will benefit the city as a whole. You know, one of the important things for me is that we didn't have many, we only had 2 Black architecture firms on available to us when we started a very important project, and I said that this can't be. So we have extended our reach so that we are executing contracts with, I believe, 17 MWBE firms. They're mostly Black and Hispanic firms, women-owned firms as well, so that we can start this process. They have not done business with the SCA, so we want to get them used to doing business with the SCA and with the city as a whole, so that similar to our construction mentor program, that they can bid or they can get work in sort of the open market. So that's a very long answer to say yes, I expect them to be part of the class size compliance. In fact, the smaller room conversions are perfect for these smaller A&E mentor firms.
We would love to see them participate in the class size
Us
project.
too.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much, Chair Joseph. I want to commend Deputy Chancellor Weisberg and Deputy Chancellor Videra for their endurance. I hope you have energy bars or something. We appreciate you, and I will continue my earlier practice of starting with a compliment. Whenever we reach out to DSF, they are incredibly responsive. And I just especially want to shout out Kevin, John, the whole team. They do a tremendous job. I don't know how they're as responsive as they are to everyone, but everyone says the same thing, and that means you must be working all the time. We just really appreciate it. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you for making such a difference and stepping up whenever there are issues. I really want to, I like literally had planned to say almost exactly what Councilmember Stevens said a couple minutes ago. I am similarly at my wit's end. Do you know how much funding the council allocated to SCA projects in FY24? You can ballpark it, or I can help you, whatever you prefer.
We're checking. I mean, I think typically it's been about 180 to $200 million.
Last year was 238.7.
Okay.
Almost $250 million across 813 different projects that we all, council members, put in the budget to fund our schools this current year. After we fund those projects in June, we get radio silence from the SCA for a 6-month period. That's right. There's no, because you don't have the funding hasn't shown up in your budget yet. That's correct. I don't, I appreciate that you're waiting for the capital funding to show up, but every other entity that the city funds, think about the thousands of nonprofit organizations. They don't have contracts from any agency, and yet they're expected to start work immediately, get and work at risk, and expect that they're going to get reimbursed and paid back for the essential work that they do. But the SCA, the message is, no, we're going to wait from OMB to get a message. There's no in-house capacity to get these projects moving. There's no movement whatsoever at all. So we lose 6 months right off the bat. It's 3 more months later. We just were able to get our first updates on some of the projects that we funded over previous years, and they were limited updates with major gaps in information. So we're 9 months now after funding these projects, and we have no updates limited updates of any consequence. And I'll give an example, just like Councilmember Stevens was sharing. We get back of the envelope estimates on the projects we need to fund. We wanted to fund a new schoolyard at PS 307 across the street from Farragut Houses. Huge holes in the pavement. It's honestly scary for kids to run out there. So SCA tells us it's going to cost $750,000. Okay, that's fine. I put $750,000 in the budget, ready to go. Bring a big check, celebrate with the families. Everyone's thrilled. Do you know what SCA comes back to me in March, 9 months later, after we've adopted the budget, for how much it's going to cost?
1.35.
For half of the schoolyard, $2.5 million for the whole schoolyard. So $2.5 million to actually repair the schoolyard that they had thought was going to get repaired. We have $750,000 in the budget. I don't have another $1.75 million in my couch cushion pockets, right? So we've now set up a huge mismatch of expectations. I'm the bad guy. I'm the jerk because I said we were going to fix the schoolyard. But now, how are we going to fix the schoolyard? Because SCA gave me an estimate that was wildly disconnected from reality. So, no horrible timelines. Wildly inaccurate estimates. It is deeply frustrating. And like Councilmember Stevens, I'm getting to the point of, should I just stop funding my schools? Because I have other agencies that are willing to put this money to work and that actually are going to make the improvements that I allocate in the budget in real time. Are there any process improvements that y'all are considering that can make any difference in what is an incredibly frustrating situation?
We are, and again, I think my answer to Councilmember Stevens was not well received because we are bound by capital eligibility rules. The Controller Directive 10 states that we can't do any capital work without the capital funding. I will say 2 things. One is that I think we can talk to OMB a little bit and maybe the Controller's Office to figure out a way to get scoping money, which is really what you're talking about. In order for us to give you a more accurate estimate, we need to be able to scope it. It's been this chicken and egg thing, right? And that's the problem that we're seeing. So let us talk to OMB and the Controller's Office to see if we can get funding for scoping, which will allow us to provide more accurate estimates. And second, the 750, again, should be for one. I know that it's 2 separate schoolyards, and that was the problem. I think that we did not look thoroughly to see that it was sort of 2 different yards, specifically for 307. So
I appreciate you taking responsibility there, but when we talk about getting inadequate estimates from SCA, the idea that you all didn't even look at the schoolyard to give an estimate when giving me a figure. I know the schoolyard. I know how big it is. It's one contiguous schoolyard. So it's not like it's 2 separate schoolyards. It's one space. So when I get an estimate of this is what it's going to cost to fix the schoolyard, I take it seriously. I fund it. I celebrate it with the families and the students and say, we're going to get this done. This is important. This is something that you deserve better. And really what I'm saying to them is, we got a made-up number from SCA that has no bearing in reality. It may or may not be enough. It probably isn't, because you come back to us on most of our projects. And then it's going to take years more of allocations, because we can only do them once a year, and that's a huge gap. So it's probably 5 years away before we'll actually see an improvement in your schoolyard. But maybe, because I'll need to come up with another $1.75 million. That's really what's happening. So yes, it's scoping money. I'm happy to talk to Controller Lander about Directive 10. We'd welcome having those conversations together. But the funding is in the budget. You all see exactly what is printed and what is allocated, and you should be able to take action and move. And if there is a need for greater in-house capacity to be able to do more scoping work, if there's a need to be able to start a procurement process, whatever the things are that we are waiting for dead months at a time, that are delaying and delaying and delaying projects, because I think that the delays and the inaccurate assessments are two separate but both critical issues. I really think they both need to be addressed. I just wanted to ask about one other thing, Madam Chair, if you give me the latitude. Two other things very briefly.
Respond, Council Member, just to say from our point of view, this is a new issue to me. I know it's not to you, but
no.
We very much appreciate the projects that you all allocate.
No, I know you want the money, but
so
the message we get is not.
I
it's
say
different.
that to say we want to create actually every incentive for you to continue to do that. So we will work with.
I'm with Councilmember Stevens. If there is an improvement, then I'm not going to keep wasting my time. Because I'm not wasting 5 years to fund a project at varying different estimates, having to come up with more money every year. It's more agita and more angry parents and families than not. So
we hear you, Councilmember. I'm just saying we will absolutely sit down with you to try to figure out whatever the solution is. I know Nina is working under constraints. We'll try to figure out what we can do to reverse that.
I contrast it with when I call DSF and there's an issue, there's solutions. I get that its capital process is different. I'm not naive, but like the difference in attitude and orientation and solution-oriented approach is night and day. Deep breath. Two more things. One, in the DCAS capital plan, there was $399 million in cuts to their 5-year capital plan for electrification projects of schools. Is that funding separate and apart from the SCA capital plan? So just so we know all of the different cuts that are happening to our schools that we should be concerned about?
Correct. The $1.4 billion for electrification is separate from the DCAS budget.
So we saw an additional $400 million cut to school electrification, like PS 286Q in Councilmember Lee's district, just off Bay Terrace, where that $166 million electrification project has been cut and is indefinitely on hold, as an example. I'm pointing to her empty chair because that's where she was sitting before.
So the funding that DCAS had set aside for electrification that will push to outer years, projects would not identify for those funding. Those are the funding in the upcoming projects.
Okay. I just want to make sure that all of us, because sometimes things get siloed, so those of us on the Education Committee understand that there were separate cuts to the SCA budget that don't show up in the SCA's budget, but that happen at DCAS that are very harmful and that we're very concerned about and that we're working to restore. Last question. On Atlantic Avenue, many, many years ago, there was a plan announced for an early childhood education center. I was told, I think 15 months ago, 18 months ago, that SCA completed the work. I keep asking to go on a tour, and I get the runaround from the InterGov folks who tell me that they can't, and it hasn't opened, and I don't understand. The work was done 18 months ago, from what I recall. We still don't have any kids there. I can't go in the building. It's a little maddening. I would love a straight answer. This is Atlantic and Borum Place. There's like a Michael's on the ground floor. No, Deputy Chancellor knows the area.
I know the building. It sounds like we'll have to get back to you, and we will get back to you shortly.
I really hope you will, because I've been asking for answers for 18 months, and I'm not very patient. So I appreciate it. I am sorry to get so worked up, but we really have to do better on this, and would be happy to help in any ways we can to advocate with the controller for any additional flexibility, any support we can provide. Thank you for your latitude, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. What's the timeline when a council member funds a project? I know, but just for the record, how long does it take? What's the estimated timeline? When, for example, Councilmember Ressler puts in money for a project, how long does it take?
So I think the allocation comes in around March. It's not approved until July. It goes through OMB. They take a little time to send us the list. We vet the list. We apply for CP, which we typically get in December timeframe. Then we start to go out to the schools. And I think what Councilmember Ressler is talking about is from July 1st till we got out to some of the schools and were able to provide an estimate. For example, at 307, it was close to 9 months from the July 1st to essentially March 1st.
So what's the difference in from that timeline to the time he allocated the funds that there was such a huge difference? That's what he's referencing. There was a huge difference, right, council member?
That's right.
He calls it a guesstimate. It wasn't an estimate. He said it was a guesstimation.
I think that was out there. Correct. Correct. The scope, which is what I was alluding to earlier, allows us to refine that estimate and come up with a real estimate rather than a playgrounds usually cost $750,000 or an auditorium costs whatever, $1 million, whatever the figures are. Until we get to a site and can assess the site to figure out, for example, if we need to do any underground drainage at a playground or things of that nature, that will change the cost. So it is site-specific, and until we're authorized to go to get that, once we get the CP and we're authorized to go to the site, it's only until then that we can come up with a real estimate.
And in the meantime, are you in communications with the council member's office to let him know this is happening? Because it seems like he was surprised that the price went up.
He was surprised. I don't want to speak for you. You were surprised that it went up, and I think the frustration was, again, July was allocated. We didn't have an estimate or was able to give him an update to that estimate until 9 months later. So I think that is the frustration. And again, I think we will look at the process. We have to talk to the Controller's Office and OMB to figure out a way to get additional funding so that we can scope these projects earlier to be able to provide an estimate that is true. And then
fast track the project so the kids are not leaving the school and never seeing the project come to fruition. And that's happened a lot. You talked about TCUs earlier, and I have one of my colleagues who's very interestingly, what is the process for SCA in terms of getting community input from the schools for TCU removals?
So before we initiate a project, obviously we work with several departments at the New York City Public Schools because they are in constant contact also with the principals themselves. So to make sure that we can remove those TCUs, we rely on the communication with the principal and the superintendent to make sure that whatever community engagement is possible is actually deployed for the project.
And when the TCUs are removed, what's usually the next plan? I know there's a school in the Bronx that I visited. You remove the TCU. What's the plan for that school?
I'm not sure of the specific school, but in many cases...
Junior High School 118 in the Bronx in District 10. You know I know my schools.
Yes, you do. Of course you do.
That school.
So two things when we remove a TCU is we either replace it with a building structure, as in 96 in Queens. We actually are building the annex first and then removing the TCU. But in all cases, we restore it to a playground. Mm-hmm. So in that case, I believe in 118 we are restoring it to a playground use.
From what I understood, that wasn't the case. They were thinking of building a charter school. I hope that's not the case. I hope this, after suffering for so long, especially the Bronx under TCUs, when they remove, a charter school is not placed there, but a playground is placed. We've had TCUs that were supposed to be in for 20 years. They've been in there for 50 years. For me, it becomes a racial and equity issue when this happened in economics, because I'm sure other places it's not happening. How many did we remove in the Bronx, and how many do we still have in the Bronx?
Oh, thank you. We had a total of 86 in the Bronx. 73 were removed, 11 are in process. So there are 2 that we're still working on developing the plans for, so there are 2 left.
And Brooklyn, you have them in Brooklyn. How many do you have? And
Brooklyn, there were a total of 80, 74 have been removed, 3 are in process, 3 remain.
and Manhattan?
Total of 21, 6 have been removed, 15 still remain.
What is the conversation does SCA have before the TCU? We talked about that. What conversation does SCA have about permanent spaces that replace TCUs before spaces are designed and determined? Are you talking to the community school, superintendent, administrator, and the community at large? Is community engagement done when there's a chance to redesign the space that was occupied by TCU?
We engage with the principal and the superintendent if it's being replaced with a playground.
The 24 TCUs you have left, what are the timelines for those to be removed?
We do not have a timeline for those. They are at 6 sites, and we're working hard to remove those 6 remaining, or the 24 TCUs at those 6 sites. But we don't have a timeline yet for that.
You don't have a timeline?
We do not.
And let's talk about accessibility for our New York City schools. SCA said it'll take about 20 years for us to meet accessibility requirements by law, by federal law, not even by the council member. This is a federal law. Why is it going to take so long for our schools to be accessible? So that means our students with disabilities have to travel so far, and I've said that so many times, that they don't get to stay in their neighborhoods because the schools is not accessible. Even my child's school is not accessible, and it has 5 floors. So I can imagine if something happened to him, what does he learn in the cafeteria? Unacceptable.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Tom Taracco. I'm the Chief Executive for Space Management and charged with accessibility for New York City schools, planning and compliance. The 4 capital plan, $4 billion estimate was given as we've been asked to give in prior testimony guesstimates, because with 436 buildings, I believe it is, remaining that are not accessible, not all of them have been scoped out to see. As I've said in previous testimony, some of those buildings, because of their age, their design, or their location, will not be able to be compliant. So that 4 capital plan estimate was based on finally having a good baseline with this last $750 million. If we progressed, if costs stayed the same, if funding stayed the same, and we were able to accomplish what we did in this last capital plan, that's where that 4-year estimate was, and we figured we'd be able to do at least 300 of those 400, and I think I do have the exact number that are not accessible, but...
It was previously stated that it would need about $4 billion to make all schools accessible.
Based on current costs and conditions, yeah, that's how we looked at that. So 453 are not accessible currently.
And what is the timeline to get them? In your capital plan, your 2029, it says planning to enable all schools to be compliant. What do you estimate the new timeline for reaching full ADA compliance? And I think that it was supposed to be 1.9 billion. I noticed we're, 800 million? So we're short in even making the schools accessible.
Well, with the 800 million and a slightly different approach to our projects this year, as we're going to highlight, conversations with our advocate partners and the Special Education City Education Council, we've been discussing really targeting our students with special needs, and some of those are in partially accessible buildings. So we'll be doing slightly different types of projects to bring full accessibility to those schools. But we feel we can positively affect about 70 to 75 of those buildings with 800 million. If we were to get the original 1.25 billion I think we were asking for in the original ask. That would add another 30 to 45 of that. Now you're talking about 100 buildings affected in a capital plan. Now you're really taking chunks of those percentages away. So, it's all relevant. I mean, there's a lot of challenges with this program, but we're very proud of the work that the SCA and DOE has done together on this.
And you said if the funding would be added, we would get an additional how many schools?
Well, we could do 30 non-accessible buildings to full accessibility, or we could do somewhere up to 50 if we were taking partially accessible buildings and looking at. We're also going to be looking at District 75 sites that might be in non-accessible buildings, but in the lower floors where we could do a partial project to get them accessible.
Is it possible that you could submit a list of schools that are currently not ADA compliant to this committee? I need.
Yes, we have a list.
How much state funding did you receive in the fiscal 2023, and how much do you plan to receive in 2024 and 2025?
I'm not the money guy, so.
Please include building funding sources like building aid that does not directly come to SCA.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for stating that, because you're correct. The building aid does not come to the SCA. It comes into the sort of general fund. So we don't get any direct state funding. As you mentioned, the building aid from the state comes into the general fund of the city. For this fiscal year, the SCA is expected to receive about $1.4 billion, but that is amortized over 30 years.
How much of this building aid versus other sources of funding do you get? Other than the state, do you get any other type of funding?
We get very little federal funding. That's been mostly Sandy projects, IDA, things like that. So the vast majority is city funding.
So what conversations are you having with OMB about providing additional funding in the upcoming financial plan, particularly in regards to new capacity and accessibility?
We are in constant contact with them, and we have said we will be coming back to them for additional funding. I will say that the current capital plan, the FY 20 to 24 capital plan, started with $17 billion. It ended with $19.4 billion. So we are hopeful that we will receive additional funding, especially if the debt limit is raised.
And how does SCA advocate for more state funding or a change to the building aid formula, given that the class size law is driving a lot of the needs for funding? Is state mandated? If not, do you plan on advocating for changes at the state level?
We would love to have you as advocates to help us get that state formula changed. It has not changed over time, so we would love to have you as partners with us.
Can you walk us through the reasons for this funding has not been utilized more by SCA or DOE, the Educational Construction Fund?
Thank you for raising that, Chair. The Education Construction Fund, as you know, is really an innovative approach to work with private developers to have them fund the building of new schools. An example of that in Brooklyn, Khalil Gibran is getting a brand new building in downtown Brooklyn as a result of an ECF project. It does depend. I mean, we would love, Chair, to do dozens of ECF projects. They're all big wins because our kids get brand new facilities, and we don't need to tap the capital funding in order to, for the most part, in order to build them. It's dependent on finding a particular location that a developer wants some sort of rights to, and is willing to and can make the dollars and cents work to fund a facility that we're looking for. up to our standards. So Jennifer Maldonado, who is the head of ECF, I can tell you, works tirelessly, and she has a number, always, but certainly right now, a number of potential projects in the hopper. So she's constantly having these conversations, trying to create more projects, always for students who are in facilities that are older facilities, not, don't have the same amenities that we want all our kids to have. So that's really the reason why there are not more ECF projects at any particular time, is they're really situational. They're dependent on finding the right location with the right partner.
And I think also swing space plays a great deal into this. In the case of Khalil Gibran, the building is going up next to their current location, so we didn't have to find swing space for that particular school. So I think that plays a big part of it as well.
If the TFA debt limit was raised, what would set priorities for additional funding? What would your priorities be for additional funding?
I'm sorry.
If we raise the debt limit, if the debt limit was raised, what would be your priorities with this additional funding?
So I think I've been pretty clear. Certainly, new capacity, accessibility, and electrification are the three areas where we need additional funding.
But at the same time, we noticed that the 23,035 new seats that you funded in your capital plan, right? The 2029, the placement of 16,334 remains undetermined. Why is that?
So as we mentioned earlier, we had to readjust how we implement the new capacity program. So out of the 23,000 seats that were funded in the 8th plan, we cited about 6,700 of them. The rest of seats are funded currently citywide. As we continue to work, identify plan to help individual schools for class size compliance. We'll continue to cite those projects, and we'll work with you to secure as many sites as possible throughout other processes.
When do you plan on this designating these seats to particular districts, this 16,000? When will you know to assign them to particular districts?
We are not assigning them to a particular district and sub-district. What we can share is based on the list of schools that will be in need of classroom space. For compliance, most of the schools are located in district historically have a large number of seat needs, so we'll continue to look in those areas. But if we do receive site recommendation in other areas, we'll also look at them in relationship with schools that might be in need of space, and then we'll evaluate them equally.
Does this plan include our students in D75?
I don't believe D75 classes are subject to class size mandate.
SCA has indicated that between 10 to 15% of school buildings cannot be made ADA compliant because of age, configuration, location, historic designation, and other variables. What is the plan for these schools?
Each one of those locations would have to be evaluated for what the major plan would be. Some would be actually having to knock them down and rebuild them. I mean, that's how drastic that type of planning goes.
Would you be able to provide the committee with a list of those schools that cannot be updated
We
to
have
meet
not.
the ADA?
Up to date, we have not been able to survey all the remaining buildings, as we've been focused on what we can fix, but we will get to them. I don't know if I can get glued down to an exact timeline at this point.
But how do you know they can't be updated if you haven't surveyed them?
To get you the exact number, well, we're going at what we can do. We're surveying the buildings that we know we can do. That just kind of whittles it down from the 400 and I think it was 53 number we mentioned, and then it will become apparent what can't be done later on.
Are there accessibility projects funded under the fiscal 2024 that will be completed in the next few years?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
How many?
56 from what I heard, but then there's another group of buildings that have been designed and they're ready to go in the next capital plan already. So, we're going to be just rocking and rolling. This is the first time we've ever seen a pipeline this robust since I've been doing this work for plus 15 years. So I'm very excited about it because not only do we have them in construction, in design, in scope, bid and award, we have every single category has jobs in it, and we have quite a few in construction right now. So you're going to start seeing some big results out there, and we're excited about it.
And I would love to see the list so I can visit.
We do have that list for you.
On your updated projects on your greenhouse in Bergen Beach, how much the funding is in plan for the door lock security? How much is the plan? How much does that cost?
Currently, we have 88 million, I believe, put towards the door lock security between this and the next plan.
What's the timeline for all schools to have these door locks installed?
So at current, we have 252 projects completed in phase 1. There's 114 currently underway. The plan is to finish the remaining intermediate K-5, if you will, K-5, by June, July, and the entire city, the entire program, by January.
What's the updated on the proposed redevelopment of the former St. John Villa campus in Staten Island? Can you give me an update on that?
We're currently in the phase of doing master campus planning. As of now, we hope we will be able to start the design of the school buildings in the later part of.
Can you speak a little louder,
sure,
please?
Sorry. We're currently in design of the master campus, the entire St. John's Villa master campus. As of now, we hope to start designing the individual school buildings later part of this year.
About next year?
We'll start the later part this year. The design process will take approximately a year.
8 years?
1 year.
1 year, okay. There are accessibility issues at PS 54, Hillside and Richmond Hill. Are they any planned accessibility projects at that school?
No, Richmond Hill, she said. I think we'll have to get back to you on that particular school.
And what about the 2 Harbor High School Annex project on Governor's Island?
Those are both currently in design and to be awarded this fiscal year.
What's the timeline to bring those on, to get that done as well?
So the leased annex, which is currently in front of the current Harbor School, that will be complete by 2026, and the athletic annex on the other side of the building, of the current building across the street, is 2027, so the following year.
And an update on the new school being constructed on Edward L. Grant Highway in the Bronx.
Yeah, this year, 2024.
I know my Brooklyn folks will enjoy this. Can you provide an update on the new schools being constructed on Fort Hamilton Parkway in Brooklyn?
Thank you. So the one 4002 Fort Hamilton Parkway is slated to open 2026, 487 seats.
And John Brown High School Annex in Queens?
That's in design, correct? Yeah, 2027. That's going out to bid soon.
And in terms of technology and internet service for our school, speed is 1 gig. What is the timeline to get every school to 1 gig? And how do you prioritize schools you want to bring up to speed?
Thank you, Chair. Scott Strickland from DIIT. So we currently have all of our schools at 300 gig, and that's a result of the investments made in the last capital plan Two years ago, only about half of the schools were at 300 gig, so everybody's at 300 gig. The goal in this plan is to get everybody to 1 gig. They'll have that capacity now. That's the bandwidth that goes into the school. When we do a school, and we call it a bandwidth upgrade, we also do the interior wiring, the MDF closet where the fiber comes in, and that allows the access points to be strengthened and be more reliable, have more coverage. And so that's where we are. By the end of this year, this school year, half of our schools will be at 300 gig, the other half will be at 500 or more.
How many schools you have that are already at 1 gig connectivity?
Yep, 1 gig is 116.
Do any other schools require greater internet speed?
Yes, some of our larger high schools require more than that. We have 27 schools at 2 gig or more.
If so, how many, and is there funding in this plan to get those schools to fast speed?
Yes. So we've already done that with the prior funding. This is a full refresh of all of our DOE-owned buildings that will provide the hardware and wiring and access points that will allow the speeds to come in and be distributed across the buildings and accessible to our students and teachers.
Out of the 27 schools, how many more do you have to go to increase the speed? You said 27, is there any more?
As we see the need for allocations to be made based on historical usage, and they have the capacity to go higher, we can do that today. That's how we've gotten some of our schools to over 1 gig. There aren't any that we need to do at the moment, but there may be some that come up by the end of the year, and we'll have the capacity to do that.
Okay. Thank you. SCA currently projects that enrollment in New York City public schools will keep shrinking, decreasing by more than 200,000 students in the next decade, according to the most recent enrollment projection. Can you provide detail on specific assumption made in this projection and the reason for such a downward trend in student population?
So I think in my testimony I talked about birth rate declining, and in fact over the past 15 years we've been seeing birth rate declining. And actually enrollment has reflected that birth rate decline since 2016. COVID exacerbated that decline, and but we still see the enrollment projections are a reflection of a trend, so we still continue to see this downward trend. But again, we do this annually, so we make sure that our projections reflect the most up-to-date trends.
So we already did your projection for this year?
We did.
And that's how you saw the answer. Earlier, I spoke about junior high school 118, and I said the TCU wasn't removed. The TCU is still there. However, there's a charter schools that's interested in moving in junior high school 118 in the Bronx, District 10.
Do we have a plan to remove it? What does this mean? Oh, it's in process. So, sorry, it was on a different list. It's a technical, but it's a transportable classroom building. But we do have it as in process. I am unaware of a charter school wanting to be there.
They've waited so long for this space. So get the answers back to me. I will write to make sure I get the answers to this question, because you seem like you don't know, but they're telling me that's exactly what's happening.
We've awarded it though, right? What's in design? Okay. Yeah, we will get back to you.
Thank you. Your projections that you talked about earlier in the decline factor in recent are new New Yorkers and other immigrants in the city. Did you factor in those numbers when you did your math?
Yes, last year and this year, I believe this year, 19,000 asylum seekers.
And which school district you saw the most decrease in?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but
We will email you so we can get the answers on the record. I want to see the numbers per district, per school district. Want to talk about the preliminary mayor's management report. The average construction, and I think that's what my colleagues were talking about, bid price for school capacity jumped from $710 per square feet fiscal 2021 to $5 per square feet in fiscal '22 and remain at roughly the same level in 2023. What's the reason for the increase, and do you believe that we're seeing a level off cost, or do we expect to continue to see this type of inflation?
Thank you for that question. That's actually good. In fiscal year 21, there actually weren't that many projects bid because we were still it was still sort of shut down for COVID. So it is a decreased number of projects that were actually awarded in that fiscal year. But I will say, yes, I think inflation is a part of it. Supply chain issues continue to be a factor, as well as other legislation, such as, bird-friendly glass, things like that do start to increase the cost per square foot. So we don't see a decline happening in the near future, but we always value engineer our projects and our capacity program, or our entire program as a whole, to try to keep our costs down.
So the percentage of capital improvement projects constructed on time or early have been decreasing down to 14% through the first 4 months of the fiscal 2024. Can you explain why such small percentage of projects have been finished on time this year?
Unfortunately, I think we're still seeing delays due to COVID and other issues such as supply chain issues, continuing to keep our projects from completing.
And on the record, how much is it going to cost for us to meet the laws of the class size?
Our latest estimate is 22 to 27 billion. 2 billion is already accounted for in the current capital plan. So I believe your question earlier was correct at 22 to 25 billion additional funding. We do have 4 billion in this plan, but it still falls short.
It still falls short to
It
meet
does.
What is the plan? Chancellor Emma, what's the plan to fund the law?
I'm not sure I can speak to the capital side of it. I think I would say, as we discussed earlier, there are substantial financial needs on both the expense side and the capital side. And the expense side to ensure we can hire the 10 to 12,000 teachers we discussed earlier, including our 3,000 special ed teachers. We put that at 1.4 to 1.9 billion on top of the additional dollars we've already received from the state. IBO puts it a bit higher, 1.6 to 1.9 billion. We will, as we also discussed earlier, we'll be looking for next year to ensure we stay in compliance. We'll be looking at where schools can repurpose dollars to hire teachers, and we are also eagerly awaiting whether we will get additional dollars from the state to support us as well. On the capital side, I think Nina touched on this earlier, which is that the goal is to continue to get additional dollars in the capital plan, not just for class size, but for accessibility and for some of these other key pieces, I would argue technology as well. And we'll continue to work with OMB on that, with that together.
Thank you.
And this is, Chair, another example. This is a mandate from state. There's no funding. There's no additional capital funding, as you heard from President Kubota. The vast majority of the capital funding is city funding, comes from you and City Hall. So to answer your question, what's the plan? We would hope that our state partners would provide at least some of that capital funding to comply with the law that they passed and enacted.
We got to take a trip to Albany.
We'll buy that train ticket tomorrow
Because we have to bring the money, because we have to be in compliance. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We will now open the hearing for public testimony. As a reminder to members of the public, this is a formal government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recording as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, preliminary budget hearing education. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will set the time and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. And finally, if you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Our first panel, Michael Mulgrew, Louis Cholden Brown, Donald Nesbitt, Henry Rubio, Shirley Edible, and Donovan Swanson. Michael Mulgrew, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you having this hearing today. I'm going to start and make this very simple. New York City has the money to invest in its school system, but this administration right now is choosing not to invest at the appropriate level. Last Monday, 1,000 people got up between 4 and 5 a.m. to get on buses. Over 100 of those were parents and advocates, and went up to Albany knowing they were going to spend 6 hours that day on that bus, and went to Albany. And what did they advocate and lobby for? They advocated for the early childhood program that just a few short years ago was looked at nationally and is no longer looked that way, but we know how important it is. We advocated on behalf of our students with special needs, our English language learners, our community schools, and of course, class size. And class size, it was because of the widespread belief of all of those who were doing the lobbying. They were thanking the state electeds for passing the law, but they were sounding the bell that the belief is that this administration is scheming to fabricate an economic crisis so they do not have to comply with the law. And when you think about what goes on when we do this lobbying, you know, the teachers and the parents have continued to go up year after year. And the last 2 years alone, they have secured increases in education funding, as well as secured an additional $1.6 billion from the state of New York for our school system, and that will continue annually. But I am here to sound a warning bell to all of you, because this is the first time we have ever lobbied where we had to continually answer one question. Why should we, the lawmakers of New York State, continue to give additional support to the city of New York when it is clear your administration is using that as an excuse to reduce their support for their own school system? So as we move forward, we have to really take a bigger look at this entire process of budgeting, because this has turned into some surrealistic nightmare. We argue about numbers that aren't real. We hear an administration go out and claim all these additional costs and that the sky is falling. We went for a period of time over a couple of months this year, we went for the cost of our migrants from $400 million to $1 billion to $1.6, up to $4 billion. And then a few short weeks later, there was, through phenomenal fiscal stewardship, they found $7 billion. The process is broken. And in the last 2 years, when the parents and everyone have done this lobbying and secured this additional funding, these last 2 years, when they cut our schools both years, they claimed all these, that there were, again, an economic crisis, yet in those 2 years, it's over a $6 billion surplus in operating. This, you know, when you go to Albany, as I just heard this panel say, oh, we need to go to Albany. We go to Albany and say we need additional funding for class size, there is no credibility coming from this, for this administration. So they are putting in danger one of the most important things to the parents of our city, which is class size. So I'm asking if there is anything we can do together with, you know, because you've been great partners of ours on this budgeting process. Enough is enough. The public knows its lies. They hear it all the time, they laugh about it, and it's just not a political football, because real people are being hurt and our children are suffering because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for conducting today's hearing. I am Henry Rubio, President of the Council for School Supervisors and Administrators. And on behalf of the 17,000 in-service and retired school leaders, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and provide our union's input in the fiscal year 2025 budget and share some of our key 5 priorities. We believe that spending cuts should never, ever directly impact students. Our city must find ways to replace the expiring federal aid so that our schools do not lose valuable programs. Cuts must never take away the critical resources that our children need every single day. I don't have to tell you, our children are our future. As the DOE tries to sort of right-size school budgets, the DOE must ensure an adequate budget appeal pool of funds to effectively support schools through that transition and the upcoming budget appeal process. It can be brutal. The city must also continue to fund the purchase and repair of student devices. Our system's dependence on these tools escalated during the pandemic and highlighted the digital divide. And now the state also requires their use for testing, something many people are not aware of. We must not allow the expense of these tools to become an unfunded mandate for our local schools. Regarding class size, let me be clear as CSA president. We believe in smaller class size. However, since the inception, we've been steadfast in our position that the city and state must implement this in a manner that is responsible, and we must be fully transparent with the public. Many school leaders have shared substantial concerns regarding either the space, the staff, or the funding necessary to comply with the law, and we want to fully comply with the law. We can't reduce class size at a faster rate than the teachers we can hire. We talked about that today, the need for more teachers. We can't reduce class size at a faster rate than we can build the space for them. We've also talked about that already today. I heard conversations today with respect to pay parity. And our CBO-based members, our directors and assistant directors, have been without a contract since 2020. You heard that, 2020. We thank the City Council for securing substantial funding for the labor reserve. Unfortunately, the city has yet to sit down with CSA to negotiate a new contract for these important and essential educators. The pay scale inequity not only smacks in the race of injustice and unfairness, but also threatens to compromise the stability and quality of early childhood. And what many of you don't know is that our members are 90% women, Black and brown women. And right now, their city-funded salary is less than what the teachers they supervise earn. Fourthly, there is no entity that has done more to recruit, train, and retain New York City school principals than the Executive Leadership Institute. As our system faces increasing challenges to both recruit and retain principals, we ask that you please increase your investment in the Executive Leadership Institute and our flagship programs. And lastly, to teach and learn, students and teachers and other staff must feel valued, respected, and safe. CSA has shared our members' growing concerns around school safety for years now, advocating for resources and warning about the erosion of school leader discretion over the decisions that affect the well-being of their school communities. And so in this area, we must have an adequate number of safety agents, for one. Secondly, we must have an assistant principal in every school. And 3, we must have enough cameras to monitor buildings inside, outside, and panic buttons in areas where they're necessary. And lastly, we believe in early voting. But the challenges of early voting should not be displacing our students, impacting academics, or putting staff and students at any sort of safety risk. Thank you so much for your time, Chair, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a note to all panelists, we will complete all in-person testimony before turning to virtual testimony. Next panelist, Donald Nesbitt.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and distinguished members of the council. I am Donald Nesbitt, Executive Vice President for Local 372, DC 37 ASME. On behalf of the 24,000 members that we represent in schools, and under the leadership of Sean D. Francois I, I am here to testify on the mayor's proposed budget. Our members, such as school lunch workers, perform essential support services to help the 57,000 public school children of New York City to be learning ready. School lunch workers unload, prepare, and serve food each day, including during the summer. Not only is school lunch critical to students' health and well-being, especially for low-income students, it also ensures students have the nutrition that they need to learn. We would like to thank the council for fighting to restore the $25 million towards school food programs and restoration of some of the popular school food items back onto the menu that our students love. Now that the city has restored funding towards the school lunch program, it is important that they have sufficient staff levels to serve these newly restored menus. Local 372 respectfully requests the city allocate $10 million towards hiring an additional 1,000 school lunch workers, including the total, which would bring the total up to 9,000. This will help reduce the strain on the current workforce, continuing to fulfill the breakfast and lunch activities set by the previous and current administrations, including implementing more cooking from scratch, continuing to feed children of our city. In addition, this will allow the city to work quickly in replacing members who are retiring and leaving their jobs. According to Kate McKenzie, Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Food Policy, school food consumption has increased 9% this year alone, a total of 66,000 more meals each day. With children consuming more food, school lunch workers need more hands on deck to meet the demand. The Department of Education Office of School Food even acknowledges that there is a shortage through the hiring of additional cafeteria workers. However, current levels are not enough due to an increase in retirements and a difficulty in retaining, therefore the need to fix Tier 6 as well. School lunch workers must also be able to accommodate dietary restrictions, including medical and religious restrictions. With that being said, several enhanced school lunch programs to accommodate such restrictions as well. School lunch workers must follow multiple sets of strict guidelines to ensure school safety and that the children are also eating safety. Additionally, we must also serve breakfast in the classroom programs, and we're extremely supportive of this, as well as universal feeding. And each child deserves to go to class with a full stomach. However, in order for school lunch programs to be successful and sufficient, we need these 1,000 additional school lunch workers to make this possible and alleviate some of the strain that the workers are experiencing. With the inadequate staffing levels, it makes it extremely difficult for school lunch workers to meet these requirements within the necessary hours. Another struggle faced by our school lunch employees, which is a direct impact on sanitation and hygiene in the school cafeterias and kitchens, is inadequate air conditioning and ventilation. Updating our non-existent and inadequate cooling and air exchange systems in the public school system have been a persistent struggle faced by school lunch workers for decades. The vast majorities of schools have been built in the 1930s through the 1990s lacked the proper design and operation for acceptable indoor air circulation. Due to the age and condition of these buildings, many lack the necessary electrical capabilities to supply cool units in kitchen spaces. Many of these kitchens Local 372 workers are in every day have little to no cooling or ventilation and can reach over 130 degrees. A 2017 report called Too Hot to Learn, which detailed this significant lack of air conditioning, outlined the need for air conditioning in these spaces. The workers are in dire need of cooling in these areas, and the Office of School Food has taken money from their budget to put some cooling system in some schools, but for the 1,600 schools throughout the city and a majority being built within that time, it's just not enough. So in closing, Local 372 extends their gratitude to the City Council always for their support. We hope this request for $10 million to support school lunch staffing and additional resources to remediate these working conditions. On behalf of Local 372 and its 24,000 members, we thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Shirley Adable. Louis Cholden Brown. Donovan Swanson.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Joseph, and thank you for holding this important hearing today. My name is Donovan Swanson. I represent the Brooklyn Borough President, Antonio Reynoso, who's here to fight for critical and important programs across Brooklyn and New York City public schools. Fiscal year 25 preliminary budget for both DOE and SEA are concerning for a number of reasons, many of which you and your council members here today have all echoed, and we are in agreement. Crucial long-term initiatives such as 3K and pre-K community schools, restorative justice programming, post-secondary readiness programs, and so much more are threatened with cuts. With the expiration of federal COVID relief funding, our school's financial situation is dire, yet new projections from the IBO expect billions more in available funding for this fiscal year 25 than previously predicted. So while some cuts may be necessary, we should be using data and evidence to ensure that our education budget is serving the roughly 900,000 students and families with the priority of those most in need. You have our testimony here today with a number of things outlined. I'm going to try to do my best and run through, but the Brooklyn Borough President is particularly concerned on a couple of initiatives. One, early childhood education. Parents across Brooklyn are calling for expansion, not reduction, of early child care programs, especially pre-K and 3K. In fact, the number of New York City families utilizing 3K more than doubled between school year 2019 and school year 2022. The federal standard for affordable child care is 7% of household income. Yet, according to the Citizens Committee for Children, child care costs in Brooklyn could represent up to 63% of a family's income. According to that same study, more than 80% of New York City families with children under 5 are unable to afford child care. This is unsustainable and underscores the access to free and low-cost child care, how it can make a difference in families staying in New York City or being forced to leave. It is essential that these programs remain available to every family, regardless of special needs or immigration status. Yet more than 150 Brooklyn 3K classes could be on the chopping block, including many in our borough's highest poverty districts, as well as 19 integrated classes for students with special needs and 24 preschool special education programs. The Borough President Reynoso is ready to fight alongside our council to address these funding gaps. I think it's also important to note that while we're happy to see the increase in 94 full-time staff for processing special education claims and expediting hearings, and that's a sign in the right direction, as you highlighted, we need to do major investments in special education and in specifically our preschool special education to address this exploding backlog of Carter cases now estimated at $200 million in fiscal year 25. Our testimony also includes concerns with school climate and culture, cuts to community schools, restorative justice programming, sensory exploration and education and discovery programs like SEED, bilingual programs, translation and interpretation services. The list goes on. And I mean, we'd be remiss to not discuss sustaining critical staff. There's projected over 625 staff on the chopping block. This is people's livelihoods. This is entire industries. These are our students' mental health. These are the valuable supports that we know are necessary for schools. And lastly, because again, we cannot minimize the mention of class size. $4 billion, we're happy to see, but it is not enough to even begin to address. And so we stand here as partners, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and the Borough President will continue to stand with Council to demand investments in our youth. And again, we're partners as always.
Thank you so much. I have a quick question for President Mulgrew. What are the ways the city's budget process could be revamped to make it more factual so arguments would be over policy instead of politics?
I would have 3 separate entities having to look over all of the city books and coming up with what is believed to be the real number. Right now, you get a number put out by OMB. That is clearly a problem. We've always played games with our budget. We get that. But it's now getting to levels where there is no credibility in these numbers whatsoever. And it's hurting us in our lobbying efforts in Albany. And so if you have 3 separate entities who get complete look at all the books, and they all say, well, for this fiscal year, this is the number we should start to work off of and start the budget process. That does not happen. It is all done in one agency, and they just come out with their magic number. And then during the year, they come out with other numbers, and then they say, this is why we have to cut. There is no check on that. They just come out. You guys have done phenomenally with your hearings. You've had one person here more than anybody else, as far as I can tell, and you still can't get your questions answered.
And that was one of the sad part about this. What is your understanding for the wide swing in city's financial estimate? Because the council had called it. We were calling it from way before. Our chair of finance was saying, there's money there, there's money there. He called it, and finally they were like, no, no, no. And then one day we woke up, we found it.
Arrogance. It's sheer arrogance to think that, okay, we're going to go out and lie to everyone. When the numbers, some of those numbers are there. The $8 billion in reserves is there. You look at the quarterly reports, and the operating surplus is exploding. You see all of this, but there is billions more that still has not seen. So, you know, and I love this whole idea that, oh, 5 years our deficit is going to make us fall into a pit of hell. That's been that way forever. 5 years from now is always the pit of hell, and yet we get there, and it's not. This year, the fiscal year we're in right now, originally was a $4 billion deficit, and I remember fighting with an administration over that. Yet here we are in this year, and it's going to be close to a $4 billion surplus. How did you get? If these people are the experts on numbers and money, how are they wrong by $8 billion? They would not pass math class. I'm just saying it. It's a game, and that's the problem. This game is hurting our city.
According to my council member Shaker, he said the math is not mathing.
Yeah.
So how do we talked about class size, and you said the funds are there, and but New York City Public Schools said it's an unfunded mandate. Can you elaborate on that?
The additional $1.6 billion was what the state is sending, and that is based off of the city's estimates of what they needed. So now that it is here, they're saying that that has nothing to do with it. Let's just start with what some of I heard sitting here today. You asked them a question about the $35 billion projection that they needed for classrooms. And they said, we've worked closely, we've done this. No, there was a massive fight inside of their committee, because what happened was, literally, and you can't make this up, it sounds absurd, if they got a survey from a principal, which they shouldn't be surveying the principals at this point in time, they have enough to do, but they got a survey from a principal, and 3 students didn't fit in the school, they were accounting for a whole new school for 3 students. And they did that every time that happened. That's how they got from 35 to 25. They have not shown us the formula that they're using. And we're not going to sign on to the document that is due to the state. The minute the state's budget is done, we have a period of time, it's not long. We're not signing on to any document claiming $25 billion is what it is unless we see the numbers. We don't believe them. Don't believe them at all.
That's not good. President Rubio, you talked about pay parity. How do we sustain that workforce, which consists mostly of Black and brown women? How do we sustain that pay parity for them? It's important, or else we're going to lose that sector, and we'll have a generation of preschool students with nowhere to go.
Right.
We already have that with the preschoolers with special disabilities. Same thing would happen to that work.
Thank you, Chair Joseph. I'll make one comment about my colleague here.
Of course.
And yes, we don't want our principals to do more work than they had to, but we did do a survey, and Michael's right, we haven't gotten that data back yet. Principals know their building best, and too often if you're looking at a report, without getting too far into the weeds, and they see 2 special ed classrooms, they could be far apart. They think they're close together, they can knock down a wall, create a class. That's not the way that works. And so we need to see the details of those reports and work very closely with the school leader and their leadership teams at their level to really make sure that this works, right? We all want this. We got to get it done right. With regard to pay parity, again, I want to thank the council. I want to thank the speaker. You guys came through and put money into the reserves so that we can close the gap on pay parity for both our teachers and our directors and assistant directors. The city has yet to sit down with us and have one single conversation in true earnest about closing that gap. And it is threatening the system.
Absolutely.
Right now, we have Black and brown women that are earning less than the teachers they supervise. And the only reason why they're still doing that work is because they love their communities and because they're believing in you, Chair Joseph, our speaker, and in our leadership team here to keep fighting for them and making sure that we sustain this system.
Absolutely, or else we'll destabilize that sector and completely lose them, and they all go to New York City Public Schools, and we won't have CBO pay. So that's important. Where are you guys on the 4410 pay parity as well?
We haven't been engaged.
Okay. SOS to the administration. We need some engagement, right?
Yep.
Mr. Donald, how are you? 1,000. Tell me about the program for your air conditioning. How many so far do you know of your kitchens?
We believe there's about 100 kitchens that the school food budget has paid for, but that's not even a tip of the iceberg.
Right. And how was your staffers feeling about the cut to school food? The last thing on their mind was the school food budget, right?
Yeah, the cuts to school food, to the food itself. Are you referring to, Chair Joseph, to the food items that were cut?
The ones my kids were calling me
yes.
about.
So the staffers as well, we were getting phone calls from them as well. Those items became popular. So of course the students are eating, and our staffers, most of them live in the communities they work in, right? They have a sense of attachment to the students. And so it's not just about feeding the students, when items are actually removed and the students no longer want to come up and say, hello, miss, hello, Mr., hello, auntie, right? The students are no longer coming up to their lines. They feel a sense of responsibility in some way, even though they're not responsible, but they feel a sense of responsibility.
And we called it unnecessary here. Even my statement, I called it unnecessary. As we see more and more students facing food insecurity, and here we are cutting the basic food. So the cafeteria enhancement also allows students, because it looks good. The cafeterias are a space for our students to socialize. So I thought touching school food was a little bit too much for me. So we made sure we got some of them, but not all of them. But knowing me, I will continue to fight on New York City, on behalf of New York City kids. They know that. So I thank you all.
Thank you.
And thank you for your continued partnership. Give the board president my best and tell him he has a partner.
Thank you so much to everyone on the panel. Our next panel, and apologies in advance for any name mispronunciations. Ari Shayer, Olivia Mock, Apreet Singh, Maxine Wu, Julianne Huang, Kulsum Tapal. Please make your way to the front table. Ari Shayer, you may begin your testimony. Ari.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Ari Shayer, and I'm a junior at the High School of American Studies at Lehman College in the Bronx. I'm a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's mental health campaign team. First, I want us to understand that mental health is more than the absence of clinically diagnosed mental illnesses. Mental health is also the presence of well-being. School should not just be a place for children to learn. It should also be a place to cultivate and create who we will be in this world. But for me and for most students, it is a place that causes constant headaches and riddles us with anxiety. As a student, I'm told that I have to do a lot of extracurriculars and study all the time, endlessly crying over work and anxiously checking for test results. The competitive environment that our education system has created has led me to tie my self-worth to a number. I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. But why is this the system we continue to uphold? Why are schools like this? And when do I get to enjoy being a kid? Having a strong school-based system of support would help relieve some of this pressure. But how can we feel supported when a school of about 400 students, we have only 2 guidance counselors, and I'm not even sure we have a social worker? Who are we supposed to turn to for help? I know I'm not alone in voicing this concern. Last year, we collected survey responses from over 150 AAPI students from 40 high schools throughout New York City. And one of the top barriers to seeking mental health support is the presence and availability of their school social workers and guidance counselors. No one should have to feel that their mental health needs are an inconvenience. A student well-being should always be a top priority, because if students are not well, then the school system is failing them. We need our schools to be places where we are cared for, where teachers and students don't assume AAPI students are doing well, and where school leadership can center their actions and decisions around students' needs and experiences. Schools should include targeted questions on mental health for students, parents, and educators in the New York City Schools Survey and disaggregate survey results by race and ethnicity to better understand the diverse needs in our communities. Schools should be more intentional and thoughtful about creating spaces where students can share their stories and needs. To do that, we not need only to keep the 450 school social workers who were hired with the funding we are about to run dry, but also more culturally responsive therapists or counselors who care about students' mental health from a holistic perspective. We deserve to feel heard and supported. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Olivia?
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for having me and allowing this conversation. My name is Olivia Mock, and I'm a senior at Eleanor Roosevelt High School. I am a youth advocate on the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's mental health campaign team. As someone who's dealt with symptoms of depression and anxiety and has overall had several bumps in the road regarding my mental health, this is a topic that I hold very dearly. And with that said, I'm glad to be here to share a bit about my experiences and insight. For many AAPS students, including myself, a prevalent issue is a lack of comfort in discussing feelings about school with our families. This is often because of fear and stigma surrounding mental health. The model minority myth perpetuates the idea that AAPI students do not face mental health challenges, which further results in the assumption that AAPI students who perform well academically do not have mental health needs. The harsh reality is that many students experience a great deal of performance anxiety and link their self-worth to their productivity or grades. I know what it is like to feel inferior, specifically to my peers at school. For me, the feeling of never ever being good enough has been inescapable because of the extremely competitive nature of my school. I'm forced to suppress these thoughts out of fear of embarrassment and judgment. I thought schools were supposed to be places where students can thrive socially and emotionally, but due to systemic challenges and barriers, the sense of insecurity and urgency schools have created has led AAPI students to believe that our grades are the only things that matter and that we are just a number. We all deserve to be seen and cared for. We need better support systems in schools to help students cope, heal, and thrive, and that starts with school social workers. The COVID-19 Relief Fund allowed 450 new social workers to be hired across all NYC schools, which is certainly progress, but still not enough. That brings us to approximately 400 to 500 students per social worker, and this ratio is just not building the close support that students need. Ensuring that safe spaces are provided is something that should be made a top priority in order to make schools a more welcoming and comfortable setting. To clarify, we don't expect teachers to take care of our mental wellness on top of their already extensive workload. A school with total burnout is not at all a healthy school. All we ask is that more attention be directed to supporting mental health. While I'm a senior entering college in the fall, I do have a younger brother who's still in the NYC public school system, as I'm sure many people in this room have children or siblings in the same position. So, I would like to advocate for our youth to have what I did not have in my early education years, a true sense of support. We need the city to listen and care, not listen and cut. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Harpreet Singh.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Harpreet Singh, and I'm a senior at Stuyvesant High School. I'm a youth advocate for the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP. ASAP is CACF's youth leadership program, and I am part of ASAP's language access campaign. Although I'm not an English language learner myself, I've had similar experiences. Coming from an Indian background, specifically as a Sikh, I know how alienation feels. When I was younger, some of my peers said I looked ridiculous and constantly asked what my turban represented. Questions like, what is that on your head, or why do you have a metal bracelet on, forced me to ponder about my worth amongst the students in my school. Why can't I stand alongside my classmates and feel comfortable? My father told me how lost he also felt when he came here 33 years ago. He struggled for nearly a decade alone in learning English and tirelessly had to find solutions to his problems without any guidance or support. It is frustrating and upsetting that things have not changed much in the world we live in today. The struggles of AAPI immigrant students often go unnoticed. From our research and learning from the surveys, we hear from AAPI English language learners that they're unable to converse in daily conversations, they feel left out by peers who are native English speakers, they don't feel supported by teachers because their teachers expect them to just know the content, they're not being offered certain classes or opportunities because guidance counselors think it is more important to focus on learning English, and they don't feel comfortable and confident to ask for help. Furthermore, they cannot go home and communicate any of these struggles with their parents because their parents also don't understand, and they're left alone to find their own resources. The cuts on bilingual programs, translation, and interpretation services would only further diminish the potential for immigrant students to be successful. Our schools should be the place for inclusivity, warmth, and potential. We should be proud and celebrate every part of our identity, but our current education system and this funding formula do not allow that. Lastly, I want to point out that the translation and interpretation services are just a start. Because learning English and being able to speak English is only one of the many challenges that immigrant students and families face, schools must continue to provide support for immigrant students throughout their educational journey. There are issues beyond translation, such as supporting immigrant students so their identities are not discriminated against and they can engage in meaningful spaces to practice their communication skills. We ask the Council to ensure the funding for immigrant students and families does not get cut. Our ultimate goal is to ensure that every student, including immigrant students, regardless of their background, feels proud of their identity and fully sees themselves in the school setting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Haxim Wu.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of the council for allowing this conversation. My name is Haishan Wu. I'm a junior at Manhattan Hunter Science High School and a youth advocate at the American Asian Students Advocacy Project's Language Access Campaign. I moved here 7 years ago with my family. Having no knowledge of English, it has been an overwhelming uphill battle ever since. In school, I felt lost and isolated. I was unable to fully engage with the lesson, had trouble making friends, and felt awkward walking in the hallways. Every day was a relentless effort to learn and adapt, with frustration often outweighing progress. I don't think my story surprised anyone. We all know the challenge immigrants, students, and families face. Yet, the budget cut will negatively impact translation and interpretation services in schools. I also want to point out that supporting immigrant students has to go beyond translation and academics. Some challenges and needs that my team had discovered through our research are that many AAPI ELLs ain't able to gain the language skills that would help them success in society. Last year, my team collected surveys responses from students from 18 high schools across the city. A common challenge we saw among AAPI ELLs is that they were too often being judged for their accent, for their speed at learning English, and for their ability to fit in. There's no single official language in this country. Why is the school system placing so much shame on ELLs when we really should be creating an environment where everyone, regardless of their language background, is seen and heard? In a diverse city like NYC, we must celebrate ability to speak more than one language. ELL students should never be discriminated against simply because they don't speak fluent English. We want schools to be intentionally about creating space for English language learners to actively learn and practice English language skills that will actually prepare them for success. Being able to read and complete assignment is not enough if we are unable to have casual conversation. As English learners, we need a space where we can truly engage in meaningful conversations where we are not judged. We want all students to be able to make friends, navigate through their education and career journey without language barrier, and be proud of themselves for being bilingual or multilingual speakers. We want all students, regardless of their background, to be welcomed, valued, and supported in school. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Julian Wong.
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Chair Joseph and the rest of this council for allowing this conversation. My name is Julianne Huang, and I'm a senior at Staten Island Tech. I'm a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project's Anti-Bullying and Harassment Campaign. For many of us AAPIs, we have not always felt heard. Our identities and needs have often been misconstrued or blatantly ignored. In schools, that can manifest as microaggressions, vulgar language, and even physical violence. I vividly remember hearing of the cruelty that transpired in my middle school building. A Chinese boy and another non-API student had an intense argument that led that student to drag that Chinese boy into the bathroom. He then threw him onto the floor, stepped on him, and yelled out an ethnic slur. When I heard that tears and embarrassment followed that young boy, I was both sorry and angry. The action the school took was suspension. Did that solve any problem? No. How come no care and support was provided for a boy who was in pain, and why was nothing done to heal the host school community? Accidents and incidents happen due to a lack of empathy for each other and a lack of understanding about our community. But punishment is not the solution. We must address it with healing-based approaches. In our campaign group in ASAP, we addressed race-based bullying and harassment by advocating for restorative justice, a practice that prevents and repairs harm with understanding, cultural sensitivity, and healing for the broader community. Here in ASAP, we believe safety is not policing students or punishing them for their wrongdoings, but by the presence of student wellness. Last year, my team collected stories from over 55 API students across 22 New York City high schools on their experience with bullying and harassment in their schools. API students were asked to move to a different lunch table because of their foods, their accents were made fun of, and they were asked if they were terrorists. Council members, it is beyond disheartening that this is still happening in our schools, yet our schools are not able to address any of these from a healing approach due to a lack of funding. We see from school communications that there are plans for teachers and staff to receive more trainings, but as youth leaders and students, we have questions. What exactly do these trainings teach? We should know the specific topics that our teachers had training on. A broad concept like diversity training is not helpful to know. And who are attending these meetings? By that, I mean how many teachers and staff from each school attended them? And finally, how does the DOE measure or assess the effectiveness of these trainings? Just a simple exit survey at the end of the workshop does not show whether the staff are bringing changes into the schools. We are asking the city and the DOE to provide more transparency and accountability in these training sessions. Finally, to improve our school cultures and climate, each school must have a restorative justice coordinator who can properly address conflicts with an emphasis on care and growth instead of punishment. We urge the city to understand and acknowledge that any meaningful change to our school climates take time to implement and happen. Therefore, the funding should also be sustainable and not at risk of being cut. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kulsum.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kulsum Tapal, and I lead the education policy work, and I will also be testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families. You just heard from our ASAPers, our youth leaders. CACF is an advocacy organization fighting for equity for Asian American and Pacific Islanders. New York City students, regardless of income or background, deserve well-resourced, safe, and accessible schools. As CACF advocates for marginalized AAPI students and all New York students, this includes English language learners, immigrant and refugee students, low-income students, and students with disabilities, we demand a budget that prioritizes care, services, and resources. We are a part of the Emergency Coalition to Save Education programs, and we are witnessing firsthand the detrimental effects of impending funding cuts on essential educational programming. The drying up of COVID-19 funding threatens to cut more than $700 million from New York City Public Schools' fiscal year 2025 budget. While existing programming is not enough to support the needs of our students, we need these cuts restored to maintain the existing programming. Specifically, to maintain the existing course of programming, which is not enough, we need $113 million to support students with disabilities, $7 million for immigrant and English language learner families, $12.3 million to support students experiencing homelessness, $161 million for mental health and social emotional support, $399 million for 3K and pre-K support, and $36.3 million to support students with post-secondary efforts. So let's be clear. The decision to defund education is a deliberate one made by our city leaders. Immigrants and asylum seekers are being scapegoated as a consequence, painted as drains of resources. But the reality and the truth is far simpler. New York City has the resources to continue funding these vital services. It's simply a matter of allocation of priorities. I implore the council to fight for a budget where schools are fully funded. Thank you.
Thank you all for your advocacy. Continue to fight for what you need in your school. I started at 19, so you continue doing your advocacy. What support do you find most helpful at your schools? You could go down the line, if any.
For me personally, I want to feel heard and represented by the people who are supposed to help me, such as my council members, I mean, sorry, not council members, sorry, guidance counselors. I want to feel represented by them and that they can really understand my own issues. You know, if they're there, they should be there for a reason. We shouldn't have to feel a sense of fear if we're talking to them about our issues or like they won't understand us. So just having that option of someone to go to is really important.
I was luckily able to go to middle school where I was able to have a guidance counselor that was always there to be able to support me. And I think that is really what's needed in schools, and I think that's what is best to support me, which is what I kind of outlined in what I said. It's just that now in schools, we don't really have the access. I know how busy my guidance counselors are, and so it's not their fault, but I know if I had that resource that I would definitely utilize it, and so would so many other students, and I know it could really help curb the problem of mental health in schools.
How long does it take you to see your guidance counselor or social worker at school? How long?
I mean, it really depends. Right now, they're all doing college meetings they each have 200 students, and they have scheduled meetings for, I think, most of the day. So, and they also have to do mandated therapy for certain students. So that really leaves a good 20 minutes in their schedule for me to even visit them.
Got it.
I'd like to have social workers and counselors that are available. A lot of the time when I walk into their offices, they'll be talking to someone else already, and it's just very disheartening because I have to leave and not get the support that I wanted originally. So just having more availability for them would be really great.
In my school, I would like more support for language supporting, because due to the fact that I was an ELL student beforehand, where we were not able to have enough support from staff and teachers in helping with communications, which it really create a struggle for me in speaking English. But as moving to high school, there is less helping from such staff. So I am hoping for more of those staff that helps other ELL students in assisting them in learning English.
And I always believe that speaking another language is a superpower. It's not a deficit. So you celebrate that other language you speak. Go ahead.
Well, my school has 3,000 students. Oh. So the guidance counselors have so many students to attend to that it really is difficult for them. And like Ari mentioned, there's college applications and the college meetings. And so the same for me is that they'll most likely push it at the end of the day or maybe even after school, where students have other responsibilities to attend to. And so there's a lack of mental health services. And the issue is that the guidance counselors, because there's so many students, they can't approach one-on-one and they can't make that initiation. And students are also fearful of making that initiation because they don't want to get in trouble, they don't want their parents to, they don't have the confidence to engage with their parents or their teachers. And alongside that, with terms of language access, students still feel unnoticed, they don't feel seen. Even though my school is very diverse, has a very diverse population, there's so many students that speak multiple languages, there's no active services present for them to be able to talk. And parents can't communicate because there's no one present, and it makes it very difficult for them to be able to communicate. So in terms of mental health and language access, they're both a requirement in my school. Because of
in the language, you feel that the language is a barrier?
Yes.
Which makes you access resources. If you could have mental health funding, right, what would you like to see? Tell me, what would you like to see? I'm giving you mental health funding. What would you guys like to see? This is your chance. Tell me, what would you like to see? You spoke about mental health.
We definitely would like to see more school social workers. I think also more culturally responsive social workers based on different diverse communities in schooling. I know we talked to a school social worker who works at Dual Language, which is a mostly East Asian school, and her herself was East Asian, and she was talking about how helpful and how more responsive and more people feel welcome coming to her and sharing these personal details about their life with her because of the similar background. So that's something that I'd really like to see reflected in schools.
Okay. Anyone else?
To add on to Ari, it's really important that students feel a real connection with their social workers. So just to reiterate what you said, just having a certain level of diversity with their social workers is really important so that we can reinforce certain connections among students and the social workers.
Go ahead.
This goes back to restorative justice, which I was talking about earlier, but I think it's easy to like point to external things like, oh, more social workers, more guidance counselors, but what's internal is very important as well. Like, we need to make sure that we're building community and all these other values such as respect internally within the school, so that, you know, these places where these students are spending hours of their days in is a safe and supporting space to be in. That really affects their mental health. So I think prevention is also a really important process of, you know, the mental health thing.
Okay. Thank you. I'm really proud of you. Keep doing your advocacy, and I will keep listening.
Thank you so much to everyone in this panel. Our next panel, Sandra Mitchell, Tina Zhang, Angel Ramirez, Atante DaCosta, Emma Gadd, and Lexi Greenberg. Please make your way to the front table.
This is the current that I just called.
Okay, and
They're
what's
coming
next?
down. And then this one, this one, this one.
Okay, and
Yeah,
those
so
are
you can
done.
just- yeah, these people, we called them, but they weren't here.
Got it.
We're gonna call them again.
We'll call them at the
Yes,
end.
Yeah. And then
midnight.
he said UYC, they want to go between 4:30 and 5 p.m. if possible.
Okay, it's
So when they
4:30
get here-
now.
They're not here yet, but when they get
Who's
here.
gonna tell me?
I'm gonna tell Jan to give you their slips like right
Okay.
when they get
Oh,
here.
they don't have slips yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
And then I guess we're trying to prioritize students, so.
Oh, is this?
Blessings to Chair Joseph and all the council members here and everyone in the room. It's an honor to be in your presence. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell, and I'm a parent leader with the New Settlement Parent Action Committee, also known as PAC, and also is a member organization with the New York Dignity in Schools Coalition and the Healing Center Schools Working Group. As a Bronx parent and a mental health advocate, it is clear that the city of New York needs to invest in our schools and our families and invest in social, emotional support for students and families, not increasing funding in policing. A student in crisis doesn't need policing, they need counseling. And as a counselor, I know this is true. Our students and families need trauma-responsive care and culturally responsive healing-centered practices, not pepper spray and restraints. Our school staff needs to be provided with the support and guidance to develop trauma-responsive healing-centered schools. It is time for New York City to reinvest in the highest quality education that respects the dignity of all students and pursues restorative approaches to conflict resolution, to conflict and harm. Reinvestment in supportive staff positions and continuous professional development. We're calling for funding to hire Black and brown New Yorkers for jobs that support young people's social, emotional, and mental health. We need to hire necessary personnel such as restorative justice coordinators, paraprofessionals, community outreach staff, nurses, social workers, and guidance counselors. Reinvesting in our public schools is the right thing to do. We must protect, empower, inspire, and nurture the genius in our New York City students. This is how we should be investing in our children and our city's future, and the city and the city council should no longer be investing in metal detectors and the policing of our youth. We should be investing in our future, not in furthering the cradle-to-prison pipeline. A city budget is a moral document. It shows our cities and our leaders' priorities. We hope you decide to invest in the future of our children and make New York strong again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Lexi Greenberg, and I'm a founding member of my public high school's Restorative Justice Action Team, and I'm here to demand that New York City invest $75 million to expand restorative justice in schools. I started high school in 2020, making it close to impossible to make friends. Then one day, my advisory was having a lesson on the history of Black Lives Matter, and at the time, I was the only Black student. During the lesson, 2 boys in my class made some jokes and comments I was extremely uncomfortable with, and I left the lesson feeling angry and attacked. Having experienced many racial microaggressions in the past, I felt I had to do something. So I reported them to my guidance counselor, asking for a suspension for their racist behavior, but the guidance counselor asked for me to have a meeting with them instead. I felt the authority figures at my school were downplaying my experience and refusing to protect me, even when a vital part of my identity was under attack. I felt unseen, unheard, and silenced. So I went to my principal so that he could execute full disciplinary action, but he also encouraged me to have a meeting with the boys with members of the guidance staff present. So I reluctantly agreed, but in that meeting, I realized that these guys didn't mean any real harm and just spoke from a place of ignorance. These guys went to mostly white middle schools that never broached the topic of Black Lives Matter and never talked about it in their home lives. They were confused because they didn't understand why and how their actions hurt me. Once they understood, they were extremely apologetic and regretful. So I left that meeting with 2 sincere apologies and didn't seek disciplinary action. Those 2 boys became my first friends, and they helped me find my people. I made a choice to listen and see the people on the other side of the problem instead of burying myself in resentment and hate, and that opened me up to a whole new universe of joy and acceptance. This is why restorative justice matters. It is because of this incident that I ended up helping my school establish our own restorative justice action team, where we have been working hard to implement programs into our school, such as peer mediation counseling and restorative justice training for students. These programs that have been extremely helpful at improving the school community and decreasing incidents are the same ones that would suffer under these currently planned budget cuts. We need to not define people by their flaws and not hold their worst moments over their head as their defining feature. Traditional disciplinary actions just create educational spaces of alienation, but restorative justice teaches forgiveness, acknowledgement, and acceptance, and this is why it needs to be protected in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Hi, my name is Angel Ramirez, and I'm representing Yaya and Dignity in Schools campaign. First of all, I want to say thank you for hearing us out and actually being able to have a conversation with us. And I'm here to not ask, but to demand to expand restorative justice in schools by $75 million. I'm making this statement, this demand, because we need to fight that school-to-prison pipeline that's affecting the youth, the younger generations. I remember when I used to go to public high school, my public high school had metal detectors. Every day, we used to get on the line, we used to take out everything out of our pockets, go through the metal detectors, and sometimes the metal detectors wouldn't work, so it would beep. And we had to get patted down and swatted down like if we were prisoners, if we were criminals. Mind you, we're 14, 15, 16, 17. This is the age where we're starting to put our perspective in the world, where we have a certain view of the world. So these ages are very important because not only that is going to affect the way we think in society, which means it's going to affect the way we act later on when we get older. If you want the youth to think that they're criminals, they're going to act like they're criminals. The youth, like everyone has said before, is the future. And making them think that they're criminals and this is okay, and having them get accustomed to that police presence in school and to their daily life,
is going to be counterintuitive for us. No matter what, the youth is going to affect our world in a good way or in a bad way, so let's try to make it in a good way. So that's why I'm here to demand that school restorative justice is funded by at least $75 million and at least 500 schools. And yeah, that's it. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Oh, okay. Hey, hi Education Committee and dear Councilwoman Rita Joseph. My name's Tina Zhang and I'm a high school senior from Brooklyn, and I'm here with the Yaya Network to amplify the Dignities in Schools campaign. To start, I was just beginning to read this book called The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein, and I'm learning about disaster capitalism, where in crises we become blinded to the exploit of corporate and privatization agendas. So I'm just thinking about what are the parallels of our current situation in education. A manufacturer budget crisis by the mayoral administration each year since I first began advocating and organizing in 2022. A more discrete form of disaster capitalism that I've come to notice is the Teen Space initiative released last fall through Talkspace, which is a mental health telehealth company. So I was digging into what this initiative is, and I found out that they offer 30 minutes FaceTime with a counselor each month, but unlimited text. So, but this is just extremely inadequate to meet the mental health crisis of our students. What does this say about it being the only solution, being for-profit mental health telehealth companies, which has a pending class action lawsuit against its deceptive marketing? Just noting that. While any investment in our youth's mental health is a step forward, don't be misled. What we need are counselors, social workers, mental health professionals in our schools. So we are demanding, the coalition is demanding, $77 million to school-based mental health staff and $5 million to the mental health continuum that expands beyond the current 50 schools. In a previous panel, they asked for $88 million for auto-locking doors. When our schools don't even have enough support staff, like the previous panel has shared, but those youth panelists, that's crazy in my mind that it's even more than the $77 million our coalition is asking for towards social workers and counselors. It's really frustrating to always be on the defensive to keep the programs we students benefit from, like restorative justice, just like Lexi has shared. And it really keeps us from realizing real transformation in our education system. In a funny way, what the New York Working Families Party statement recently about how this current administration is setting the house on fire, then putting it out, it doesn't make them a hero. We New Yorkers will not forget the fire that Mayor Adams is causing and wreaking havoc in our schools. And just earlier this year, I became eligible to vote. So definitely remembering that. And so will many of the New York City students who came of age in this austerity and budget cuts, which all of it exacerbate all of these terrible inequalities in our schools. So to all the council members outside of this chamber, negotiate and vote on a budget that supports our well-being as students, because we remember who our education champions are, just like Councilwoman Rita Joseph, so thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Joseph and the members and staff of the Committee on Education. My name is Iman Gad, and I'm the Policy Coordinator at Girls for Gender Equity. GGE is a Brooklyn-based organization that works intergenerationally through a Black feminist lens to center the leadership of Black girls and gender-expansive young people of color. Today, we are offering testimony to urge New York City's elected officials to adopt a fiscal year 25 budget that allocates funding towards the resources and restorative practices that support every young person to learn and grow, away from the police presence and culture that directly disrupts learning and violates the dignity and safety of students who are Black, brown, immigrant, low income, trans, and gender nonconforming. Being that schools are a space where young people spend most of their time, schools should foster a safe environment that allows young people to grow and learn, and teaches them how to manage everyday conflict and challenges. Creating this safe environment requires that New York City invest in schools-based restorative justice and social emotional supports, and divests from policing in schools. As a past student of the New York City public school system, I never knew that schools even had counselors that were available to me. Meanwhile, school safety agents were the first adults I encountered when I walked into school every day. This meant that at a time in my life when I needed support the most, I had nowhere to turn. But hey, at least I was being greeted by police officers every morning, right? Something that probably deteriorated my mental health even more and made me feel even more unsafe. Simply put, the punitive practices of policing do nothing to enrich the lives of young people. The $400 million that the city chooses to spend on the NYPD School Policing Division communicates that this system only cares to punish young people and not target the root issues that cause disturbances in their lives in the first place. We also know that our Black, brown, trans, and gender nonconforming students do not even need to act out to be disproportionately targeted by police. Black girls and trans and gender expansive young people are continuously and uniquely criminalized and pushed out of schools for their gender and self-expression. And let us sit with the remembrance that just 9 days ago, police in California fatally shot 15-year-old Ryan Gaynor for being Black and autistic. Our entire country is failing our most marginalized young people, and as a city that sets itself apart from the rest and truly has the funding to back that up, New York City must stay accountable to its young people. We demand that the over $400 million that the city currently chooses to spend on the NYPD School Policing Division be redirected to the resources, staff, and restorative practices that make schools safe and that support young people to thrive. This looks like seizing all NYPD recruitment, stopping NYPD programming in schools, and halting the mayor's plan to give $78 million to a surveillance contractor to install video surveillance technologies in school. In place of these police-centered initiatives, we call for initiatives that invest in young people instead, such as investing $75 million in 500 high schools to hire school-based restorative justice coordinators, sustaining the $1 billion fund of the critical programs currently funded by federal COVID relief dollars, and investing $10 million directly to schools to broaden the reach of restorative justice training and programming. I hope the Council stands by its values of creating a more equitable city where all New Yorkers can realize their full potential and make the necessary move of investing in young people instead of policing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hey, don't be shushing us. We're showing love. You feel me? We're all civilized. We're gonna stop and we're gonna let everyone speak. But don't shush us. Show us respect.
My name is Adante. Oh.
I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself?
No, I was saying that he was shushing us while we were just showing some love and clapping. Like, we're all gonna stop clapping for a moment, but I feel like he didn't have to shush us like that.
Understood. There's a rules of the chamber.
Oh,
There's the
okay.
rule of the
Appreciate it.
chamber. If you want to clap, you have to do this.
Okay, I'm sorry. My fault, but my fault.
My name is Adante DaCosta. I'm a junior at Manhattan Early College.
Speak a little louder and then into the mic so I can hear you.
My name is Adante DaCosta. I'm a junior at Manhattan Early College School for Advertisement, and I'm a member of Brotherhood Sister Soul, a liberation program. I'm here today to testify with dignity in school counts campaign New York because my school isn't a safe place to learn. To me, safety means compassion and empathy, whereas learning environments are nurtured and comfortable. I believe in staff who are dedicated to guide teenagers toward their fullest potential of fostering an environment where they can thrive. The issue in my school lies in the overwhelming pressure on our teachers. They lack the support they need to effectively educate us. Instead, they endure disrespect from students daily and work tirelessly with their support are getting taken away from them. I want to stop the continuous cuts to the education budget and the stop of hiring school safety agents. I urge the Protection and Crucial Programs Fund with $1 billion federal COVID relief funds, including protecting and baselining the current $21 million allocation for restorative justice, $5 million for the mental health continuum, and $77 million for schools counselors and social worker and mental health professional. Expanding school-based restorative justice, social emotional support is essential. I propose investing $75 million to hire school-based restorative justice coordinators in 500 schools. We can relocate these funds from the unnecessary hiring of school safety agents, and that is it.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for each and every one of you here today. So I have a few questions. What experiences do you have with restorative justice program? Does this program exist in each of your schools right now? We'll start with you.
The program that's in my school, our Restorative Justice Action Team, is, for all I know, unique to our school, but we have been working and trying to encourage other schools in our district to adapt their own Restorative Justice Action Team. And the way our program works is that we are very new. We've only been around for a year, but we are a coalition of both students and teachers and members of the guidance staff and admin who work together to figure out ways to implement the ideals of social justice, restorative justice into our school, which is why we have peer mediation training in the case of incidents, so students can feel like when they have a fight, they can talk to an ally and not an adult who wants to punish them, but another student who will hear them out and respect them.
Good job. Thank you. Go ahead.
No, not yet, but we're going to be working on that soon. So
No restorative justice program in your school?
No.
How many students do you have in your school currently?
There's probably like, in school, there's probably like 500 students. It's not a big school.
Okay.
I actually go to the same school as Lexi, but I guess I can supplement that. It's also great that the DOE is also compensating the young people for their time to be trained, or just all of these different things that it's a skill to be able to collaborate and resolve conflicts. So this is the stuff that we need to be investing in. I also know that our school had a kind of training day with the Morningside, so outside programs that already implement restorative justice, we should also model after them, but also have it in the context of our schools, because we students know what are the things that's going on. So I think that's what I would add.
I graduated from schools, from New York City Public School System in 2016, and during my time, restorative justice was not even a concept that any of us were really introduced to, so it's amazing to see today that things are very different.
In my school, we do not have any restorative justice, anything in here.
Okay. Any of your schools have Project Pivot? And if it does, no? No support? Interesting. So no Project Pivot, no restorative justice. You guys have basically created it because of an incident that happened to you, and now you expanded it.
Sorry, I just want to add that I think our school it's called the Restorative Justice Action Team, which is a different budget item in the DOE than Project Pivot. My brother's school, he had Project Pivot, but when I was looking into it, because I'm just comparing what is the benefit of each program, I guess I just didn't really at least in my own research, I don't know, he didn't really interact with the program as much, but it's just not what I remember on the website was something about kind of a hobby group or something. I think it's important to build community and do fun things together, but I don't get the sense that it was what restorative justice at our school might also look like. So that's why I would also pose that question to the DOE and the Chancellor's office. Why are we going forward with Project Pivot as opposed to restorative justice? I think we should be more critical about what each program does, and at least if the goal is to improve the school community and build that stronger bond, I think that's something to think about.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you. Keep fighting. Don't stop. And I will always be here.
We know you're always here, and we really appreciate it. It's just we come here year after year, and I'm excited to see what's new for New York Public Schools in the near future once we have more people like you championing the stuff that we all deserve as students. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I always told you I was your ally and champion. I'm here to support my young people.
Thank you to this panel. Next panel, apologies in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. We have Kin Mai Ung, Christine Montera, Emily Garcia, Myra Chikwi Tenezaka, Richie Morales, Mosley Tiam, Ambreen Qureshi. You may make your way down to the dais, and you may begin when the sergeant gives you the time.
Great. Hello, I'm Kin Mayong. I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for Generation Citizen. First of all, I would like to thank the City Council Education hearing and you, Chair Joseph, for your leadership in preserving and maintaining the Education Department's budget to ensure that all of the services that we've been hearing about today are preserved and maintained. I'm actually not going to talk very long today because you hear from me all the time, and I really want to make the focus on our partners at the East Bronx Academy for the future. But I did want to thank the City Council for its continuing funding to Generation Citizen through the Civic Education in New York City Schools initiative. Since 2017, we've received $500,000 a year to support initially 125 classrooms. We've more than doubled our footprint in New York City since then to over 250 classrooms. And I know that this is a tough budget year, but we're hoping to get an additional $100,000 per year so that we can preserve and continue our trajectory of growth. So today we have a teacher and group of students from East Bronx Academy for the Future, which has been doing our Generation Citizen curriculum for a few years. Through Generation Citizens Action Civics curriculum, students in middle and high school learn social studies by studying and advocating for a real-world issue in their community. So today, we're pleased to have this invitation to present some of our work at East Bronx Academy so that you can learn about the priorities that we've identified through our curriculum. So today with me, I have Christine Montera, who is a U.S. history teacher and social studies chair, as well as students Richie Morales, Myra Chuki Tenezaka, and Emily Garcia, all of whom are 12th grade students. So with that, I will turn it over to Christine, and we're hoping that they can go in that order.
Thank you so much, and thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for maintaining this meeting and allowing us to speak today. My name is Christine Montera. I'm a teacher and the Social Studies Department leader at East Bronx Academy for the Future. I've been a teacher at EBA for 12 years since I started my teaching career, but I spent my entire K-12 education in District 20 schools in Brooklyn. Today I want to advocate not for teachers, but for my students and maintaining our school budget or increasing it, but more than that, to ensure that there's student voice in our school budget decisions. Before COVID-19, schools were expected to be community hubs, addressing the problems of society outside of our educational purview. After the pandemic, schools have been asked to do all of that and more, addressing issues including the migrant crisis, poverty and its impacts, youth mental health crisis, and disinformation, on top of helping students catch up on lost academic skills and our original mission of preparing college and career-ready, well-informed citizens. We have a lot of work to do, and in order to do that, we need funding and for the funding to be used properly. The people on the ground in schools are up for the challenge, However, when schools are uncertain of their budget from year to year, and in some cases like this school year, month to month, we can't do anything because we're worried that we're going to lose funding for programming, so we don't start it. When the opportunity to work with Generation Citizen came up to do civic action projects with my classes, I was excited to help my students own their voices and advocate for what they wanted to see in their school instead of feeling hopeless when they made the same requests for a gym space or a water fountain. In the process, I gained so much insight into how funding and budgets for our schools can be frustrating at best, as Councilmember Stevens and Ressler expressed in their questioning of SCA earlier. In their civic action projects, my students researched a variety of issues they saw in our community, from student mental health concerns to getting cafeteria upgrades like the one Chancellor Banks and Mayor Adams touted on ABC 7 New York News in October. They argued for better and creative solutions to get more space for PE because a small room that we use for gym for 700 students is falling apart and half used as storage space for desks and chairs. They wanted to create and implement preventative clubs and programs for students to address mental health concerns many students in our city and country are facing. And some of them simply set out to get toilet paper, hand soap, paper towels, and sanitary products in our bathrooms. They advocated for a variety of solutions, all of which we quickly realized would require someone to pay for. As they advocated for their solutions and redrafted proposals to show, they hit the same dollar-shaped wall over and over. As the wealthiest cities in the world, our young people deserve better. Our schools have no right being this underfunded, mismanaged, and unprepared to support our youth and prepare them for the world that they will enter upon graduating in today's world. We need to allow our students to have ample voice in budgeting processes and listen to them for the solutions because they know what is best needed to support them. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Richie Morales. I am currently in 12th grade at East Bronx Academy, where I participated in a semester-long action civics program through Generation Citizen earlier this school year. For this project, my class discussed issues that impact us within our community and built consensus around one topic to address collectively. After much debate, we decided to focus on students' mental health and set a goal to bring more awareness and hopefully convince you all to open up more opportunities and programs for students to get the help they need by thinking of them when budgeting. Thank you once again for the opportunity to submit this testimony. My classmates and I chose to focus on the issue of teenage mental health because it is important to bring more awareness to this issue, as it does not just affect one person or one school, but rather it affects many students and schools all across the country. I've been working on a project with my classmates for Generation Citizen, which gave us more insight into just how important students' mental health is and how it can affect their school life. After doing our projects, we determined that expanding upon the awareness of mental health by opening up more opportunities for students to speak about their mental state would be very beneficial to both them and their future. Our project relates to this committee because you all decide what the budget is and what is important to consider when budgeting, and I believe that students' mental health is the most important thing to consider when it comes to budgeting. The New York City Council needs to hear about this issue because it affects everyone. Mental health is a large reason for some students not trying as hard as they should, or sometimes even not showing up to school. And some even leave their education early because their mental health problems are just too much. Without a proper way to support students and help them with their issues, they can end up like many already do and resort to drugs or violence. I personally can share that I had a point in my life where my mental state wasn't the best, but I got better afterwards. I found myself enjoying school more and more, which leads to the present day where I'm here advocating for the youth to get more programs. As I feel, if you are in the right state of mind, you are more willing to do more in school and in the community. If we want a brighter, safer city in the future that will prosper, we start by helping the youth with their mental health problems that most ignore. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Myra Chuki, and I'm currently in 12th grade at East Bronx Academy for the Future, where I participated in a semester-long action civics project through Generation Citizen earlier this school year. For this project, my class discussed issues that impact us within our community and built consensus around one topic to address collectively. After much debate, we decided to focus on mental health issues among our classmates and set a goal to create mental health awareness and to start the difficult conversation of self-awareness and drug use. I am testifying today on behalf of our goal because as a student in a Title I school, I have seen the impact of mental health in my classmates, especially after COVID. For example, some students feel overwhelmed with studies, family duties, extracurricular activities, and social pressure that it feels so unmanageable and scary that they will do anything to make the world stop spinning so quickly. Some of these feelings start from middle school, and there's this expectation to fit in, to have friends or a community to belong to, especially in marginalized communities. Our community is built around stereotypes of gang violence, drug dealing, and robbery, which don't accurately represent what we are capable of doing. The pressure to do illegal substances, marijuana, vapes, etc., so that somehow their feelings they are facing disappear and they can be happy and elated is concerning. Plus, the ridiculously easy access to smoke shops. There's a smoke shop about 100 feet from our school. Makes it impossible for students from 6th to 12th grade to avoid the temptation. The reason I and two of my friends, plus our mentor, have decided to make our voices heard was because of budget cuts that the council is considering for next year. Even though we are not going to be in a DOE school next year, you still have to consider the next generation of students. Both of my cousins have started middle school, and I want them to have easy access to resources for mental health. Studies have shown that when people feel a part of a supportive community, their mental health improves. This is why after-school programs and other resources in schools are so essential, and it won't be possible if there's a budget cut. We need to do more, not just for today, but for tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
I thank you for the chance to speak at today's hearing and for the chance to testify. My name is Emily. I am a senior at East Bronx Academy. This school year, I engaged in a semester-long Action Civics project facilitated by Generation Citizen. My class explored different local issues, eventually agreeing to concentrate on mental health, since we saw it affected us the most. Our goal was to increase awareness and improve access to mental health resources for youth in our community, specifically students. I am testifying today on behalf of our goal because this goal requires extensive knowledge and budget allocations to ensure that we can achieve it. My class chose the issue of mental health because it's a critical component of the well-being of students and how well they are able to perform at school. For the youth in my Bronx community, it is important because it will allow us to break down barriers and walls to allow youth to talk about their mental health without feeling ashamed or embarrassed. Mental health impacts several things such as educational outcomes, social dynamics, and future opportunities, making it the most important thing to discuss when it comes to youth in schools. In light of our goal, we've taken steps to help students such as advocating for increased funding for mental health services in schools, organizing events to raise awareness about available resources, and speaking with elected representatives about the issue. Although there has been some improvements on mental health services in schools, we know it is not yet enough. We need more advocacy and support from our school's representatives. Our project directly intersects with this hearing today because it involves a need for more of a budget towards mental health resources and services for youth in schools. By presenting my knowledge on this issue and that I know as a student who is able to see this firsthand, I aim to help inform how this budget decision can impact mental health initiatives. It's important for the New York City Council to hear about our issue during this budget hearing because mental health services are important to the well-being of youth and overall community health. By highlighting the importance of funding mental health programs, we can ensure that resources are granted successfully to address the needs of our community's youth. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony about an issue that is important to me and my classmates.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Thank you to Chair Joseph and the Honorable City Council members for your steadfast support of arts education across New York City. I'm testifying to support the It Starts With Arts Coalition, calling on all of our city council electeds to prioritize funding for arts education. My name is Ambreen Qureshi. I'm the Executive Director of EVC, the Educational Video Center. EVC's media arts education programming and broader initiatives help young people heal, grow, and thrive as learners, leaders, and artists, build capacity of teachers and public schools to create transformative learning environments, and use original media to disrupt systems and narratives harming BIPOC youth and their communities. We work to ensure that New York City's youth remain in and emerge from high school prepared to succeed in college and career pathways during a time when education has been profoundly disrupted, especially for youth of color youth of color and newcomer students who are disproportionately impacted by systemic inequities and structural oppression. For the last 40 years, EVC has supported positive life and career pathways for over 30,000 BIPOC and working class young people, trained over 1,100 teachers, and created 230 plus highly acclaimed youth-produced documentaries that have gone on to win over 180 awards, including 2 White House honors and an Emmy. Alumni from our programs have gone on to work at the Urban World Film Festival, CNN, and become members of the International Cinematographers Guild. Annually, over 15,000 global viewers see EVC videos and hear the voices of youth speak out on critical issues that also matter to you and your constituents. Issues like workplace exploitation of migrants in the 2024 EVC youth-produced film, The Grass Isn't Always Greener. Divestment in under-resourced communities in the 2021 film, Unjust and Unequal, Education in Black and White, and rampant gentrification in the 2016 film, Stealing Home, Gentrification in Washington Heights. As the economy tightens and more budget cuts loom, financial constraints are already impacting the EVC community and everyone here today. Some of our partner schools simply do not have funds for art teachers, yet their students already facing barriers to graduation require arts credits to graduate. These schools increasingly rely on EVC as a provider of credit-bearing programs to ensure that their students stay on track to graduate, whilst also exploring possible careers in the media arts. Yet we often have to waitlist schools and students because the demand is so high and funds are scarce. Over the last 3 years alone, EVC has served almost 1,700 students who have secured over 2,500 credits towards high school graduation and earned over $500,000 in paid internships. Students use their EVC films and portfolios to apply to colleges, including recent youth like Alexis from East New York, who had never made a film before EVC. She received a full scholarship to Ithaca College, graduated from a top film school in New York, and kickstarted her career as a filmmaker who centers Black people and other marginalized groups in New York, other marginalized groups in her work. Alexis is an inspiration for our current students, including Musli, who's going to testify shortly. We are here to testify to urge the city council members to increase the overall allocation to the citywide after-school enrichment initiative so that many more young people can benefit from programs like EVC.
Thank you. Megan.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to apologize. I'm not very comfortable with public speaking, and my English is not so well, but I will try my best. My name is Musli Cham. I'm from Senegal. I've been in New York City for 2 years. I'm an 11th grader at Ellis Prep High School. This is my second semester at EVC. The first semester, I made a documentary called The Grass Isn't Always Greener, Migrant in the Workplace. This documentary was so joyful. Everyone enjoyed it and they were proud of it. I was also proud of myself because I saw a new version of me that I wouldn't see if EVC wasn't around. So I decided to come back, not just to learn about filmmaking, but also to be a professional, find people that I can connect with, and build a community. What I enjoyed the most is that at EVC we're not just learning, but we're family. We all connected and have the same vibes. EVC contribute to my personal growth a lot because as an African, I didn't learn how to be confident, professional, and collaboration. So now if I have confidence to be here, it's EVC, not family or school. It's EVC. I returned to EVC because I need to grow more, and only EVC can help with that. And I also need to progress in filmmaking. I think it is very important to fund EVC and other organizations like them. Because in order to go to college or get a job, we need a resume. What will be in those resumes? It's the experience that we get from the after-school programs. What happens if those programs don't get funds? Then we won't have experience, and we won't have job to make money, and the economy will be low. And that's not what we wish for. So it would be so nice if you get more opportunity to students at New York City, especially the immigrants. And the way that you can do that is to give them more funds in the school and the after-school programs. And I know it's not easy. Like, it's true what they say in Wolof. Xaalis dafa sax ci xol. Translate to money grows in heart. So it's so difficult to give it away. But you won't regret it, because the more fund you give to the schools is the better education, the easier way to get a job, make money, and the better economy. Thank you for listening.
And you told me you were shy. Look at all that talking. You're here advocating for yourself. We're really proud of you, and as I said to the previous panel, you speak Wolof, I'm sure you speak French. Those are your powers. Those are your strength. You can tell your stories to any of those languages. I can't wait to see you win your first Oscar in your documentary. I'm putting it out there. They all know I believe in my young people. So you got this, you're good. You have grace. Give yourself grace. Don't be so hard on yourself. The English will come after. It's okay. We got you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I have a couple questions for you guys. What mental health support do you currently have at your schools?
Currently, we have counselors and we have a social worker, I believe. And not only that, the teachers at our school are very, very friendly people, such as Miss Montera. She is my teacher, but I feel as though she is someone I can confide and go to if I have something negative going on in my life. So from what I've seen, although we might not have a lot to go towards mental health, what we do have is a community that cares about each other and that have connections that run deep within each other. That's all.
As Richie said, we do not have much mental health services. What we do have is social workers and a counselor who has a group of 200 high schoolers. She is constantly supporting them through college, high school, personal lives, so she doesn't have enough time to allocate to each student. So that's something that we really struggle with, but we have a community that is very tight-knit. We know each other from some from 6th grade, some from 9th grade. So I feel like that really helps with our mental health, because we don't have to struggle with talking to people. The conversations just flow very naturally. So I feel like that's a big positive in our community.
How many guidance counselors you currently have at your school?
I think we have about 2 or 3 guidance counselors.
What's your student population?
630 students, and we have,
So the ratios are high.
yeah.
So the chances of you seeing a mental health person, it takes a long time. What's the wait? What's approximately wait time?
How long would it take you to see Ms. Shoshana?
It all really depends, because oftentimes when you do go to see the counselor, they already have someone waiting there, so you'd have to email ahead and let her know when do you plan on going to see her. But the counselors do try their best to make time, but it's just a struggle for them considering how high the student-to-counselor population is.
And their caseload is high, so the student ratio is very high, so the access to mental health. I'm noting that. Go ahead.
To see a counselor can be very difficult, because sometimes I will go for college help or anything, and her office will already be packed, or there'll already be students waiting. Or like last year during Regents Week, I was trying to ask her some questions, and she had like a long line already there. So it was like really difficult to talk to her.
Are there other counselors bilingual, culturally responsive? Is it
One of our counselors is bilingual, yeah.
one? Okay. So Musin, thank you. And I saw all the shyness went out for your advocacy. I hear you. I see you. Thank you. Thank you for each and every one of you. Continue to advocate for yourself. Don't stop. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. I'm going to call the next panel, and I apologize for any names that I mispronounce. First, we will have Alexis Kirkman-Palmer, Alana Nene, Calvin Zhao, Juleka Mamoon, Wellington Balbuena, and Cassidy Lucas. You may make your way up to the dais.
I said many names of students. I don't know. They're just it's a panel that wants to testify together that
They want to protest?
students on it. Do you want to look at the slips? No. I think it's UYC. It's not on.
Let me see your shirt.
I'm not manning on. Did Vanessa log out?
I love it.
Thank you for.
All right, you may begin when you're ready.
Press this. Ooh. All right. Hey, folks. Alona Nene, a teacher and a member of Teachers Unite. Really honored to be in community with you all tonight, and really honored to be following the youth who really spoke truth to power. So I taught humanities for over a decade at a 6 to 12 in the Soundview neighborhood of the Bronx. And these past 2 years, I've served as a literacy coach with the New York Public Schools Literacy Collaborative. And so I've had both personal experiences in a school, but have also had the opportunity and the privilege to travel around the city and be in community at a lot of schools. And I've seen the disparities in funding. So some schools can supplement the budget cuts with parent associations and parent-teacher associations that raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. Other schools cannot, like my very own homeschool. So I'm here today to urge you to move money away from the policing of young people towards staff, resources, and restorative practices that make our schools safe and support our community's ability to thrive. There's always money for things that the mayor prioritizes. There seemed to be money for police officers. There's money for canned curriculum like HMH. And now, according to the chancellor from this morning, there's money for new metal detectors. But all of these are just Band-Aids. They don't actually get at the root causes of community. They're literally trying to stop the bleeding, and they're really ineffective. We're living amidst a pandemic, a genocide, an ongoing assault on our BIPOC and LGBTQIA+ communities, and we need resources in order to be able to support our communities in healing from trauma. We need spaces where we can heal ourselves so we can create a more healed world. And so as you negotiate the budget, I ask that you do everything in your power to get $75 million directly to 500 schools to hire restorative justice coordinators, another $75 million to hire community members into positions that build safety and support for young people to learn and grow. I implore you to reject the mayor's plan to recruit and train 492 new school cops. More police will only serve to cause more harm and undermine restorative practices that we know makes schools safer and keeps our students learning. Having come from a school that, through its own self-study, started to employ restorative practices, I've seen firsthand the incredible power it can have to transform a community. And so, again, I'm really urging you to put more resources into that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hi, my name's Alexis Kirkman. I'm a youth leader of the Circle Keepers and a senior at Harvest Collegiate High School. I am here with the Dignity in Schools campaign to demand that the city invest $75 million to expand access to restorative justice in New York City schools. We want more counselors, social workers, and less police. New York City needs to use the money currently used for school police in a more youthful way that would actually help young kids in schools. This is especially important for low-income schools and students who face punitive discipline at home, since they'll always get the short end of the stick. Restorative justice practices help support students and helps us thrive. It urges students to build a stronger, more powerful community with each other by listening to what they have to say. A big part of restorative practices involves teaching the youth how to learn from their mistakes. RJ empowers youth instead of breaking the youth down. My experience at past schools was not the best. My old schools would practice punitive punishments. They would give out harsh and harmful punishments for bad behavior. This led students down more difficult roads in their life. Using punitive practices disturbed not only their learning, but it also meant minor problems would stay with them and follow them for the rest of their lives. These types of students who face nonstop punitive practices are more likely to end up not coming to school, or worse, go down a long path of negative behavior. The problems most students face can be prevented if they just had someone to talk to, like a counselor, instead of being punished for a minor mistake they did or said. When students go to school, they are in a different environment. They would come and expect to arrive to a welcoming and safe community, but instead they are faced with schools that use punitive practices, and the first thing they see are cops. Even when individual cops are nice, it is still the first thing they see, rather than a counselor, a restorative justice leader, or even a family member. Coming into a community like this is harmful, and it creates an unbalanced and unsafe environment, especially for certain students whose homes also might use punitive practices. I want Mayor Eric Adams to pass a budget that moves money away from policing young people and towards a restorative justice practice. That's what we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
He will be reading his testimony in Spanish, and then I will repeat it in English for the record.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Wellington, soy estudiante de la Escuela Gregorio Luperón y miembro del programa de liberación de Brotherhood Sister Soul. Estoy aquí testificando con dignidad en la campaña de las escuelas en Nueva York, porque creo que todos los estudiantes necesitan y tienen derecho a la salud mental. Queremos que la ciudad financie completamente el programa para apoyar la salud mental de los estudiantes y se deshaga de la dañina cultura policial escolar. Mi experiencia al llegar a este país fue un golpe fuerte para mí, ya que al venir a un país donde no tenía un amigo para hablar o jugar, donde también no saber el idioma del país, además dejar a mi mamá y mis familiares solos allá, es algo que solo lo hace un valiente. Mi experiencia en la escuela ha sido buena, pero también han habido momentos en el que pienso que no puedo más. Mi maestra me ayuda mucho en los estudios, mi consejera también. Hay veces que mi consejera no puede ayudar porque está hablando con otros jóvenes, ya que en la escuela solo hay una consejera para tantos estudiantes. Hay días que llego a la escuela y solo digo llegué a la cárcel, porque así me siento como en una cárcel. Policía en las puertas principales, policía en los pasillos. En cada movimiento que doy, veo policía. Me siento incómodo, no me siento bien. Esto no lo hablo solo por mí, sino en representación de todas las escuelas y de todos esos jóvenes que, al igual que yo, hemos sido expulsados de la escuela, habiendo otro método de soluciones. La escuela de Nueva York, mis compañeros y yo necesitamos consejeros porque ellos son los que nos ayudan en momentos de dificultad. Proteger los programas críticos y la base de los actuales 21 millones para justicia restaurativa, 5 millones para el continuum de la salud mental y 77 millones para consejeros, trabajadores sociales y profesionales de la salud mental. Podemos financiar esto no contratando nuevos agentes de seguridad escolar. Gracias.
My name is Wellington, and I am a student at Gregorio Luperon School and a member of the Liberation Program of the Brotherhood Sister Soul. I'm here testifying with the Dignity in Schools campaign of New York because I believe that all students need and have the right to mental health support. We want the city to fully fund programs to support student mental health and get rid of the harmful school policing culture. Making this country my home has been a difficult experience. Being new to the United States, I did not have a friend to talk to or play with. Making new friends was also difficult because I didn't speak English. Furthermore, leaving my mother and 2-month-old brother behind in the Dominican Republic is something that I think about a lot. My experience at school has been good, but there have also been moments where I think I can't take it anymore. My teachers helped me a lot in my studies. There are also times when my counselor cannot help me because she is talking to other young people, since at the school there's only one counselor for almost 600 students. There are days where I arrive at school and tell myself I've arrived in jail because it feels like that sometimes. Even though I love my school, police at the doors, police in the hallways, police officers everywhere, makes me uncomfortable. All this makes me feel like a prisoner. I'm not speaking only for myself, but on behalf of other students in New York City schools who have gone through metal detectors and are always in the presence of police officers. I'm also speaking for those other students who have been expelled or suspended like I was in the Dominican Republic. Instead of having counselors and social workers address the causes for our behavior, we were punished. New York City schools, my classmates, and myself need more social workers and counselors because they are the ones to help us in times of difficulty. We need to protect critical programs and the foundation of the current $21 million for restorative justice, $5 million for mental health continuum, and the $77 million for counselors, social workers, and mental health professionals. We can fund this by not hiring new school safety officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Julia Kamamun. I'm a 10th grade student at High School for Environmental Studies and an organizer at Teens Take Charge, a teen-led advocacy group. After experiencing the effects of budget cuts to education firsthand, I urge our city council members to ensure schools are adequately funded, particularly in counseling and after-school programs. Especially for those who come from troubled households, schools should be places where students feel safe as they grow, since it's somewhere where you're expected to be for long hours almost every day. However, these safe spaces are almost impossible to keep up with the presence of police, who criminalize students and treat them with suspicion. Our government should stop hiring police for schools and instead put those millions of dollars towards things that will actually keep schools safe for their students. Extracurriculars, which have been a major target of budget cutting in schools, play a significant role in maintaining the safety of students. By taking place in the hours following school and typically before students' parents are home, extracurriculars prevent students from partaking in detrimental behaviors like drug and alcohol use, gang involvement, and criminal activities. In my school's robotics team, our loss of sponsors combined with education cuts left us with a smaller budget than ever before, making it difficult to have all the necessary parts to build our robot or to even enter competitions. It seems as though schools have become dependent on fundraisers and student money to stay afloat. This is concerning because not only are extracurricular activities important ways for students to explore future career options and engage with their school community, but they also need to be protected because they're often pathways to college acceptances along with job opportunities. Plus, extracurricular activities are a large motivator to me and many other students to even attend school, so them being cut are undoubtedly causing increased absenteeism. If the mayor really wants schools to stay safe, he should listen to the needs of current students instead of installing higher security measures that don't help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Chastity Lucas. I am a student at Community Health Academy of the Heights and a member of the Brotherhood Sister Soul Liberation Program. I'm here testifying with Dignity in Schools Campaign New York because I believe that every New York City student deserves to have the appropriate level of mental health support staff in all schools. We as a collective not only want but need the city to provide New York City students the funding for mental health support staff along with the funding for wellness centers within our schools. It is imperative that we move forward to a better future. As students, we need our city to divest from harmful practices such as policing in schools and suspensions. My younger sister has been suspended multiple times. One particular time stands out to me. Words between classmates led my sister to punching someone, starting a fight. While my sister shouldn't have hit someone, being removed from school did not help her. She didn't go to the alternative school assigned, she just stopped having class and fell into a crowd that encouraged her behavior. Additionally, the girl she punched ended up being suspended despite being the victim of bullying. I'm here to do my best today to ensure more people get the support that they need rather than suspensions. That same sister today told a trusted teacher she was experiencing suicidal thoughts. The result was to send her to New York City Presbyterian Mental Hospital, taking her freedom away and removing her from her family rather than supporting her where she was at. This is not the first time she has been institutionalized, and each time she describes it as prison and punishment. We need to seriously examine the response that the DOE has to youth in need. Cutting that funding is the exact opposite of what we need. The DOE has contributed to the school's prison to pipeline by disproportionately punishing students of color and students with disability for being kids. Our school system is failing us, continuing to direct funding to policing in schools rather than supporting us while we work towards our future is repeating the cycle rather than breaking it. We deserve to be taught how to work through our issues with restorative justice practices and proper care and guidance. We are calling on our city council to protect and baseline the current $21 million for restorative justice, $5 million for mental health continuum, and $77 million for mental health professions. We are calling on our council to effectively represent the communities you are leaders of by not only passing a budget to better our futures as young people, but to show us and stand up with us in the fight for the mental health services we deserve.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Calvin. I'm a sophomore at Brooklyn Technical High School and an organizer at Teens Take Charge. When I heard that the mayor is planning on cutting back monetary support for schools, I felt that the issues we students face aren't being addressed. My school has around 6,000 students, yet we only have around 20 guidance counselors. That's about 300 students per guidance counselor, and this issue is experienced by other students across NYC. A study presented by the Education Trust found that there's an average of 370 students per guidance counselor, whereas the recommended amount is 250 students per guidance counselor according to the American School Counselor Association. However, at the end of the day, these are only just stats, so let me talk about my personal experience. In the beginning of my sophomore year, I scheduled a meeting for my guidance counselor just to talk about my feelings, but it didn't turn out well. She seemed uninterested in what I had to say, and I felt like my words weren't important to her. This discouraged me from scheduling further meetings with her because it felt like I was a burden. However, I couldn't blame her for her feeling tired and overwhelmed, especially with the number of students she was assigned to. This is a universal experience of students who have overworked guidance counselors. A study presented by Education Advance found that students achieve higher grades and feel safer attending schools if they have a counselor who is actively listening to them and actually cares about what they have to say. When people bring up, what does your school need? For me, it's never, we need more police officers or metal detectors, but rather more support staff so I feel safe to talk about myself. We don't need more police stationed at our schools to feel safe. We need more support staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question for you guys. During the last PEGs, were any of your programming impacted because of budget cuts? Turn on your mic. Turn on your mic.
So at Community Health Academy of the Heights, as a senior, we are experiencing heavy budget cuts to where a lot of our activities, such as our senior trip, cost more than it should. My senior dues personally are $750 with only a discount available of $250, which still isn't enough to provide seniors the gratitude and senior experience that they deserve for our 12 years of high school.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Due to our principal's budget savvy, he was able to save the positions of our staff so no one was excessed, but all extracurriculars, all field trips, anything outside of the quote-unquote core was cut.
Was cut, okay.
Due to the cuts, I actually had a meeting with my principal, and it turns out we had to cut some of the funding for some of our college trips. We can no longer go to I forgot the name of the hotel, but this hotel that we have booked previously at the beginning of the year, now our only option is to go to Six Flags.
Okay. Anything else? What mental health support do you guys have at your schools?
We only have 2 counselors for about 300 to 400 students.
So a heavy caseload. Next person.
Nosotros solo tenemos un consejero y una trabajadora social para 500 estudiantes.
Who's gonna translate for me? I don't speak un poquito español. How many students? Thank you. 500? Okay. Thank you. Gracias.
Okay. Ofrecemos traducciones de español en inglés para los testigos que no hablan inglés.
Thank you. You spoke about a wellness program. Is that in a budget or that's something you created on your own? Yes. Your wellness circle, your health, is that something you created on your own or that's budgeted in your school?
It was previously for, I think it started in 9th grade. It was budgeted by the school, but the founder, which is my current boss, was kicked out of the school. So we had to go to, we had to find like a different person to get the money from. So we're not getting paid by the school anymore.
So the person left, so the program kind of left, but you brought it back to life because you wanted it, right? Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Keep fighting for yourselves, young people. Keep fighting.
Thank you to this panel. I'm going to call the next panel. Apologies in advance if I mispronounce your name. First, we have Abby Watts, Faith Catherine Jones, Asafau Ilasau, Jared Alford, Shirley Wong, Yaniv Felipe, Lakeisha Felipe, Yusen Liu, Amir Sajad, Kamora Salmon, and Joshua Fan. You may make your way up.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if your name was called, please come down. If you have copies of your statements, please have them ready when you come down. Oh, look at this. All right, fantastic. While we're waiting, if there's anybody that needs interpretation in Spanish, we have people here, but we need to identify you. Si tenemos personas aquí que necesitan interpretación en español, tenemos personas aquí que lo pueden ayudar. Pero tenemos que identificarlo, así que alcen la mano si necesitan interpretación en español. Ok, gracias.
All right, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Chair Joseph and members of the education.
I'm sorry, we're gonna
Give me a
try
second,
and grab
let's-
a couple more chairs.
Sure.
So everyone could sit together. Thank you.
Are we missing anybody?
Thank
We're all
you.
here.
All right, you may begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Joseph and members of the Education Committee for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Abby Watts, and I am Director of School Food Advocacy at Community Food Advocates. I am testifying today on behalf of CFA and our Lunch for Learning Coalition. You will also hear today from some of the coalition's youth food advocates who will speak directly to their experiences. There are two items I'd like to talk about. First is the New York City Public Schools Office of Food and Nutrition Services Cafeteria Enhancement. We are thrilled to see the Chancellor's 5-year capital plan includes $150 million to enhance all remaining middle and high school cafeterias, which, as you know, has been a Lunch for Learning priority. Excuse me. This is a highly impactful and cost-effective initiative that completely transforms the cafeteria environment. There's a food court-style selection on the serving line, giving students more variety, and the seating area becomes a much more welcoming environment. We see an increase in school meal participation in schools that got the enhancement with lasting impacts. This is especially powerful because we know overall participation declines abruptly during middle school and is even lower among high school students. Over the past few years, in partnership with the Chancellor and the Council, $125 million has been dedicated to reach about half of middle and high schools by the end of this school year. Securing the $150 million in the 5-year capital plan will ensure this is an equitable initiative, rolling out this model to the remaining 250 cafeterias. Chair Joseph, we so appreciate you being a champion of this initiative, and thank you and the Council for making school food a priority. Our other ask today is that you ensure Office of Food and Nutrition Services is fully funded in the fiscal year 2025 executive budget. We have seen very publicly over the past month or so that New York City school communities care deeply about school food and the menu options. We appreciate that the administration heard the pleas to bring back menu items that were cut unnecessarily in February. Students and their families rely on school breakfast and lunch, and we know that a variety of appealing menu items ensures students participate in the program. OFNS has made incredible strides, expanding halal and kosher, plant-based options, and culturally relevant meals, and the innovations such as cafeteria enhancement that have collectively and directly led to a 9% increase in participation citywide. This success must not be threatened by city budget cuts. The city must continue to invest in the policies and initiatives that strengthen the program. We hope the Council will continue to be champions for the Cafeteria Enhancement Initiative and the School Meals Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair Rita Joseph and Council members. My name is Yusin Liu. I'm currently a senior at East West School of International Studies at District 5 from Queens, and a second-year youth food advocate since my sophomore year. I am grateful for the $150 million in the Chancellor's capital plan for enhanced cafeterias. We appreciate the work and investment that you have already done for us. Being a student in the New York City public school system, I will say I have eaten the majority of school meals, and I clearly understand the importance of school meals. Personally, my family is a low-income family, and my energy for the day greatly relies on school meals. After taking numerous classes without eating breakfast for the whole morning, I feel exhausted. I know I need to eat lunch, or I would be starving for the rest of the day, which would affect my grades. I'm sure I'm not the only one who is experiencing the exhaustion of taking classes, and school meals are our only opportunity to fuel up and replenish power to support us for the rest of the day. However, most students, including me, are not having a great experience with the school meals and cafeteria environment. I see how other schools have received their own remodeled cafeteria, and the reflection from students is positive. I realize that this is the solution. This is the reason why I'm here to support the budget for the enhancement of all the middle school and high school cafeterias. However, the recent budget cuts led to less daily options and disappointed students. If this continues for next year, it may lead to participation rate decreasing, which means more hungry students. Fully funding the Department of Education, which includes school food, will be constructive and supportive to the redesigned cafeteria. This way, all future generations of students can learn with full stomachs and better support. In summation, with your support, students can have better learning. With the energy school meals provided every day, we can learn more efficiently and concentrate more. This also provides a better chance of achieving higher academic goals for myself and all others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Rita Joseph and the Committee on Education. My name is Amira Sajjad, and I'm a sophomore at Francis Lewis High School in District 26. I am a first-year youth food advocate intern since summer 2023, and today I'm here to testify in support of the proposed $150 million for cafeteria redesigns in the capital plan with my fellow advocates. A healthy and fulfilling lunch is imperative to the education of every single one of the 1 million public school students in NYC, and the cafeteria redesign will be a major benefit, increasing student participation and interest towards school lunch. Currently, there are 162 completed cafeteria redesigns serving more than 210,000 students, and another 75 that are scheduled to be completed this year. We found that they've had up to a 35% increase in student participation in updated cafeterias, a significant number. My school had a partial redesign where we have an enhanced serving line, and the difference I've noticed is phenomenal. My school can serve hundreds of students each lunch period, but with the enhanced serving, I've noticed more people eating lunch, the line moving faster, and an overall greater appreciation of the food and the aesthetics of the improved serving area. With the inclusion of the $150 million in the Chancellor's 5-year capital plan, we can ensure that every middle and high school student can have a superior experience that will enrich them not just physically but mentally, as the importance of nutrition and cognitive function cannot be overlooked. We are extremely thankful to the progress that has already been made across New York City, and we hope that you can make it continue for the sake of equal opportunities for health and education for any student, no matter their background. To that end, we also want to note that the drastic cuts earlier this year affected many of us immediately. Many of the students' favorite items were removed from the school menu, and while these are slowly returning, thankfully, it is imperative for the success of cafeteria redesign that the education budget be fully restored for 2025. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Felipe. I'm a fifth grader at PS153. I'm happy to be the next generation to be able to enjoy their.
Could you lower the mic, please, so we can hear you?
Hi, my name is Felipe. I'm a fifth grader at PS153. I'm happy to be the next generation to be able to enjoy the improvement of the cafeteria redesign. I enjoy eating cafeteria food, although I believe it could use some improvements. Speaking on behalf of all the students, we appreciate the support you have done to include the $150 million. Proposal on the capital plan. With this support, this means when I get to middle school and high school, me and all my friends will be able to enjoy the improvements. I look forward to be able to enjoy the cafeteria redesign, especially when in my school lines are really crowded. Sometimes not all students get to enjoy the food. I think that the updates will be great place for my classmates and friends, since it has really colorful designs that encourage me to go and sit and enjoy my food. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Buenas tardes a todos, espero que estén teniendo un buen día. Mi nombre es Lakeisha Felipe, estoy en mi segundo año en Community Health Academy of the Heights, en Manhattan. Yo he tenido el placer de participar en YFA y estar aquí con ustedes. Estoy orgullosa de decir que puedo tener voz para mi comunidad y los estudiantes en mi escuela. Este programa da la oportunidad a las generaciones detrás de nosotros tener un mejor lugar donde comer. Los beneficios para los estudiantes son muchos. Por ejemplo, podrán tener más opciones de comidas saludables, un ambiente más seguro y no solo eso, pero nos asegura que todos podrán tener tiempo de almorzar. Gracias por estar aquí ayudando con la propuesta de rediseño escolar para los estudiantes. Queremos agradecer a este consulado por el apoyo de la inclusión de los 150 millones ya propuestos en el plan de capital. Estamos muy agradecidos de tener el propuesto en el plan de capital y esperamos que finalizando este propuesto se puedan transformar todas las escuelas en la ciudad. Esperamos ver el rediseño de todas las cafeterías a través de todas las escuelas ciudad. Gracias por su tiempo.
Gracias por tu testimonio. Do we have translation?
She's supposed to stop every 2 or 3 sentences.
Do we have written testimony for this student?
You guys, I was told you guys would come get me and tell me when there was someone. I'd come and then she would stop every 3 sentences and I'd come.
I'm sorry? Okay, gracias. Next, please.
Hello, Chair Joseph and council members. My name is Aswell Yasu. I am a sophomore at Claire Barton High School in Brooklyn.
Can you put the mic closer and speak a little louder?
Okay. My name is Aswell Yasu. I am a sophomore at Claire Barton High School in Brooklyn. This is my first year being a YFA intern. Today, I come to you to speak to you about enhanced cafeteria. It is a big thing for youth food advocacy because so many students want to have a nice place to eat and they get to choose what meal they want. The $150 million is a good investment across the whole city. We all deserve to have a beautiful cafeteria that students feel happy to eat there and feel comfortable. With your support, we can achieve equality across all cafeterias for students to enjoy. Many students do not eat lunch because of the food and how the cafeteria looks, and students need to go through there because food makes you learn better. Being on a hungry stomach can make students less focused on their schoolwork, which can hinder their grades. This is why all schools need cafeteria enhancement because it can better students' lives and help them throughout the day. Thank you, everyone, and council members for listening. We appreciate your support of the $150 million in the proposed capital plan to fully commit this year to better students' lives in schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe we're going to receive a translation of.
This is the translation of the testimony of Lakeisha Felipe from Youth Food Advocates and Community Food Advocates. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and I hope you are having a nice day. My name is Lakeisha Felipe, and I am in my second year at Community Health Academy of the Heights in Manhattan. I have the pleasure to participate in YFA and to be here today to speak for them. I am proud to be able to give voice to my community and to speak for the students on behalf of the students in my school. This program is giving the opportunity to many generations that will come after us as well to have a better life. The advantages to students are many. For example, they have more options for healthy food, they have a safer environment, and more than that, they will know that they will never go hungry. Thank you for helping us with this proposal to redesign things to make it better for students. We would like to thank you for your support, and especially for including $150 million in your proposal for the capital plan. We're very grateful for your support, and we hope that this money will remain in the final draft of the budget because our schools need your help. And we hope that the redesign of these cafeterias will happen without further delay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your service. Before I call the next witness, I'd like to ask Sandra Mitchell to join this panel. And now we can turn to the next witness. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Rita Joseph and members of the council. My name is Jared Alford, and I am a freshman at Brooklyn College Academy with an interest in school food and its needs for improvement. I have been a member of Youth Food Advocates for the last 9 months, and this has opened my eyes to the importance of not only school lunch, but the environment in general. I am dedicated to the cause of a healthy school environment. I am happy to be here to support the proposed $150 million for cafeteria enhancement in the Chancellor's 5-year capital plan. Food appeal may be underestimated in importance, but I have seen the effects firsthand. In my middle school, the cafeteria was not very modern, and that was reflected by the short lines for lunch. These short lines in the cafeteria often make me feel different if I were to go up and eat the school food unlike the rest of the students. And so I often did not eat, not knowing this was a part of the reason I was often tired and lacked energy in school. In my current high school, Brooklyn College Academy, that has a more modern cafeteria and where there are long lines of eager students waiting to get school lunch. A cafeteria redesign makes sure healthy food options are displayed in a better way. To explain further on what I mean, something like a display case on healthy food options would increase appeal for these foods. The appeal of these healthy foods will benefit a student's health, then ultimately help a student's grade. One of the benefits of an enhanced cafeteria is the variety and options available. Unfortunately, these options were eliminated in the middle of the year due to unforeseen budget cuts made by the city. In order to prevent the loss of our beloved school lunches options, full funding for the Department of Education's and OFNS must be restored by 2025. Thank you for listening, and as a member of Youth Food Advocates, thank you for your long-standing support, and thank you for the support of the proposed $150 million in the capital plan.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, members of the NYC Council. My name is Faith Catherine Jones, and I'm a junior at Brooklyn Technical High School, located in District 13. I've been a youth food advocate for 3 years. I started in the summer before my freshman year at high school. When I started in the summer of 2021, approximately 80 of the 575 middle and high schools had enhanced cafeterias that were serving around 55,000 students. This translates to roughly the majority of students in the NYC public school setting missing out on the academic benefits of school lunch, such as better attendance rates and better test scores as stated by the CDC, due to the circumstance where outdated cafeterias with inefficient lunch lines, lack of seating, and lack of variety deter students from eating school meals. Furthermore, there are the added health implications with inaccessible cafeterias, as students are more likely to have nutrient inadequacies, worsen diet quality of low-income students, and discourage healthier food selection in their daily lives. Now in March 2024, almost 3 years later, with the greatly appreciated funding from the City Council of $125 million in the last few years, we have secured the funding for over 250 schools to get an enhanced cafeteria. Already in these past few years, we were able to see the positive changes in the school environment, as Hillcrest students in Queens speak on the reduction of their 20 minutes long cafeteria line and their newfound ability to concentrate in class with the new variety in lunches. Moreover, you will later hear from a former Midwood student in Brooklyn, Leslie Gomez, who shared their experience of the comfort in the intimate cafeteria environment and how it encouraged her to utilize the lunchroom more often and to eat the school lunch. While we have made many powerful changes in the current cafeteria system, there are half of middle and high school schools, another 250 schools, struggling with the previous poor experiences that I discussed of inadequate cafeterias that have led to problems concerning students' well-being and academic performance in school. This is why I appreciate your continued support as City Council members to secure $150 million in the fiscal year of 2025 to fund the rest of the middle and high schools in NYC's cafeteria enhancements. That is the only equitable solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Rita Joseph and Council members. My name is Shirley Huang, and I am a senior at Midwood High School, located in District 22. With 2 years of advocating for the Cafeteria Enhancement Experience Initiative, I am confident that the enhanced cafeteria is a transparent and equitable system to sustain wellness for the diverse student population and its environment. Today, I am here to express my strong support for the Chancellor's commitment to expand cafeteria enhancements to all high school and middle schools by including $150 million in his 5-year capital plan. We know this is a priority for the council, and thank you for your support. The cafeteria enhancements experience has 4 pillars. These are the student choice, fast service, modern style, and new furniture, which has brought great advantage to students, including the encouragement of healthy eating habits. In 2023, the USDA proposed updates to school nutrition standards, which will take effect in fall 2024. Utilizing the enhanced cafeteria would help enhance its requirement, as consuming whole foods, vegetables, and produce from salad bar is made easier, and in general, prioritize whole foods for students to have easier access to. The enhanced cafeteria is a proven intervention to increase lunch participation and therefore reduce hunger among the city's youth. Enhanced cafeteria, as previously stated, aims to develop modern style. The modernization of tables and chairs provides a more welcoming space for students, prompting them to go into cafeteria more often to grab a meal. While some school food meals may still lack the taste that students enjoy, we are working alongside the Office of Food and Nutrition Service to share students' feedback and develop more pleasant palatability. Building more enhanced cafeteria is the first step to improving the food taste desired by students. We want to thank this council and their continued support to advance the school nutrition environment for it to be inclusive of the next generation and as a matter of equity. We appreciate the chancellor and council's commitment to fully expand cafeteria enhancements by committing $150 million in the 5-year capital plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Rita Joseph and City Council members. My name is Faria Tahia, and I'm a junior at Long Island City High School located in District 30. I'm a second-year intern with Youth Food Advocates. On behalf of all New York City students, we thank Chancellor Banks and the Council for your support in the allocation of $150 million in the 5-year proposed capital plan for enhancing cafeterias across New York City public, middle, and high schools. This investment not only signifies a commitment to enhancing the physical infrastructure, but also speaks volume about prioritizing the well-being and nutrition of the next generation. Prioritizing school food now will have a lasting impact on student lives, affecting their academic performance as well as their personal health. Going 6 hours a day without eating is pretty absurd. Still, some kids would rather go hungry than draw attention to themselves in the cafeteria. This is devastating to the future of our community, the students, and the schools. I advocate for the encouragement of good eating habits among students and meeting their needs, including the supply of upgraded cafeteria tables for increased privacy. Implementing complete cafeteria renovations in all middle and high schools in New York City will result in several benefits, including improved student mental and physical health, academic performance, and a variety of other beneficial outcomes that will emerge over time. This improvement not only restores the cafeteria, but also lays the groundwork for a healthy future for our youngsters. By modernizing cafeterias, we're doing more than just changing the space. We're also promoting better eating practices and a positive interaction between students and food. This action also attempts to address differences in school engagement, especially in lower participation schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you didn't testify yet, right?
Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Rita Joseph and members of the council. My name is Kamora Salmon, and I'm here to represent YFA. I'm a sophomore at United Charter High Schools. My reason for coming here today and delivering this testimony is to talk about the benefits of the proposed budget of $150 million for expanding enhanced cafeterias to all middle and high schools. The recent development of the school's cafeterias has increased the appeal of school food. As someone who has an enhanced cafeteria in my school, I can say it is a phenomenal addition to the cafeteria. Not only is the new look more aesthetic, participation has skyrocketed. My cafeteria was updated in April 2023, and in May 2023, the participation increased by 12.3%. I've seen people who wouldn't even look at school food, who now actually join the line and get food. This enhancement caused my school's participation in breakfast and lunch to go higher. Just think about how many more fascinating upgrades we can bring in the lunchroom with $150 million. As a student and a YFA intern, I understand how important meals are. Food fuels our bodies and gives us strength in order to get through the day and excel in school. For example, one time I missed out on school lunch and I could see how I wasn't able to focus on the lesson. Lack of nutrients weakens the body and makes it hard to function. This is why I believe the budget can help create more options to grasp the attention of students. Students often complain about the lack of diversity in food options, causing many to stray away from school lunch. Students want more options to choose from. We can dip into different cultures and incorporate them into school food while keeping the health regulations. The schools that have the enhanced cafeterias have given a positive reaction in student participation. We are grateful for the current modifications of the lunchrooms, and we hope you can take our feedback into consideration. Let's turn the plan into an action. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Rita Joseph and City Council members. My name is Leslie Gomez Rivera. I'm a former youth food advocate intern, and I'm currently a sophomore at Hunter College and now work at Food Justice. Here I am filling in for Joshua Fan, who could not be here today. So this is what he says. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Rita Joseph and City Council members. My name is Joshua Fan, and I'm a senior at Flushing High School in Queens and a second-year YFA intern. First of all, I would like to thank you all on behalf of my joint campus school community, which has already received cafeteria enhancements and has seen vast improvements in food quality, variety, and lunch participation. The cafeteria enhancement that my campus received in January of 2023 has vastly transformed the lunchroom experience and environment at my school. Not only has the look of our school cafeteria created a much more welcoming environment for students, but the food is also what we received, notably more variety and appeal compared to before. I'm extremely grateful for the action that has already been taken as these changes do not go unnoticed and they create massive benefits throughout the school community that extend beyond a single lunch period. Enhanced cafeterias ensure a greater variety of food that all students, regardless of religion or dietary restrictions, can enjoy, which is a benefit that must be prioritized. Food insecurity is still a large issue within the sprawling community of New York City, one that serves as a limiting factor for children of low-income families to be able to receive the nutrition necessary to power their developing bodies and minds throughout the day. As someone attending a school community with the majority of student body considered economically disadvantaged, I see firsthand how these students can receive enough nutrients that they previously could not obtain through school meals and can receive the nutrients and energy they need to help them succeed throughout the rest of the school day. Please continue to take actions in implementation of the enhanced cafeterias throughout the schools in the city. Improving the future of the city starts with the younger generation. To improve the health and minds of the youth so that they can focus on their education, hunger-free is an invaluable investment that must happen. Thank you for your time. Joshua Fan.
Thank you so much. By a show of hands, how many people has a cafeteria enhancement at their schools? And the rest you don't, right? So you want to make sure you get one, right? We noticed there were food menus taken away. When did you guys notice that there were food missing on the menu? When did you notice? Don't be shy.
I think I started just the day after. I think Mayor Eric Adams had announced that there would be cuts to the school lunch menus. We started to actually see it in our cafeterias, where my friends would come up to me and would be like, "Oh, there's no more, they're running out of the cookies no more. They're not gonna give it to us anymore. They're just giving away the rest of the stock, and we're not gonna order these cookies anymore." And they were just so concerned about it. They're talking about how the possibility of the burrito being removed. I know a lot of my friends eat that, and so they're like, what is the cafeteria here for if we're not getting the food that we actually want to eat? If there's no food that we want to eat, how are we gonna get the nutrients for like the rest of the day. Especially at Brooklyn Technical High School, we are expected to do extracurriculars after school, where we do sports programs or maybe academic programs. So sometimes students stay after school until 7 p.m. So without the needed nutrients from these meals that they expect at the school, because the variety, they allow these students to eat something that in which they want to eat. So without that, a lot of students are starting to experience like hunger sometimes because they no longer feel encouraged to eat the school lunch menu. They eat less now because they know like they don't have the option that they really want. So we really do see the effects of the lack of variety at our schools.
What's your favorite day at school lunch? What was your favorite day? Tell me what you ate that special day. You could go down the line.
Oh, sorry. Well, when I was in high school, it was the chicken popcorn with the fries. Yeah.
Okay. Chicken popcorn.
Well, this was mostly last semester when I still had lunch on Monday, but I really enjoyed the mozzarella sticks that day.
It's the mozzarella sticks, okay?
I think I enjoy the chicken tenders a lot. So
Are they back on your menu now?
Yeah, they're a common occurrence on the menu. It's mostly mozzarella sticks and chicken tenders that I see. Yeah, that's basically what I see.
Okay.
Pizza.
Pizza, what day was that? What day you get to get pizza?
Friday.
Fridays?
Yeah.
Oh, that's your favorite day?
Yeah.
I could speak on behalf of my classmates too, that I'm pretty sure a lot of students like mozzarella sticks, French fries, and stuff like that.
I really don't eat the school food, but when I do, it's the fries or like the cookies. When they don't have the cookies no more.
You don't have a cafeteria enhancement yet, right?
No.
When you get one, you will eat. Because I attended a couple of ribbon cutting. They look beautiful. That's the goal, to make sure while you're in school you eat and the space that you're socializing in is welcoming. That's the point.
For me, it's most likely chicken tenders.
What day is chicken tenders at your school?
Normally Thursday.
Thursdays. Thursday's a good day, huh?
Yeah, you can tell. Like normally the lines are the longest on Thursdays if there's chicken tenders.
I have to stop by on a Thursday. Chair Joseph is gonna come by on a Thursday.
I'm really basic, so just every day peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
What day?
Just every day, like peanut
Every
butter
day?
and jelly.
Because you have a cafeteria enhancement.
Yeah.
Ah, so I like that every day. Go ahead.
For me, it's the chicken tenders with those salad produce in a plastic, like a round bowl.
Oh, okay.
For me, it's potato wedges and chicken tenders.
Potato wedges. And what day is that?
Usually Thursdays.
Thursdays. Do you have a cafeteria enhancement? No. So we need to make sure you're getting one. They're amazing. Thank you so much. And keep fighting for what you believe in. And I'm super proud of you guys. Keep raising your voice, and we'll keep championing those voices for you. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. I'm going to call the next panel. Apologies in advance for any names that I mispronounce. First, we have Daliam Alban, Ava Harris, Quasi Melendez, Aileen Frias, Nela Gregorio, Juliet Da Cruz, Nicholas Rosario, and Malik Madison. You may make your way to the front.
Yes.
Translation.
Do any of these witnesses need translation services? Okay, so no. Okay, you may begin when you're ready.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Daliem y soy estudiante de penúltimo año en una escuela comunitaria en Queens y soy líder de Urban Youth Collaborate. Llegué a la ciudad de New York hace aproximadamente 1 año y medio desde Ecuador. y los maestros me ayudaron con la nueva escuela, idioma y estructura escolar, y también me dieron apoyo emocional por grandes cambios que estaba atravesando mi vida. Cuando yo llegué a las instalaciones me sorprendí mucho cuando vi a los policías escolares, ya que en la institución educativa que yo asistía en Ecuador no habían policías y la seguridad seguía siendo demasiado buena. Me siento increíblemente frustrada que el alcalde quiera recortar fondos para escuelas comunitarias como la mía, cuando el presupuesto para los 4,000 policías escolares de la ciudad de New York es de $400 millones. En mi escuela hay muchos inmigrantes como yo, y no nos sentimos seguros con la presencia de los policías escolares. Al final del día, los policías de la escuela se ponen muy ruidosos y agresivos con los estudiantes porque quieren que salgamos inmediatamente de los establecimientos. A mis compañeros y a mí nos aterroriza interactuar con ellos, es por eso que nos tratamos de mantenerlos más alejados posible. La presencia de policías escolares intensifica cualquier interacción y es más probable que nos veamos empujados al camino de la escuela, a la prisión y la deportación. La ciudad de New York tiene la mayor proporción de policías escolares por estudiantes del país. En la ciudad de New York hay un policía escolar por cada 200 estudiantes, mientras que en Los Ángeles, el segundo distrito escolar más grande del país, tiene un policía escolar por cada 3,000 estudiantes. Aunque los estudiantes negros y latinos representan el 66% de la población escolar de la ciudad de New York, los datos recientes muestran que los estudiantes negros y latinos representan el 90% de todos los incidentes policiales escolares. Estoy aquí hoy para pedir que den un paso adelante para eliminar a los policías de las escuelas. Dejen de reclutar, contratar y capacitar policías escolares. La ciudad de New York debería recortar los puestos vacantes de policías escolares y en cambio invertir todo ese dinero en más trabajadores sociales, consejeros escolares y prácticas de justicia restaurativa que realmente harían nuestra institución educativa un lugar más seguro. Yo tengo primos que considero como hermanos y me gustaría que ellos no se vean limitados de sus recursos escolares por darle esos recursos a los policías. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Dalim. I'm a junior at a high school in Queens, and I'm a leader with the Urban Youth Collaborative. I came to New York City about 1.5 years ago from Ecuador. When I arrived, my teachers helped orient me to the new school, the new language, and the school structure. They also supported me emotionally because there were so many changes happening in my life. I was very surprised when I saw all of the school cops because in my old school in Ecuador, there were no police and the school was a safe environment. It is incredibly frustrating to me that the mayor is proposing to cut funds from community schools like mine when the budget for the 4,000 school cops in New York City is $400 million. In my school, there are a lot of immigrants like myself, and we do not feel safe with the presence of school cops. At the end of the day, the school cops get very loud and aggressive with students because they want us all to immediately leave the property. My classmates and I are terrified of interacting with the school cops, so we do everything we can to stay away from them. The presence of school cops intensifies any interaction, and it is more likely for us to get pushed into the school-to-prison and deportation pipeline. New York City has the largest school cop-to-student ratio in the country. In New York City, there's one school cop for every 200 students. In Los Angeles, the second largest school district in the country, they have one school cop for every 3,000 students. Even though Black and Latinx students only make up 66% of the school population in New York City, the recent data shows that Black and Latinx students account for 90% of all school policing incidents. I'm here today to call on you to take a step forward to eliminate cops in schools. Stop recruiting, hiring, and training school cops. New York City should cut the vacant positions of school cops and instead invest it in more social workers, guidance counselors, and restorative justice practices that would actually make our schools safer. I have cousins who I consider like brothers who attend elementary school, and I don't want their school resources to be limited because New York City continues to fund school cops over education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Juliet De Cruz and I use she, her pronouns. I am in the 8th grade from Staten Island and I am a youth leader in Make the Road New York and Urban Youth Collaborative. I am here today to call on all council members, not just to protect the education budget, but to fight for a budget that reflects what youth need in schools and in our communities. Back in December, I was here testifying for the first time in my life as the mayor was threatening us with budget cuts to our schools. Now, I am not sure how many times I will be fighting for a true investment in my education. I am frustrated that every morning I go to school and I am welcomed by school cops. My school is a pre-K through 8th grade, and we only have 2 guidance counselors and 1 social worker for a close estimate to 1,000 students. If I need to talk to someone or go to someone for support, I can only go during my free periods, which means missing art, music, and even my lunch. Even then, both of my guidance counselors are usually booked. Last time I was here, I mentioned that my school cannot afford simple resources, like clean water in our drinking fountains or fixing broken items in classrooms and bathrooms. It's unacceptable that these things have taken so long to fix. We always hear there's not enough money, and we are in a crisis. We need to do budget cuts to education, but what it never mentions is that New York City spends about $400 million on school police and employs more school police than guidance counselors and social workers combined. It is a slap to our face that Mayor Adams spent $3 million on bulletproof vests for all school police this year. I want that money to fund and expand restorative justice practices, counselors, mental health support that our school needs, and to fix our school buildings. I'm graduating from 8th grade and will be heading into high school next fall. It will be a whole new school. I'm excited and nervous at the same time. I don't know what it would feel like. But I do know is that when I walk through those doors, I would see the same thing, school police. And I will have to go through random scannings, which would make me feel frustrated. I've got 4 years left of high school, and if I have to, I will come every year until the city listens to the youth about what real safety looks like. The safest and most welcoming schools have the most resources, not the most cops. It's past time to take action and listen to the youth. Look at Chicago and Oakland. They did it. Why can't we? New York needs to step up and lead the way. I strongly believe that it is the time for the city to look at the Black, Latino, migrant, and working class youth and our following demands to prioritize our care, not criminalization by our following budget demands. First, to secure a hiring freeze on school cops that does not allow to fill positions to the ones that leave. Second, to cut funding for the remaining 492 vacant school cop positions. And lastly, 3, to use the money from both divestments to baseline funding for our school support staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Quasi Melendez, and my pronouns are he, him. I am a proud member of Make the Road New York and a UYC. I am a junior at a community school in Brooklyn. I am here today because I need you to listen to the youth. We need you all to invest in our future, not criminalize it. I live with my mom and my 3 younger brothers. Every morning, I help my mom make sure my younger brothers are ready to go to school and arrive safely. My younger brothers and I have something in common. Instead of us being welcomed by supportive staff in our schools, we are met with metal detectors and school police officers. This isn't the type of settings students should be exposed to. That's why I am asking myself, why is this necessary? Why must we as students pass through metal detectors while others don't, like teachers and other staff? I'm told it's for our safety, but this doesn't make me or my peers feel safer. Instead, it creates a tone of distrust and fear in our school. New York City spent over $200 million of its safety and security programs, which funds metal detectors and video surveillance in addition to the $4 million spent on the school police. The city may spend $300 million on bulletproof vests for school police this year. Instead of investing in equipment and school cops, the criminals, Black, Latin migrants, and LGBTQI youth, we should invest in our futures and staff that can help students thrive. Instead of investing in metal detectors and police, imagine if that money went towards staff and truly supported students. Imagine having more students and staff like Ms. Dixon, my English teacher, and Mr. Rosario, my history teacher, who can make us feel safe and supported daily. Ms. Dixon takes the time to ensure all students feel comfortable and ready to learn in their classes. At the same time, Mr. Rosario goes above and beyond to help students succeed academically when they have a hard time and don't know who to ask for help. We need trained professionals who can ease tense situations and teach us how to resolve conflicts peacefully. We need more social workers, nurses, guided counselors, and RJ staffs. These are the people who can truly make a difference in our world, not police officers who respond after the damage has been done. Officers don't prevent problems, they only react to them. Things could have been different if our schools had more resources directed to prevention and support. We deserve safe and supportive schools that focus on our well-being success. Cops shouldn't be in our schools. Let's invest in our futures by investing in the resources and support systems that truly empower us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malik Madison. My pronouns are he, him. I attend the Brooklyn School for Math and Research, and I am in the 12th grade. I am a youth leader with Make the Road New York, and I attend a community school. As I am about to graduate from high school, I am excited and anxious about the next stage of my life in college. I have worked very hard these last 4 years of my education, but wouldn't be where I am without the support and guidance from the staff of my community school and Student Success Center. That's why I'm here today, to call on the city to continue investing in students by supporting and fighting for community schools and student success centers. The city must continue to fund in our education. We cannot let what was built by the youth before us get taken away. Our Student Success Center was the very first to open in the city in 2007. This was after Black and brown students fought for it since the city was not providing their schools with the resources and support needed to go to college. There are now SSCs in 41 high schools across the city in 4 boroughs reaching more than 16,000 students. Young people did this. Student Success Centers encourage students to take roles in their schools and communities. Being a part of a community is really important to me because it allows for me and everyone around me to feel included and safe. This doesn't just mean academic-wise, but looked out for an overall in all aspects. It allows for my peers and myself to have a place where our well-being can be taken into consideration at all times. Without the support of the SSC, I would not have achieved many of my accomplishments, like becoming the president of my school's National Honor Society or becoming a youth leader. My role as a youth leader in the SSC has also allowed me to help other students in their academics, encouraging them to believe in themselves, learn, spread post-secondary awareness, to ask for support when it is needed. My SSC makes me feel like I am being seen and I matter in my community. If the Chancellor says that career pathways are so important, then look at me and the other 130 youth leaders across the city. We are getting really meaningful training and career development, and it's a paid job, allowing us a sense of independence. Things have changed since the pandemic about how students are looking at college and careers, planning their futures. As youth who are navigating through this, we provide support to others along with counselor staff. Schools are being asked to do even more with no more resources, so the work we're doing is especially important in this time. The city is using $3.3 million this year of federal COVID relief funds to support SSCs. It is the only funding supporting this critical work. Our schools and communities, especially the ones that are predominantly Black and brown, need more care and real investments in order for students and families to thrive. The $3 million the city spent on a bulletproof fence for school police this year could have gone to continue supporting SSCs and having thousands of students have real support, figuring out their future and following their dreams. To be clear, that is the kind of choices the city is making, and it makes me feel upset because these programs are getting funding, don't make any difference in a student's academic life. If we no longer have funding, my peers will likely no longer have a drive to pursue post-secondary options. They will not have a space to come and express themselves after their stressful day of school or whatever might have happened to them during their day. The SSC gives me a space where I can express myself and support the people around me. We need city council members to secure a budget that includes sustainable funding of our SSCs for the future years to come. By investing in these centers, we are investing in the future of our youth and city. Together, let's ensure that every student has the opportunity to pursue their dreams and achieve success.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Rosario, pronouns he, him, and I am a youth leader at Sisters and Brothers United, an urban youth collaborative. I am here because I want more counselors and social workers in schools rather than school policing. I believe that having cops in schools creates an overall unfriendly environment, making students uncomfortable and raising tensions. School officers don't help resolve the issues, but instead polices the students for having them. I go to Discovery High School in Walton campus, where we have 8 school police officers to 1 social worker and 1 IEP counselor, which a majority of the time they are in meetings or seeing other students, having little to no availability as they are in high demand. This leaves students like me going without the support they need until they end up releasing their emotions in unhealthy ways, starting fights, breaking down, self-harming, and even lashing out at others. I have had more times than I can count where I was unable to function in school due to a counselor not being available. During these times, it makes me feel so isolated, and I wonder why am I not important enough to be invested in? Why is it okay for Mayor Eric Adams to continue to fund hundreds of vacant school cop positions while cutting the education budget by millions? Why does New York City still have the largest police force in the country with 4,000 cops and a budget of over $400 million? Because not once has a school police officer made me feel safer in school. Not once have I seen a school police officer help educate our youth, and not once have I seen a school police officer help maintain our schools. So it brings the question, why are they really there? They are there to police our students, my peers, on problems that could have been solved if there was an adequate number of counselors in our schools. So that's why we are calling for Mayor Eric Adams and the City Council to prioritize our care, not criminalization, with the following budget demands. 1, secure a hiring freeze on school cops that does not allow to fill for attrition. 2, cut funding for the remaining vacant school cop positions. And 3, use the funding from both of these divestments to protect and expand restorative justice, mental health, and other staff and practices that help students learn and thrive. Students like me deserve real investment, and it starts with the City Council standing up for young people like us and passing a budget that reflects our values. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, elected officials, peers, and community members. My name is Ava, my pronouns are she, her, and I am a youth leader for Sisters and Brothers United at the Northwest Bronx Community and Clergy Coalition and the Urban Youth Collaborative. Before entering high school, I imagined being at a school that would support me, make me feel safe, give me opportunities to express myself freely, but that has not been my experience these past 3 years. On several occasions, I've witnessed school police target darker students during security checks. I've witnessed them pull over darker students for an additional hand-wand check, despite the metal detector not going off when they walk through. On a weekly basis, I myself experience this. I'm consistently checked as if I was suspected to have something on me, despite not having anything. When I walk through my school doors, I feel like I'm viewed as a criminal and not a student. I know I'm not the only one who feels this. School policing data consistently shows that nearly 90% of all school policing incidents in NYC target Black and Latinx students, despite them being only 66% of the population. It hurts seeing other students who are lighter skin color than me and teachers be able to pass through without question, but when it comes to me passing through, I'm automatically considered guilty of something. This intense policing has been happening to me while they still have not repaired the broken doors in the bathrooms, neglected a broken window within a girl's bathroom stall for over a year, and have made students tolerate water fountains with bad piping. All this while having significantly more police than guidance counselors at my school and having a teacher serve as a part-time college advisor. What message does that send to young people like me? Why is so much money and focus being put towards policing when basic human needs aren't being met? So there's enough money to harass me using the threat of police, but not enough to offer privacy and other support systems to students? If the government is so worried about safety and preventing violence, then I find it odd that we choose policing, which has caused more violence and makes students feel more threatened. On the rare occasions where there are conflicts, I've seen police officers come at it with more brute force, escalating the issue and tensions, neglecting what the student would actually need in order to help them. Instead, we want there to be more money invested into counselors, conflict mediators, and other resources that students need. At schools like mine, you could start with funding full-time college advisors, fixing doors and windows in bathrooms, instead of constant policing and unnecessary suspicions targeted at youth. We call for the city council to fight for a budget that secures a hiring freeze on school cops. This hiring freeze would not allow the city to fill for attrition, cut funding for the vacant school cop positions, use the money from both these divestments to baseline funding for school support staff that schools like mine desperately need. It's time that the city council stand with students and fight for a budget that funds our futures, not our criminalization.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Najla Gregorio, and I go by any pronouns. I'm a youth leader with Future of Tomorrow and the Urban Youth Collaborative. I'm a current junior in Thomas Jefferson High School, which is a predominantly Black and Hispanic school. I am here to ask the City Council to prioritize our care and defund discriminatory practices within our education. School policing is racist. They never fail to make us feel unsafe. Every time I enter my school building, I see police in every corner. Seeing this makes me feel extremely disappointed, stressed, and unsafe. The police often abuse their power, using it to intimidate and to gain what they think is respect, but I call fear. During my time in school, I walked through the scanners thinking that it was a one-time deal, but soon the specific moment became something that soon became a habit. One day when the scanning machine didn't make a noise, meaning I was free to pass into the school fine, I was forced to be pat down, being told that without it, I would not enter the school. Why was this extra measure necessary if I was good without it and didn't ring any bell? I felt like a criminal entering a prison, and I know other NYC students share this feeling. Our elected officials should listen to us, students who are often going through these experiences every day. Our struggle is real. We are asking you to invest in practices that can create long-term safety, such as mental health support, school counselors, and restorative justice coordinators who will actually listen to our problems and give us actual solutions. Today, we are calling for the city to prioritize our care by securing a hiring freeze on school cops that did not allow to fill for attrition, cutting the funding for the remaining vacant school cop positions, and using the funding from both disinvestments to protect and expand restorative justice, mental health, and other practices that help students thrive in their environment. Today, I am urging you to put an end to school policing and to allow students of color to finally give us and allow them to get the education that they deserve and to listen to our demands. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight and the ability to speak for these who could not sit up here.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Frias. My pronouns are she, he, and I'm a youth leader with Future Tomorrow in the Urban Youth Collaborative, and I am a student at Franklin K. Lane High School. I'm here to ask the City Council to focus more on our care without criminalizing our education. Money is being taken out of our resources we need and depend on, giving millions to the police and leaving us with unfunded education. I go to school with many police officers who often stop students with even a little hair clip, or bracelet on them. It makes me feel very anxious and stressed out thinking about what I could have forgotten in my backpack that could turn me into a target for the school cops. Schools should be a place where no one should be afraid or threatened to enter. It should be a place where you learn and grow from mistakes, where education is top priority and where students are treated like the future leaders, not future criminals. There is no proof that school police prevents conflicts in our schools. They actually often escalate the problem to an extent of causing us constant trauma and a feeling of being unsafe. I urge you today to quit investing money in criminalizing and discriminating against us. Instead, you should invest more in trained counselors, school therapists, and other nonviolent and more effective ways to solve problems like the use of restorative justice and peer meditation, not the police. We need the resources and advantages to be successful and thrive. We do not need you to keep policing us and targeting us because of the way we look. Today, I'm here to demand you to secure a hiring freeze on school cops that does not allow us for alteration, cut the funding for the remaining vacant school cop positions, and the use of the funding from both discriminative divestments to protect and expand restorative justice, mental health, and the other practices that could help students thrive. While we are getting these unjust budget cuts in essential resources like community schools and success centers, the police are getting more and more money and resources. Our schools are struggling to keep up with the students' needs like mental health support and essential teaching supplies like books and computers. We, students of color, have to often use broken or worn out materials, making our education unfair and very poor. A school isn't a prison. It's where the future of NYC goes to learn and prosper. Say no to the mayor's cuts to education and start prioritizing the students because we are the future of a much brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
How many of you have restorative justice programs at your school? Could just raise your hand. Just one? Two. Okay. Do you find it helpful?
I haven't really been involved, but in my SSC we have restorative justice programs, and I hear that they're very helpful in resolving conflict.
Have you used the practice? Young man?
I'll say so far in my school, we have this club, Brothers Keeper, and we do everything we can to protect everyone as one, like brothers.
How is that working out for you and your classmates and my Brothers Keepers?
Pretty good so far. Everyone's working together and we're all being one.
Okay. How many counselors does each of you have in your school? We can start down here.
I don't really know the number of counselors that we have. I'm guessing that we have at least 2.
How many students attend your school?
I do not know.
Okay.
Currently, during this year, we don't have a counselor because last year our counselor left to teach in Bushwick. And we had
What school is this?
Thomas Jefferson FDNY. We had a math teacher who was promoted to become a guidance counselor, but within 1 month, she decided to quit, and now we don't have a counselor. But we do have restorative justice in the SSE, and I am a current youth leader helping students with their guide through the college process and along with mental health.
We only have one school counselor for mental health and then one college advisor. And we have 500 students in our school.
So you have one counselor, one advisor, 500 students. So what's the wait time to see either one of them?
Usually it's a long time unless it's like you're literally on the brink of something
Right.
serious. Yeah.
Any of you use Talkspace? No.
Wait, can you repeat the question?
Do any of you use Talkspace? It's a mental health app support that they launched last year. No? Go ahead.
We have one social worker and one IEP counselor and then one advisor, but he's also a part-time teacher, so, well,
So he's playing dual roles.
yes.
What normally we do as educators, we carry the burden. So how many students attend your school?
We have 500 students.
500?
Yes.
One counselor?
Yes.
No social worker?
We have one social worker.
For 500 students. So how long do you wait to see him or her?
If you're making an appointment with them, it takes around 2 weeks to be seen.
2 weeks? So if you're having a moment.
Unless you are currently having a panic attack or like at the break of something serious, you're not going to be able to see them anytime soon, very much.
Okay.
My school currently has 3 counselors, and our population is a little bit over 400.
Okay.
In my school, we only have 2 counselors, and there's only 200 students.
In my school, I have 1 social worker and 2 guidance counselors, and it is a close estimate to 1,000 students.
Do you have restorative justice?
No.
No.
En mi escuela tenemos 2 consejeros y 2 trabajadores sociales.
In her school, they have 2 counselors and 2 social workers.
Y somos alrededor de 500.
And we're about 500 students.
500 students? 2 counselors?
2 counselors and 2 social workers.
Is restorative justice practice?
No.
No? Ava and Nia, you shared you're being picked on unfairly during metal detectors. Walk me through that a little bit.
My first experience with the metal detectors, I was forced to be pat down, and I had a conversation with one of the cops, and I explained to them, why is this happening? My scanner beeped, meaning that I was able to go. And they rudely came to me and they told me, you're doing this on purpose. You want attention. You want to be pat down and seen by other students. And this made me feel extremely uncomfortable because not only did I not ask for it, but I did not want it. And then I had to speak with one of my parent coordinators in the school, and I told them I don't like being pat down, and they told me that without it, I would not be able to enter the school, and if I keep refusing, they would have nothing to do but to call the cops or to suspend me.
Have you reported that to anyone?
I have not, no ma'am.
Well, thank you for each of your testimonies today. You wanted to share one more thing? Go ahead.
I remember my first experience with being pulled over unfairly. I remember it was me and 2 other of my friends. One was lighter skinned and another was a little bit lighter than me, but still dark skinned. I remember the darker skinned friend going first and being pulled over despite the machine not going off. And at first I was confused because I thought it was like a glitch. Like maybe the light did something weird. But then after I passed through and I was able to see the light, I saw that it was acting normal and I saw that nothing happened and I was still pulled over to be pat down and like hand wanted to like further check me. But then when my lighter friend passed through, they weren't patted down at all. And like after turning in my phone to the school, because they don't let us have our phones, I also saw like other darker students be pat down and like checked more, and other lighter students being able to pass through. And that's when I realized that it was just because I was darker skinned.
Do you feel that you're being racially profiled?
Yeah.
Sorry that happened to you.
Thank you.
And you said you didn't share that with your principal?
No.
I think you should. All right, thank you guys. Thank you so much. You want to add one more thing? Hold on, guys.
Going through scanning in the mornings, I've been stopped multiple times for having a calculator in my book bag. I also carry a portable charger because I stay after school and I work. So I want to make sure my phone's charged, and I've been stopped multiple times because of things like that. And I feel like it's really unnecessary. You know, I feel like you can see, like, I don't have any sharp objects in my bag or anything like that. So I don't see why they continuously stop me. It was like, it hasn't happened that much recently, but it was like a weekly thing, like at least once a week. And I don't know, like these school safety agents, they're not very polite. They're not, I don't know. They just seem to take their anger out on us, and I don't understand.
Does that raise your anxiety level as you walk through the building?
Yeah, because it makes me like worry that I'm gonna get stopped, or, you know, something's gonna get escalated over nothing, like a calculator or charger.
I hear you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you to this panel. We are going to take a 5-minute break, but I will call the names on the next panel. First, we'll have Randy Levine, Nikisha Francis, Kadish Davis, Maggie Moroff, Caitlin Pazzaretti, Gregory Brutter, and Kimberly Olson. You may make your way down to the front, and we will resume the hearing in 5 minutes. Thank you.
How you doing?
Good evening. Just a quick announcement. If your name was called prior to the chair stepping out, please make your way up to the witness table. Also, if you are exiting, please exit quietly. Thank you. All right, if everyone could please find seats, we are going to resume with the hearing.
Hello, our first panelist, Randy Levine.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Randy Levine. I'm Policy Director at Advocates for Children of New York. Numerous education programs, services, and staff positions are currently at risk of deep cuts as a result of the expiration of federal stimulus funding, the expiration of one-year city funding, and the preliminary budget cut of more than $700 million from New York City Public Schools' fiscal year 2025 budget. As an organization that works every day with families of students who face some of the biggest barriers to educational success, we are extremely concerned. Here are just a few examples of ways that the students we serve could be impacted. In less than 4 months from today, unless funding is restored, young children with autism and other disabilities could lose access to preschool special education programs and services in violation of their legal rights, as their teachers are asked to take a $10,000 pay cut and other positions are eliminated entirely, undoing the progress the council helped to achieve. At a time when 600 children are already waiting for seats in their legally mandated preschool special education classes. Thousands of students living in shelter could lose access to 100 shelter-based coordinators who have played a critical role in helping students get school placements and other support at a time of record student homelessness. The Immigrant Family Communication and Outreach Initiative could end, and bilingual supports and translation services could be rolled back at a time when thousands of newly arrived immigrant students have enrolled in our schools. Students with disabilities could lose access to 60 school psychologists, exacerbating delays in the delivery of mandated services, and students could lose access to programs designed to support students with dyslexia. 190,000 students could lose access to a full-time social worker in their school. 40,000 students could lose access to the wraparound supports provided by community schools. The majority of restorative justice programming could end, and students at 50 high-need schools could lose access to the mental health continuum at a time when there is a youth mental health crisis. Students will lose these programs and more unless the city restores funding. A longer list of programs, along with the minimum dollar amounts that must be restored merely to sustain funding for these existing programs and staff in fiscal year 25 at their current levels, is in our written testimony, along with our capital plan recommendation of increased funding needed to continue to address the city's huge deficits in school accessibility. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Thank you, Chair Joseph and the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nikisha Francis, and I'm a policy and advocacy manager with Youth Shepherd Services, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Emergency Coalition to Save Education Programs. I am a co-chair of the Youth Advocacy Work Group in this coalition that has come together to urge our elected officials to identify funding to sustain essential education programs supported with funding set to run dry in June. Unless our elected leaders step up and save these programs, here are some examples of what our students stand to lose in less than 4 months. Less than 4 months. We are on the verge of losing 3K slots for thousands of young children, preschool special education classes and services for young children with autism and disabilities. More than 100 community schools providing after-school programs, mental health care, food pantries, and more at schools serving more than 40,000 students. 450 school social workers at schools serving nearly 200 students. Learning to work programs for students who are working hard to get back on track so they can graduate from high school. 100 DOE coordinators working on the ground in shelters to help students experiencing homelessness get to school, 60 school psychologists helping to evaluate children with disabilities so they can get needed services. Restorative justice programs, we heard all the young people talk about this. Restorative justice programs to help students stay in school instead of being subject to exclusionary discipline, and mental health supports in the South Bronx and Central Brooklyn. Support for immigrant students, including bilingual programs and communication and outreach to help their families in a language and mode they can access. Programs for students with dyslexia, student success centers to help students at 34 high schools prepare for college. Each of these programs and others will be significantly rolled back or eliminated unless the city restores these funding. Please note, some of these initiatives, such as hiring more school social workers and psychologists, as multiple schools districts did, are investments the state and the school district should have been making all along and have been historically underfunded and will certainly continue to be needed. Our call to action, signed by more than 160 organizations and more than 1,000 parents, students, educators, and individuals, has more information. We will submit that with the testimony. We are calling on the city to restore funding for all of these important programs. We should not have to pick and choose and avoid a massive step back for our students and school communities. I am sure we can all agree our students deserve more, not less. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next. Your mic isn't on.
Good evening, Chair Joseph. I'm Maggie Moroff. I am here tonight on behalf of the Arise Coalition with parents, professionals, and organizational members, Arise members, advocate for improvements to support the city's approximately 200,000 students with disabilities. You'll hear from several other Arise members today. As you know, I also work at Advocates for Children of New York, but today I'm here on behalf of Arise. I've submitted longer written testimony, and I'd like to very briefly share some highlights from that. The proposed capital plan includes $800 million for school accessibility to be spread out over the next 5 years. 3 decades after the ADA was passed, the majority of our schools aren't yet fully accessible. Students with accessibility needs often must travel significant distances to school. Family members, educators, and others from the community with accessibility needs get closed out of activities in those same schools. With the help of the City Council, the last capital plan included $750 million to make schools more accessible. With that, the city brought school programs up from 18 to 31% full accessibility. That is real progress, and it still leaves us with almost 70% of our schools not fully accessible. The proposed plan this time around includes $800 million for accessibility work. With inflation, that's actually a decreased commitment. To keep momentum going and bring schools to an estimated 50% full accessibility, we ask for your help to make sure that this next capital plan invests a total of $1.25 billion for school accessibility projects. On the FY25 preliminary budget, we share with others here today several critical concerns about programs supporting students with disabilities in danger as those federal COVID relief funds used to support them expire. Funding for preschool special education, for literacy instruction and dyslexia program, and the danger that many school psychologists and family workers in our schools might be lost. The city is already failing to meet the needs of students with disabilities. Too many times, for too many years, youth with disabilities have been left behind. We need to come together to support them by investing in high-quality programs, services, and staff to help meet students' needs rather than roll back existing support. Thank you for all of the work that you do to support New York City students. I'm always available to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Khadijah Davis. I'm a parent of a New York City kid. I'm also an advocate at Family Homeless Coalition, and I'm on the behalf of families in shelter. I was once a person in shelter with my child, and I know it can be very difficult to go through the shelter system when you don't have certain helps. I'm here for people who are the family-based coordinators and saying that they need to keep their jobs also, and to help families in shelter who's navigating through the educational system. The shelter is getting larger and larger and larger as the weeks go by, especially for families. I think we need to hire, honestly, more people to do this position, because we have over 300 shelters, but only 100 coordinators. That doesn't make sense. As you said before, the math is not mathing. So because of that, we need to make sure we can have people with more jobs in this position to help out more families, and also have people with bilingual, with different languages. As you know, people are coming here, people are here from before, who needs to speak a certain language to be able to go through the codes of everything. When families in shelters don't have the help to get through the educational system, the kids do suffer. Our future suffers. And we do not want any child to be left behind because we are not doing the right thing for them to make sure that they have a better future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Hello, and thank you, Chair Joseph and the Education Committee for being here so late. My name is Caitlin Passaretti. I'm a Policy and Advocacy Associate at Citizens Committee for Children of New York. I'm here to uplift the priorities of the Emergency Coalition to Save Education programs, as well as additional ones. The scope of education cuts facing New York City is staggering, and it is urgent that our city leaders protect educational services and supports that are critical to the immediate and long-term well-being of New York City's children and families. In our written testimony, we provide recommendations on a range of urgent investments needed to support students in our city, as well as a map of where we're losing ECE seats. However, in the time today, I want to focus on the crisis facing the early care and education system. 15,000 seats. We are at risk of losing 15,000 seats for early care and education due to the $170 million cut to the ECE system. And as this has been raised over and over today, these cuts are in addition to the enormous budget reductions that have occurred over the past year and a half. These cuts are being proposed while New York City is facing a severe affordability crisis. 80% of families citywide cannot afford childcare, and in many communities, families pay up to 63% of their annual income on these services, with the Bronx and Brooklyn being the most impacted boroughs. In fact, the inability to secure childcare resulted in the loss of $23 billion in economic activity in New York City in 2022, and is forcing New Yorkers to leave the city. Those departing the city at the fastest rate in 2023 were families making between $32,000 and $65,000 annually. The administration has promised repeatedly that every parent who wants a pre-K or 3K seat for their child will receive one, yet it is impossible to reconcile this promise with the administration's actions in cutting ECE funding year after year. It is the responsibility of our city's leaders to fulfill this promise, not just by restoring the funding cut from the system, but also by paying providers on time and addressing the severe operational challenges needed to fill seats. Today, the DOE said repeatedly during their testimony that they are going to move seats to where they are needed. But we know from talking to parents all over the city is that the seats are needed where they are. They just need to have much better outreach to better match parents' work schedules, and parents need help learning about and accessing these services. Moving the seats around will not solve this problem. We need the city to reverse the cuts and address the operational barriers preventing families from accessing the seats there. These cuts to the ECE system are inequitable and unconscionable, and we urge the City Council and the administration to restore this funding so families can afford to live here and children can thrive. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. Megan.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Brender. I'm here on behalf of the Daycare Council of New York. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and also for your really tough, really important questions about what's happening in early childhood in this administration. I was, I guess, a little surprised to hear the Chancellor saying there would be good news around pre-K and 3K. However, we want to ensure that this includes in keeping the 3K programs we have and continuing the expansion so that all children in New York City, regardless of zip code, regardless of their parents' wealth, have access to high-quality early childhood education. The administration has in the past justified the cuts that it's already made as well as the cuts that may still be happening by citing under-enrollment. But it's crucial to note that that under-enrollment is the result of policy choices that the administration has made. And we continue to support things that we know you and your colleagues in the City Council have supported, including investing in a robust, multicultural, multilingual enrollment campaign, allowing community-based organizations to directly enroll families so that they can leverage the deep connections and trust they've built in the communities they serve, and ensuring that providers are paid on time. We also wanted to talk about the importance of salary parity for the early childhood workforce. The teachers, directors, and staff in community-based organizations, the workforce who really make all other workforces possible because they make it possible for parents to go to work, they are drastically underpaid. They receive salaries and benefits much lower than their counterparts in the public schools, and we need in this budget to ensure that the city funds a labor contract that brings the community-based early childhood workforce to parity with their counterparts in public schools, including baselining salary increases for the workforce with including baseline salary increases for the workforce with a $25 an hour minimum wage for support staff, restoration of longevity differentials, and per diem for the staff in extended day, extended year programs who have longer hours and longer years because they are serving the needs of working families. Thank you so much for being part of this fight and for staying late and hearing us testify. And we're, of course, always happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Maggie?
I went already.
And Kimberly?
That's me. Great. Thank you so much, Chair Joseph, fellow committee members, and council staff for your passion, leadership, and support of arts education in New York City. Also, a special shout out to you, Chair Joseph, for holding a space with such care and intention. It's true that you come to this space as an educator and is greatly appreciated as another educator. So my name is Kim Olson. I'm the executive director of the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. We are a service organization that works with thousands of arts educators, artists, and cultural organizations each year to improve and advance arts education in New York City. I'm testifying as part of the It Starts with the Arts Coalition, calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts education in New York City schools in the FY25 budget. Transforming our schools starts with the arts, yet these opportunities are only available to some of New York City's 1 million students. In New York City, arts education has been historically underfunded, inconsistent, and inequitable. According to the city's most recent annual Arts in Schools report, 67% of 8th graders did not make New York State education requirements in arts education. That number has remained largely unchanged since 2015, while the number of certified arts teachers citywide has dramatically declined. Since the 2019-2020 school year, New York City public schools have lost 425 full-time certified arts teachers, representing a 14.8% decrease from the 2019-2020 and through the 2022-2023 school years. This leaves thousands more students without a dedicated arts teacher in their school. Today we learned that 307 schools lack a certified arts teacher. Thank you for getting us that transparency. But we don't know what schools, what districts have been impacted. The combined impact of proposed budget cuts, the loss of federal stimulus money set to expire on June 30th, and lack of transparency stands to only widen the access gap for years to come. Let us not take it out on our students or their futures. Programs that foster student engagement, creativity, mental health, and community rejuvenation must be prioritized. New York City must ensure that our schools offer students the rigor, encouragement, and inspiration they need to learn and thrive in today's classroom and beyond. So to lay the groundwork for universal access to arts education, we believe that the city must require funding intended for arts education to be spent on arts education, to hire more certified arts teachers, closing that equity gap for the 307 schools, to replace expiring federal COVID-era funds for the arts, which again, thank you so much for the transparency. We learned that $41 million in stimulus money has been earmarked to arts education, which includes funding for arts initiatives, programs to support student social emotional well-being and academic recovery through the arts, and in the past has also included Summer Rising as well. and also to restore and enhance the Support for Arts Instruction Initiative funding and improve data transparency. Our city's young people represent the vitality of our city. Thank you again for your attention and consideration.
For Advocates for Children, can you expand on the need for replacing the $96 million in preschool and special education students?
Thank you for the question. It's hard to express how much this investment is needed. So I will talk in a moment about what this investment has been used for, but even before that, let me say thank you for asking the Department of Education today about preschool special education. We learned through your questioning that there are 600 preschools with disabilities waiting today for seats in their legally mandated preschool special education classes in violation of their federal legal rights, and after the mayor promised in December 2022 that every child who needed one would have a seat by the spring of 2023. This situation, however, would be far worse without the investment of $96 million in federal stimulus funding made by this administration, and there's been no commitment to continuing that commitment starting in July. So the bulk of that funding went to what is called a preschool special education program contract enhancement. It gave a boost to community-based organizations running preschool special education classes to do a few things. A very important one of which was bringing those teachers into the same salary parity agreement that general education pre-K teachers at community-based organizations had already had. So in the original salary parity agreement, which as we know is inadequate, as my colleague Gregory Brender testified, preschool special education class teachers were left out. This contract enhancement has brought them into that same agreement. They will be back out of it in July if we don't reach an agreement to continue that investment. The contract enhancement also allowed preschool special education classes to operate for the same hours as regular day, we're not talking about extended day, but regular day pre-K classes. Before that, preschool special education classes had been shorter school day than pre-K general education classes, which was unfair and inequitable, and to make a number of other changes. And the most important thing to us is that the purpose of this funding was to allow preschool special education programs to continue operating because so many of them were closing down, so many of them could not recruit and retain teachers, and this allowed them to have teachers open classes, not enough classes, we need more today, but it would be far worse without it. I will just say quickly, the rest of that investment went to a few additional things, including hiring service providers like speech therapists to go to pre-K programs because there is a huge shortage of service providers to go to pre-K programs, hiring preschool special education administrators and community coordinators to help with the evaluation process and the process of developing preschool special education service plans so that children can get the services they need in the first place, and several other key investments. So it is critical to continue this investment and do more.
Thank you. There are 600 students waiting for preschool special education seats, which means DOE cut out the coalition? Okay. Can you elaborate on the need for covering the gap on the restorative justice funding and the benefits you see in schools that have restorative justice programming?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Turn it around. No, the need for restorative justice programming and the benefits you see in schools that have restorative justice programming.
Oh, I think the students spoke to that, right? And the chancellor said that he listens to the students. I wish he was here to hear how important restorative justice is. But I think one of the most powerful testimony, and I'm going to go back to what that one of the young persons said, spoke about the conflict that she had and wanted the student to be suspended, and then after being encouraged to have that dialogue, accepted an apology and was able to understand. That is a key example of the importance of restorative justice and also preventing this kind of punitive approach, right? Where we're talking about solutions, not suspension, and we're not suspending children when they have conflict, but working with them in order to address those conflicts, right? And also that peer, the piece where peer working together to really influence and impact that change process. So I would just kind of, like I said, piggyback to the young people. They spoke very well about the importance of restorative justice, and I learned so much just being here today listening to them.
I told you, young people have the answers. That's why I want them at the table.
Yes.
All right, Arise. While programs for preschool special education, dyslexia programs, school psychologists are at risk being cut because of expiring stimulus dollars, we see funding increasing in Carter cases, which mean a byproduct of not providing adequate special education services. What are your views on the New York City Public School addressing these issues before they turn into Carter cases?
Yeah.
Which is what I told them to.
Right. So actually, right back at you. And, the preschool piece, Randy just spoke really, really coherently about. The literacy instruction, the dyslexia programming, loss of our students are already not reading, right? We are already so far behind, and those students are going to come up behind. Without the additional support that they have gotten as a result of this, we are going to make, negative progress. Let's not even use the word progress. Sorry, I think all of our members are so concerned about going backwards at a time when the students are already struggling, right? Mm-hmm. All of these are really, really key programs. And the students with disabilities start needing more, sure, and that is the job of the New York City Department of Education. To roll that back at this point would be not just sort of frightening looking forward, but absolutely detrimental looking backwards. And so, we stand with everybody at this table on each of these issues.
When I spoke to SCA today, they said that it would take 20 years to make schools ADA. Where are you on that?
Yeah, actually longer. So what they are talking about is with appropriate funding, without inflation, without changes in the building industries, and taking into consideration those buildings that may not be able to be made fully accessible at all. And the DOE uses a sort of a three-part thing. They look at buildings as inaccessible and partially accessible and fully accessible. We are advocating for full accessibility. Partial accessibility can mean a whole lot of things, and some of the work that they're talking about, I think in that 20-year period, is to just bring partial accessibility up. So, every year matters, every dollar matters, and 20 years isn't even going to be enough, certainly at this pace.
Thank you. Daycare Council, what outreach would you suggest New York City Public School take on 3K that would reach families and communities versus them cutting seats without having the data, right?
Yeah, I believe the model, when pre-K launched in 2014, there was an incredibly aggressive and effective model where there was a dedicated outreach team who were in playgrounds, schools, churches, mosques, any house of worship you could think of, finding community groups, and it was multilingual and multicultural. So I think something that really focuses on the diversity of our city and has individual outreach so parents know what's available to them, which includes both pre-K programs, but also extended day programs, which is what a lot of parents need. And that is specific to early childhood, because early childhood enrollment is different. It's not mandatory. It's requires a different enrollment procedures. There's separate enrollment requirements for families who need extended day. So that kind of targeted and specialized outreach would be incredibly effective.
Yes.
Just to add to that, the city had a pretty effective vaccine rollout with folks going into communities with iPads and making sure that families knew exactly what they needed and if they qualified. And not saying we need to recreate the wheel in every situation, but it's pretty dire. So if that is one of the things we could do, of just getting boots on the ground in the way of making sure families know these opportunities exist, that would be majorly helpful.
I told them 3K felt like the Hunger Games. I asked the administration for a number to bring up pay parity. I said 41.6 billion, I think, annually, and they said they didn't know. Do you have a number?
We're working on some numbers. We should get them out pretty soon.
Okay. Earlier you testified where we lost 425 art teachers. Where did they go? Was that due to budget cuts?
It's something that we've asked the DOE about several times, but have not yet gotten a straight answer on what has happened. Although it's been relayed to us, it could be a mix of retirement, those positions haven't been filled, teacher accessing, but that information has not been shared publicly.
So today when we asked the administration, when they testified that if every school has a full-time arts teacher, they said every school does have some art program through CBOs or other ways. What is the difference in programming when you have a full-time art teacher versus having an after-school or some other arts programming?
Yeah, well, I think it's helpful to qualify what that means, that they said 99-100% of schools have at least one arts subject in their school, but they don't define what that actually means. It could mean that they have a sequential arts education. It could mean that they have access to an arts teacher. It could mean that their students sing the Star-Spangled Banner in the morning, or that maybe they have a 5-minute move and groove at the beginning of the day. So I think for us, more clarification is needed on what does that actually mean when you say you have a subject, an arts subject at your school? How are you defining that? But when it comes to a certified arts teacher versus an arts and cultural partnership, the way I and the roundtable talk about it is that it's a partnership between the two. However, certified arts teachers are the cornerstone of arts education in their school. Arts partners are typically going into the schools anywhere from 1 to 25 plus workshops. There's no way that they can have the high touch point with all of the students in a way that a certified arts teacher can. However, it is a relationship in which they are able to bring in services that maybe students don't have exposure to and are able to bring in community resources. We know 36% of schools reported that arts and cultural organizations provided funding to support arts in their schools. So again, it's a marriage between the two, but really we need to have those certified arts teachers as anchors within our school.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you to everybody on the panel. Our next panel, Annie Minguez, Rachel Forrest, Elsie McCabe Thompson, Sinai Beckles Canton, Dawn Euster, Melinda Andra, Nancy Bedard, and Sandra Mitchell. Please make your way to the front table. Annie, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good evening, Chair Joseph and members of the committee. My name is Annie Minguez, and I am the Vice President of Government and Community Relations for Good Shepherd Services. I co-chair the Learning to Work Coalition, the Student Success Center, and the Government Relations Work Group of the Coalition for Community Schools Excellence. I also sit on the Emergency Coalition to Save Education programs. For the last 4 years, I have come before this committee, along with my colleagues, to testify about the critical supports that schools and youth will lose when federal funds expire in June. With only 3 months to go, today I want to focus on student success centers. My colleague, Rachel Forsythe, is here, who will talk about Learning to Work, as will Elsie with Mission Society. Good Shepherd Services supports 3 student success centers located at Longwood and DeWitt Clinton High School in the Bronx and Randolph in Manhattan, where we support over 500 students. The centers are helping create a college-going culture in schools. This model was born from a need that youth identified, and currently DOE is using $3.3 million annually to support SSCs. This is the only funding to support SSCs. When these funds expire, there will no longer be funding to sustain this work that has been in existence since 2007. Youth leaders are at the core of SSCs. Students themselves are trained by the Cara Institute to support youth applying for college and then sign up for the SATs, research which college has the major that aligns to their interests, help young people who qualify for application waivers, and support them with writing a successful college essay. Some of our youth leaders are college students who return to help their peers. We look forward to working with the council to ensure we can support SSCs so every student in New York City can have access to these supports. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Rachel?
Hi. Okay. Thank you for this hearing. My name is Rachel Forsyth, and I'm here, as Annie said, to talk about Learning to Work, which are critical funds for our students. I've been working with transfer schools and young adult borough centers for the past 20 years. I remember back in 2004 when New York City studied the students who were falling off track, and we found that we were losing almost 140,000 students every year. New York City created Learning to Work to address this giant need, which embedded community-based organizations in transfer schools and young adult borough centers. This allows our teachers to focus on instruction, to move students who have had gaps in learning and who come with a huge variety of learning needs and abilities. And we partner those teachers with counselors who know how to connect with students and families and move barriers to engagement in school out of the way. We combine all of that with an internship program that allows yet another caring adult in the life of our students, a worksite mentor who provides real-world work experience that teaches our students that school has tangible value in the real world and allows our students to earn a minimum wage while in school, which is sometimes the only income coming into our students' families. Our students rely on the relationships they make in our schools to advance academically, socially, emotionally, and in ways that prepare them for their future. I have some statistics. The 6-year dropout rate fell to 10% in school year 2018-2019, from more than 30% before Learning to Work started. Among students who didn't graduate within 4 years, students in transfer schools doubled the graduation rate of that of traditional schools. During COVID, 70% of the $40 million Learning to Work dollars were moved from tax levy funds to stimulus dollars, and now we face a fiscal cliff that will completely dismantle our school communities. This cut will devastate our schools and leave our students and families behind once again. What we learned back in 2005 is that students who were 2 or more years off track rarely get back on track. Only 19% of them graduated. They slipped and there was no system to recuperate them back into school. New York City created that system, Learning to Work transfer schools and YABCs. Recent DOE data shows that 97% of students in LTW transfer schools who had an internship graduate. We've done an incredible amount of work in this city which needs to be celebrated and sustained. We can't turn the clock back on the gains we've made in reducing the dropout rate and growing the graduation rate. Please don't dismantle the system we've created for the students who so desperately need it. Please restore our Learning to Work funds.
Thank you. Elsie?
Hi, since I'm now a senior citizen, I will tell you a little bit about, some New York City history. Back in '75, when Mayor Beam was told by the president to drop dead, New York City was going bankrupt. The mushrooming of outsourcing to community-based organizations cynically began as a practice that was so embedded, in years to come, that it only grew and mushroomed. And part of the practice was, you don't have to, because you don't want to be criticized by voters for allowing the city workforce to, mushroom as well. So instead, what they decided was that it was easier to hire community-based organizations to do work that city employees might have done. But they knew that community-based organizations could be paid less than city employees, had fewer benefits, and frankly, community-based organizations, because we are so mission-driven that no one ever says, that's not my job, that's out of title work, because we will work tirelessly as we have. When the pandemic began, I had staff members. We have 7 transfer schools, and they were picking up diapers for students that had, infants, whatever students needed to get by, and delivering it to homes, because that's what our staff will do. The Mission Society is 212 years old, so for centuries, literally, we fought, poverty. And, Rachel just mentioned about what happens to kids who, fall out of track, because many of the kids are disconnected, and they feel as though school is not for them. No one's listening at school. Our staff members look like our students, and in many cases have been our students. Everybody at Mission Society knows what is euphemistically known as Elsie's 7th grade story, where, I share with all of our students, that having an IEP, being neurodivergent in whatever way is not something you should be embarrassed by. I'm proud of it. So our staff, we listen. Our students speak some 37 languages. We pay extra to our staff members who speak foreign languages, because that's a resource that our staff brings to the school. In many instances, the only one. Usually the only social worker at the school is one of our staff members. We help students with, getting motivated to come to school. So we, aggressively, support student outreach and student attendance. We help students with everything from filling out FAFSA forms to, their college applications. We provide some 9,000 different internships, collectively. So many of our students receive their first paid job for, in anybody, for the Mission Society, because we're, as a group, we're clinically insane, and we will do ridiculous things, like we put our students on Mission Society payroll, so that they can not only have paid work opportunity, but we pay, into the Social Security system for our students, because we see that as a full responsibility. And all of our LTW community-based organizations are surprisingly similar to us.
Thank you for your testimony. Sinai?
Good evening, Chair Joseph and distinguished members of the council. My name is Dr. Sanaya Beckles-Canton. I am a member of the Citywide Council for Special Education. I also sit here as a director of a CBO for Pre-K3 and a Pre-K3 program in Harlem, New York. And I am also the parent and grandparent of children with dyslexia in the New York City public school system. I want to speak a little bit about the looming cuts in 3K and pre-K special education services and the literacy programs that the mayor ran on to support children with dyslexia, but come June will be cut. The DOE has invested $7 million in expiring federal stimulus funds for literacy-based programs across the city. My son Dylan and my granddaughter Nova has been recipients of that program. For a moment, I just want to share my story to help you understand how important these programs have made a difference in my child's life. In 2005, I have a 27-year-old son who was diagnosed with dyslexia, who attended a local public school in Harlem, but because the school did not have resources to support my son's needs, I had to take 2 jobs to pay for private services, along with applying for impartial hearing, which became a Carter case, where the Department of Education spent over $200,000 to educate him in high school. As a result of that, I had to move him out of his local community school to a predominantly white school where he experienced many racial aggressions and other things just to get an education. Fast forward to today, 2024, my now 10-year-old was blessed to be able to participate in a school that had a pilot program for these literacy-based programs. At the time when my 27-year-old had to get services outside, I had to pay. So it took him 4 years to learn how to read proficiently, when the program that is currently funded in the Department of Education has allowed my son, who's 10, to do it in half the time. So my son will be graduating in June from 5th grade, and he is reading on a 5th grade level. But that is due to all of the resources. So while the program was rolled out a few years ago and my son was in 3rd grade and did not necessarily benefit from it, because his teachers was trained in Arthur Gillihan and his service coordinators for his IEP, he got the services in the building. Because the Department of Education allowed him to have a trained tutor come into the building that they paid for him to get the Arthur Gillihan services, my son was able to catch up and be able to read and not have the emotional trauma that my oldest son experienced. And because of those assessments that they do, my now granddaughter, who is in 1st grade, has been able to be diagnosed with dyslexia soon and get the resources. So I share that because this program is much needed, and the fact that the funds will run out attributes to the systematic problem we have in the DOE of having programs start with good intentions but are not completely funded to see children through to the other side. As a director of a 3K pre-K program who has children, over half of my students with special needs who are not receiving mandated services, I've had to train my teaching staff in ABA services and other things just to support children because it's just not enough funding. So if we lose the few providers we have, it is going to be a bigger, tremendous struggle for our programs to survive with the lack of resources and support for children with special needs. I implore you to push that those services remain because so many 2-, and 3-, and 4-year-olds need the services.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Dawn?
Hi, my name is Dawn Euster, and I am a staff attorney on the Education Advocacy Project at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you so much, Chair Joseph and the Education Committee, for the opportunity to speak today. The Legal Aid Society represents tens of thousands of students in New York City public schools, including 30,000 who are clients who are court involved, because of child protective or juvenile court matters, who are living in poverty, who are Black, brown, and students with disabilities. I'm going to focus my testimony on the critical need for continued funding in the fiscal year 25 budget for mental health supports and the mental health continuum in our public schools. New York faces an enduring youth mental health crisis that predated and was exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of children and youth struggling with severe mental health needs has risen sharply, while wait times before accessing treatment have remained lengthy, taking weeks, months, or even a year or more. The consequences of untreated mental health challenges in children and adolescents are long-term and profound. They correlate with poor academic achievement, teenage pregnancy, unstable employment, substance use, behavioral challenges, and poor medical outcomes. As one of the most devastating consequences of untreated mental health conditions, suicide is the second leading cause of death in youth between 10 and 24 years old. And multiple medical associations, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the U.S. Surgeon General have raised the alarm about what has been happening in terms of these dire situations. And the consequences are disproportionately dire for our clients at the Legal Aid Society who are low income and predominantly come from underserved communities. We frequently see children and youth who are unable to get help and treatment until there is a significant crisis that places them or their families in the city's court system, an expensive and often traumatizing system that is ill-equipped to address the mental health needs of our children. Our young people end up receiving care in emergency rooms, hospitals, foster care, and juvenile justice facilities, rather than through delivery of continual high-quality outpatient mental health services needed to be and remain healthy. Far too many of our schools are inadequately resourced and unnecessarily routing our children experiencing mental health crisis to emergency services, suspending students from school, and invoking law enforcement on student behavior. But there are promising school-based solutions to address the mental health crisis that we have seen. Schools can play a pivotal role in connecting young people with mental health challenges with the services they urgently need. And studies have shown that children and youth are much more likely to receive the behavioral and mental health support when these services are accessible in school. We know what works. There have been proposed investments on the state and the city level. However, many schools need a continuum of school-based behavioral and mental health services, ranging from school-wide prevention to individualized intervention and expedited services by clinically trained mental health workers for students with more significant needs. The city is launching such a model right now called the Mental Health Continuum in 50 high-need schools. It's reaching more than 21,000 students in 3K to 12th grade in the South Bronx and Central Brooklyn. And it is an innovative model, the first ever cross-agency partnership between the New York City Public Schools, the New York City Health and Hospitals, and the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene to help students struggling with mental health challenges receive expanded, appropriate, and timely care. This initiative has been recommended by over 200 organizations, the City Council. We so appreciate you. And the city controller, and it's also been highlighted in the mayor's mental health plan, the council's mental health roadmap in New York City Speaks action plan. However, funding has not been put in the preliminary budget, so we call on the city council yet again, we love you, and the mayor to renew and baseline $5 million in the fiscal year 25 budget to continue the wonderful work of this mental health continuum for students in schools. There is more detail in our written testimony. Thank you so much for letting me go over. You're really a saint to be here this late and continue going with such passion.
Thank you for your testimony. Melinda?
Hi, my name is Melinda Andra. I'm the director of the Education Advocacy Project at the Legal Aid Society. I'm also a representative of the Education Law Task Force on the Citywide Council for Special Education. I also want to thank the committee for being here so late and for allowing us the opportunity to testify. As my colleague Dawn pointed out, the vast majority of legal aid clients, who are approximately 200,000 each year, are people who are low income and living in poverty. And education is the single factor that has the greatest potential for lifting entire families out of that trap. We are therefore very concerned about the consequences of decreased funding for the Department of Education. Of all the things there are to cut in the city, education should be the last thing to be cut. As Councilmember Krishnan pointed out earlier, the cuts that are proposed harm working families and low-income families the most. So while we believe there should be no cuts to public education, I do want to focus on a couple of areas, the first being early childhood education. We all know the value of early childhood education and school readiness and the lasting effect that that has on young people's success. As the child of an immigrant, I know personally that the reason that I am not living in the circumstances that many of my clients have to live in is because I received an education which then led me to become a teacher and then a lawyer. The average cost per family for a private preschool education program in New York City is $19,000 per year. Without city support, these services are out of reach for low-income families and their children. And that exacerbates the educational gaps between poor and wealthy in the city. In addition, it prevents many lower-income families from being able to work because they cannot afford that on lower salaries. A substantial investment in early childhood education more than pays for itself in the long run in terms of student success and families being able to support themselves rather than rely on public assistance. We heard so many young people today speaking about the importance that community has on them and that those schools can have on them. We've heard them say over and over again that police do not make them feel safe in those schools. Suspensions do not make them feel safe in those schools. Nevertheless, our schools regularly use punitive and exclusionary school discipline against our clients. New York Public School System currently employs about 20 restorative justice coordinators to serve 1,800 schools. And these positions were funded with federal COVID relief funds, which will end in June. If instead of hiring 492 police officers, we hired 492 restorative justice coordinators, every high school in the city could have a full-time restorative justice coordinator to assist our students to learn positive social interactive actions and learn to have better communities. The last thing I want to talk about is literacy and dyslexia programs. Literally every day we meet young people, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 years old, who are reading on first and second grade reading levels. Those young people are forever locked in to cycles of poverty. They will never be able to access higher education. They will never be able to fill out a job application. They will not be able to access vocational programs. We all heard Chancellor Banks speak earlier today about NYC Reads and the need for kids to have a bright start. And we applaud those efforts. Now is not the time to roll them back, and in fact, this is the time we need to expand those efforts, because all of the attention right now is going to young children who need it, right? But I see these young people every single day that are being thrown away by our school system, who has decided that you can't learn to read at 14 years old, so why bother trying to teach you? And so we implore the mayor and city council not to forget about those young people who are older than 7, and to expand literacy programs, not only support the literacy programs we have, but expand them so that all young people in our city can have an opportunity for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Nancy?
Good evening, Chair Joseph, City Council, and everyone here tonight. My name is Nancy Bedard, and I'm an attorney at Legal Services New York City. And Legal Services New York City's mission is to fight poverty and seek racial and social and economic justice for low-income New York residents through litigation and advocacy. We are deeply appreciative to City Council for many years of support. The Education Rights Project at LISNY assists New York City students and families to access education throughout the 5 boroughs. As an advocate representing children in New York City, we see and hear about the positive impact on the clients, the students, and the families when there's meaningful funding for literacy supports, restorative justice programs, healing-centered schools, and arts and sports programs. We also hear and see the adverse impact of school police and policing infrastructure on the community we represent. As the students said earlier today, New York City Department of Education spends over $400 million on school policing. Police target and arrest Black people and children of color at higher rates than non-Black and brown individuals. The DOE could save up to $90 million in one fiscal year by not hiring any additional school police and pay for the expansion of literacy programs, school-based restorative justice, social emotional supports that include the arts and sports, moving money away from school policing, including ceasing NYPD recruitment, hiring and training of school police, and funding for surveillance technology. The DOE could have well-resourced schools that support students to thrive and pursue their dreams academically and go on to higher education, and pursue their dreams and passions through careers in visual arts, fashion, design, literature, music, dance, theater, sports. Students face harsh punishment for minor misbehaviors. This happens disproportionately to students of color. The students themselves talked about that today. also for students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged students. In 2022, 90% of students arrested across New York City public schools were Black or Hispanics. Students of color should not be subject to racial policing and police intimidation while attending schools. The students spoke very well, unfortunately, of the experiences in which they were intimidated and subject to racist policing. City Council, we're asking if you could protect critical programs currently funded by the money from federal COVID relief funds to include restorative justice, mental health, to support and hire counselors, social workers, mental health professionals, and provide arts education and sports instruction and equipment. Having these supports makes students more likely to attend and enjoy school. And these funds, instead of divesting them to the police, would actually be direct services to the students. The DOE budget could support the sports and arts and every student in general and special education. And students would enjoy school and have fewer disciplinary issues when they have an opportunity to learn and engage in arts and sports. Legal services represents students at suspension hearings as well as many special education hearings. As a former New York City public school student, a very long time ago, I remember the DOE invested in music, dance, visual arts, cooking, sewing, ceramics, woodwork, not just for a few students in selected and specialized schools that honestly are predominantly white, but for all students, including the Black and brown students in low-income neighborhoods. I grew up in the Bronx near John Philip Sousa Middle School, across the street from the New York City Public Housing, where Black and brown low-income students had the opportunity to play in band and orchestra at the local school where my sister attended, where they were provided instruments and music instruction as their core curriculum. Many of these students went on to careers in music and theater and higher education. All the students benefited, as music has proven to support self-regulation, cognitive and intellectual development, literacy, and language. In closing, I'd like to say that LISNY represents low-income students and families who want well-resourced schools and provide direct educational services to their children. The New York City Council and the DOE have the power to shift the limited resources away from school policing and use the funds to be proactive in eliminating illiteracy, supporting students to read on grade level, supporting special ed students with dyslexia, and reducing the incidence of mental health crises and disciplinary issues among children using restorative practices, not exclusionary discipline and suspension. Students have fewer mental health issues when they have the opportunity to engage in the arts and sports in healing-centered schools that build school community and build the student's self-esteem. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we have one more. Sandra? Nope. No, Sandra? Okay, never mind.
Thank you. This question is for Good Shepherd. Is your understanding that SSCs were funded with city funds prior to the stimulus funding? Can you walk us through that?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, they were funded prior through SAM funds with city tax levy dollars.
And prior to the American Rescue dollars coming in, so it's all fully funded? Do you know if they're willing to go back to the tax levy funds, or that's something we need to negotiate?
I think that's something we need to negotiate along with Learning to Work, which was city tax levy dollars as well.
So Transfer School and Learning to Work Stimulus Fund covered 70% of the program. What is your understanding of what would be left of the program if that funding was not restored?
It's really not clear. I mean, there would be $13 million left of the $40 million. But we don't know how that would be decided if the stimulus dollars aren't replaced.
How many students do you serve?
I think 16,000 across the city in transfer schools and YABCs. I might have that number a little bit wrong, somewhere around there.
For legal aid, mental health continuum, as you mentioned, is not included in the budget. Do you expect your caseloads to increase as a result? What do you expect the impact to be on students?
Well, right now, the mental health continuum is really getting off the ground. And what we are seeing is unbelievable, I have to say. I mean, both in the schools, very recently, there were literally 60 expedited referrals within about a month, and they're seeing the numbers grow each month. So, and we have schools that are getting clinics, satellite clinics that are being approved at 13 clinics right now. And we have dedicated clinicians in 5 different child and adolescent mental health clinics in the South Bronx and in Central Brooklyn. So we would essentially be firing clinicians. We would be telling students who have now been coming to rely on licensed clinical social workers and psychiatrists, some of them, you have to stop the care. And we have 50 schools where we're telling the school staff and we're training the school staff in collaborative problem solving, which is an amazing approach, which really teaches school staff how to engage with students differently so that they know how to be able to best support them and that they literally engage them in a way that helps them manage and solve problems with the students instead of using a punitive exclusionary model. So it would be absolutely devastating, without a doubt, if we were not to fund this in the future. And yes, we're bold, we're asking for baseline funding because the 3 agencies working together, I have the privilege and a few other advocates, including our friends and colleagues at LISNY, to be at the table every other week with the 3 agencies, and they are extraordinary. I mean, I can't even say enough about the way that they're working together to make things happen at every level. I am just unbelievably impressed with how the implementation, the way this has been rolling out. It's been a labor of love for people at these agencies, and it's been it's a Herculean effort. And to have this rolling out, frankly, within a couple of years, some of them are really impressed because they were saying it would take a lot longer. So we've really pushed the envelope, and you know, we just are really hoping for the, I mean, we would really be hurting schools, hurting students, hurting school staff. I just really can't imagine if the funding doesn't go through, would it really be devastating.
Thank you for that. Legal services, can you highlight the difference in your work with students that go to schools with restorative justice programming compared to those that doesn't?
Yes. Students who do not go to schools with restorative justice programs, unfortunately, are the students most likely to come to our office who need our representation for suspension. And when we do go to the suspension hearings, we always bring it up and try to get the suspension hearing to understand, the hearing officer, that these students were not given any opportunity for restorative justice. And in all honesty, it's just always ignored, and the students are told that they cannot attend school, which we know, punishing a student by telling them that they are not allowed to learn as a way to improve their behavior is horrifying. And I have to honestly say, we lose most of the suspension hearings, but you know what? We know that when we show up at a suspension of a student, that we know that they're heard and seen, and that they are not wrong and they are not bad for what they're doing. That it's child behavior that needs to be taught so that they could be, adults who understand the difference. And many times, the charges are honestly exaggerated. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just the reality, or there's bullying involved, and those are things that we aren't really allowed to bring up at the suspension hearings.
How many students do you usually represent that are criminally justice involved, and how many of them are in foster care?
Sure. So of our clients, about 1/4 are involved in the juvenile legal system, and the others are involved in the child welfare system. But we see many of the same issues. And frankly, my project started working with children in foster care. And what happened is we saw that over time, that 8-year-old who didn't get what they needed in the 8th grade, or I'm sorry, in the 3rd grade, they got to the 8th grade and they're getting arrested. Because those same children that are not, if they're not getting what they need when they're young, then when they become teenagers, their behavior, they've become disengaged in school for many of them. They may then act out, and they're not getting the social and emotional training that they need in how to resolve conflicts, and that's leading to so many problems in our city. The over-policing of our youth is a huge issue. And I always tell the story, the first delinquency case I ever did was a graffiti case. And when I was a student, right, many, many years ago, right, you would have gotten detention. You would have been forced to scrub the wall at the school, but you would not have been arrested. You would not have been arrested in front of your peers. You would not have been hauled in front of a judge. And so many of our young people are either emotionally overwhelmed, highlighting the need for mental health services in our schools, and then when they crack, we're ready to punish them and to impose penalties that have lifelong consequences.
You put cuffs on them, yes. Thank you all. We got a lot of work to keep doing. Thank you so much.
There's also a lot of gang activity in some of our schools.
Right.
And for LTW providers, like Mission, we are often the only school social worker in the school is us.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you to everybody on the panel. Our next panel, Kezi Gordon, Mei Lee, Molly Sinek, Dennis DeGuzman-Kainda, Lauren Melodia, Natasha Quiroga. Please make your way to the front table. How are you doing? Food? What do you need? What do you want?
I want to go.
How can we keep you? Kezi, you may begin your testimony when you're ready. May. Left. Molly.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you so much for still being with us. My name is Molly Sinek, and I am testifying today on behalf of Center for Independence of the Disabled New York as their education and employment community organizer. New York City is currently experiencing an education crisis that disproportionately affects students with disabilities. Between the expiring $7 billion in COVID stimulus funds, $1 billion of which per year has been used to fund non-temporary, non-COVID related issues, and the proposed budget, which involves $700 million in cuts so far, New York City students with disabilities are going to be forced to navigate a school system that is actively reducing support for, as we all know at this point, preschool special education, dyslexia and literacy initiatives, learning to work programs, restorative justice, school social workers, school nurses, school psychologists, coordinators working in homeless shelters, and bilingual staff at a time when enrollment is up for almost all of the populations that those programs most impact. Meanwhile, a backlog in the IEP programs has cost the city over $25 million in audits alone, and I know that you know how much Carter cases cost. Every year, we keep hearing that we are spending over $1 billion in Carter cases. If we do not start investing more money in, as you said, things that will prevent the need for Carter cases, things like literacy initiatives and mental health services and recruitment and retainment incentives for special education teachers, we are going to keep spending money on treatment that could be spent on providing supports in the first place. Meanwhile, a vast majority of New York City schools also remain physically inaccessible for students with disabilities. According to a report published by Advocates for Children, less than 1/3 of the public schools in New York City are considered fully accessible. That means that roughly 69% of New York City public schools are exclusionary to students with certain disabilities who are then, as a consequence, severely limited in their school choice and can be denied access to programs that are not offered in the schools they are able to attend. Meanwhile, that is happening at a time when class size mandates make it imperative that every classroom is available. This lack of accessibility does not just impact students, it also impacts their families. If their family members are disabled and cannot participate in their students' education, it also impacts the teachers who can staff those schools at a time when staffing shortages are essentially running rampant. The proposed capital plan allocates $800 million to address this issue. We know that it will take $1.25 billion just to make 50% of schools fully accessible by 2030. There is need for action. It does not involve budget cuts. It involves addressing all three of these converging problems. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Dennis?
Good evening, Chair Joseph and esteemed members of the Council. My name is Dr. Dennis de Guzman-Kandak, and I'm here to share my testimony to highlight the importance of providing the continued support for multilingual immigrant learners and the educators who teach them. I stand before you as a proud first-generation immigrant from the Philippines who came to this country during my middle school years. And since then, I've earned a high school diploma, a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate degrees from prestigious public research universities. It took one generation in my family to witness a first-generation child achieve the promise of a quality public education and reach the pinnacle of academia. Just imagine the possibilities. Through my body of work as a classroom teacher, program administrator, school district leader, education researcher, and now as director of school support for the Internationals Network, I've always found that my work at the intersection of education and immigration and providing attention to this nexus is most important. Now, as supports for multilingual learners and our most vulnerable students within our schools citywide must be prioritized in the New York City budget. Internationals Network is a national educational support and school design nonprofit organization whose mission is to transform education for immigrant and multilingual learners by partnering with school districts to better serve them, and it remains the only school development and support organization specifically addressing the educational needs of multilingual immigrant and refugee population. In addition to supporting over 900 educators, the work of 15 international high schools serves over 6,000 students in New York City alone. Now more than ever, recently arrived immigrant communities need our support. There have been over 120,000 newly arrived immigrants, adding almost 30,000 students to our schools, with 22,000 students overall in shelters and growing. Many of our recently arrived students are being served beyond the network of international schools. However, many schools that do receive newcomer adolescent students have expressed a lack of support, knowledge, and/or experience in working with new arrivals in their classroom. To address this need for support across schools, Internationals Network has stepped up to the challenge and brought in our support to schools outside our network who are serving an influx of recently arrived multilingual learners. With some substantive philanthropic support coupled with public school contributions, our network created a community of practice among 10 of these schools in New York City entitled Project Soaring. Project Soaring is a whole school, multi-pronged approach to supporting school district leaders, principals, coaches, teachers, and even social workers and guidance counselors. The project's goal is to prepare New York City school leaders and their school staff, serving a surge of recently arrived multilingual learners to enroll, welcome, and learn to build on students in schools' assets, to provide academic and social-emotional services to recently arrived multilingual learner students and families. The ultimate goal is to ensure that these students and families can thrive in the city. Here's what some of them had to say. "This program made me feel more optimistic about staying in education as a career. I was planning to leave before this, and now I am not." End quote. Another quote, "I used to think PD was dull, but this was really exciting." End quote. Another quote, "I used to think I had no idea how to support English learners, and this PD has reaffirmed my practices and has shown me new ones. When we saw the Socratic seminar last time, which I do, I never would have done that for multilingual learners, but now I can see it can work for them as well." Another quote, "I used to think it was overwhelming. Now I have a new mindset after these PDs, and I'm excited to look forward to making these strategies and simple strategies can be effective." So we've raised money for this support for 10 schools, and we ask that that you support this as well. So we need your support in creating and building the second cohort of Project Soaring. It is a cost-effective, proven approach to effectively help schools meet the needs of their students and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Lauren?
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Joseph, for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Natasha Quiroga. I am Director of Education Policy and Inside Schools at the New Schools Center for New York City Affairs. For 20 years, Inside Schools has served as a vital resource for millions of families throughout their children's public school education, serving as the one-stop shop where families can better understand New York City public schools. And I want to highlight the need for 3K programs this evening, especially amongst the families served by Inside Schools who struggle to find childcare or early childhood opportunities. Our video explaining early childhood options has been viewed over 1,300 times, and it's one of our top videos. 16% of questions that families ask us through our platforms are about 3K. 17% of newly arrived migrant children whose parents attended our workshops and shelters are 3 years old, and 12% are younger than 3. Most families either had no idea 3K existed, they didn't know that their children born in 2021 had to apply for a 3K spot, or where to find 3K options. We helped families apply for 3K and get on wait lists since there were limited available slots. One child was placed in the closest available 3K slot, leading to her mother waking her up 2 hours early for the 40-minute subway ride to get there by 8 a.m. Another father resorted to walking around his neighborhood looking for 3K programs and waiting hours before someone could show him how to sign up for their program. Families are desperate for 3K, and several mothers have lost their jobs or employment offers because they couldn't afford childcare or find a 3K program. We ask that the City Council ensure that there is sufficient funding in the education budget to fully restore funding to 3K and pre-K programs, invest in outreach and enrollment to families, especially to limited English proficient and digitally disconnected families, through funding organizations with this expertise to support those efforts, and expand the Promise NYC Child Care Voucher Program to at least $20 million to continue providing child care to the youngest immigrant children who are not eligible for other forms of child care vouchers. As confirmed by my colleague and city budget expert George Sweeting, the city has enough tax revenue to avoid the planned $170 million 3K cuts. The city's fiscal condition has improved thanks to higher than expected tax revenue, lower than anticipated migrant costs, and a temporary hiring freeze. Research shows, and you know, that early childhood programs positively impact a child's development and academic performance. The stories that I shared are just a snapshot of the many New York City families who are in need of these programs and who do not have access to these positive impacts if there are cuts to 3K. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Natasha?
Hi, thank you so much for sticking with us. My name is Lauren Melodia, and I'm an economist at the New Schools Center for New York City Affairs. We've already heard a lot today about the importance of the 3K program to New York City families, and those testimonies point to lack of information, not lack of demand for underutilized seats. So I wanted to focus my testimony on the funding. Natasha already mentioned, but our colleague George Sweeting, formerly of the Independent Budget Office, is confident that the city has enough tax revenue to avoid the planned $170 million 3K cuts included in the preliminary budget. OMB's forecast for the city's fiscal outlook has improved since last November, thanks to higher than expected tax revenue, lower than anticipated migrant costs, and previously imposed budget cuts. Most fiscal monitors point to even stronger revenue than OMB has projected for FY25 and beyond. Only $92 million of the $170 million cut was covered by federal funds in FY24, and so keeping 3K running at current levels will only require filling that funding gap, which the city can reallocate from elsewhere in the budget or take revenue actions to raise that amount if necessary. It's also time for the city to move away from talking about budget cuts necessitated by federal funds expiring and back to planning and funding universal early care and education. There are gaps with the existing program that require additional funding, such as early care, educators' wages and benefits. My research at the center shows that the median family child care provider in New York City made $10.61 per hour. That's $4 less than the minimum wage in 2021. Some of these providers have DOE contracts to provide 3K programming. Also, a recent audit by Comptroller Landers pointed to continued pay disparities between center-based and DOE pre-K teachers. Despite the 2019 agreement, we already heard about the ongoing contract negotiations that need to be funded. These examples demonstrate that the city should anticipate permanently investing more in early care and education. Former Mayor de Blasio initially proposed funding pre-K with a city income tax increase. And City Comptroller Lander has suggested raising taxes on high-income residents, which our center supports in the face of major fiscal shortfalls. The city's income tax is currently not very progressive, with the top bracket beginning at $90,000 for a married couple. The city could add 2 new high-income tax brackets for earners of $1 million to $5 million and $5 million and above, with rates of 4.2% and 4.4% respectively. This would raise $1 billion in new revenue. We know that the nation is facing a child care affordability crisis. Parents can't afford child care. Early care and education workers can't afford to work in the industry. The city's been a leader in early care and education across the nation, and we need to continue that by making sure that there aren't any more cuts to this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Center for Independence of Disabled. The SCA testified that not every school will reach ADA compliance without being completely rebuilt. Do you agree? If not, do you have any recommendations for SCA on how to make those schools compliant?
Well, I think that, first of all, when we talk about full accessibility, we're not even talking about the ADA. We're talking about BAP and building accessibility policy. I lost the word. It's been a long day. But we're not talking about ADA compliance. And so I think that as we go forward with making sure these buildings are fully accessible, we take this opportunity to examine what full accessibility actually means, because we tend to think of it in terms of physical accessibility. We tend to think of it in terms of staircases. We tend to think of it in terms of ramps and the width of doorways. But when we actually also need to be thinking about it in terms of what's the noise pollution in this area like? Can students who have learning disabilities and who are neurodivergent, are they going to be profoundly affected by the presence of construction or a subway or things like that? We need to be thinking about it in terms of cleanliness. We need to be thinking of it in terms of, are there places where children who maybe need a little bit more like supervision can run and hide because they like to wander? Is there outdoor space where they can run around and play and be physical regardless of what their disability is? And so I think that as we talk about whether these buildings are ADA compliant, I think we first of all have to acknowledge that we are not talking about them being fully ADA compliant right now. And I think that we also need to look at that as a potential opportunity and to expand our definition of what true accessibility is, especially when it comes to students who are dealing with, they're dealing with enough being boxed in. We can't box them into just saying essentially pick a disability, which I have heard, unfortunately, some students have been essentially told to do as they seek help.
Thank you. International School, what's your assessment of New York City's public schools' current multilingual services program? What would improve those services and those programs? What would you do to improve those programs?
Thank you for the question. I would say a lot more supports regarding, direct service to students, as well as really developing capacity of the school staff. So whether it's the principal, it's the teachers, the support staff, even the superintendent's team, really providing them the tools and understanding and all the skill sets you need in order to actually provide holistic supports for newly arrived and immigrant students. I think it's really important to think of it that way.
Thank you. New School Center, what outreach do you find most effective in making sure parents know where 3K seats are? What did you find that worked for you?
It's that direct engagement We went into some of the shelters with no service providers, the DHS shelters with no service providers. So they had nobody really to ask any questions. And so we were able to broadcast and provide our flyers and advertise that we were helping people apply to the 3K program, which was helpful. And we found actually that a few families had been helped by either the shelter-based coordinator or by the school where their older child attended. But they still had questions, right? And they didn't realize that what they were signing up for. They didn't realize the differences between the types of 3K programs, the hours of the program as well. So it's really that one-to-one engagement, being where the families are. We've been also going to resource fairs and different locations where a lot of the families are receiving food or clothing to be able to provide the services and to reach the families.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. Our next panel, Dr. Jennifer Cadenhead, Oliver Gonzalez Joachim, Sophia Rahim, Turner Johnson, Janani Venkataraman, Anthony Spino, Allison Marino, David Bartolome, Jessica Feldman, Lauren Puzin, Jonathan Sattere. Please make your way to the front table, and apologies for any mispronunciations. Jennifer, you may begin your testimony.
Chair Joseph, members of the City Council, and especially those on the Education Committee and your dedicated staff. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your clearly tireless and thoughtful dedication to the well-being and future of New York City's children. It's with a sense of urgency and hope that I stand before you today representing the voices of countless educators, women, Black and small business owners and community members, including the 300+ food and nutrition organizations interested, individuals of the Food and Hub Coalition, and all of them are really invested in the health and prosperity of our youth. I'm Dr. Jen Cadenhead. I'm an assistant research professor at Teachers College, Columbia University. You know me. And I'm joined here with my colleague from the Tisch Food Center and a number of my colleagues who are teaching food and nutrition education in the schools and are part of the Food Ed Hub. I bear witness to the pressing needs for comprehensive food and nutrition education in our city. As Speaker Adams mentioned in her State of the City address, even our children know that the issue of childhood obesity is only a symptom of our broken food and health system that we're living in today, and it should not be the primary focus. We recognize the critical importance of fostering overall health and mental well-being among our children through culturally inclusive food and nutrition education and support. Children in New York City get little to none food and nutrition education, and that which is provided is outdated and not culturally inclusive at all, at least that coming from the schools. And to that end, I'm here to advocate for three things under the expense, discretionary, and capital funding budgets. From the expense budget, I urge New York City Public Schools to provide adequate funding for the Office of Food and Nutrition Services, $60 million for the full restoration of the food items, $3 million for 60 additional food managers, and $1.5 million towards good food purchasing for fiscal year 25. For New York City Public Schools to continue the pilot program for food and nutrition education in New York City. That's $2 million in fiscal year 25. For the discretionary budget, I urge the council to renew the Food Ed Hub funding through the Support for Educator initiative for $375,000. And from the capital funding budget, which the children talked about, I urge the council to expand the cafeteria enhancement experience on $150 million over 5 years. As the children testified, they respond to respectful and appropriate interactions, and this includes experiences with food. As you've seen firsthand with more than one of our providers, it's essential to understand that healthy eating isn't just about eating more salads. Rather, it means providing children with a diversity of array of options. To ones like our partners here strive to expose children, including offerings for children with special needs, like differing food textures. Far too many of our children are consuming an excess of unhealthy junk food, and it's perpetuating poor dietary habits. And these healthy options can be challenging for New York City families who may be combating homelessness or struggling just to pay the rent or get the basics on the table. And heartbreakingly, I've encountered children who express shame regarding their cultural food, shame over body size, a sentiment that speaks to a deeper need for self-acceptance and empowerment. We have the opportunity to guide them towards embracing themselves and their cultural heritage to the joy of real food, instilling them in a sense of pride and connection to their roots. I could go on, but I'll have that in my written testimony, and I trust that you'll read it. But I just want to say thank you for your support, truly, and it's needed.
Thank you so much. Oliver?
Good evening, Chair Joseph. I'm Oliver Gonzalez-Yoakum. I'm a research associate at the Laurie M. Tisch Center for Food, Education, and Policy. At the Laurie M. Tisch Center, we collaborate with numerous food and nutrition education providers throughout New York City as a part of the Food Ed Coalition. This coalition is comprised of over 300 organizations and individuals and plays a pivotal role in promoting inclusivity, equity, and access to food and nutrition education. This year, the center supported the implementation of nutrition education programs in over 60 schools, benefiting approximately 30,000 children through our Food and Nutrition Education Partner Fair. Partnering with food ed organizations and the DOE, we've conducted 4 professional development workshops engaging more tthan 350 NYC public school educators. In response to the needs of our Food Ed Hub members, we organized the inaugural Food and Nutrition Education Community Gathering, bringing together over 30 nutrition education providers and welcoming nearly 300 community members, including esteemed council members Rita Joseph and Gail Brewer, for a night of networking, cooking demonstrations, and interactive nutrition learning. Our monthly meetings have provided support for our members on diverse topics, from navigating city contracts to uplifting the work of school food heroes. Our weekly and monthly digests on food and nutrition education have reached nearly 3,000 members of the public, facilitating widespread awareness and engagement on critical issues in our community. Through this work, the Food Ed Hub supports families at a pivotal time in a young person's development. Time and time again, research demonstrates that dietary habits established during childhood translate into adulthood, influencing both long-term health outcomes and the risk of non-communicable diseases. Early food ed ensures that young learners are set up for success within and outside of the classroom. And overall adequate nutrition is closely linked to cognitive development, academic performance, and overall mental well-being. Like the students the speaker mentioned in her State of the City address, we know that this work needs to be culturally aware to suit the diverse needs of NYC students. Food means more than just nutrition, and health is more than just BMI. Last week, I observed a wonderful after-school lesson led by Allergic to Salad, during which second graders made their own vegetarian Vietnamese spring rolls and learned about Vietnamese culture. The utter joy in the classroom as these young chefs prepared, tasted, and chatted about their creations, namely how novel the rice paper felt, was palatable. This lesson exemplifies the vital work championed by our Food Ed Hub providers that we at the Tisch Food Center are graced to facilitate. Last year, funding for the Food Ed Hub was significantly reduced, from $500,000 to $250,000. This cut has jeopardized our ability to support our schools and educators effectively. Therefore, we urge the City Council to partially restore funding for the Food Ed Hub to $375,000. By doing so, we can ensure that our children have access to the education and resources they need to make healthy food choices and lead fulfilling lives. In closing, I implore you to consider the long-term implications of this funding decision. Investing in the Food Ed Hub is not just an investment in education, it's an investment in the health and well-being of our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophia?
Good evening. I am Safia Rahim, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Communications for Harlem Grown. I would like to thank Chair Joseph and members of the Education Committee for holding today's hearing on the FY25 preliminary budget proposal. Harlem Grown is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to inspire and to to inspire youth to lead healthy and ambitious lives through mentorship and hands-on education in urban farming, sustainability, and nutrition. Since 2011, Harlem Grown has operated local urban farms through which we provide experiential learning opportunities for youth to understand the food systems process and the impact they have on their health and on their community. We offer in-school, after-school, and summer camp programs in addition to community programs and celebrations that amplify health, wellness, nutrition, and sustainability. All fruit and vegetables, eggs, mushrooms, and honey our farms produce provide Upper Manhattan residents with access to free, healthy, and nutritious food. Additionally, we provide cooking demonstrations and workshops to provide families with practical and culturally relevant recipes to help them incorporate fresh produce into their daily meals. As we have heard previously, access to affordable, healthy food disproportionately impacts communities of color and low-income communities. In Central Harlem, 25.7% of residents are food insecure, compared to the citywide average of 15.4%. Obesity rates in Harlem stand at 34%, compared to 24% citywide. Central Harlem residents are also disproportionately impacted by higher rates of diabetes and hypertension. We are here today because we are concerned about the mayor's FY25 preliminary budget. The Food Ed Coalition has identified actions the City Council must take to ensure stronger, safer, and healthier communities. The actions we believe the City Council should take are as follows. So we mentioned adequate funding for school meals. Often meals our children consume in school are the most reliable and healthy sources of food to which they have access. To limit that access is to deny our children with their most basic needs. Harlem Grown fully supports the continuation of $60 million for the OFNS program in the FY25 budget. Also, renew funding for food and nutrition education in New York City pilot to provide equitable funding for schools. Harlem Grown knows firsthand the transformative power of food and nutrition education. Children who participate in our programs form overall healthier eating habits and share healthy habits with their families. 90% of youth participants report they learned ways to keep themselves healthy, like spending time outdoors, eating fresh foods. 85% of their parents and caregivers report that their child talked to them about the things that they learned. I will leave it to the rest of my colleagues to echo the budget proposals that the Food Ed Coalition has put together, and I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Turner?
Good evening, Chair Joseph. Thank you so much for your time tonight. You're a trooper for spending this evening with us. I want to also thank the rest of the council. My name is Turner Johnson. I'm here as a chef with Wellness in the Schools. We're a nonprofit organization specializing in training public school cafeteria staff on scratch-cooked, plant-based, culturally relevant recipes. And I want to talk a little bit about the impact of the work today. So, to begin, Wellness in the Schools has created a benchmark standard for school cooking, something other countries have perfected, and I believe our impact provides a strong emphasis on food serving as fuel to not just the body, but also the mind and soul. I mean, just think of how fast our little ones get excited at the sight of a yummy snack when hungry. Now, to piggyback off this point, I ask, when did adults stop telling kids to eat their veggies? And is this not the future of our country? Not to mention, in practice, these new recipes can in fact be successfully produced when the proper training, staffing, and equipment is available. A plug-and-play model, if you will. However, hoisting unaware and unprepared cooks into this system is plainly unfair. As a chef, I get it, but knowledge is power, and you can't fix what you can't understand. The same goes for the children. Without the proper introduction, veggies may remain yucky in their minds long into adulthood. In the long term, wholesome food can save lives and bridge communities. We must acknowledge our responsibilities as community members to guide our youth to healthy lifestyle choices. A simple "don't forget your salad" could ignite a chain reaction of positive choices in the future. That strawberry cucumber salad just might inspire the next Chef Ramsay, or maybe that student could take their nutrient knowledge home to a chronically ill relative. A full belly might keep tempers even enough to avoid an altercation, but we can never know if we don't try. Besides, these are New York City kids. You think they don't know good food? In closing, more nutritional education means more focus, more A's, and more grant money. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Janani?
Good evening. Thank you so much, Chairperson Rita Joseph, for putting together this hearing, and thank you for the rest of the New York City Council. I'm also a Wellness in the Schools chef, and for the past 7 months, I have been working with various public schools in Bed-Stuy to bring culturally relevant, scratch-cooked, plant-forward recipes. These recipes were tested and approved by the Office of Food and Nutrition Services, but have disappeared from the menu in light of recent budget cuts. The menu now lacks some much-needed variety and cultural authenticity. School food feels and tastes mechanical, and in 2024, when fast food is very accessible and convenient, it is what people who work long hours are feeding their children. The students, I can assure you, are getting their fix of pizza from Pizza Hut and tenders from Popeyes. The result is students turning away cafeteria food, as they have begun to call it fast food wannabes. A second grader in one of the schools I was at had a meltdown a few weeks ago because he wanted the real chicken, but all we had to offer were chicken tenders. The downsized menu is an injustice to the students, as they often opt to go hungry and struggle to focus in class as a result. We're also missing a valuable opportunity to move away from the industrialized food system that is known to cause chronic diseases like hypertension and diabetes. We must introduce them to a slower food system that many cultures have practiced and continue to do so today. I believe that we as Americans have forgotten how to feed ourselves, and we're allowing big corporations to tell us how to eat. Let us go back to our roots. Lentils, greens, potatoes, rice, beans, pasta, yams, and plantains, all of these are inexpensive, nutritious, and versatile foods that I am sure will be well received by the students in our schools. The well-intentioned Vegan Fridays program has been condemned by students and staff alike, and this, I believe, is due to poor execution and a lack of education on the importance of a plant-based diet. It is good for our bodies, but also for our planet and the animals that are suffering in factory farms. Our current vegan menu consists of a bland mix of beans and tomato sauce. And as a vegan who lives off of a tight budget, I can say that the school food department has not put their best foot forward in developing these recipes. And there are many traditionally plant-based food like falafel or dal that they could incorporate into the menu, and it's worth considering once the more rudimentary concerns of school food have been met. The health and wellness of our students must not be compromised by a reduction in budget. Let us feed students healthy food and also empower them to recognize that healthy living is easy and accessible so that their minds are nourished as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Anthony?
Thank you, Chair Joseph and the Committee Council for having us here today. My name is Anthony Spino, and I've spent the last 8 years working for some of the best vegetarian, vegan, and plant-based chefs in New York. I've learned to make dishes taste great with some of the traditional ingredients that I used to think that we need. Throughout the years, I've also worked for organizations that have taught people the power of healthy food, and I've seen people reverse chronic diseases and live healthier lives by changing what was on their fork. Throughout the last few months, I've had the pleasure of going into our cafeterias with Wellness in the Schools to help execute healthy new recipes. Our mission at Wellness in the Schools is to create healthier environments for children to learn, live, and thrive. We do this by providing nourishing food and active play. I wear a chef's jacket that says, "Feed kids real food." I think we can all agree that real food is not processed foods like most of the options that have been served in our schools in the past. School food is a crucial part of education. Healthy students are better learners. Nutrition impacts brain development, memory, energy, attention, and focus. We have an opportunity to create healthy eating habits at a young age. The food that we are introducing now consists of dishes that use fresh ingredients that are plant-based and less processed. We make the new recipes and sample them with the kids. The hardest part of my job is getting the kids to taste the new dishes. But once they try them, I have found that a majority of the kids like them. The deal that I make with the kids is they don't have to like the food, I just need their opinion. They enjoy being the judges, and also they find out they actually like cauliflower. The kids in the communities that I have worked in are in need of all the help they can get. For many, these school meals are their only chance to eat healthy food. School food should always be a critical part of students' education. Thanks again.
Thank you for your testimony. Allison?
Thank you, Chair Joseph, for holding this hearing, and to your staff for facilitating our delivery of our testimony. My name is Allison Marino, and I'm the Director of Public Affairs for Edible Schoolyard NYC. At Edible Schoolyard, we believe that edible education, hands-on cooking and gardening experiences, help kids gain the skills to contribute to a healthy and sustainable food system for us all. We teach kids that they can lead the way to community well-being and equity. Last school year, we reached nearly 4,000 students and taught nearly 2,200 hands-on cooking and gardening lessons across 16 public schools in Upper Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and the Bronx. The 2023-2024 school year was a groundbreaking year for food and nutrition education in New York City public schools. The universal commitment to food education for all public school students began with 60 initial schools through the Food Education Expansion Program. Edible Schoolyard NYC has partnered directly with 3 of these schools to provide direct food education services and has worked with the New York City Department of Public Schools to train over 300 teachers on incorporating the key components of food and nutrition education into their own classrooms. We're thrilled with this momentum, grateful for this opportunity, and optimistic that with ongoing support from the city, this initiative will promote healthy relationships with food, school, peers, and the environment for students across the city in meaningful ways for years to come. The FY25 city budget represents a unique opportunity to amplify the impact of schools as centers for food education, food access, and social, emotional, and intellectual nourishment. We urge City Council to prioritize school food funding by fully restoring the full $60 million that were cut from the Office of Food and Nutrition Services FY24 budget through the Mayor's program to eliminate the gap, and by protecting school food funding from future cuts. Nearly 80% of New York City public school children are at risk of food and nutrition insecurity, and we know that school meals help significantly address this issue. Improvements in the cultural relevance of school meals at the beginning of the school year showed a 9% increase in school meal participation. This shows that moving in a more culturally relevant and responsive direction with school meals has significantly encouraged more students to participate. It also means that we need a consistent and reliable investment in school food from our city so that children have access to the healthy foods which reflect their own backgrounds and provide the fuel they need to learn, grow, and thrive. We also request continued funding for the Food Education Expansion Program. We at Edible Schoolyard also know the hands-on food and nutrition education firsthand indelible impacts that are so positive on students and their school communities, and our own program data shows that nearly 90% of teachers and school staff surveyed agree that students feel more positively about school because of our classes. 96% agree that our programming positively contributes to students' emotional well-being, and 90% said it helps them learn about others' cultures. We also know that Speaker Adams lifted up in their State of the City address that students are particularly interested in learning about others' cultures through food education. I'm also going to lift up what some of the other panels said about translation and language support needs. Students who speak other languages find themselves to be doing particularly well in our classes because of the hands-on aspects. It lowers the language barrier, but if we don't have translation and language support services, the classrooms that we do our work in can become dangerous really fast. Hot surfaces, sharp objects. So I'm going to throw my hat in the ring on that support as well. Obviously, there's lots of other recommendations in our written testimony, which you have copies of, but thank you so much again for sticking with us tonight. We really appreciate your support.
Thank you for your testimony. David?
Am I on? There you go. It's my first time giving testimony. I'm a little nervous. Chair Joseph, I want to thank you for your patience tonight and your calm. It's helping me. I'm the Director of Youth Development at Family Cook Productions. We're a nonprofit that supports hands-on nutrition education and skill development in over 50 schools across 4 boroughs. We embed the education by training teachers in the schools so the education can continue without relying on our organization. We have collaborated with the Nutrition Department at Columbia University's Teachers College and the Tisch Food Center for over 20 years and are active members of the Food Ed Coalition. Over the last fiscal year, New York City's support for nutrition education and healthy school meals has been very encouraging. We urge the Council to continue funding the Food and Nutrition Education in New York City pilot and provide the full $2 million in the FY25 needed to build on the successes over the last year. This funding has allowed our organization to expand our award-winning program, Nibble with Willow, a preschool nutrition program, from 3 to 33 classrooms in 10 new schools over the last year. Yet the budget cuts of $60 million to OFNS directly and negatively impacted this expansion. The food used in our preschool education was designed to be USDA reimbursable, cost neutral, and provided by OFNS. 2 weeks before our program was launched, we were told budget cuts to OFNS would make it infeasible for them to provide the food. This severely impacts our program sustainability. We don't even know if there will be food funds to continue next year, despite our having already trained upward of 65 teachers. Budget cuts like those to OFNS can jeopardize the value of the investment made in the nutrition education effort. Restoring funds to OFNS and continuing the support for nutrition education can ensure that the aims for a healthier New York City will become a reality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Jessica? Lauren? Jonathan? State your name and then you can go ahead and testify.
Hi, my name is Brianna. Chair Joseph, it's been a long night, so thank you for rocking with us. And respected members of the City Council, particularly those serving on the Education Committee. With your dedicated staff, thank you for serving the children of New York City. My name is Brianna Black, and I am Executive Director and Lead Educator at the Leave It Better Foundation. Our nonprofit has served over 10,000 students across New York City schools with programs centered around youth leadership, food and nutrition, and urban greening. Our mission is rooted in the belief that every child deserves access to nutritious food, regardless of their socioeconomic background. Our programming includes providing healthy meals, teaching cooking skills, and promoting overall wellness. We are not just nourishing bodies, but we're also empowering young minds to thrive academically and personally. We are excited to announce our partnership with the Food Ed Coalition in supporting the vital policy initiatives focusing on enhancing education, well-being, and the health of our communities, of course, New York City. These initiatives encompass expense, capital, and discretionary budget requests. I'll be focusing on the expense. We also strongly advocate for the Council to continue funding for the food and nutrition in the New York City pilot program of $2 million in the fiscal year of 2025. We are thrilled to witness the first round of food and nutrition education in schools on a district-wide scale as a pilot project this year, reaching 60 out of 1,800 schools. Food and nutrition education plays a pivotal role. This knowledge delivered in a culturally relevant manner is transformative. In classrooms where unhealthy food choices like Taki chips and Arizona juices are commonplace for breakfast, integrating food, education, and nutrition is imperative. Healthy students excel across all facets of academic achievement, academic performance, education behavior, cognitive skills, and attitudes. Reflecting on my own journey within the same nonprofit I work for, I recall the opportunity to cultivate my own firsthand farm-to-table experience that I wouldn't have otherwise encountered. This firsthand experience underscored a profound impact of nutrition education, fostering mindfulness about the origins of food. All schools deserve consistent, adaptable funding to deliver essential food and nutrition programs. We urge the City Council to champion the continuation of this initiative in New York City public schools, promoting equitable access across all council districts. Focusing on allocating resources to food and nutrition funding at this juncture will contribute to building a more robust, healthier New York City. Thank you for your attention.
Many of you have shared that food and nutrition education pilots have been effective. What has been the impact of the 60 schools with the programming? And do you have an estimate of how much it would cost to expand the program citywide?
I'll start, but I think some of our other providers can continue. So it's been mixed. They're just actually starting in some schools because they got matched late in the fall, and then there were contracting issues. So many organizations are just getting started. I think the ones who have been able to get started have reported beautiful results so far, and we're actually at the Tisch Center along with the mayor's office and the New York City Public Schools are going out and visiting each of the schools to see what it looks like on the ground. And what was the other part of your question?
If we expanded citywide, what would the cost be?
Oh, that I'd have to get back to you. Right now, they're at about $1 million. We're asking for another 60 schools, so that brings it up to $2 million.
I can also add to the cost for, so the $2 million ask is, like Jen said, to keep it in the 60 schools that we've started with this year, so to sustain what we've started, and then to add another 60 schools. The office that is running this program only has 2 staff members. It's director and one administrator. A lot of us have actually spoken with, we're all working very closely to help sort of advise and roll out and work through those contracting issues with that office. That office desperately needs additional staff. So not only is it sort of like $1 million per 60 schools sort of calculation, we also need to add a couple more staff people per 60 schools to that Office of Food and Nutrition Services, because right now they really don't have the capacity to administer faster matching, quicker paying out, putting together a curriculum, any of those pieces that would make scaling up something that could happen, I think has a lot more to do with the capacity of that office than anything.
And if I could just add, right now the city owes the Tisch Food Center $750,000, which is a drop in the bucket for the city probably, but for us is actually a big deal. But we were because we're under the Teachers College, we were able to provide that funding to our partner organizations in the years that work was performed, and that is actually part of the reason why the Food at Hub Coalition exists, because of this contracting issue.
Can I also just add, we're in 6 of the 60 schools, and we're a really small nonprofit, so this initiative has helped us provide cooking classes. It helped us provide urban greening for these schools, and we're actually building 3 new gardens at the school. So it does provide New York City students that farm-to-table experience that I feel like they wouldn't have had otherwise.
Thank you all. Thank you for rocking with me too.
Thank you so much to this panel. Our next panel, Logan Van Huda, Nora Moran, Deborah Sue Lorenzen, Lulu Fogarty, Jada Saltek, Wanila Salam, Michelle Krause. Please make your way to the front table. Logan, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Logan. I go to Brooklyn Brownstone School in Bed-Stuy. I'm here to talk to Miss talk about Miss Cooper, our social worker. It might be unusual to have a kid talk, but I know a lot about Miss Cooper. She really helps our kids, and we need her because every time they have something hard, and she always helps them. She's really nice, she's kind and helpful, and I think we should try to keep at least a couple of social workers because our kids need them. The social workers solve kids' problems. They help them get through difficult stuff. Social workers help with stress, anger, problems with friends or teachers, problems at home, and anything that's on your mind. And that's why I think we need Miss Cooper. If we did not have Miss Cooper, our kids would be sad. They would have a bunch of problems at school. They wouldn't have anyone to help them. I encourage you to find some money for a school social workers. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you, Logan. How old are you?
7.
You're in 2nd grade?
Yeah.
And you love your social worker, right? You want to make sure we keep her there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would make you happy?
Yeah.
So I hope the mayor and the chancellor is listening too, to let them know what your needs are.
Okay.
7 years old and she's testifying to keep her social worker. And thank you for being patient, and I apologize you waited so long to testify.
It's okay.
Thank you. Aww. She's getting a social worker. I appreciate that. Thank you, Logan.
You're welcome.
Let your classmates know you testified in front of the New York City Council so you can get to keep your social worker at your school.
Okay.
I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Nora? Deborah? Lulu? Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Hello, and thank you, Chair Joseph, and to the rest of you and City Council for your support of arts education. I'm Lulu Fogarty. I'm a New York City public school kid and Director of Education at Symphony Space. It starts with the arts, and you know it, and I'm calling on our city to prioritize funding for arts in New York City schools. Symphony Space is a performing arts and education organization located at 95th and Broadway. And since 1980, our education programs have reached over 300,000 New York City students in all 5 boroughs, from the pre-K to 12th graders who participate in our global arts workshops and performances, to the ASOL and ABE learners in All Right, our unique model for arts-based adult literacy. For over 40 years, our Global Arts program has led New York City school students on a journey of exploration and celebration of traditional and indigenous arts from around the world. We've served over 15,000 public school students in 50 schools this year alone, 10% of whom are in districts represented by this committee. For some students, these programs are a window onto unfamiliar cultures, and for others, our programming provides a mirror in which they see their own histories represented and valued. As for conveying our impact, I leave that to a teacher at PS 75 who said, "As a result of what your Native American teaching artists do, my students are able to see and witness that Native American culture is very much alive. While we can't change the past, we can preserve history to teach the young people that will lead in the future." That is what the arts do. On our stages and in our classrooms, they open up the world. Arts education should be available to all students and not just some. Our artists and staff prove that the arts aren't merely add-ons to the school day, but that careers in the arts are essential to the economic tapestry of our city. The support of the City Council and this dedicated committee is crucial as we collectively keep New York City the most vibrant arts landscape in the world. We are so grateful for your service and your tenacity in this challenging time.
Thank you for your testimony. Jada? Monica? Michelle? You may begin.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council Education Committee.
My name is Michelle Kraus, and I'm the Manager of Social Work and Intake Services for the Disability Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. I thank Chairwoman Joseph and the Education Committee members for allowing me to present testimony at this hearing, for your commitment through many hours in this evening. As a social worker engaged mainly in special education matters, I work with parents whose children have disabilities and are students in the New York City educational system. I often hear about these student challenges and want to highlight the urgent need for an enhanced understanding of this crisis by the New York City Department of Education and the provision of specialized support and resources. Speaker Adams' proposals to establish a peer-to-peer support model, student-led mental health clubs, and school wellness groups in Department of Education schools will go a long way to preventing mental health crises, combating social isolation, encouraging kids to talk about mental health, and eliminating the emergency room as the primary mental health care provider. Understanding the scope and the need to support and educate the over 7,000 students in the New York City education system classified as having emotional disturbance is of utmost importance in our work. Students classified with emotional disturbance are nearly 50% Black and 40% Latino, predominantly males who grow up in economically disadvantaged circumstances. In 2024, NOPE has prepared a report about the failure of the NYC DOE to identify, classify, and adequately serve and educate students with emotional disabilities. The report, titled "A Crisis in Special Education, New York City's Failure to Educate Students Classified with Emotional Disability," states that NYC students, if not identified in their early tenure in the education system as needing support, and if delayed in being offered targeted services, will encounter significant barriers to academic and social success due to the outcome of their emotional and behavioral needs. They are likely to be deprived of educational and related support in and out of the classroom to which they are entitled, resulting in a lower than 60% graduation rate. Without prioritizing investments in our students' emotional well-being, they continue to fall behind academically, experience social isolation, and face long-term adverse outcomes. To understand the vastness of the needs of this vulnerable cohort of the NYC school system, we looked at qualitative and quantitative data from the DOE. We identified the urgent need for more meaningful data that accurately shows the number of students affected by and the results from current educational support and curriculum interventions for this population. The absence of this data signals that it is incumbent on the DOE to reform its assessment and evaluation protocols to identify the current scope of the needs of the student population and to disclose evidentiary data, all of which require additional funding. What we determined to be the students' most pressing issue is the need for additional trained educators and clinical staff within the school system. We do thank Speaker Adams for being conscientious about NYC's children's mental health struggles and recommending, as part of the budget's mental health allocation, funding for a peer support model to combat social isolation that could lead to low self-esteem, depression, and self-harm. This model is a great start, but the education system needs to offer a holistic, consistent, and high-quality set of in-school clinical and behavioral services to meet the complicated needs of students labeled with emotional disabilities. In addition, all stakeholders invested in remedying the devastating impacts of the youth mental health crisis, the parents, the students, school personnel, city and state officials, and expert clinicians need to come together to build culturally and developmentally appropriate services that are school and community-based. NILB urges the Education Committee to prioritize the needs of students with emotional disturbance and take concrete steps to enhance support and resources within our school system. My colleague from NILPI's Environmental Justice Program wanted me to take this opportunity to apprise the Council of the following information. Following the New York City Council's lead in passing an all-electric school bus mandate for New York City, New York State has now mandated that all school buses be zero emission by 2035. The Department of Education's Office of Pupil Transportation transports roughly 150,000 students to and from school along 9,000 plus bus routes and about 52 bus companies, which have over 17,500 employees. According to Local Law 120, which became effective on July 1st, 2023, and seeks to improve the safety and reliability of the school bus fleet, the DOE must report to the mayor and the city council speaker on implementing electric school buses. We look forward to seeing the initial report in the coming months and request that the council ensure that the DOE meets the goals of the electric school bus mandate. Further, we request that the council work closely with the DOE, New York City School Bus Umbrella Services, and other bus contractors to ensure compliance with the electric school bus mandate. We also request that the council collaborate with the state and federal government to secure additional funding sources to support the electric school bus mandate. NILPI and our partners are alarmed by the recent restrictions on New York City's idling law proposed by the Department of Environmental Protection. These restrictions would severely limit the city's ability to issue violations to vehicles illegally idling near our schools. We hope to work with the council to ensure that the city maximally enforces its idling law, which is intended to protect the health of children and students. Thank you for your attention to these critical issues. I can answer any of the disability justice issues, and please contact my colleague, Suhali Mendez, regarding the environmental issues discussed herein. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimonies. Logan, I had a quick question for you. What is your favorite thing about your social worker?
My favorite thing about my social worker is that she's really nice and she's always helping me.
You heard it, the adults. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next panel, Stephen Morales, Melina Mojica, Yahaira Elizabeth Burnell, Violeta Luna Chico, Megan DeMarcus, Michelle Norris, Trenton Price, David Adams, Debra Freeman. Please state your name before testifying, and then you can begin your testimony.
We good? All right. Good evening. My name is Stephen Morales. I'm the New York Policy Director at All Our Kin. Thank you, Chair Joseph. Thank you, committee staff. It's been a long day. I think you got even a leg cramp you're working on over there. So I know it's been a while. Like I said, I'm the New York Policy Director at All Our Kin. We're a nonprofit organization that trains, supports, and sustains family child care educators who operate licensed child care programs in their homes. So I'm here to talk about early care and education with a specific focus on family child care. And I wanted to thank this committee and to thank Chair Joseph because you've met with us in the past, and I think, unfortunately, this group of family child care educators is an often ignored and misunderstood group, and you guys do understand them, and you've given them that time, but I wanted to talk about them today. First off, last week, State of the City address, we heard it. Speaker Adams affirmed that we need to renew our commitment to deepen our commitment to New Yorkers and to those early childhood programs, including 3K. We heard the mayor who affirmed that as well. We then heard testimony earlier today about the administration and how they're going to get that money, and so great, let's get that money for early childhood. a colleague earlier today mentioned this. We're not just talking about restoring cuts here. We need to be talking about committing to investing in early care and education for all children from birth through 5 this year and beyond. And that's what we need to be talking about, because we know how critical childcare is for families, for educators, for our communities, for everyone. So I've included our full agenda in our written testimony, but I want to highlight 3 key things. First, of course, fully funding all of our early childhood programs, including 3K. That's the baseline. From there, again, I want to bring it back to family childcare. We need to give parents the access to the full range of early childhood programs. If we're talking about seats that are going unfilled, we've heard theories for why that is, but I would also say there's a lot of families who need family childcare, who need home-based care, which can care for mixed ages, which can care for flexible hours. And so our city has systematically excluded and limited the participation of family childcare in pre-K and 3K, and we need to end that and bring family childcare into that system. And last but not least, we need to make sure that all educators, and that includes family childcare educators, are paid salary and benefits that's equivalent to our public school teachers. They're all doing that crucial early childhood learning. Our CBO staff should get paid, just like our public school teachers, but also our family childcare educators need that adequate compensation. We know how important the work that they do is. So again, you have the rest of my testimony in front of you. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you. Next up. We can go down the line. Just please state your name before testifying.
I'm Michelle Norris. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I'm the owner of Northwest Engineering. 28 years as a WB engineer for existing construction in New York City. I'm also the parent to Melissa, Abby, and Izzy, and Abby Weitzman is a wheelchair user. I come to talk to you about accessibility. I am an expert on both construction accessibility and needing accessibility. The ADA was passed in 1990. In 2018, I began tracking accessibility across New York City public schools. I found that only 18% of the schools were accessible. I found that in 2015 to 19 5-year capital plans, 17 schools would become fully accessible. If the construction had continued at that rate, full accessibility would be reached in 250 years. I testified here 5 years ago that if you allocated $1 billion every 5-year plan, our city would have accessible schools in 25 years by 2045. Thanks to your support and the great work of the New York City Public Schools, the capital budget for accessibility in 2020 to 2024 was raised to $750 million, and we are now at 31% accessible. The proposed allocation of $100 million for 25 to 29 sounds like an increase. But with construction inflation of 25% over the last 5 years, it represents a decreased commitment to making our schools accessible, extending compliance for another 10 years. Based on my calculation, you need $18 million to make 1% of schools accessible. We have 69% of our schools inaccessible to schools, families, teachers, staff, and New York City residents with mobility-related disabilities. We need $1.25 billion to be allocated to reach full accessibility by 2045. I just gave you the construction facts. Let me show you why, using my family as an example. My son, Abby, grew up across the street from our local elementary school, which still is inaccessible. Instead of rolling to school in his wheelchair, he was bused an hour plus to Nassau County. He missed out on making friends in our neighborhood, playing with classmates in the playground. He missed out on after school because busing doesn't extend to after school. He wasted thousands of hours of his life staring out the bus window. Abby's in college now. He'll be graduating in 2 years, and I wonder, where will he work? The New York City schools employ 80,000 New Yorkers. My son could be one of them, but he will be at an unfair disadvantage because he can only apply to schools in an accessible building. Imagine being restricted to applying to only 31% of the jobs that you're qualified for. That is the result of 69% of our school buildings lacking the basic accessibility features like elevators and bathrooms. I urge you to support increasing the 2025-29 capital budget for accessibility to $1.25 billion. Your fellow New Yorkers, students, families, prospective teachers, guidance counselors, and principals are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next panelist.
Thank you, Chair Joseph, for holding this hearing and for your stamina and holding on till tonight. My name is Deborah Freeman. I'm testifying on behalf of Four Freedoms Democratic Club. Four Freedoms opposes budget cuts and supports increased funding for public schools in New York City, sustaining education programs funded with expiring COVID federal stimulus funds, including arts education, as a member of the Emergency Coalition to Save Education Programs. The drastic cuts to New York City public schools and expiration of federal stimulus funding will be devastating for students and families. Public schools provide children with essential services and skills and drive community health and success. They need more funding, not less, as students continue to struggle with recovery from learning loss and mental health challenges resulting from the pandemic. Schools need sufficient funding that preserves programs to help students recover from the pandemic and prepare for success in college and careers. The budget must prioritize and protect public school funding, not make cuts. We've heard from the students today that have made it so clear that they need this support for their mental health, for the pandemic recovery. Their words are powerful. They must be heard. Many essential education programs are at risk of elimination as a result of federal stimulus funding expiring in June. And these programs supported long-term needs. They support long-term needs that must be continued. Examples of such programs include arts education programs that support social, emotional wellness and assist pandemic recovery with expanded access to arts instruction that engages our students and addresses systemic inequities in schools that don't have sufficient access to arts education required by the state. Mental health support and wellness support from social workers, psychologists, and community schools, shelter coordinators, and bilingual staff that support our homeless students and newly arrived students, and critical literacy and dyslexia initiatives that address our literacy proficiency crisis in our New York City schools. The need for these programs continues and must be funded. With federal stimulus aid expiring in just a few months, it is urgent that our elected officials act now to reverse the cuts and increase funding to put our students first and stand up for public education. We urge City Council leadership to do everything possible to provide sufficient funding to meet our school needs, ensure continuation of these critical education programs, including arts education, that are being impacted by loss of federal funding in just a few months. Please, we've heard how the money is available, and we're talking about a policy decision. Policy decisions should be made to protect our children and put them first for the future of New York. Thank you so much for the chance to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next panelist.
Hi, it's good to see you. I'm a constituent and a mega fan. We've worked on some things together in the past, and I just want to say thank you for convening this, Chair Joseph. Thank you to your amazing staff and all the staff of City Hall here tonight. My name is Megan DeMarcus. I've worked within and in partnership with the DOE for 25 years as a bilingual teacher, as a parent coordinator, as an SLT member, CEC rep, and the director of summer and after-school learning programs, and most importantly, as a public school parent of a student with disabilities. So over these 25 years, I've learned a couple of things that I want to point out as really important elements to fund. One is that Meaningful cross-cultural parent engagement is really the key driver of school culture and student success. It's not a new or original concept, and I've also learned that community-based organizations are key to supporting school staff who are well-meaning but incredibly underfunded and undersupported. Parent coordinators, social workers, guidance counselors, pupil enrollment secretaries, they all need fundamental support, and I think that could happen from CBOs. I'm here today representing Mixteca, which is my field placement. I am currently a social work student at Hunter College. We know social workers really are important, and I've taken that to heart. So I want to talk a little bit about Mixteca and what Mixteca does and how additional funding to Mixteca can help us increase what we do. Mixteca does a ton of vocational education with families, including OSHA training, small business skill development, nutritional education, computer-based literacy, just basic literacy, and we can do a lot more if we had the space and the staff to do more. We do a lot of in-house ESL classes as well, 6 for adults, 1 for children. People come, we're in Sunset Park, but people come from all over the city and all over the world in terms of country of origin to take part in the classes that we have to offer, because we offer them with dignity, respect, cultural relevance every time. But I want to talk about what we're doing to support the Department of Education. The Department of Education has a lot of really cool and fancy platforms for parents to access, but they can't access them well. Starting with the D79 platform, there's a different way to enroll in D79 classes in every single borough, and it's really difficult for families to understand how to make use of those services, even though they're absolutely fantastic. So we do a lot of that work one-on-one through advocacy to help families find a program that will work for them geographically and that has the content that they're looking for and the schedule that they're looking for. But it takes an advocate to do that work. SYEP, totally impossible, even if your child is eligible and has a social security number, to sign up via that system. It's glitchy and it's difficult and they need support. We already know guidance counselors can't do it. Every guidance counselor has a caseload of like 300 kids. We've learned that today. I've learned so much today. And also Summer Rising, that closes 1 week from today. That application process is also glitchy. If you applied for pre-K and now you want to apply for Summer Rising, you have to go through a whole nother set of processes, but nobody's doing the outreach to tell people about, one, that Summer Rising exists and how to apply. Mixteca does that work and can do a lot more of it. One last thing that I want to say that Mixteca does is they do a lot of know your rights education with families so they can become their own advocates within the school system. I have found that enrollment secretaries, parent coordinators, et cetera, don't seem to know what the McKinney-Vento protections are for students in temporary housing, or even what temporary housing is. It means if you're doubled up, if you're living with other family, if you're renting a room, you are afforded these protections, but we keep finding that even staff and family welcome centers don't know what those protections are. We have to do better. And I think funding to CBOs like Mixteca, and especially Mixteca, we can deliver that education to families. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next panelist.
I am Milena Mojica. This is my first time here, and although I know we are all like super exhausted, I didn't expect this to take this long, honestly. I'm mostly surprised by your energy, Chair Joseph, and willingness to listen to all of us. I serve as the education coordinator at Mixteca in Brooklyn. It is truly an honor to be here today, shedding light on the invaluable support Mixteca offers to our Latinx, immigrant, and indigenous communities. Mixteca stands as a beacon of hope and assistance for countless immigrants striving for a better life in our city. Every month, we aid over 450 individuals, guiding them through bureaucratic hurdles, providing language assistance, nourishment, clothing, mental health services, invaluable cultural guidance, and much more. Throughout every interaction, our advocates prioritize serving our community members with utmost respect, dignity, cultural affirmation, and empathy. In our education program, we provide services that include ESL, computer literacy, financial literacy, Spanish literacy classes, and education advocacy. Just this past month, we saw numbers as high as 60 to 100 individuals per day expressing interest in joining our English classes at Mixteca. attracted by our flexible schedule and options and our dedicated team of volunteer teachers, among other benefits. Regrettably, due to limited classroom space, we can only accommodate 10% of these eager learners. Mixteca is at a pivotal point where we need to expand our services. We need a larger space, a bigger building. We are reaching out to you for assistance in securing the necessary funds to expand and continue offering relevant and culturally affirming services to our diverse community. Your support is essential for our growth. Having grown up in a Colombian conflict zone and having worked at the border aiding the Venezuelan diaspora, I've witnessed firsthand the critical importance of support for immigrants. While our city does a commendable job assisting its newest members, there is always more that can be done. By bolstering support for organizations like Mixteca, we can ensure that resources are distributed more effectively to those who need them the most. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Next panelist.
Hi, thank you, Chair Joseph. Your persistence and enthusiasm tonight is commendable, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Trenton Price. I'm the Executive Director of the Salvadori Center. I'm a former middle school teacher, school leader, and district leader for arts education here in New York City before joining Salvadori Center last year. I'm passionate about education and facilitating experiences for young people who work together and empower their creative and analytical voices. At Salvadori, we provide STEAM education services, that's STEM plus the A for arts and in our case, architecture, to schools, after-school sites, and community centers across the 5 boroughs, focusing on the built environment. Our goal is to make STEM and the arts come alive for students and to foster the soft skills of collaboration, creativity, and problem solving, just like real-life architects, designers, and engineers. In fact, over 10 years of evaluations show that Salvadori students not only learn the STEAM content, but also change their perceptions about learning and careers in STEAM. We want children to know that they have career pathways in New York City's STEAM professions, and those professions look like them with exposure to those professionals. I am testifying today to thank and to encourage this council and the committee for their commitment to ensuring that schools and after-school programs are funded adequately and equitably. All too often, we see schools that serve students with compounding needs without the adequate resources needed to provide a well-rounded education. From the work we do with project-based learning, we know that well-planned lessons that have students creating their understanding through real-world applications requires time and resources. We thank you for advocating for full, robust, and increased funding for schools and for after-school programs and for creative and arts education citywide. We know that these are important levers for student achievement as well as career pathways here in New York City. I thank you for facilitating this important hearing and your commitment to educational equity and arts and creative education and the opportunities for every student. We at Salvadori are grateful to be able to serve New York City's youth, and we stand ready to do more. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next panelist.
Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council and Chair Joseph. As my other panelists have said, I am deeply inspired by your dedication and your perseverance through this long testimony. We appreciate your public service, and we will honor that in this testimony. I am David Adams, Chief Executive Officer of the Urban Assembly. And I come to you deeply concerned about a proposed $9 million funding cut to the Affinity contract for next school year, which will cut $1.3 million from the Urban Assembly. I appreciate your advocacy when the Chancellor came and you asked him questions around the Affinity contract and our continued service to our city. The decision undermines, should go through the exceptional work of the Urban Assembly in providing a rigorous, career-connected education to New York City's most vulnerable students without admission screens. Urban Assembly schools consistently outperform city averages, boasting graduation rates of 91.2%. We have reversed or significantly closed racial and social economic gaps. The graduation rate for Black students at the Urban Assembly surpassed the city's average by nearly 12 percentage points. Hispanic students, 11 percentage points. English language learners, 15%. And students with disabilities by 18%, demonstrating our commitment to education and high-quality equity for all. Urban Assembly has founded over 20 schools since 1997, and in 2019, we welcomed 3 new schools from New York City Department of Education or New York City Public Schools. After 4 years of UA support, these schools averaged a 23% growth in their graduation rates. It's clear to me that we should have more Urban Assembly schools, not less. Yet, with the planned budget cuts, the city loses these gains. The proposed cuts represent 0.24% of New York City Public Schools' $38 billion budget, in comparison to the $1.3 million budget that the Urban Assembly receives for its 22 unscreened schools, over which 80% of students are Black or Hispanic. Specialized high schools receive approximately $12.6 million in additional funding, and this is an investment going into a structure that offered 3% of its seats to Black students and 7% to Hispanic students. So I ask us, where is the equity in that structure? Let me compare this to the Urban Assembly Gateway School for Technology with a graduation rate of 97% in 2023 and a special education rate of 30%. Stuyvesant High School has a 99% graduation rate, but a special education rate of less than 1%. These numbers speak for themselves, yet the funding doesn't. I feel like it is time for us to collectively speak for equity. So I am asking for a full continuation of funding for the Urban Assembly, and by standing with me, you're standing up for a system that values all children's potential, regardless of their background. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, and we get it. I get it. Thank you all. Thank you, Megan. Good seeing you.
Thank you so much to everybody on the panel. Our next in-person panel, Jennifer Choi, Jasmine Rosa, Minister Sandra Heinsohn Simpson, Herman Francis Jr., Brenda Vargas, Cynthia Suarez Espinal, Lori Cochran, Christopher Rizzo, Greg Mihailovich. If you wish to testify in person and you did not hear your name called, please just make your way to the Sergeant at Arms desk in the back and fill out a witness slip. Please state your name before testifying. We can start. Yeah.
Lori Cochran. Hello, my name is Lori Cochran, and I am the mother of boy-girl twins born in the fall of 2018. I'm here today, tonight, to briefly share with you all why I see Universal 3K as one of the best things this city has done in the past 10 years that I've been a resident, and also more generally, why the diversity of programs supported under current DOE funding is so critical to our city's continued vitality and growth. Starting back in 2021, our twins were just past 2 years old, and at our pediatrician's recommendation, they were tested for potential speech and developmental delays. They were evaluated as slightly delayed, but not significantly enough for city services. And that left my husband and I with a debate of what to do. Did we just wait and see as they got older? Did we pay for private therapy? We were also really concerned about, starting school with them. I had been fortunate enough as a child to begin a nursery school program at 3, but even though, we are both working parents, we couldn't see our family budget stretching to cover 2 private preschool tuitions at that time. So as we were having this family debate, we were really very thankful to hear the announcement that 3K would be available in all districts citywide, regardless of family income for children born in 2018. So we did successfully navigate my school's application process, and our kids started school in that September of 2021 at K280, the School of Journeys in Brooklyn. They were not yet 3 years old. They were talking, but not a lot. And our son particularly was very shy and fearful around groups. We immediately saw the impact of 3K in their communication. They both really began to talk. And we heard about music, and we heard about library, and we heard about science. We heard about the teddy bears that came to visit their classroom, and suddenly their own teddy bears that they'd had since birth were given names that they came up with themselves. At the same time, our son's acting out in groups, and when he didn't want to do something, did become more noticeable and problematic in contrast. And around the time of the spring parent-teacher conferences, their 3K teacher, along with the school's 3K support teacher, both met with us and discussed additional evaluation and testing for our son. And they presented it so positively. They told us that he's a great kid. He just needs some extra help to be all he can be. And that presentation made all the difference. They walked us through the steps as parents to request an evaluation, and his classroom teacher even made a point of participating in our first IEP meeting that summer from his own family vacation. Our twins are now midway through kindergarten at our neighborhood school, and they have grown so incredibly much. Their vocabulary and their interests and their curiosity are just so much more than I really thought possible because they have been so used to going to school. Now it's their third school year. And still, their discussion of all the different cluster courses that they have the benefit of having, from science, their art teacher, their computers, they just talk about all of their teachers with so much excitement and love. I do also want to share more about our son. He's now had a year and a half of push-in and pull-out services, and they've made a massive impact in his overall behavior. He loves the MTA and trains. Our son, who 2 years ago would hide from babysitters, now will walk up to people on the bus and ask them about their commute and talk to them about what stops they take. And instead of running and screaming when there's something that he doesn't like, instead he tells us what he doesn't like. He told us we ruined his lunch plans because we changed where we were going after church. And so, him achieving his annual IEP goals and this early identification by being in 3K and being surrounded by those early education professionals has just made all the difference in him being his best self. So in conclusion, this is just our one family story, but I hope you can see, as with everyone else that's testified today, the massive impact of these programs in really setting up our youth for success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next panelist.
Thank you so much for staying here today. It's 10 o'clock and I feel so energized. Thank you. My name is Jennifer Chet. I am a Queens parent of 2 New Yorkers with disabilities, and I am the founder of New York City Parents of Teens with Disabilities, a 1,400-member group. This year, New York City Public Schools held a press conference to announce the first report of the Reimagining Special Education Council. On every page of this report, you're going to see the logo of New York City Public Schools, but the report also starts with a disclaimer. The views and opinions reported in this document are those of the Advisory Council members and do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of New York City Public Schools. To parents, this is a colossal disappointment. The district found the council members, the district chose the council members, they took down the members' words, they wrote a spot-on report, and now it's not their report? So what does this mean for today's topic? With the lack of commitment and the impending budget cuts, our families are demoralized. And because the Fair Student Funding Special Education formula has been so difficult in the first place. How do we know this? Well, in most schools, we have shared, and I have shared a graphic about this, but students are not provided special education teacher services for world language and career technical education classes. This effectively bars access to ready-to-work certification classes in areas like culinary, healthcare, construction, computer tech, aviation, it goes on. This is a civil rights violation. Anything to do with special education teacher direct to student is funded by a formula, and it is per student and not by class. And I'm sure you remember this very well from your days. This makes it so hard for schools to do the right things by students with its IEPs. So teachers don't come in pieces, but the Fair Student Funding Formula treats them like they do. And students face constant discriminatory actions, such as what came into the parents today. I just brought it right here. This came in just today. No, we do not provide ICT and CTE classes, March 18th, 2024. Our AP classes are not ICT. We do not have ICT in world language, November 30th, 2023. These are actual New York City public schools. And this one's a killer. Please understand that your child, if he or she chooses to stay in the industry, will not be accommodated as far as their accommodations. I don't even understand what that means. But basically, the discrimination is not going to stop until these budget directives work differently for special education. Oh, I'm almost done. Due process complaints will continue to rise, as you know, until the Fair Student Funding Formula is reimagined to be fair to students with disabilities. Even the ASD specialized programs that are being expanded now is a program that is not funded by the Fair Student Funding Formula. So therefore, I ask you, Chair Joseph, and the Education Committee to just use all of your legislative powers as much as possible so that our students with disabilities who want to contribute to our city be treated fairly. And how we treat them, it defines us as New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next panelist.
Okay, my name is Sandra Henson Simpson. I did think about the other lady. I am a senior. I had a learning disability. When I was in 5th grade, I got left back. Thanks to the program that under Mayor Koch, that they had Head Start. I don't know if it was Head Start, but under Mayor Koch, and I went to another school because of the principal, because it was 30 children in a classroom, and I couldn't keep up. So they transferred me to an alternative high school, and I did better, 15 students in a class, and I graduated. I've done a little better. My children and my grandchildren, my girls, they have learning disabilities because of comprehension, not understanding. When there's a math problem in a sentence, that's the problem I had. My boys, my young men, they do very well. But I'm thank God that this is not my first time being here. I did get a certificate from Mayor Koch, doing good in school, and I thank God for that, and I thank God for y'all. Thank you. I do have to get my assessor ride. I have to leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless y'all.
You too.
Thank you for your testimony. Next panelist.
Thank you. Bless you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Herman Francis Jr. I'm a former school board member of District 7 until Bloomberg came in and assumed majority control. Also sat on Community Board 1 for 12 years, 6 years as chairperson of Municipal Service Committee, which meant that every government agency, federal, state, city, and county had to come before my committee and explain about what the project they was putting in for development in the district. This was highlighted by State Senator Robert Jackson in his lawsuit against the state in New York and his campaign for physical equity. Mr. Jackson was piggybacking off one of the greatest legal minds who does not get the recognition he so richly deserves, Charles Hamilton Houston, builder of Howard University Law School, law professor and mentor to Thurgood Marshall. Somebody had to teach Thurgood Marshall law. Architect of Brown versus Board Education. which was not about black and white child sitting next to each other. It's about what is being talked about today, the unequal distribution of the resources that are available due to policy, because the money is there. All you have to do is look at this city budget right now, as the mayor explained. What, $107 billion and $36 billion what goes to education when you include the construction, and the state budget, what, $260 billion? It was explained to me last year by a representative that the state of New York is finally going to pay the city of New York the money it owes. But the money is there. Why is that? 75% of the inmates in the state prison system come from the city of New York. And out of that 75%, 90% of them come out of 7 districts. Now, if it costs the state $100 a mattress to keep a prison, that's $36,500 a year for one inmate. And yet, the city of New York knows that it costs them close to $160,000 a year to keep a youngster 16 years of age and younger inside that youth house across the street on Brook Avenue from that middle school. They closed Spofford for the reason. Now they want to expand that and the youth house to take over the state youth house on 161st Street. And they want to build jail 6 blocks from where I live at. Keep in mind, there's no state jail in New York City. Why is that? Well, while I was up there in the Catskills, Tennessee Jazz Con, I heard people talking about, against a former governor, about him closing down the penitentiary, which is providing the livelihood for the municipality up there. Well, keep in mind, when you look at the census, 11% of this country's population live in a city with 50,000 or more. Majority of this country's population live in a municipality of less than 5,000 people. And the biggest chunk in that budget goes to public education. School boards work when you leave New York City. It's only in the cities, because 5 of the largest cities in New York State are under mayoral control for one reason only: control of that budget and the awarding of contracts. If we are really in this country after World War II can rebuild Europe and parts of Asia, well, you need to take that Marshall Plan and invest it in the cities in this United States or North America, because the money is there. It's just being wasted and going in the wrong direction.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service when you served on the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. We will now move on to virtual testimony. Again, as a reminder to all of our virtual panelists, please wait for the sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. Our first virtual panel, Virginia Diaz-Mendoza, Jolene Gunther Doherty, Dan Chen, Danny Lamb, Ryan Ford. On deck, Tishna Lopez, Smitha Milich, Christy Scott, Olympia Kazi, Emily Hellstrom, Tanisha Grant. Virginia Diaz-Mendoza, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you.
Starting time.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Diaz-Mendoza, a professor at the City University of New York. As a faculty member and a researcher, I'm deeply committed to public education and academic research that contributes to the public good. My research stems from a deep desire to make schools safer, more caring spaces where children can learn and educators can teach more effectively. In 2016, the New York City Council funded the first restorative justice pilot project. I traveled to schools located in all 5 boroughs to evaluate their implementation of restorative justice practices. Participating schools use restorative practices to build community, mediate conflict, and address harms. Restorative practices helped community members of the school feel seen, heard, and valued. From my research, I learned how schools can shift their practices to include a more holistic approach to student learning and misbehavior. The use of evidence-based restorative practices reduced over-reliance on punitive discipline and improved school culture and climate. My findings suggest that in order to effectively implement restorative justice, New York City public schools need funding. If New York City is committed to providing safe and caring schools, then there needs to be consistent funding and support for restorative justice initiatives in all of New York City public schools. Based on my observations of the implementation of restorative practices in New York City public schools and my research findings, I asked the members of the City Council to consider allocating adequate funding directly to schools to fund school-based restorative justice for the following: restorative justice training for educators, school staff, students and their families, curriculum development opportunities for educators and students to develop restorative justice curriculum, development of restorative justice electives, clubs, and advisories, including opportunities for students to obtain course credit, development and sustainability of paid school-based internships for young people to lead restorative justice practices. Also, allocating funding directly to New York City high schools to hire school-based restorative justice coordinators. And finally, allocating adequate funding to New York City schools to hire support positions such as counselors, social workers, paraprofessionals, parent coordinators, and youth advocates. That is my testimony. Thank you so much for listening, and I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you for your testimony. Jolene?
Starting time.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jolene Gunther Daugherty, and I am the director of the Guild for Exceptional Children's 4410 Preschool Special Education Program. I'm here today to talk about the importance of funding and finding funding to support preschool special education. Preschool special education teachers in community-based programs were the lowest paid early childhood teachers in New York City. The mayor and the city council took decisive action in 2022 and invested $96 million to support preschool special education students and their families. The New York City Department of Education used its temporary federal COVID-19 funds for many important programs, including the $96 million for preschool special education. The problem is that the federal funding is expiring this year, and there is not yet a plan for how to continue these important programs. We've begun to notify our teachers that come July, some of them will be looking at a salary reduction. For some, that can mean as much as $15,000. Our teachers have families to support and school loans to pay off. Our TAs will also be facing a reduction in pay. The failure to act to save this preschool special education funding will result in many preschool special education teachers and teacher assistants resigning. There is the potential for hundreds of 4410 classrooms being closed across the city. The impact on preschool students with disabilities and their families would be devastating, causing thousands of preschool children who have a legal federal right to special education services to sit at home waiting for a seat. In partnership is how the DOE closes each line of correspondence with its 4410 providers. We are asking that the DOE continues to honor this sentiment by providing funding to save 4410 preschool special education. A news organization has already published an article quoting Chancellor Banks' City Council testimony from this morning, saying he has great confidence that good news around early childhood will come. We hope that includes 4410 preschool special education. Thank you so much for staying with us this evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Dan Chen?
Starting time.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Dan Chen, and I'm the mother of Ricky, a 4-year-old student with autism. Ricky attended the Guild for Exceptional Children, a preschool special education program in Brooklyn. This program has been a big help to my son. But I'm worried that if the cuts are made to the preschool special education, his school will lose teacher and children will not get the service they need. I'm here to request the city continue the 96 million in expiring COVID-19 relief money for preschool special education and make sure there's enough funds to hire teachers and open classes for Ricky and for all the children with disability who is still waiting for the class and service. Ricky has a hard time with his speech, but at his program, he has also been able to get the help with the speech therapy. This has been so important for him at the early age. His speech therapy has been helping him with laboring things, and he has gotten much better. But Ricky just lost his speech service on March 1st because the speech therapy left the position. And based on my research so far, all the agencies nearby pay much higher rates than what Ricky's school can offer for a speech therapy. So I can predict that Ricky's speech therapy will easily find a higher paying jobs outside of the school. And our school and the children's still waiting a new therapies to come. But it's not easy to find someone who can accept a low pay job and maintain a good faith heart to helping children with disabilities. Hundreds of children with disabilities have to wait for the preschool class and service. Before the DOE increased funding for preschool special education, Ricky's teachers are some of the lowest paid teachers in the city. If these funds goes away in July, the teachers at preschool special program, who is the teacher working with the young children with some of the greatest need in the city, would have to take a pay cut. If the teachers have to take a pay cut, I worry they will leave. And if the teachers leave, the class will close. And if the class closes, children will not get the help. If the city does not continue the 96 million in funding for preschool special education, Ricky might lose his class and support, and even more children won't receive service in the first place. So please make sure that Ricky does not fall behind because of the budget cut, and all the preschooler with a disability get the support they want. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Danny?
Starting time.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrea Arcilla, and I am speaking on behalf of New York Edge. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I am here today to ask that you prioritize New York Edge fiscal year 25 citywide funding requests. We are seeking 1.2 million under the council's after-school enrichment initiative, an increase of 200,000 over last year. This would be our first increase in 16 years. We are also seeking for the first time 250,000 under the council's social and emotional supports for students initiative. SEL is integrated into every element of our programming. New York Edge is the largest provider of school-based after-school and summer programming in New York City, serving almost 30,000 students in over 100 schools throughout the 5 boroughs. Our mission is to help bridge the opportunity gap among students in underinvested communities. Core components of our programming include STEM education, social emotional learning and leadership, visual and performing arts, sports, health and wellness, academics, and college and career readiness and summer programs. We are, as identified by Mosaic by ACT, the largest after-school provider in the nation offering SEL supports. We are also one of the city's largest providers of college access programs. Council citywide funding has enabled us to enrich and expand our school year and summer programs and has allowed us to develop and implement new, unique, and engaging programs such as our student-led podcast, Formative, winner of the prestigious Anthem Community Voice Award in the Education, Art, and Culture podcast or audio category. Our book publishing program, our Heart for Art program, a partnership with the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam, and our recently launched Read Across New York Edge program. New York Edge, its students and families are extremely grateful for the Council's 32 years of support. Together, we are guiding students so that they grow up healthy, happy, and empowered. Together, we are creating the next generation of active and productive community members and problem solvers. Together, we are creating New York City's next generation of doctors, mechanics, chefs, writers, engineers, entrepreneurs, and so much more. The time has come, however, where increased funding is vitally needed. Unlike contracts with UICD and other agencies, council discretionary contracts are not and have never been eligible for COLA increases. This is making it increasingly difficult for New York Edge to attract and maintain quality staff and to continue to offer the wide array of programs that we are known for. We are now looking to you to meet the needs of the next generation of young people by supporting our FY25 funding requests. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Ryan Ford.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, or should I say good evening. My name is Ryan Ford. I am a student at the Melissa Reggio Higher Education Program at the College of Staten Island. I am testifying today about the potential proposed cuts in the city's budget towards education for people with disabilities. Education is a human right and should be free and accessible to all. And I want to talk about specifically about the proposed cuts to school psychologists and family workers following the expiration of COVID-19 relief. School psychologists and social workers were very important to me during high school. Whenever I had a problem, I asked for their advice. It would be very bad and unfair for the city to cut the number of school psychologists and social workers in school. Without the help of social workers and psychologists, I would not have graduated on time, been able to attend college and get the job I have today. I also want to highlight the importance of post-secondary readiness programs, much like the one I attended. If money from these programs are taken away, there would be a terrible impact on our city's students and their ability to go to college, join the workforce, or both. Council members, I ask you to vote in favor of the people's budget that restores and ensures funding for important programs in education. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next panel, Tishna Lopez, Nita Milich, Christy Scott, Olympia Kazi, Emily Hellstrom, Tanisha Grant, followed by Venus C. Zhang, Cynthia Seiden, Leslie Martinez, Paula Magnus, Paulette Healy, Lupe Hernandez. Tishna Lopez, you may begin.
Starting time.
Smita Milich.
You may begin.
Oh, sorry. Christy Scott.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Joseph and council members, for allowing me to speak tonight. We're truly humbled. My name is Christy Scott, a mother and a special education teacher at Birch Family Services, a 4410 preschool that serves children with special needs and their families in our city. My autistic son, Aaron, attended the Birch School in 2022. Due to the benefits of the preschool special education enhanced funding that was provided, Aaron received his services in OT, PT, and speech. He continued to thrive, moving from a class of 10 to a 12, and then to a less restrictive setting of an ICT integrated setting. My son was given the opportunity to learn from highly experienced and certified teachers due to the essential temporary federal COVID-19 funding. Based on a recent survey of New York City preschool special education providers, this funding allowed for teacher retention and raised teacher salaries as well as their teaching assistants. And for this, I am forever grateful. Without the continued funding, teachers like myself in 4410 schools are put in a compromising position of choosing between our passion and calling as an early childhood special education teacher at organizations like Birch, or leaving for higher paying jobs due to financial hardship or strains. Students with disabilities will go without proper placement. 4410 programs like ours have saved families from feeling defeated and provide a glimmer of hope for their children with special needs. My son, Aaron Scott, a now thriving, happy, talkative kindergarten, is living proof that when programs who have proper funding excel and will continue to make waves. I am the voice of many families and teachers who work and support children who benefit from adequate and needed 4410 funding. Please provide and restore the needed budget for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Smita?
Starting time.
Good evening. Hi, Chair Joseph. My name is Smitha Milik. I'm the Senior Campaign Strategist for New York City with the Alliance for Quality Education. We're really happy that through community and council pressure, the mayor has canceled the third round of PEGs. But despite record reserve funding of over $8 billion, record state funding for education, and surplus city revenue that can ensure a balanced budget without drastic cuts, our public schools will still be recovering from 2 previous rounds of cuts totaling more than $700 million. In addition to the massive cuts, city public schools are also at risk, as many folks talked about today, $2 billion worth of federally funded programs that will be running out in June. This dire consequence can be avoided even in a worst case scenario where the state doesn't provide extra revenue to save the programs. In the short term, the city should use every available resource, from surplus tax revenue projected by the city council to reserve funding, which is currently in the billions, to restore these vital services for vulnerable New Yorkers. In the longer term, however, the city and state must work together to raise more revenue. While raising revenue largely falls under the purview of the state legislature, the administration and city council have an important role to play in passage, given the power of downstate's constituency and the outsized impact on federally funded education programs set expiring federal funds. The city must push for revenues at the state level and advocate for more funding. A recent Siena poll shows that New Yorkers overwhelmingly support taxing the ultra-wealthy and corporations. Constituents want these laws passed. And at the center of all this is the issue of racial equity. The New York City Comptroller released a report in December showing that the racial wealth gap in New York State is higher than the national average, and that the median household net worth of white households is 15 times greater than Black households. The New York Times just published an article pretty recently showing that a quarter of New York City's children live in poverty, and that Black, Latinx, and Asian New Yorkers are twice as likely to live in poverty as white people. While these statistics are not solely based on educational opportunity, public education remains the surest path out of poverty and into a life of dignity and comfort that we all deserve. So investing in our children from birth to college is an investment in fairness and the promise of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Olympia?
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Joseph, for holding this marathon hearing and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olympia Kazi, and I'm a public school parent of a first grader and a third grader. I first want to applaud the students who testified this afternoon to call for funding mental health support and restorative justice programs. I full-heartedly support their asks. I also agree with the student who spoke about the manufactured budget crisis tactic that this mayor has adopted in order to pit various valid interests against each other. Let's be clear. What today's 12 plus hours of testimonies have demonstrated is that we don't buy it. We know that the schools of the wealthiest city in the globe, that according to the IBO will have a $3.2 billion budget surplus next year, can afford to both take care of the students with disabilities and universal early education. We can cap students at 20-25 per class and have mental health counselors, not to mention that we can afford nutritious, yummy meals, including the chicken dumplings that the kids want. So we know that when there is will, there is a way. DOE needs to adopt a can-do attitude and become proactive. That is the opposite of what they demonstrated here today. I want to thank you again, Chair, and all the other council members, because you asked great questions, and I hope you'll continue to hold our mayor accountable and make sure that they reverse all the harmful budget cuts. What brought me here today is my kids' overcrowded school that is 130% overcapacity. Yet DOE has presented no plans yet about how the class size is going to be reduced. At PSIS 187 in District 6, we have 3 first grades and they have 30, 30, and 28 kids. And as you can imagine, that's not ideal. Our principal said that we would need 10 more classrooms, like literally spaces, and teachers, and of course, more funds for all sorts of services. Yet there is no plan from DOE. And they don't even plan to build another school, as you saw from the capital budget in District 6. At the same time, I keep receiving mailers from a charter, the Success Academy, regularly that happens to be located just next to PS 187. We discovered that DOE pays $5 million for 2 Success Academies in District 6. And from a question that Council Member Brewer asked this morning, we discovered that the DOE pays $100 million just for rents, while the state reimburses another $135 million. Now, at the same time, no other state in the US beyond New York State pays for charter rents. And DOE hasn't endorsed the bill that State Senator Liu has introduced to make it possible for DOE not to have to pay these rents that don't make sense. So they have been undermining public schools, and they have been pushing parents to leave the city or definitely leave the public school system. And if they can afford to go private, otherwise they go to more charters, and we're privatizing more public goods, and we push kids to unsafe
Thank you.
learning
Your time has
environments.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Emily Hellstrom.
Starting time.
Wait. Hello.
You may begin, Emily.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate your being here tonight so late. I'm here today on behalf of Literacy Academy Collective and the students and families we serve as the school support organization for the first in-district public school specifically designed for children with dyslexia and other struggling readers. PS 642, the South Bronx Literacy Academy in District 7 in the South Bronx. In order for students to enter our school, they need to be below the 16th percentile in their benchmark reading scores. And in fact, at the beginning of the year, we found that 97% of our students tested on average at the 5th percentile. These students had made essentially zero growth for their first 2 to 3 years of schooling. When we retested students in January, we saw significant changes, with 47% of students now making at least typical growth, including 33% making above or well above typical growth. While we don't yet have end-of-year data, we assume that they will mirror those from our students in our pilot last year. For that group of students, their average growth was the equivalent from moving from the 16th percentile to the 68th percentile in 1 year. But I want to share with you the voices of our students and families who could not be in the room today. One mother wrote to us and said, "In the first 2 months of attending SBLA, I saw a drastic change in my son's ability to sound out words, read, and write. I was literally blown away when he came home and started to sound out words and actually write letters." One of our students turned to her mom after the first month of school and said, "Mama, in my new school, I'm smart." We are not performing magic in our school, but we are deeply training our teachers, reconfiguring curriculum so that our students can actually access grade level content. We are providing coaching and feedback for our educators, and we are mounting a summer teacher practicum while serving students in our Summer Rising program. I am bringing these success stories here into your room so that you know that the good work that NYCPS can do if we invest deeply in our school system, in our students, in our teachers, in our families. We need to be expanding these programs and schools, not shrinking them. Our most vulnerable students, our English language learners, our students with disabilities, and our students living below the poverty line, these students can succeed. They can learn to read and write and experience academic success, but their needs must be put first. Our budget must reflect the needs of these students first. Budgets are a reflection of our values. I know our city can do better. We all need to be part of crafting a budget that centers the students who needs these budget dollars the most. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Tanisha Grant.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Tanisha Grant, and I am a mother and grandmother, first of all. I am also the grandmother of a child who is nonverbal and autistic. I am also the executive director of Parent Support in Parents New York and Moms United for Black Lives New York City. Thank you, Chair Joseph, for your extraordinary leadership as chair of the City Council Education Committee. I want to thank all of the courageous students who came today to testify. Our students' voices should always be front and center. Chair, today you heard how deep the underfunding of our public schools affect our students firsthand. A lot of our community partners also testified on how devastating any cuts to vital education programs will be. As Executive Director of Parent Support in Parents New York, we not only ask that any and all cuts to our education budget be restored, we ask that these programs are fully funded. We can't keep taking from some schools and students to give to others. In many ways, all of our children are vulnerable. Every child should have access to pre-K, 3K, social workers, school counselors, great food, art, music, special education services, language access, school nurses, Department of Education, certified school nurses, social and emotional learning, culturally responsive mental health services, access to Nest Speed and every other program that the Department of Education offers. I would also like to say that parent engagement and communication with the DOE is severely lacking. To get access to a lot of things, New York City Public Schools is demanding parents to go online. Knowing this is not accessible to all parents because of all of the things, not having internet service, access, language access. It leaves great gaps in parents receiving information and parent participation. Parents feel unseen and unheard. Our students feel unseen and unheard. Every day, our community-based organization uses every resource we can acquire to support our families. We give laptops to children, we buy groceries, and provide anti-violence programs for our students in our community. But it is never enough. So we want all the education services fully funded in every budget. We will not pick one service over another. Our children deserve them all. Lastly, I would say that it is very disrespectful to come on these hearings and stay with you, Chair, and stay with the City Council and the committee for hours and hours and watch the leadership of the Department
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has
come here and
expired.
give testimony and lead and not even hear from the people from this community that they are supposed to serve. Thank you for listening to my testimony tonight.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody on the panel. Our next panel, Venus C. Zhang.
Starting time.
Good evening. I'm Vina Zizang, current Staten Island parent elected PEP member, class size working group member, my children's PTA board member, and volunteer member. I'm speaking in my own capacity as a New York City public school parent of 3 public school students. Thank you, City Council, for giving me the opportunity to engage in conversation. Thank you for all of your dedication securing funds for essential New York City programs. I hope the City Council can do all they can to save programs such as summarizing after-school programs that partner with community organizations, 3K pre-K programs, nutritious and appetizing lunch options, internet access, and other programs like Project Pivot that have shown to work. I have a special ask to give Chancellor Banks support so he can continue to lead our schools with his vision and his heart. We are still recovering from the pandemic, and we need to prioritize these vital programs and to remain steady and, not change leadership in a short 2 years. Because there's good things on the horizon and, we want to continue them and build on them. My daughter, who is currently in 3K, talked to me about what she learned in school, and I'm so impressed with early childhood learning. She taught me about red choices and green choices. We need to continue investing in our students, especially when it is proving to work. Thank you for listening and being here.
Thank you so much. Cynthia?
Time begins.
Hello, thank you for having us, and Frank for hanging in there this late evening. My name is Cynthia Seiden. I'm principal at the Birch Soundview School in the Bronx, and I'm part of Birch Family Services, not-for-profit agency. Our particular site provides education to both special education students and pre-K and 3K students. Most of our classes are integrated classrooms, providing support to both the neurotypical students and special needs students. All our students come from the New York City, obviously New York City Department of Education, and therefore our teachers are responsible to address both special needs students and general education students in their classrooms. It's also really imperative that our teachers are certified and our TAs are certified to work with all these different types of students with a range of needs. This means that our teachers' responsibilities are twofold in the integrated classrooms. They are writing regular reports of progress, developing weekly lesson plans, and developing and monitoring IEPs. And it's very difficult to find with the funding, if the funding is cut, it'll be very difficult to find teachers to fill those positions with all those additional responsibilities and all the range of students' needs that they have to meet. Even in our case too, it was frustrating when our 4410 club programs our teachers were not eligible for the raise that their CBO pre-K teachers received as well. At Soundview, we also were, for that reason, the funds provided the preschool enhancement were essential in aiding retention of existing teachers and teacher assistants and providing encouragement for other teachers and other TAs to become more certified. If the funding is not continued and salaries are reduced, we will lose classroom staff and we will have to close classrooms. It also will impact the hours of our programming. Part of the enhancement program that we received allowed us to go ahead and extend the school day for our special needs students. If the funding is cut and we do not have those hours, our students will lose out on their introduction to neurotypical peers and will impact these already vulnerable students. Early childhood and early childhood special education services are imperative to development and provide the foundation for ongoing learning. Without the qualified staff available to these students, they will be left behind as they enter into the public school curriculum. We ask that budget provide adequate funding for preschool special education teachers and staff with salaries on par with their DOE counterparts to ensure a free and appropriate public education to which these students are entitled. And I thank everybody for speaking today. It's been wonderful to hear everybody fight so much for our children.
Thank you, Cynthia. Leslie?
You may begin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us so late and for listening to all of us. Thank you for holding the hearing and the opportunity to testify. My name is Leslie Martinez. My child is attending. First of all, I want to say that I echo everything that everyone has said around how important it is to have early childhood care, accessibility, mental health, good real food, and the arts, and all the other things that were mentioned. However, my testimony today is related to class size, which is my biggest pain point at the moment. I am the mother of a first grader at PS 187 in School District 6. I'm also expecting a child whom I hope will also attend our local public school. Our school is currently at 130% over capacity from the New York State class law passed on June 22nd. The law requires that, we cap class sizes at 20 students per class. Currently, my son's school has 33 kids in his classroom and one teacher. In total, we have about 776 students, and there's no budget or room for us to grow to the demands for seats. So I'm afraid that waiting until 2028 to act on this law will be too late for hardworking parents that believe in public education and diversity, but can also afford to go somewhere else. We might have to give up diversity, which is what attracted me to come to this school. The fact that there is a high level of Hispanic population in a high performing school. I'm afraid that I have to give up my community and all of that. And also, alongside with other people, flee to the suburbs just for a better chance for my child to have a better education. My child does not have a disability. And I think that, the class sizes affect not just children with disability, but it affects all children. Someone's being left behind. And in this case, I'm going to shorten it because of the time, but it's like all the effort that I put in as a mother from ages 0 to 6, investing a lot of time in his aiding his love for learning. It wasn't necessarily teaching, but I was following the Montessori principles. We enrolled him in a Montessori school. In fact, we moved to the neighborhood for that school and in Washington Heights. And I feel like all that effort, now that I put him in public school, I'm struggling to see that this is the right fit for us. But nonetheless, we know that it's important to have people from